and the amount of slowdown that can come in with the Sage Wall as well as the slows is definitely something to consider. Sustain as well sometimes comes in and out, and the Resurrection actually plays quite a bit of a factor for certain things. Maybe if you're down by a deficit, sure. But in terms of what we have seen thus far, it's been pretty good coming in from Boom thus far. I think the final score was 13-7 on Split, and I think RRQ really has to pick up the pace if they want to be competitive with Boom.
Honestly, I mean, like it became so clear that the Sage nerfs were really hurting Boom after that one round. They were trying to go through B side, through B long. They dropped the wall immediately. Omen's like, nah, this wall, this is not gonna work out. Shot it down before with a single AR, breaking it through with a Vandal. Didn't even get to fortify. Gets a pick on top of that, and that side just slowly started to crumble on the attackers.
That pick was a bit questionable, right? Because he just dropped the wall, and they were like not even guarding it, not even considering whatsoever. It was just to block the path completely, which, you know, with the current Sage, it seems much more of a risky play, considering that you can't do those reactionary walls anymore. So, I don't know, I didn't find that Sage to be the best utilized hero, agent, sorry.
Yeah, I definitely agree that certain areas it could have been better, but, you know, certain rounds, especially when they were really trying to eco those resurrections, did come in handy to actually save the weapons as well, on top of saving a lot of eco for some of their bigger fraggers. Looking over to the opposite team, RRQ this time, I think the only major difference was one was Sage, and then the other one was, if I remember correctly, was it, no, it wasn't Raze. Both sides had Raze.
Jet.
It was Jet, yes. And right off the bat, RRQ, their Jet was able to get a lot of those pickups, 6 first bloods in total of those rounds. So he was making sure that he almost started those rounds with a 4v5, and that was already so difficult to play.
And despite the fact that Jet is always the particular operator, the particular agent you want to be using on the operator, we did see Asterix actually be very, very on point, regardless of whether he was using a Jet or whether he was using something else or whether it was a Jet. So for the most part, people always want to take Jet for the pick-off and just be able to just bug out and immediately get an advantage for the team. However, as we see it from Boom, especially on Asterix, I don't think that's going to be the case. But I do feel that coming in from RRQ, they may have some of those rounds in their pockets for some reason, but little mistakes such as not checking their corners, losing 2 members to the paint grenade that came in from the Raze, which I feel that was just really bad. And you don't want to be funneling into a point where it's hot. You want to try to focus, you want to try to force either a rotation or you want to try to play around it. But with the Sage being around to deny some of these spots at mid and at some of the other sides at either A tower or B tower, it's always a problem in terms of RRQ trying to jostle back the tempo from the side of Boom.
I think it had to do a bit with the map as well. These mistakes become more apparent. I know I'm asking you for that.
Blaming the map straight off the bat. I mean, like, the worst part about this map is that the fact that there's so much traffic through mid, you're going to have to expand utility. I think that's kind of a guarantee because you're going to have to watch multiple different angles, especially when you're trying to push up in towards B heaven and as well as ropes on their way to ropes to A, and both of those places, it's like you can literally look into each other, and that's not fun. Most of the times we would have expected the Sage walls to actually go up there during the defense, and then we're expecting the satchel charge to break it. They start pouring through, but I think most teams at this point don't want to waste their utility. They just kind of play it slow, play for picks initially through mid, and slowly start kiting their way, well, kiting isn't even the right word, just rotating their way into the next site.
I mean, we did see this from RRQ a fair amount where we were watching them and they were playing slow, and then the timer would start to run out, and they start to make these mistakes that the Hound was talking about, right? They start to get really nervous, they'd forget to check their corners, or they would die. Like, we saw multiple times that RRQ would go into the same position, one person would die, you know they're shooting at you from the position, and the second person checks again like, oh, are they still here? Yes! Of course they are, why would they leave?
Exactly.
I think one thing that you have to also notice is the fact that when they were rotating from mid into mailroom, there were some really bad mistakes there in terms of how they were not playing around the timing of the utilities. I feel that that's something that really needs to be considered for the side of RRQ. Boom as well, they did make some of those mistakes. Sometimes they put up the Sage Wall either too late or too early, and then it closes out quite a bit, and sometimes can be a bit of a double-edged knife. But when we look at Boom overall, they are a lot more coordinated, because when we look at their previous endeavors in the Liga Game Community Cup seasons 2 and 3. They got first place both seasons 2 and 3. And the Good Luck Have Fun Open Cup, they got third place from Boom Esports. It's just, I mean, third place is not first place, but still it's something considered how stacked the Open Cup is. Whereas for RRQ, they were able to qualify into it, and yes, even though they are an esports team that spans multiple titles, they're not exactly very well known for their shooting prowess in that sense. They're mostly MOBA-based teams, whereas some of the other teams, such as Boom, they do have quite a bit of a foothold within the first-person shooting experience, so they do have a little bit more, how to say, knowledge and a little bit more expertise and nuance towards some of these situations, whereas RRQ was trying to force some of these situations out.
I will mention that if you're mentioning the other potential teams, Boom is also stronger in MOBAs than RRQ as well.
Exactly.
Like, so they actually do beat them in most other categories. If when you look at the two Indonesian organizations, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, you would put RRQ in a much better position, but Boom has really taken Indonesia by the storm. Probably the premier Indonesian esports team right now, really up there with teams like EVOS, for example, that is a long-standing Indonesian team as well.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, RRQ's, their major problem coming into this is the lack of mix-ups for a lot of their plays, because their plays are becoming more and more telegraphed after they've lost, like, what, 2 or 3 rounds coming in from Boom, and they just recognize, okay, who's always gonna be entering first, which angles do they always check.
Well, with that, guys, thank you for analyzing this first game. It was a pleasure talking some Valorant with you guys, but we do have to see what happens in this second game. And before we go to it, I would like to hear, do you guys think it's possible for RRQ to take the second map?
By all means, I think RRQ does have quite a bit of mountain to climb in the form of Boom Esports. However, I do believe that, I mean, any team is fallible, and I always believe that if RRQ is able to dig deep a little bit more, and they're able to basically force members of Boom into situations that are not fair for them in that sense, I'm pretty sure RRQ will be able to make it out.
Well, I personally think that RRQ, if they are really prepared, because they look like they had a little bit of lack of preparation coming into this map, if they're looking more prepared, a little bit more polished on the map that they prefer, hopefully I would see a better game for them. But overall, I just think Boom, more experience when it comes to just this genre of tactical shooters.
So if I were to ask you for predictions, would you guys both go with Boom regardless?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the panel is going full Boom, but RRQ can still prove them wrong and prove all our viewers wrong and prove that they might be the premier Indonesian team. Let's see if they're capable of getting this tie as we get map number 2 underway between Boom Esports and Rex Regum Kaon. Take it away, casters.
And welcome back, guys. Map number 2, Yoli and Seek and Strike here, bringing you the action. Boom Esports take map number 1, but now it's Haven. They will be attacking here versus RRQ. And I was personally saying, I can't wait to see RRQ on attack here. I think they're going to do very well.
Yes, very well indeed. But of course, most importantly, they're going to be doing absolutely insane on the map of Haven, because let's be honest, Haven, the bread and butter for all of us Valorant players, because it's pretty much the map we always play on, the one we started off with as well. And of course, let's be honest, Split is never a fun map for anyone. It sucks so hard.
Sounds like you've been talking to Gideon a bit in between.
No, like even before this, like we agree that it's such a hard map to play on in the first place for any of these players as well. Even like the other teams as well. They're just like, I just don't like Split. I like to play on other maps. Just Split, it's just too. It's too tight. There's too many angles. There's too many corners to cover here.
Well, Haven's going to be the exact opposite of that, isn't it? Very wide open spaces, long hallways, lots of wide angles that you need to be peeking around here, as we will be loading on in. Taking a look, we got Boom Esports here. Again, they're shutting on attack. They're going to opt for the Reyna, the Jet, Omen, a Breach, and the Sova.
Oh, dude, actually really interesting as well, because we're not going to be seeing... Yeah, actually not sorry, wrong word. Not gonna be seeing. We're actually gonna be seeing Reyna on the map here on Haven. Not to say it's not a bad pick or anything, but that just shows. I always see Reyna as the kind of pick. It's like more like a flex pick, because it's a kind of hero where you really need to be an amazing fragger to be able to fully utilize all your skills. I mean, sure, they are probably going to fully utilize her as a team initiator with that Lear because that's such an amazing flash, by the way. But other than that, he needs to get a lot of frags. If not, he is pretty much skillless.
Yep, Boom Esports first round. They're going to try for C, but this has been read somewhat decently. Wait, you have 3 members from RRQ already. Flash is going out. RRQ trying to delay this push as long as possible. Boom Esports already in the site and finding picks. It's the Reyna, who will now be dropped by Fire here in return. King Leo as well with the classic finding the pick onto Asterisk as the site is taken and it's all popping off. YOLO, look at that. It was over so quickly. Nice rotations over from RRQ as they delay just long enough to allow the mop-up crew to come on in and get the job done.
Yeah, and you said it as well. You can't wait to see them on the attack side or the defending side. But this time, what a beautiful start as well. I was a little bit concerned as well because they already were on the side. They already planted the spike as well. But the retakes, the counter initiation engagement coming from the side here of RRQ was absolutely insane, but most importantly, very patient. And look at this, we already see Talon 7 bring in an Ares here. The God of War weapon is coming to the mix here. I wonder what kind of damage he's going to be able to pull off against Boom.
Yeah, I would like to see that as well. Smaller magazine size overall, but definitely still very possible to get these picks as now right into B they go. I was saying I would like to see RRQ be aggressive, but in we go. The bomb already planted B. They haven't even found a single kill. This is going to be really tough as they're going to be approaching from 3 angles here, YOLO.
Still going to be pushing towards the back here, but beautiful pickup coming from next gen with the Ghost. Oh, there's a beautiful one with the Ares on Talon 7 on Blaze King. Still trying to push forward, but here comes Adrian King, finally making use of that skill and that pickup for himself. But we're looking at a 1v2 here, but it's Reyna with a lot of frag, but he picks up the Ares, trying to melt them down, gets one, but falls back because of the beautiful frag God crossing music. He's able to heal, but and he turned things around with the healing.
A little bit of tactical crouching as well. The spray on top is the Indonesian versus Indonesian matchup. You're bound to have some pretty local rivalries, aren't we here? But a great pick off there. I really like how they double peeked the man A. It was a bit disappointing to see him actually swap out to utility rather than just hold his angle there because he had to pull the gun back out. He easily would have had that kill there. He must be kicking himself for that. Instead, he hands actually over the light MG there to the Reyna, and from there, they're able to clutch that round. But a great job from Boom Esports. You got to get that aggression going when you lose that eco round. That's the perfect way to do it. And we see the very rare 1-to-1 tie here going into round 3.
Oh, yes. And it's now going to be slowly pushing to the mix. Here goes the Owl Drone. Going to be able to spot them out, and Lizzie has to fall back. But then again, this is next checks on the breach this time. Previously, he was playing the race. So it's going to be really fresh time to see how is he going to be playing the breach this time. But anyway, next is going to be picked up. Beautiful entry frag coming from Astrid, making full use of that. Pushes it, gets the double gun, followed by the triple as well. Not just an entry frag, but he's setting things up for the rest of the team.
Oh, he's going for heaven? Oh, he nearly sprays him down actually as well. That's insane.
Dude, that's so dumb. Dude, that's phenomenal, by the way. By the way, Adrian is going to be coming from the back line. Gets a beautiful double kill. Wins the devour and dismiss. He's able to sustain and pick up. It will be a beautiful, flawless round for Boom Esports.
Yeah, Bulldog in the hands of Adrian King doing very nicely as he hit him with a little bit more tactical crouching on the way out of this round. But 2 rounds in a row for Boom Esports as it will be a full buy this time here for RRQ. Operator on to next Jax, actually. Interesting call. Okay, just kidding. He's trolling us here. Just juking out the observers. But yeah, nice job there on the take. I mean, that was all Asterisk, really, forcing them back. He scouted one, at least heaven. And from there, the lurking Reyna is able to just push them down. Beautiful round out from Boom Esports.
Yeah. And also a really good call on pulling back the operator as well. This just shows that the fact that they are actually very aggressive this time this round here. We will not try to raise an operator, especially since we do not really have that much of savings in our economy. But it may come Ashrik once again, entry fragger trying to pick up all the corners. Instantly he pings, he knows exactly where's this guy going to be. All he has to do is check this corner right before he engages back to the mix here. Talon 7.
Yeah, well, we'll see if he expects the second man long. That's going to be really, I think, where he might make or break this push. Already up to the box. A beautiful double peek again. This is great stuff. They have actually traded one over, I believe, in C or near garage. It's actually in garage itself. So Boom going to be forced back from there as the Omen maybe trying to hit him with a little bit of the smokes. Nakshax, though, is able to get a kill onto Blaze King. It's going to be a 4v3 Cypher solo. It doesn't matter, though. Frostmas, he's going to be able to peek out and kill the double.
Yes, but also at the same time, really clean communication coming from the side here of Team Boom. Is before the Omen went down, he actually threw a dark cover towards Haven and going to be giving them a lot of space. But sadly, the spike carrier got picked off, and now they had to go back to reclaim it for themselves.
Good job from RRQ, because Boom were really spread quite thin with this full push. Great job there, demolishing the Leer, and that's going to make this peak really dangerous. Looking to flash here. The follow through the wall. NextJax heard the footsteps, knew exactly where that Adrian King was, so now it's going to be a hopeful save. 1 versus 4. Cypher extremely low. A site currently uncontested, but A lobby is a bit dangerous to try and sneak into. So Asterix, I think, is just going to opt for the save.
Oh, yes, and at the same time, also, I'm just loving the discipline. They know they have the man advantage, but they're not willing to take this risk, especially since this is Asterix. This is a Jet. Most cases, although yes, you can possibly will be able to get the drop on Asterix, but you're going to be trading it very heavily as well for it.
I mean, not only that, right? Not only is it Asterix that you're scared of, but if you lose even one man, the eco damage here is going to be really, really bad. I mean, NextJax, maybe you could argue he could now go for it as he's going to be the richest member on his team. But you can see Fire King, Leo, everyone having just around 3K or below credit. So I think that's a smart play here, playing for not the round, but for the entire half. So RRQ now, they're going to stack up here. Pretty standard, but Boom Esports straight into lower A short here. We'll see if they can actually get this push off successfully.
But anyway, here's the retaliation with his own person out. They're going to be able to try to spot things out. It's most importantly, how many can he spot out? He only spots the Reyna, but he doesn't know that Asterix is actually still there. There's actually people towards this lower part of A shot. Comes to engagement, but beautiful pickup coming from Blaze Kings as he answers and shuts down NextJax. That's a very crucial pickup as well. That is the breach, and now coming to the mix. Although yes, he actually will eventually fall, but there's a beautiful follow-up trade-off.
Yeah, I mean, there's someone already pushing B here. Boom Esports, they're contesting them A as well as B. And actually, the spike is on Sova here for B, so they're going to be putting down the bomb there. A is completely open. They've actually completely taken the site, but they're going more aggressively for the B push here, YOLOWay. Let's see how it works out for them. As in they go, there's going to be... Oh, no, he forgot to check the corner, and Notorious, he's able to find 2 back there. Nicely done there as they forget to check probably the most obvious spot. Sometimes you're not always expecting an enemy to be sitting there, though.
Yeah, but just Notorious being so notorious about it. But you really cannot blame RRQ as well. Like the angles and the corners they were looking for, because very commonly, especially since there was an Omen in the game, and he was actually expecting an Omen to be on top of that double stacks too. That's pretty much why their main direction was facing towards the entrance or on top of there. So I guess luck still has a role to play inside this game. So in this case, in that round, they were just very unfortunate.
Sure. NextJax here going to be lurking. He might be scouted there by the Outdrone. He's in a very bad position. Yeah, he's going to be sprayed down, but Talon7 able to pick off 1 at least for his troubles. It's actually going to be Asterix, so that's a big pick for them here. Boom Esports, though, without their fearless leader, still will continue the chase. They pick off 1 in connector. Adrian King going to heal right back up as well. Head back into hell and set up for the plant here. This is going to be a really hard take here for RRQ. Even harder now that Adrian King continues to pick up kills here, YOLOWay.
Dude, that engagement and execution is so smooth and so quick as well. And beautiful. Finally, the last man of fire will be fall to Adrian King here with that triple kill pickup on his hand. But seriously, Secret's right. That last round, that engagement was so quick, it's so swift. They're just like, you know what, fine. Don't give that space. Don't give this defenders enough time to rotate, because that information alone will have given RRQ to be able to rotate and hold down that point. That's pretty much why they were so quick. And the minute they got on top of it, that was pretty much it. That was pretty much game.
Yeah, nice stuff there. They do trade off Asterix, but they go full steam ahead, finding the man long, forcing the one back behind boxes. Just great stuff there. Yeah, RRQ, they rotated over appropriately, but just simply get outgunned. Now, 5 ultis avail here for RRQ, as the Bladestorm, I believe, the first to be used on the side of Boom.
Oh yeah, this is actually the thing is, if they want to use their ultimates here and now, it's going to be doing quite the amount of damage as well, because this is the run where RRQ is going to be going full eco here, and that force me going to be very going to buy 1 as well. Almost get the second one, but sadly just not enough.
Can't believe they're able to back up perfectly. They're peeking for the Cubby. Unfortunately for Adrian King's not going to work out in his favor. The paranoia forcing actually Boom Esports into the Cubby. They will be making the full rotation on over, however, in favor of defending this C site. No one actually lurking through middle though, YOLOWay.
Definitely for sure, and the funny thing about it as well, because they definitely know since there's a Cypher in this game, there's going to be a spy cam or at least a true warrior there, so they're not going to be trying to take any passes. But here comes the showstopper, Sally the showstopper, as he gets denied by Notorious. Still Notorious is going to be falling out here, but it's not going to be enough because Asterix still alive and doing significant damage with this Phantom. Last man standing is going to be Talon 7.
Yeah, Boom are going to be looking to pick up this round without much more economic damage. They've already, two have already fallen here, and that's not so good here against an eco round. Just something to consider here. So I don't suspect they're going to be playing too aggressively here. They know that Talent at most has something like a Ghost or a Sheriff, so it's not. I don't really think we're going to see them play too aggressively. Talent on the other end, he's got a whole lot of incentives here. The team's tag, the team has called out that they've tagged 2, so 2 people are going to be lit. They're going to be one-shottable here with the Ghost, but we'll see how aggressive he decides to play. So he's going to hear some footsteps and potentially even lurk out from Garage.
Yeah, so anyway, everyone's going to be able to fall back. He's trying to look for a couple of exit kills. He might be able to as well if this Sova decides to be a little bit more aggressive. But anyway, he's going to try to fall back. He's going to be trying to pick it up, but I don't think he's going to be able to get out though. Let's see whether he's able to get out of a race. But ooh, just nicely, just barely as well.
Yeah, this is okay. Had that timing down. I'm sure the teams, especially with such a familiar, such a common plan spot, they know their timings here quite nicely. But another big round there for Boom Esports. RRQ, they're gonna have some weapons coming out next checks. Now he's gonna opt to bring out that operator in our 8th round here. We'll see where he looks to set up. It will be towards, I believe, C, if I'm not mistaken. He's gonna be holding C main.
It's a very typical thing, especially when you're going for operators. So the best angle, the best area for you to really lock down for yourself is definitely going to be the C side from the C long. But I just love it. He instantly rotates away because it's like, you know what, I have an operator and Aroma is better at anchoring down the side for himself. So he's going to go a little bit more aggressive and prepared to go for this rotation. That's pretty much why we see him playing around here.
I think it's also down to agent choice, right? Because I think maybe the preferred angle, usually with a jet anyway, is going to be that A long, right? That has not been working out too successfully here for RRQ. Boom Esports always coming out with a favorable trade and immediately just rushing into side after they get the pick onto the man A long. They're not really contesting Heaven either, which is a bit surprising to me personally, but C definitely makes a lot of sense. And now they're going to be scouting with the Hunter's Fury.
By the way, from the shadows, they're almost going to be Boom Esports almost going to be using the teleport towards this haven here.
That's good though. That lets them know there's no one actually holding the site. The site's completely open, so Boom just run on in, and they're going to be very entrenched. A very hard retake upcoming.
Oh, beautiful punch as well as the rotation as well. By the way, Hunter Fury is going to be trying to commit as well, trying to force them back to the situation. But they still have a couple of times, well, 45 seconds on this fight as he slowly retakes back the situation. Boomba going to be committed, followed by the layer and even the combos, followed by the dark cover. A lot of angles going to be used to cover here. They're going to be running out utilities very soon. But wait, Notorious was able to go a lot of amazing trades. We're looking at a 1v2 right now. Frost missing, has a lot of down to the line. He gets one, but it's not going to be enough because his play is just not as strong compared to the rest of the team here.
Really surprised that the Hunters here didn't get much more done. They actually dropped the hat as well with their Cypher to get that intel. They knew where people were, so they were able to get a pretty decent entry into the site, all things considered. They lose the duel's Heaven, though, which makes it really difficult for you to actually enter through that Defender connector, because then there's no fear, right? If imagine this, right? If you're holding the site kind of coming through from A short, you have no reason to even be afraid of Heaven if your man wins the duel there. So they're able to just get the perfect crossfire onto the members entering, and they hold on to the site. Wow, very fast pick though. Oh my god, it's popping off. It's a mid-rush.
Oh my god, what a beautiful engagement. They're still going to go down to the line. But remember, this is going to be full eagle coming from the side here, RRQ. They managed to drop down 2 members. If they can actually drop like 2 more, that's going to be amazing and a huge economic damage. By the way, Blaze King holding down from this window here. He knows they're going to be trying to go for the rotation. Finds one. Almost got it for himself for the side here, Talent 7. But sadly, Blaze King was just a little bit more prepared.
Yeah, I think RRQ here having a little bit of a bad showing. They're just missing on a few of these opening pickoffs here. For example, that one round A long where they don't get the exact. The lurk gets punished, right? So these kinds of examples. I like the aggression again with the pistol round. This is something I really like to see because you never know if it can work out in your favor. Our Boom Esports, though, I think they're expecting this because they're usually very stacked up closely together, and it's hard for you to really get multiple kills with the pistols against rifles. Usually 1 or 2 is not that crazy, but 3 or more is likely impossible at a skill level. But next act with the operator is going to be smoked off here. as the team will be setting up for a push through C here, but walking, taking their time. They're not going to send the owl drone, giving them that information. They can hear it. Into the smoke they go with the knife now. Incoming. Oh, the operator shot's going to miss. Super says, well, he does not, connecting with the Phantom. Paranoia, though, but they have the intel thanks to the recon bolts. They're going to find one. Oh, behind the boxes, but actually Talent from behind, as well as Frost are able to get some ideal trades off here. Boom Buddy rolling on in. It's going to be immediately dispatched, but now site control given over to Boom Esports.
Spies also going to be planted very shortly as well. Going to be going down. I love the position coming from the Western team, covering all angles, ensuring for any rotation, and just ready to give all that information. Aldro was able to pick up where was their Omen as well. Now, looking for this as well, RRQ just has no choice but to fall back. They cannot afford to lose any more, drop any weapons in this round. At this case, at least whatever weapons they're able to bring towards this next round will be able to benefit them a little bit more better compared to now.
Definitely. Unfortunately, they have lost that operator as well, so the eco damage here is going to be pretty heavy. But you're exactly right. Going into that 11th round, you definitely want to at least have some rifles, possibly turn it around, and hope for at least maybe at this point a 8 to my basic maths. It ain't math here, folks. We're really struggling. The gears are crunching and turning. They're really going to be hoping for something like a 4 to 8, maybe. That's equal to 12 last time I checked here. So that's what they're going to be looking for, as they will be able to buy out now on the rest of the members with 2 rifles, and it should be rifles all around here, really.
Yeah, but it's not going to be coming out next. I believe next is going to be, like you said, all rifles all around here. The thing is this, right? If they lose this round, I'm a little bit concerned, but then again, they still have that 3rd round lose bonus. So in that 12th round, they should be able to try to turn things around, but I believe they just want to win. Right there. They cannot.
Yeah.
They cannot go for the save.
They're going to have that to play with for sure, but there's Asterisk on the operator, so he might just force everyone to rebuy by himself, as he will be holding down. I believe that's him in a main or a short, but the rest of Boom Esports, they're actually rushing, just actually walking, taking their time here in towards B, and no one is actually watching. We got 1 man in Garage, 2 in C, and 2 playing very defensively back towards A, so the retake here is going to be very strong, as they will be clearing out some tripwires. Lots of footsteps here is Notorious, setting up back inside again. RRQ, fool me once. Will they be fooled again here by Notorious in the same spot?
Still couldn't push it towards the side as well, and it's also a very quick take for them too. But the thing is, I just love the fact that RRQ just realized that, alright, it's not really favorable for us to try to go for the retake. But Super says, beautiful pickup on fire. Now we're currently looking at a 5v4. They still have a couple of utilities for themselves, getting ready to push forward. But Super says managed to hold down the line, picking up 2 members. Going to be forcing a lot of slow pushes here. But Talent 7 trying to step up for the team and pick up members one by one. But Astrid will put him down to the ground, and that's going to be the last man standing here.
That's a really impressive round actually from Boom Esports. That is not an easy site to be taking, especially when all 5 are still, all 5 members rather, are still available, because you're so exposed from the 3 paths that you can enter that site through. So really impressive stuff from Boom Esports. I must admit, I didn't expect that round to go that well from here, and now we can see the eco damage being done. We've got rifles, yes, but only light armor on 3 members here for RRQ. So this round is not going to be as easy for them, but at least rifles all around, so they can make a strong contest here in the last round before the switch.
Last round before the switch for sure is definitely going to be really crucial as well. Although because we're looking at a potential 10-2 here, so RRQ want to try to at least take 1 more round before the switch takes around, because this is sort of like a defender side of the map as well. Not heavily defended, defender favorite, but still very favorable for
they're playing for the retake here. They have not contested the site, but Supersys not lurking through the smoke. He's going to find no one actually, as instead he is going to be met with the Spectre of Frost Misty.
Anyway, 1 member down as well. Rolling down, they're going to be forcing quite a amount of members currently back. Paranoid.
Beautiful entry. Beautiful entry.
Very beautiful indeed. As he follow with the double kill, but he gets flashed for the flashpoint. That's a fallback. But Talent 7 really stepping up with his higher King Leo, and all members of Boom Esports will fall here.
That was flawless, actually. That's kind of what we mean. If you recall yesterday, I kept saying, oh, like, let Vision Strikers take the site. Play for the retake. Play for the retake. And this is exactly what I meant right now. RRQ, they don't lose a single person. You can argue they got a little bit lucky, quote unquote, after they were able to kill the Omen lurking on through. But honestly, I think they were just faster on the reaction time. Beautiful entry there, utilizing the breach ulti as well to force them A nice counter flash out from Boom Esports is not going to be enough to stop that retake, and just excellently done there, as we now will be 9-3 here at the Switch. And this is the attacking side I was hoping for. Granted, RRQ, it's going to be a bit tough for them here, right? Because of this pistol round, which is the most, I would say, 50-50 of all the rounds, considering, because you're starting off even, is going to be really important for them to make it. We did see them actually go 1-1 in the previous half in pistol rounds, but that is not to be expected usually. So we could very well see an 11-3 score here in 2 rounds. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, so now Dark is going to be trying to mask their movements and slowly pushing the side. But Notorious, they didn't want the back as well, but still again, he gets punished for it. Forcimity was able to put out a beautiful follow-up with the double kill, with the headshot wall bang, by the way. And now, look at how many members got tagged for the side here, RRQ, but the damage has been done. But Agent King trying to clean things up, and with the aftershock, it's going to be slowing down Ashtray, but he still has his tailwind and getting ready to re-engage again.
Yeah, he's got a smoke as well. Omen will now run in, get the entry frag with the Paranoia into the lead. Boom, though, getting so aggressive, but Talon7 holding his ground. Asterisk versus 2 can actually still win this, but nice positioning here for RRQ. They will have the advantage. Oh, they need to double peek him here, though. Asterisk, he knows where both men now are. Let's see if they can communicate here. RRQ, this is one of their strengths, though, but Asterisk, he will strike first. The aggression, hard and fast. He doesn't miss on top of the boxes, as his shots will land. A 3K for him, and one heck of a clutch here for Boom Esports, as they will now take first round on the defense.
Oh, it's just really hard to watch. It was really unfortunate. Like, at this point, like, there was although I'm pretty sure a lot of people can, like, it's probably saying all kinds of things. Maybe he should just hide a little bit more, play around with the timer, or maybe try to go for a little bit more picks, or double picks like you said as well. But I guess in this kind of situation and pressure, all these plays, it all comes down to that wire.
Yep, it really does. I don't know. I'm surprised that RRQ weren't able to coordinate there. They took the 1v1 duel versus Asterisk. Of course, he's gonna have that advantage. Still had the jump available there. Used it very nice to get on top of those boxes and kind of just mess with RRQ. But we've seen them in that exact situation versus Jet on split, and we're able to execute there. So I'm a little sad to not see them get it down this time. But Boom Esports, they're playing so aggressively now, rushing them down with the anti-eco, trying to secure it. Notorious, he doesn't care, running around with the SMG. There's going to be the Paranoia, as Frostmancy at least will get 2 for their troubles. Can he get anything else done here, though, is the question, YOLO.
No, the thing is this, right now, Boom Esports is just, they had enough. They're like, they are on equal right now. They're never gonna force buy. After witnessing their gameplay from the first game, they know they're gonna go for the equal. They're totally fine pushing it out. Ooh, but beautiful. Actually, it's gonna be ending the line with a beautiful clean hit. So yeah. Well, but Notorious, that aggressive. Now this is exactly what I've been looking for the entire time here.
Asterisk, I think is actually gonna save here with the Spectre. No, is it gonna be a buy? Yeah, he's saving. Okay, so I like this strategy. I like this strategy from Spectre. Sorry, from Boom. They're not gonna upgrade, knowing that RRQ here are going to full buy, as you want to do after losing the 2 rounds, right? So the strategy is here, if they can impart at least significant eco damage, rounds 12 and 13 should pretty much be secure. But they're playing for round 12. They're okay losing this round, to be honest. Oh, look at that guy. In the hopes that next, when they do buy, because their eco's in great spot, they're going to be able to just murder RRQ and get that 12th round for the just +1 necessary at that point. I really like this.
Everyone loves this as well. This is going to be allowing them to give a little bit of a breather, but then again, you cannot underestimate, even though sure they may not have the best, they do not have the best weapon advantage with the Spectre compared to the ARs, but they,
oh my god,
they
Notorious.
have the aggressive here. But look at Notorious. Instantly near the spawn point here, but Blaze is coming for the round back. Find Frost Misty,
that's gonna mess with
pull as well, and
wow.
with that presence as well, it's gonna allow Notorious to instantly go for the flank, gets the double kill from the windows, and it's gonna be looking for even more damage. Aftershock also gonna be committed alongside with the flashpoint. A lot of paranoia, but it is protected corner as well, but gets punched instantly. We're looking at a 1v2, 1v1 between Ashtray and Talon7. Can they do it? But the Blaze Star will put it down to the ground here, and Boom will take another round for themselves here.
Good stuff. They actually saved quite a bit. They don't mind actually throwing their bodies at them quite aggressively like this. As I said, they're okay losing this round as long as they get significant eco damage done. And now they have the best of both worlds here as Boom Esports. They have more than enough for the full buy. RRQ with that 3-round loss bonus and but 4 kills to their names are not too bad, but you can see it's light armor at best here as Neck Jackson, King Leo considering what to purchase.
Oh man, just Like, the thing is, I had such a high expectation for the side here RRQ as well. Like, the thing is, like, after experiencing the gameplay from the first game, I expected, especially on the map of, hey, but you want to be a little bit more aggressive. But in this case, it was the other way around. Notorious, especially, he was like, Astrid, you were the star of the show from the last one. I want to be the one. I want to be the MVP. And he plays it so well, too.
He does. This time RRQ playing much more on the defensively. They know there's going to be an operator up. No tracer there from that ghost, but they can probably know that one is holding long. They're like, we're not going to really peek that one. But look at this, lurking out through C again. Blaze King able to get the dual victory. So now they're in a very bad spot. They're actually about to be pincer. Look at it where Asterisk is playing. Even Reyna actually lurking out. Garage is the only escape avenue. Let's see if they can recognize that and try and escape here. As Adrian King now closing the gap, lurking through window here. Yodoli, he's going to get the pick as well.
Oh my god, what a beat. But sadly the Devour was a little bit late, especially with the Lear as well. But look at it, 2v3 and sorry, Scratch are going to be making it out for a 1v3, and that's going to be it at Super 6. We'll find the last man. King Leo will be dethroned here, and so does RRQ here against Boom Esports.
Man, Boom Esports, they play so well with the economy. We saw them play very, very defensively there. Actually, they played very defensively on the pistol round. Then they played very aggressively with the anti-eco because they kept all those weapons. They didn't upgrade, played defensively yet again. And then with the advantage here, knowing that they had light armor at best, just rush them down and just collapse on them from every single angle. Boom Esports there, 13-3, looked so good.
Dude, and the best part about it as well, like, we can definitely tell in this game that Boom Esports, not just the personal plays or anything or the firepower, is the fact that they fully understand the game, the metas, what you should do after an eco, what can you do, all the kind of strategy we should actually try to go for here. And it's very tactful. I think the right word here is very tactful, and it so fits them as well because they're like, all right, we're a little bit aggressive, and with our tactful plays, we're able to pull off this win here. So really amazing stuff coming from Boom Esports. RRQ, they really tried, but when it comes down to just all those engagement, just Boom is just a little bit more and like one level up compared to them.
I completely agree. I mean, if you look at the first bloods here, they're spread quite evenly, actually. Everyone on the side of Boom, actually, with at least one first blood, most with at least two, or sometimes some even with three. Compare that here with the side of RRQ, where you got only 3 members with first bloods, a total of 5 in total here. It just tells the story, right? Doesn't it? That they're always going into situations in a downhill battle, or an uphill battle, rather, that is. I did like RRQ on the defensive side, though, especially the last round where they just let Boom take A and then immediately counter-initiated with the breach ult. I think they played beautifully around that, and that's the sort of retake that we like to see. But unfortunately, Haven was not the map for them here. Yeah,
sadly, it really is not. But then again, the reaction coming up from RRQ, like we were talking about in game as well, like they just fully realized, all right, their engagement, their initiative is just a little bit too good. It's too clean. So they realized, all right, fall back a little bit, let them take the side, and then we can try to go for a couple of retakes. I mean, sure, although yes, it's a little bit late for that replanning for themselves, right? But after towards the end, especially to the end of that first half, they managed to pull it through. Although yes, like you said, a little bit lucky they was able to pick up that lurking omen from after using his ultimate from the shadows, but still they were able to retake it back. And I think after that they just got like a boost in momentum. They're like, all right, we can slowly do this. Definitely. Now let's be a little bit aggressive in that second half.
I think RRQ, they show signs of a team that's still getting a lot of experience and learning how to play together as a unit. Because when they play all together, that last round of the first half, it's beautiful, right? They had a lot of these moments as well on split, right? Double peeking the operator, even with pistols, getting a lot of this stuff done. But as soon as something doesn't really go according to plan, it kind of begins to fall apart for them here, right? And Boom, they definitely really drove the nail in that, especially in the second half, didn't they?
Yeah, dude, they, like, if we're literally talking about especially Notorious, he robbed that salt on that wound on their team so hard, dude. He's like, or you're looking sluggish, you're walking a little bit slow, I'm just gonna hit you so hard, you're gonna regret everything for it.
Exactly. The birds and stars were all the only things spinning around the heads here of RRQ as Boom Esports. They're gonna go with the shock and awe. 13-3 here on Haven as they will secure the 2-0. Our analysts are ready to break it down for you. Yoli and Seek and Strike from the caster desk. We're gonna turn this over to Abo Plaus and the boys.
Welcome to the EPOS Royal SEA Cup. We're going to be going over Group C, the teams involved, previous results for them, and ultimately who is going to be qualifying for the playoffs towards the end of this week and may even go on to win the event. We're going to be going over all 4 teams, starting with Armory. This is a team from Thailand and they don't have the best results, to say the least. They came bottom in the #Indie tournament, a tournament that Attack All Around ended up winning. They did have a better showing at the Radiant Master tournament that happened in this region, but still only got to the quarterfinals, losing to Attack All Around yet again. When it comes to the bigger events of Southeast Asia, they didn't qualify for the CGA Pacific Open as they lost in qualifiers to Thailand Attitude, that are now made in Thailand, who are now qualified for the playoffs in this tournament. There's a lot of really good teams in Thailand, and Armory certainly isn't one of the stronger ones when you look at some of the others involved, but can certainly exploit the uncertainty of this group. They've been involved in a lot of tournaments recently, so they have a lot more under their belt than some of the other teams in this group. They need to be careful of another team though, Boom Esports. The Indonesia team did get all the way to the CGA Pacific Open playoffs, but they were knocked out in the quarterfinals against Team SMG. They did win a tournament since then, but it was the small League Game Community Cup, and that's all I've really played since. It wasn't the strongest showing for them at CGA. They lost to Team SMG that came 4th in the event total, so it wasn't terrible for them, but at least they have a little bit more experience in these bigger events, these ignition events, and some of the other teams in this group are going to be at least a little more used to. It would be a real surprise if Boom Esports, for whatever reason, don't end up qualifying at all. A team that certainly has a lot of question marks around it is Todak. They're from Malaysia, and you may not recognize the team name if you've been following the region, but you might recognize the name of some of the players: Baltu, Aduka, Subi, and Senna. This 4-stack has been played together quite a lot, and they were part of a team called Team LZ, where they played in the CGA Pacific Open. They came through the Malaysia qualifiers, but unfortunately didn't get out of groups. They had a really tough time losing to AHQ Esports and Sharper, the former of which ended up winning the whole tournament. So yeah, it was a really tricky group for them. They have won a small community tournament in the Malaysia region, as this 4-stack previously, but certainly nothing too major. There is a lot of promise for these guys with how they've been playing, but I really do think it's going to come down to the day on how well they can do. And finally, we have RRQ Endeavour. This is a team from Indonesia that came through the qualifiers for this event, and they've had not really any good convincing results as of late. They're still relatively new to the scene. They came 5th to 6th place in the Liga Game Community Cup, the one that I mentioned at Boom Esports won previously, but in the Garuda Invitational that they played for the qualifiers for that event, they came 4th out of the 4 teams involved, losing to teams like Morph and Team NXL. At least they have a little bit of momentum going into this event for the fact that they came through the qualifiers. They earned their spot here, but their results against other stronger Indonesian sides don't look all that convincing, if I'm being honest. In regards to Group C, you would expect Boom Esports to come through to the playoffs, but for Armory, RRQ and Todak, it's very much going to be up in the air on who joins them to go and play into the playoffs that start on Friday.
Hello and welcome back here to the Royal SCA Cup panel. As always, your host, Mr. Alva Plus, joined here by Gideon Q, and of course, the Hound. Before we start analyzing the game we just saw, just a little shout out to the guys that are making this tournament possible. Of course, it's Eeples. They're producing, hiring, creating everything about this tournament is thanks to Eeples. These guys exist thanks to Eeples right here. Yes, a lot of love, yeah. Totally not shilling out because we're not going to pay their salaries otherwise. So Eeples, they're actually trying to help the Valorant scene out, and Eeples is actually a website that tries to create tournaments for the amateur and the lower tier scenes that even you can participate. You can literally win money without even spending any of your money just by playing good games. And Eeples is expanding now to Valorant. So if you want to check out what their expansion is going to be, eeples.com/Valorant. You can always sign up to receive any newsletters and any sort of promotions that they're going to do, and you will be hitting the ground running as soon as Eeples starts their tournament platform for this wonderful esport that is Valorant. Now, continuing to talk about this wonderful esport that is Valorant, let's talk about the match that we just saw, because this was not even half as close as the first map.
Yeah, it really wasn't. I mean, overall, like looking at, I think the first thing we got to look at is compositions here, because I think Boom overall very interesting. They, no sages were brought, absolutely fine. However, they're bringing in the Reyna as well, having those 3 duelists to actually really contest a lot of these points, especially having a really strong attack. It showed. It made a difference. It really made a difference.
I think the biggest thing that with Notorious playing on Breach with 15 kills, as well as Arena or Adrian King on Arena with 15 kills as well, it goes to show that one of the things that I felt that Reyna is not that picked in professional is mainly because of the reward system that you get from it, right? You wanna be able to get a down, and then you wanna be able to either dismiss or heal up and sustain, so you'll be able to basically be a killing machine. But the thing is, Arena has to play around a team that goes for picks. Judging from what we saw from Notorious and Adrian King from the side of Boom, it seems that they made it work in more ways than one. I do have to give points out to Talent on the Sova for getting the 14 kills, but then when you look at the overall match standings, it's just 13-3. I feel like it was just really, really, really sad coming in. But the fact remains that in 16 rounds, we could see basically Sova, Talent on Sova still get up 14 kills. It's a testament towards his individual skill as a player for RRQ.
I just find it surprising that, even though the RRQ decided to go for a Cypher on their side, which is very standard for a lot of these teams, is the fact that, Boom really took advantage of them. They started pushing through the sites. They didn't really care about these defenses, and they even used it. They even used that information, that given information to the Cypher to make a play elsewhere on the map, which I thought really, really nicely done overall. Not a lot of teams do that too often, especially in a map like this. And more so the fact that they were on defense and still managed to pull through attack, not having to worry about a lurker. I think RRQ really have to hit the drawing board and really start pushing their advantages in certain areas.
And I feel, to add on to that point as well, and considering that Boom was the team that picked Haven and RRQ was picking defense on the first rotation, right, before the swap, I felt like that's an underutilization of the Cypher, like he said. I mean, a lot of the information that was given to RRQ was used against them, and when you have something like that happen, it shouldn't be the case. I think it's one of the strong case studies for RRQ to just go back to the drawing board, like Gideon said, and just rethink their overall strategies, make whatever roster rotations that they need to make, and try to basically fix everything from the ground up.
And it seemed like to me when we were watching RRQ that there were some times where they just would they would have a plan, right, whatever would happen, and then all of a sudden that plan would start to just break for some reason, I guess nerves, and they start to hastily make really basic mistakes, like they would not peek correctly at the right angles. We saw them multiple times rushing into smokes, like just they see a smoke, like I'm just gonna walk in there with one person alone, and there's no way you're gonna win those kind of engagements, right? It seemed almost like at one point the pressure of fighting against Boom, which is probably the better team here in Indonesia, got to them.
I think a lot of it is just mentality-wise of how they should be approaching things. I'm not entirely sure how the communications is going to sound like, but based on the game that we saw just now, the way that I would imagine is that people are making calls like, hey, I'm pretty confident that if we go in here, we are going to make something happen, and the in-game leader really has to start stepping up and start controlling the pieces on the map.
And I totally agree with that. Once there is a little bit of hesitation or a little bit of a communication breakdown from either side, right? The whole plan goes down the drain. And I feel that with regards to RRQ compared to Boom, I think Boom is a little bit more well put together. And I think the experience really shows compared to RRQ. I'm not trying to take away from RRQ, but despite the fact that they did pick split and they were able to go 13-7 with RRQ being 7, right? But the second game, it was 13-3 on Haven that was picked up by Boom. You know for a fact that Boom already... There's a reason why they picked Haven. There's a reason why they were counting on the fact that RRQ was going to go defenders first, because it is a very heavily attacker-sided map for Haven. Three sites, A, B, and C. And with the fact that the rotation, with the swap coming in for the side of RRQ, and they were only able to get 3, right? It really goes to show that the fact that Boom was able to just be so calculative and just so checkmate-y in that sense, before even anything has happened, it just goes to show that Boom is operating on a different level, whereas RRQ needs to really step up the game if they want to stay relevant within the Valorant scene.
Well, we mentioned this in the first panel, right, Gideon, that usually the offense is the tempo setter in most games of Valorant. That's one of the, even though defense has a natural advantage, offense does have that kind of, they can play with that fact of the tempo setting, which is actually what Todak did in the first game of the series, or the first series in general. I did not see that from RRQ too much. In fact, it almost seemed like Boom was tempo setting despite the fact that they were defending.
I think that's the thing. They really got inside the heads of RRQ because, I mean, like, after they did a couple of setups, especially on the defensive side, they just, at a certain point, they were playing rock, paper, scissors. They were really getting in their heads, really predicting their next move of, oh, they've done this twice. There's no way they're going to do it a third time. Let's put pressure onto the other side of the map. Oh, looks like we got it right on the dot. They're not going to do it 2 times. They're going to switch back over. Let's have a variation on the A site one more time. So I don't know. It could be one of those things where you're in the mentality of, like, let's say we're playing rock, paper, scissors, and you're going rock, rock, rock. At a certain point, one of us is going to have to change, right? After the third time, they naturally do that. So again, they're following this rule of threes, which they need to start mixing things up a little bit more.
I really like what you mentioned, actually, and if we can deviate a bit just from the match, more into grandiose things, because I noticed this a lot from tactical FPSs, the pro players, the IGLs particularly, right? There's sometimes they make these really tough call. There's really difficult prediction that might not work, and they're just so confident in it, they just follow it. How does that develop? Hound, I know you've coached teams before in this position. How do you develop that confidence to say, I know this seems like an odd thing, an odd call to make, yet you guys should follow me because we should go out a unit. How do you develop that trust in your IGL?
I think it really boils down to the team building aspect of it, being able to just operate not just on a professional level amongst the players, but also on a personal level. With regards to patterns, the reason why the rule of threes always apply in movies, in food, presentation-wise, because 3 is the minimum amount you need to set a pattern, right? So it's very deeply rooted in human psychology. So part and parcel of what I do with some of the players I worked with in the past, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the coaches as well do it with some of the players in whatever games that they play, is that you need to be able to understand the psyche of your players. And when there's a level of trust where it's as simple as this, right? I mean, if you're a soldier, you don't ask why, right? If someone asks you to jump off a bridge, you don't question why, you just jump off. There's a difference between, what's the word for it? Yeah, there's a difference between blind faith and following through. And the fact is, if you are too busy questioning why do I have to do that, IGL, why do I have to do that, right? It immediately breaks down, and that split second where you question your IGL, the trust is gone.
Well, I mean, that does bring up the overall perspective of, like, you know, having structure within the team. I personally believe that it's not only just the structure about, like, obviously you got to have that trust, but I think procedure is what really unites a lot of these teams together. And this procedure is, okay, these are the callouts, these are the standard callouts, we don't deviate from that. If you're calling this out, everybody knows what it is. So there's probably going to be a check and balance in a lot of these situations of, okay, we want 2 people to actually go aggressive on A this time. We want to make sure that, you know, that we are covering the angles. Make sure you take our cipher traps and feed us the rest of the information. One person will sit on B and the last 2 will sit on C. Let's see how this goes. The game plays out and the first thing they see, oh, cipher trap is already here. There is a possibility. They're following these procedures, and I think overall RRQ does lack that procedure of how they should methodically be approaching the map.
I like that. So that's actually feeds into Hound's point as well, right? The blind faith is great, or the following through is great when you're in the game, when you have to make these split-second decisions. But it's outside the game where you have to build this procedure, this process that every player can trust in. And that's how you create this the ideal IGL, which we saw from Boom Esports, because the trust was there for that team, 100%.
Yeah.
When you look at it from the perspective of a player, right? A player has to rely mostly on a little bit of his wits, the leadership of his IGL, and the flick mechanics, the twitch mechanics, the twitch reactions of his micro mechanics on a personal scale. But for the IGL, there's a lot more things to consider, right? There's a mental checklist that they have to go through. There's a little things where little nuances, little information that could actually change the outlook of a game, right? So because the dynamics of a game such as Valorant is different compared to other titles, everything is slightly similar in terms of the map, right? The map doesn't change. There's no change of side angles. Every side angle is every side angle is similar, but the timing of where this person is, where that person is rotating, the experience behind it, you know for a fact that it's a 5-man rush to B. What do? You immediately hightail it. You immediately hightail it to B and try to fight it out. But at the end of the day, we can only base it on conjecture and speculation because we're not inside the minds or the organization. So we just do hope that RRQ is able to take a long look at themselves and basically fix up whatever deficits that they have and come back stronger for the next game.
Well, we'll see if that's the case because Boom Esports right now in front of them, they have a tougher opponent. An opponent that just comes from a fresh win, and more importantly, an opponent that's kind of turned this game on its head. They picked the worst agent in the game, I think we can all agree.
Hardest agent.
All right,
hardest
hardest,
agent, all right?
okay. I see Gideon has come around, you know. He first listens to Zero, and there's a seed of doubt in his mind. Then he watches Todak. They're the Malay team, so they're like, yes, let's go.
There's too many
Viper isn't a
things.
meme, guys. Believe.
Too many things are just falling into place for me to make sure I say like, okay, maybe Viper isn't that bad.
Yes. You gotta support the Malaysians no matter what happens. So, would you keep supporting the Malaysians in this matchup? Do you think they have what it takes to beat Boom Esports?
I think this is a great litmus test, you know? You got to make sure,
Okay.
are you acidic, are you alkaline? And the best way to do it is play against some of the better teams to really show your weaknesses on which side you're going to be on the spectrum. So this is going to be a great way to see where Todak is and benchmark them there.
I'm pretty much impartial towards the nationality of both the teams.
Of course, that's
regardless.
what we all are.
Regardless, right? But I do believe that Todak has a bit of a chance though. But I feel like it's gonna go Boom, and the prediction is gonna go 1-for-1.
1-for-1.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. The bold prediction of doing the whole series at once. I respect that courage. What about you?
This is going to sound terrible. I'm going to preface this. This is going to sound terrible, but I do think that it's going to be 2-0 in favor of Todak.
Oh, I wonder why.
You impartial person, you.
Most objective panel I've ever had. Nice. Thank you, guys. Appreciate this. Let's see if that can happen because right now we got to check out what happens at map number 1 between Todak and Boom Esports. This map is about to start. We're going to go to a small break before we throw it to the casters, and you guys can enjoy the wonderful narration that we've had this whole tournament for this incredible series. That is Todak versus Boom Esports. Please, take it away. Break time.
Hey, welcome back everybody to the Royal Sea Cup. Here with me, Gideon, and Play of the J. You just saw me come in from the analyst side, and I'm gonna say I dropped a lot of faith into Todak here. So I'm really hoping that they win though. But will try to keep a very level head about this as we look into this matchup. And the first map is going to be Ascent.
Oh yeah, and of course it was Ascent where we did see Todak come out guns blazing, and yeah, really looking forward to seeing how that is going to be going away. If you're just joining us, I'm Play the J, he's Gideon Q, and yeah, looking forward to getting stuck in here for our third match of Group C. So, you know, Todak, of course, the Malaysian team, you know, really stacked up against the odds in the first game, managed to take it 2-0 in terms of the maps against Armory Gaming, but now they got quite a difficult proposition, as you guys did go through on the analyst panel.
Honestly, I think it's really, really good here because we don't really know what the ceiling of Todak is right now. They had a really strong showing in their first round of the day in the groups. Now that they're going against Boom, who naturally has proven themselves time and time again that they are pretty good, now we're going to really start rubbing some shoulders.
Oh, and yeah, I think, you know, looking at how Boom was playing in the previous series, you know, it's like, hey, you know, they got to give them huge props. They look absolutely ready to rock and roll. They're one of the teams that's actually able to use Reyna successfully, as well as we did see it really tearing a new one on Haven. So I guess now with us moving to Ascent, this is going to be an unknown quantity for Boom. We didn't see them play in the previous series. It was on Split and Haven after all.
Oh gosh, I really don't like Split, but you know, Ascent actually is a little bit nicer, though it is still defender favored. Going on the attack here from Todak's side, as we did see them in their previous matchup play twice on attack, opting to go twice for the attacker side. That's already pretty interesting. I would like to see how flexible that attack is going to be, and then, you know, vice versa, of course.
Yeah, so of course, Todak is going to be playing on attack again here. So, I mean, you know, looking at the kind of plays that they had available to them is definitely going to be interesting to see. I think what we're all looking for is, are they going to bring the Viper yet again?
Exactly.
You know? So I think, you know, I'm not going to repeat too much of what you guys have discussed through, you know, but I think when I look at Todak, definitely it's a team that, you know, hey, you know, we brought Viper in the previous series. You know, we don't care if you know, people are going to be aware of that fact. You know, it's just whether or not can they beat that strategy or not.
I think it was a very bold statement, to be perfectly honest, to be like, hey, right out of the gates, the moment we touch this map, boom, Viper is just comes out swinging. And I think they could have definitely held back a little bit more if they wanted to, but hey, they are best of two, so you got to bring out everything from the get-go.
Yeah, and you know, if we think about it, when we look at the entirety of Group C, and you know, the Armory Gaming matchup is probably the one that, you know, was a bit iffy, and you know, they have to make sure that they try and win it. That's the perfect time to bust out the Viper, you know, when no one has, are ready to make sure that you can take that matchup, no problem. But we are going to be still waiting for the players here to get ready. I think we're just having a few moments for them to connect to the server. But didn't quite catch, what were your predictions coming into this one?
Well, I mean, I don't have to repeat myself to know what vibes I'm giving off right now, because I did say it was probably going to be, you know, I've been listening to my heart all day, you know, I'm trying to phase out the amount of head, you know, I'm thinking about all the stats, but I do believe that Todak actually has a really good chance against Boom. But Boom has been showing to be very consistent in their play. Their aimers are really good as well. Their entry fraggers are nasty. But coming into this game, I just want to see whether or not, especially for Boom on the defender side, it's going to be, all right, can we deal with the Viper, yes or no? And even after the Viper, can we push even further? How are they going to actually handle it when they start pushing up through Catwalk and mid?
Yeah, I totally agree. And yeah, I think when we consider the Viper impact, definitely no surprise anymore. So that could just very well be Boom trying to do their own thing. But I think, you know, let's not put it past Boom. Who knows? Maybe they also want to, you know, pull an ace out of the hole and bring their own Viper. Bring their own Viper. Then we've got Vipers for days here. And, you know, we're already setting new inroads here, new trends. And that's going to be an exciting proposition as of course, innovation. I mean, when we first started I think this competition, you know, we were seeing a lot of the similar agents, the meta agents, you know, I think, you know, lining up against each other. It's kind of been seen already, despite the fact that Breach only just got buffed, and you know, as a result, that has influenced the kind of agents that we're seeing now. But yeah, still some change up is exactly what I want to see.
I just think it is interesting that amongst the groups, I mean, you're seeing many different regions across C coming in, and there's a lot of different players. playstyles, and it's becoming more evident that a lot of these teams actually like the Breach over the Brimstone. So we're seeing a lot less Brimstone, especially in groups C and B. I remember A having the Brimstone, and not too common in Group B as well.
I think Brimstone, whenever we see Bind, he's
For
almost, he's been picked more often than not. I think both Resurgence and Paper Rex definitely favored bringing the Brimstone. I do believe that Division Strikers bring them yesterday when they went to Bind. That one, I'm not too certain.
To Bind, I'm gonna double check for you. But
Yeah.
besides that, there's also the Killjoy. The only team that plays is BBI, and so far I'm kind of waiting for that as well.
Yeah, I think when we did see Killjoy feature in some of the other matches, it did tend to see her being picked on Ascent, where she was actually the most influential. Other than that, it's kind of faded out there. But I think, of course, the surprising trend today, looking at these teams, there's not a lot of people putting that 100% trust into bringing a Cypher. Todak definitely are not bringing it. We didn't see Boom bring it as well. They opted to take the Reyna in lieu of that, but here we are, ladies and gentlemen, and we see the lineup, and Todak is indeed going to be bringing the Viper here, and it's going to be Balto piloting the Agent to the best of his ability, and really looking forward to this one. A bit more of a standard lineup here coming up from Boom, but they will be going for double flashes.
Yeah, I do like the idea of double flashes as a way to try and deal with this Viper. That's going to be very exciting to see, especially with those walls, because whoever gets closest to the wall first will be able to set up the next counterattack after. So let's see how this is going to play out. And, speaking back to our previous point, and yes, it was Bind that, Vision Strikers actually played the Brimstone, but they don't usually play it on any other map besides that.
Yeah, and for a good reason, Omen just too good nowadays, but we will see how Omen is going to be featuring here. We can already see it coming out early on here. Boom going to be aggressive, and looks like Super Sis is going to be able to get the first shot, and it's going to be on Balto of all people, so that wall is not going to be really featuring, and you can already see Todak starting to rotate down mid.
Yeah, and now that we're trying to reveal the area, they tried to slow down the initial push coming in from B, if there ever was one, blindly throwing the shock arrows in. But so far, it's only going to be one person dead from the side of Todak, because the rest of the team is going to be pushing through it. He looked a little too late, but now the rest of the Blitzcrank is already in. The rest of the team rotates further. Boom currently are just looking to stop this Omen.
Oh, and there's not a lot to do that I can do. Oh no, Asterix is going to be able to come around this side, and now looks like Boom is going to put one up early on the board here. I think, after getting that early pick on the Viper, that really set the tone and limited how Todak's potential options.
Yeah, and I definitely think, that initial that initial frag that was supposed to be for Breach, because he was checking the corner and he actually had the advantage. He had a much wider angle to allow him to kind of see him first. The problem with that is that he kind of flicked a little too quick. He looked there, okay, I don't think anybody's there, quickly flicks back. Oh wait, actually the tip of his gun was poking out.
Yeah, that might be a sign of a little bit too much of caffeine, but at least Todak definitely having the right mindset, and they'll be sure to, probably take those peaks a little bit more cautiously. But it's going to be an anti-eco here coming out from Boom Esports, as they do, of course, want to try and limit the options from Todak to deal that economic damage. So might expect to see some passive play here, but there is going to be all these peaks here into mid, and it's Notorious here is going to get the opening pick.
Yeah, this is really smart coming in from Boom as they're looking to take control. Asterix will be able to clear out the last. They push out of the site. They see the spike, and now Soma is just chilling. He's like, please don't look at me. Please don't look here. Oh no, he's going to take a couple shots, gets the first initial kill. And if he can get one more, just one more would have been nice.
Oh yeah, but I think, definitely going to be good to get the singular kill. It's going to be kind of expected that it's a bit of a difficult proposition to deal with this. And of course, we did see the Viper wall allowing Balto to get the ultimate orb, but this is the round that Todak does need to fight back. Otherwise, it's going to really be difficult, considering that we see that there's still going to be so many of the guns left over from the previous round. All the Spectres and the one Bulldog does really give credence to the idea that Todak should be taking this away. But we did see in their previous matchup that it almost fell apart when they weren't able to deliver on this particular round.
Yeah, looks like they are going to break the wall very early on the defender side, because they want to make sure that the post plant is going to be much nicer. But I think Todak
they made the initial mistake of forgetting, oh yeah, they're not gonna be aggressively pushing from B side, which they did, and they lost pretty much everybody through mid side, opening up catwalk for the rest of A to kind of just blow through. So at least Todak have made the adaptation.
And you can already see the positioning here from Boom Indonesia, sorry, Esports, and they're actually going to be positioning the Omen here on top of the concrete stacks, as that's going to allow them to really shut down any walking in here a little bit unannounced. But we are seeing that there's no presence here in tree, and Balto, in the meantime, is going to be creeping here, just hiding in the dark cover while the rest of his team starts to rotate through mid. There's 3 players stacked here on the B side for the defenders, so it could be a bit difficult. I don't know if the 2 players are going to be able to stop this.
And it looks like they're going to rotate. They got to be careful of that right corner. Oh, Aduka! He spots it. He is very ready for it as he sets up on the height of the boxes to make sure to watch Heaven as well as Catwalk.
Oh my goodness, that was on point execution coming out here from Todak. So they are going to lock down this site, and this wall has been seen to be very effective in the previous matchup that we did see Todak take it away. But now this does seem to be a little bit of a save round coming up from Boom, or at the very least they're going to try and get these exit kills. They do have some of the SMGs remaining, so they do want to try and utilize that. Then they can have a nice clean full buy going into this. And don't forget, any damage done to Todak here, even despite them winning, wouldn't be great for them to buy again.
Oh, they're trying to make sure they get these exit frags here. He sees one, he's trying to blow through the wall, but now they notice him, but that Soma was in the back site. Unfortunately, oh sorry, Breach was in that back site, making sure things work, and finally the attackers win with a spike detonating, but still 2 defenders from Boom still are going to be alive, and that's good. Look at the econ. Look at that econ.
Oh my goodness, that was a great play here coming out from Boom, especially Notorious. The trigger discipline, waiting for all of them to creep out. And again, maybe we should say that, this would be the obvious strategy that Boom Esports might be doing here. So unfortunately, Todak not able to spot out that impending doom. And you realize that they didn't put the Jet there in harm's way at all, and was able to definitely guarantee that they're going to have an op in this round.
And it looks like they are kind of scoping out. They have the spike on Breach of all people going through A side, but 3 members making sure with Viper as well, ready to set off her gas at any point in time. She just has to be careful of Jet sitting down by Catwalk.
Yeah, and with this relatively low econ round here for Todak, despite winning the previous round, they're going to be playing a bit carefully, see if they're going to catch any bit of carelessness coming out from Boom. But Senna is going to punish Notorious, and actually going to be teleporting a bit here to mind game the opponent, but it's not going to really matter too much. Balto, though, is going to take down Adrian King, and now it looks like there's going to be this solo take here from the Jet.
Yeah, and luckily Senna was able to check the flank real quick before finishing off. That just opened out B side entirely. Breach can rotate through there. However, still Jet just has not even moved from Catwalk's side. Oh no, but Aduka is going to be finally knocked out.
Oh, only 11 HP left here, but arguably Super Assist shouldn't be around anymore in this game, but he continues to sustain, and it's a 2v3 at the moment. B control is fully there, and now with no Viper left on the board, they're not going to be able to make use of her wall at the moment if they want to try and get in. There's still going to be the operator over there by the A short side. Not sure if Asterix is really going to push this. He is in a 1v3. He is looking for this kill here on Lever, but it's still going to be difficult if there's going to be a crossfire. But no, it looks like he's going to be able to get the surprise. Now they know his presence, but Asterix, oh, he didn't spot him out in the right time, and Paranoia is going to be able to steal it there. Doctor is going to be picking up that final frag.
Okay, a little bit slow on setting up that crossfire. I think if they set up that crossfire by E-Box, it would have been absolutely fine. The problem is it was just a little bit too slow, and Sova definitely should have wide peeked there, but I guess, the team just didn't generally know where she was going to be.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if they knew whether Asterix had the the tailwind still available. Which if they did have like a very close crossfire setup, then it might be difficult to get the instant refrag. So, anyways, it does look like Todak going to be able to come out from that one, despite the previous round not having any guns left over. So now this is in a way a little bit of a soft reset. We see that there is going to be a light buy here.
Oh, and it looks like the Hunter's Sphere is going to come out pretty quickly. I mean, both Owl drones have been used to go and check out Elbow there, but the rest of the team, I don't think they're going to continue pushing through at this point. The ult has already been heard. They should be looking to rotate towards mid because Catwalk, again, is wide open.
Oh, but the cat, or rather the Hunter's Fury coming out from Blaze King was good. He managed to catch the Viper, and again, you're stuck without a functional wall. So this is going to be hampering Todak's ability, not only in the manpower department, but also in what they can bring to the table. But now they are still going to be waiting over to this A side, you know, trying to fake it out in the sense that, hey, they will never guess that we're going to push here since our Viper is already eliminated. But I think they're getting a bit wise to this. We're already seeing that the Jet is rotating over.
Yep, everybody's going to start making a move, and I'm expecting Breach to actually go through mid side. Yeah, there we go. He's got to make sure he's landing every single one of these. He goes above to get some information on Heaven, doesn't see anybody. Phoenix is, going to be the first to go. No, he does not, but Asterix gonna bop him right in the back as Senna finally takes out the Phoenix, and it also takes out the Omen.
Oh my goodness, this is tragedy here for Todak. They get completely minced up, 3 players straight away, and not able to take care of the Phoenix, but the all coming out here from Senna will be able to get the $300 per person as the plant has gone down. Not so sure what else that he can accomplish from this one. Probably just going to try and maximize whatever kills that he's able to. Now, I don't really know if he's going to be able to stop this. His dark cover only just becoming available, but with the presence here so close, he's not going to be too safe here if he's going to expend the utility. Luckily for him, they're not moving too fast, but the flash coming out here, and it's going to be absolutely perfect. Not a lot that Senna could do from that.
Yeah, it's just really tough overall. They should be able to get the defuse with no problems here, and especially when they have a breach against one person and you can challenge 2 angles if you wanted to. Oh boy, there's no getting out of it.
Yeah, too much utility still available here for Boom. And they're going to be picking up another round. This is really back and forth at the moment, but I think that right now, Todak, they do have to go for not as much of a buy as they would have liked. They're going to be expending a bit of cash here for some pistols, but it is still looking healthy for Boom. Everyone able to get full rifles going here. Now, I would like to see that the Viper going to have a bit more impact here, but of course, did get eliminated early on in the previous round.
Yeah, and I mean, that's unfortunate, but I do want to see some other types of attack setups from this Viper. She's been dropping this wall the exact same side every single time. The mind games are only going to work so far, but I mean, we saw in the previous match, even if they did decide to actually drop up the Viper wall, both Omen and Phoenix were really far forward, ready to take anybody on with their flashes.
Yeah, I think the tactics coming out from Boom Esports here definitely working in that favor here, but Subi here is going to take down Adrian King, and now that's going to start to switch things here in favor of Todak, but the Rolling Thunder coming out here, and this is a push here from Super Sis. The timing is fantastic. He's going to be able to get 2 players straight away. Notorious gets another one here, but Senna all the way from A main will be able to tap down his opposite number.
This is huge. They've already taken 2. If they could get 1 more, this is just pure profit coming in from Todak here for the rest of the move. They can't afford to go down. Asterix is the next. Somebody gets a great shot too. Oh, and nearly clutches out the round here. But Omen now on his vest. He's got to peek right now, but they stick it, and the defenders win.
Oh my goodness, Blaze King absolutely solid there as he is going to be able to finish the defuse there. And yeah, pros do not fake, and going to be able to prevent Senna from going in there. And now looks like that's Boom going to put another one on the board. But actually, for all things considered, I think that was a great take coming out from Todak because it was an eco round coming out from them. Only pistols expended. They're going to be able to get that full buy going from them here. And now, let's not forget that, you know, this is kind of expected in terms of the scoring, but maybe Todak set high expectations for themselves.
Maybe. It's a little hard to say, but I mean, it's really going back and forth, and now we should expect Todak to be coming back pretty hard. But right now, Art King is taking them out. All 3 members from B side are going to be gunned down. Todak's, the Doctor was able to get 1 in return, but it's a 2v4 here. 4v1 now.
Oh, Adrian King doing a number here. The running back absolutely devastating and taking out all the players there at B lobby. Now, only 1 player remaining, and not sure if Boom Esports here allowing him to look for that final player, but he's only got 7 HP, and at least they do have that spike control. Not spotting out the Doctor, and now he will see if he can get any more exit frags, but it's going to look a bit difficult if he peeks towards that mid side. I don't think that Asterix is going to let him go easily.
Yep, I think now they can just spam their shock arrows as they drop the smoke right in front of him. Now he's just purely isolated. He could try and creep into the... Oh, no, he tries to go up the flash, but unfortunately, Blaze King was way too ready for that.
Oh yeah, I think he dodged the flash as well there on the catwalk side of things and gonna be able to get that kill. Now, probably gonna be seeing pistols coming out yet again from Todak. They do have the pistols, or yeah, light buy, as we do see. Duka did actually have a nice 4K with the Stinger as well. I think it was on the second round of their attack in their previous matchup. But yeah, they're going to be going for that again. They are getting 2,900 per round here after Boom has been on a little bit of a tear these last 3 rounds.
Yeah, they really are just tearing it up. And right now, Todak has to be very, very careful, especially with these ults, because right now, Boom is just doing so much more with them.
Oh, and now with that fault line is going to slow down Todak a little bit here, but they do have the dark cover, really going to limit the options for the defenders here on the mid side, but there is going to be this push down to B main here, but looks like Blaze King is ready for it. No one checking the Cubby here, and it looks like it's going to be an absolutely devastating crossfire, and again, only one player remaining here. It's going to be a Duka with the Stinger, but oh my goodness, that's such a common spot. Not unfortunate that they're not able to spot him out. Asterix is going to claim that final kill, and boom, with the flawless round, going to be taking down the eco.
I mean, they had everything going for them. If you're going to take some huge casualties like that.
Yeah, and right now, the double flashes that we see coming out from Boom could be the godsend, because they know that they have to put some on A because the wall is always going to be present there. Oh, looks like Balto, he's taking down Adrian King, not going to be able to get a 4K again like we saw him in the previous or 2 rounds prior, but now we'll see if this wall is going to be playing a feature, because now with one set of flashes off the board, it could allow them to push onto either side unabated.
Yeah, that's a good point here. Ooh, okay, Toxin Gas is already be coming up to A, but look at the rest of the team. They have Jet just sitting right in front in case anybody decides to push through the gas to try to get through A long. But the rest of the team, they've got some good mid control right now. They need to take out that breach. The flashes are coming out from Nocturne. He finds the first pick, second flash comes through, both trying to flash each other, third one, just to make sure as he loops around to get onto B side.
Oh, Notorious is going to be able to conquer that, but oh, finally going to see the Viper ult coming out here on the B side. It is a 2v3 and going to be nullifying Asterix to a certain extent. He's just not going to have a whole lot of vision, and you don't have the Sova to help you get in a lot of info as well.
Yeah, I don't really know how they're gonna actually deal with this Viper's ult. Oh, but instead, they're just gonna use Breach's ult. They run onto the site. They find one. They take out Viper and Todak Summy. He's almost there, but Asterix cleans up house. The only way to beat a Viper ult is with another ult.
Oh my goodness, and yeah, I think that the Rolling Thunder just worked brilliantly there, and they needed to do that, and knowing two at the moment, and this is looking very different from Todak's first game against Armory. Of course, they did manage to take the attacking half 8-4, but this is looking a little bit in the opposite direction now.
Iron King, he's immediately going to see that flash coming in from Breach. He's going to pull back, and the Hunter's Fury also coming out as well.
Oh, and this is actually going to be slowing things down, but it's actually going to be headed towards that B main side. It's a little bit of a blind usage there, but it does give a lot of information. That's why you can see the rotation coming out here from Boom Esports over towards the A side, but they're going to think a little bit about that, but Notorious is going to be moving back to the other side.
Yeah, but now that the Rolling Thunder has come on, they're going to be pushing through that smoke. Oh, Super Saiyan finds one, finds two with the headshot, but unfortunately the penetration will be getting him through. Aduka looking to find one more now. Unfortunately misses all of his shots. Blaze King is there to take him out, and Asterix finishes off the round strong.
Oh, Super Sis with the 3K there, really coming out clutch in the close quarters. Todak not using the at the
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate for sure. I can't really say too much about it, but I think overall, I mean, looking at the game, Econ is going to be a very, very big problem for Todak at this point in time because Boom just refuses to be dropping these rounds, and even when they're trying to go for anti-eco, it doesn't shake them up too much.
Yeah, and right now, this is a difficult position. I think they've isolated them over here on the tiles and the lobby side of things. They are going to put pressure on Notorious. He doesn't care that he's stunned. He's still going to be able to get 2 players there, looking for the third, but he is blind right now. Adrian King, though, he's going to mop up the Doctor and Subi, and now, Boom Esports looking absolutely imperious here, but of course, Senna is still going to be alive here. Might be able to catch one more. No, not able to spot out Blaze King in time. And that is going to be that pistol's all going to fall right down.
Super unfortunate, but this is the last round, so now they're going to have to bring out all the big guns to make this work. Toda is right now at a huge 7-round deficit.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, this is quite the stomp so far from Boom, but of course Todak can still come back from this. We have seen the Viper play on the defense as well, which could offer them quite a bit. And of course, Ascent, need we say, you know, based on the matches we've seen and from other competitions, that it is kind of on the defender aspect, but right now, Boom in esports really driving it home.
Yep, they're getting aggressive once again as they peek out aggressively through B side, and they got caught again. One more time, they lose mid control. Jet can't do anything. Everybody was looking the wrong way as they got flashed by that breach. They have to remember that Boom will get aggressive if you just kind of leave them and not give them that information.
Oh my goodness, Adrian King so good with the run it back here, but Aduka can't do it alone here. He's only going to be able to get one more before it's actually cleaned house there over by the top mid. But yeah, I mean, these very coordinated pushes try and catch.
To actually deal with these lurkers and kind of zone off that area to give you that free information, because right now they're lacking that information and the only person who can actually gain it is Sova.
Yeah, so I mean, this is always going to be difficult. You don't want to have to dedicate one person to just watch that side, but again, you know, with the if you put an emphasis on making sure that you use the run it back and get ultimate orbs to really fuel that kind of strategy, oh, this is going to be absolutely devastating because the push is coming down from bottom mid, and to follow up right behind the run it back Phoenix is absolutely paramount.
Yep, they trade fault lines on both sides. Viper quickly tries to isolate the entire A side as they start pushing on in. Jet pushes through the smoke. Supers is the next to go down. One in hell. Unfortunately, that's going to be Omen, the first to go down here. As Senna is dead. Jet still on top on Heaven here. Oh, headshots all the way. Asterix picks up a kill. Adrian picks up the kill. The Doctor trades it back, but Subby, he's stuck outside of the site.
Yeah, he's the last player left here. The plant only just going down, but right here by Lever is going to be one of the players. He's going to get spotted out, and the right click going to be on point here for Subi. It's a 1v1 situation. He might be able to do it! The double headshot there by Subi is going to win it here for Todak, and the all-important pistol round is going to swing in their favor.
Good lord, Subi, the tracking on this man, making sure that he lands both of those headshots in a perfect secondary fire coming through to take out his opposing Sova.
Oh, and maybe this will allow the gap to be closed a little bit here after quite a number of rounds in a row, 8 in a row, of course, that we did see on the defensive side for Boom Esports. So this could be, you know, something that Todak really needs, but we'll see how deep that they can dig. We haven't seen them in this position particularly.
I mean, of course, now that they're playing from behind, they got to make the best of the situation. And I did see, I did actually see a Marshall coming out from Aduka, so he's looking to actually take this momentum and get as many frags on this round as he possibly can, but trying to go for the jump strafe peek there, really nice, just to kind of bait out the shots.
Oh, but this is interesting. Coming out from Boom, we are seeing a bit of a buy as well. You know, they're not going full eco as what we have seen in pretty much every single round 2 of a half. after losing it, and it looks like that surprising factor here is going to take down Senna as he's getting a little bit too overzealous. But Blaze King, he's going to be locking it down. Look at the shot connecting onto the Doctor here, just too good at that particular instance, and now they're going to have control on the A side. Adrian King, he's going to take out Aduka and Subby. It almost doesn't matter that they have the full anti-eco.
Yep, they kind of have to just bail out of here and use your utility to buy time for yourself, but oh, they are going hunting. It's hunting season for Boom.
Oh, and now it looks like they're trying to find the last player here, Balto, giving away his position, only 20 HP remaining, but the top mid side is going to be devastating here if he doesn't catch the Blaze King. Oh! Look at the shot, but it does look like Asterix will clean it up, but Balto's heroics there, unfortunately, not going to be able to allow Todak to take anything much from that particular round.
Great comms on Boom. They're just making sure that they are, the moment they see his position, they are looking to try and ping it out. So just pushing through the toxin gas and immediately going for the shot. Really nicely done here. I will say though, they got to be really, really tight on this defense because so far it's looking messy from Todak overall. Like Heaven side on A, absolutely demolished every single time Boom starts pushing through. They have to be a lot more careful.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit too comfortable. Oh, look at the set play coming out from Aduka. Is going to get shut down here by Asterix as he's ready with the Blade Storm. And now they're going to say thank you very much as that's going to be Phantom given over to their side.
And they heard the door actually closing on A side. I'm not sure whether they know, I'm not sure whether Boom know that Breach is on the other side of the door, making sure that he is watching the entrance of Gardens and as well as Catwalk. So it's just something to be very aware of.
Yeah, and with that early presence there on the A lobby, is going to be prompting this presence down on Catwalk. They are not decided yet what they're going to do. Oh, but the Sova Dart here is going to be catching them out just a little bit. Of course, they are hanging all the way back on the spawn side of things to rotate around, but there's only going to be Balto hanging on the B side here. They're breaking through the door at Market, and now this might be a bit difficult for just one person. The Sova pushing around the side here to try and help out, but oh no, I don't know whether Balto is going to be able to emerge from this.
Yeah, I'm not too sure of how this rotation is going down because now they only started running out, but now Ardrick already getting the flash. Omen is going to be the first to go down. He sees the second, unfortunately loses that gunfight to the Doctor. Hasn't been losing these too often, especially with the Stinger. First initial one, but Boom, Asterix with the ult as well, taking him down with ease.
Oh man, and it's a bit unfortunate there for the Doctor as his initial spray was mid-air, so yeah, not going to be landing a lot of them, despite the fact that did manage to get the flash onto Notorious, but we are on map point now. And this is actually Todak's map pick, as we did see them play very well on this map, but it looks like Boom Esports has got their number on this, as with their very disruptive plays, I think that has really thrown them off the balance, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, they're bringing in 2 Marshals this time around and a lot of SMGs against full ARs against Boom, so this will be interesting to see how it goes.
Oh yeah, well, no choice here is going to definitely prompt that force 5. I think Aduka here is going to be watching out here, not quite having the same effect as the operator in your hand, but there's no opportunity here to run it back. Not going to be effective here for Adrian King this time, but now the paranoia is going to be coming out. Zedek gets one here at close quarters here, but Super Sis and Blaze King are tearing it through onto the side here. Zedek takes down one, but only 33 HP remaining here. Not going to be able to knock her on the ledge. Adrian King cleans house. 3 players up here for Boom Esports. They're going to be taking the first map here on Ascent.
Oh, he was so close to finishing off 2, but the gun just didn't have enough bullets already loaded in the magazine. I think he only had like, what, 1 or 2 shots at most. It's really frustrating, but there you have it. That's gonna be the game. Let's look at some of the stats, because overall, I mean, in terms of first bloods, I don't think either one of these teams have been a very big standout. The only one is going to be Blaze King at 3, but that hasn't been, it's too substantial of numbers.
Well, I think what we can't directly see from here is Adrian King, especially on the defensive side. He definitely used the run it back excellently. I think he came down bottom mid one time to get a triple kill onto the B lobby. He also came from B main. He only got 1 kill, but his teammates pushing behind him, in particular Notorious, who has been really tearing it here with the 18 kills. definitely pushed up and was able to clean up the rest.
Yeah, I mean, Todak really struggled, especially in this game. So it's clear to me that they do have some holes in their strategy, and especially with their setups especially on the attack. I think, after do we get 2, 3, 4, and I think they did it about 12 times that they set that same no, not 12 times, that's a little too much, 8 times that they actually set it up against on the A side to cut it off in that isolation here. I think Boom had some great adaptations, putting both Phoenix and Omen there just to double flash them as they are pushing through, or stay really, really close to that entrance just to make sure that they're caught off guard.
Yeah, and honestly, with the amount of flashes that they brought here, I think that was going to be the difference maker here. And I'm not sure whether or not that they would have brought this composition, but definitely it was a good position here to take against the Viper, because all you need to do is put your Phoenix on one side, and then you still have the Breach on the other to really slow down pushes. And not only that, you do also have the Omen presence on A. Yep. So when you combine that, I mean, Omen is already a great anchor. He's going to be able to slow everyone down, Paranoia, and also the dark cover. So the double whammy factor is going to be absolutely devastating.
I think this game just made it clear that, being able to mix things up within your composition is going to give you a significant advantage. I mean, the fact that they switched out the Phoenix and the Breach, I can't remember which round it was, just to make sure it was the same round actually that Phoenix was able to get that triple kill after pushing aggressively when he had that ult. Before that, it was just Breach just fault lining, flashing, just making sure that it's nice and safe before, let's leave it there. They don't have a Cypher, so let's push out and see what we find.
Yeah, and I mean, with all of that, they are definitely capitalizing on the weaknesses shown by the picks that Todak has. Of course, they were going for a specific kind of gameplay, but I think Boom Esports has adapted to that. Of course, they were able to watch that first game against Armory. So, I mean, now, of course, that's our first map, so we will be moving on to Haven in a bit, but of course, this is going to be the Boom Esports pick. Now, I dare say that we're going to be seeing a bit more of maybe the same lineup that we saw also on Haven earlier today for Todak.
Yes. Potentially. I don't know. I'm interested to know, because there's so many things that we don't know about Todak. Like, what else are they hiding in their back pocket? What else are they able to kind of whip out for this game? And especially in a map, and especially in Haven as a map, it's very attacker favored. So it wouldn't be too surprising if we saw them just not go for a Cypher and make sure that they are getting onto that site effectively.
Yeah, and they did do that by taking the race. We wouldn't be surprised to see them drop the Cypher again. Not been a popular choice for them. And now we, of course, didn't see that from Boom Esports either when they played RRQ just now on Haven. So they did bring the Reyna, and they are modeling that it's still a winning strategy, as of course they were going to be carried by the Reyna play on that map. So I think all things considered, ladies and gentlemen, we can speculate for a little bit here, but with that, we're going to be taking a little bit of a breather on our side. We're going to be tossing it back to the analyst desk for all the breakdowns there on the very first. So without further ado, I'm Play of the J. He is Gideon Q, and we'll see you in a bit.
Hello and welcome back to the Royal SCA Cup. Here we're back on the panel to analyze the wonderful game we just witnessed. But we've changed the panel up so we can give some more innovative analysis. We bring back the stellar caster that is Seek and Strike, and we add him to the Master Craftsman Zero, together with your host, of course, Mr. Avo Plus, which I hope is in some sort of lower third that just came up and went away super quickly.
No. It stays for a while.
It stays for a while?
Yeah.
He's there forever.
He's friendly, right? He's not shy anymore.
Okay,
But,
nice.
now that we're in day 3 of the tournament, it's like you guys are used to us, so it's like the first 2 days of lecture, you're like, oh, I don't know this guy next to me. And then you're like, yo, bro, I like that big pocket. What do you put in there, all of that charm?
I actually did. Wow, that was smooth.
What can I say?
Tinder opening
Smooth
lines
as
right
silk.
there.
And you know what else was smooth, actually, that I really liked, was how Boom played this one. They went aggressive with the Viper. On a map like Haven, I wasn't really sure how it would work out because, to be honest, I didn't really get to see their first match when they played the Viper on attack. Do you know if
Todak?
Todak, yes, thank you. Todak did this, thank you for the correction. Do you know if they also started attack? Do you recall?
Yes,
They
did.
also started attack.
Okay.
They
had
always
this-
choose
yeah.
attack, actually. It's
Okay.
been the only team that's always chosen attack.
Okay.
They had this set strategy on A,
Yeah.
where they would just
Yeah.
throw it out, throw their toxin screen out, and whether they execute it on A or not, that would just be, you know, their standard setup on the toxic screen.
Yeah, and I really liked it because what they would do is that they had immediately before the buy time,
Yep.
they would deploy the wall.
Yep.
Sometimes it would be a fake, right? Sometimes they would
exactly.
feint on just one man there, like the
Yeah.
duel. It was always the Jet, which is great because the Jet's the person that's going to go in
Yeah.
first. We've seen that a lot. That's how Todak like to play. That's their entry fragger. So you always had to keep people in A. The angle that they deployed it at was also brilliant because there's no escape. Like if you were to deploy a wall similarly in B, you can always run into Boathouse if it's
Yes.
placed
There's a lot
crossing
of
the
places
site.
to hide.
That you can retreat back
Yeah.
towards middle through the market, right? There's lots of places to hide. That's not the case for A. So very frequently it was great because it forced people to stay A. Boom, though, they wised up to it after a while.
Yeah.
One round, actually, they committed even the Hunter's Fury. They were looking to tag anyone in B. They were looking to tag anyone in mid. They didn't find anyone, so they made the early rotations. Even though Todak did actually take the site very effectively, Boom, with the knowledge, were able to crush them in the retake. So I think it was good in practice, but Boom, because they had a Sentinel, 2 Sentinels actually, they were able to kind of outplay it, in my opinion. So I don't want to say it's an outdraft. In my opinion, I just don't think Viper's really strong enough, and this is kind of why we see these sort of hard counters.
You think it had to do a bit as well that the Viper pick, when we first saw it, was a surprise to both ourselves and the team that we're playing against. But this time they had already just witnessed how they played the Viper, right? They already knew that was probably going to come out. It wasn't a surprise, you know. There is that little question mark factor. First match of the day, they pick attacking a side on a defensive favored map. You know, that always catches a team, and that's why they stomp so much. But Boom, it's not easy to surprise someone twice, right? Cheese only works
Yeah.
once.
Yep, exactly. And you know the way Todak plays is they are all out. you know,
Yeah.
and they are very aggressive and they are very fast. The fast tempo they play can work if they are extremely good at, you know, checking all the angles, clearing everything that they have to clear. Because if they miss out the angle, like people for Boom, they can just easily find that chink in the armor and then just use that to just continuously retake the sites. Like we saw from the first half, they had 5. They went to the A-bomb site almost 7 times, and they planted the spike every single time. But then, when the retakes come in, it was just Todak not being in the right post-plant positions to be able to stop them.
And there's 2 problems that the Viper presents there. Really, one major problem is that you also can't see through that wall.
Yep.
So you're unwilling to usually cross it and actually get into a more traditional sort of post-plant position. What I think I would really like to see Todak do, because I think this Viper can work, right? Because what it does is, if anything, it delays rotations, right? What you can then do is try and actually play around mid lane a bit more. I think Boom Esports, they read this quite well because they didn't always make just the standard rotations through defender spawn, because they knew that's very vulnerable, right? If Todak were to play for picks there, catch the off-guard rotating members, that I think is like a really golden ticket here. But they weren't doing that. They were constantly lurking out of B main into B lobby, sniping people through catwalk. Like it was just Boom, I think, really outplaying them here.
Sometimes it's difficult when you have these strategies that, like, so let's call them unorthodox, right? This is a plan that you have almost. Whenever you find a team doing these strategies, they have a very, very clear plan, and most of the time they're less adaptable because they're trying to execute this so hard, right? And we kind of saw this to some degree where Boom Esports managed to beat them, yet they were unable to defeat Boom Esports' adaptability. per se.
Yeah. So I've got like a similarity to compare this strategy to that I think will break it down, because it's true. Even if you just watch Valorant, you like the esport, you like tactical FPS, maybe if you just play, none of us really see a lot of Viper, right? So let's try and draw this back to something that's a little bit. Let's go to Bind. Let's go to Brimstone, right? Very, very common combo, especially on attack. The Brimstone attack combo, I believe, for the A site is generally you smoke off truck, you smoke off heaven, and then you plant very, very close and try and defend from A short, right? Generally, the problem we see with that is that it's very hard to actually push enemies out of heaven, out of hell, and through the connector, right? It's a very similar issue that they had here in the A site with the Viper, right? It's almost, in fact, the same exact problem.
Pretty much.
If anything, it's delayed even longer. Some of these problems are actually exacerbated a bit more because Viper can actually choose to deploy deploy that for a lot
right, yeah.
longer, right? So teams that are not very good at clearing sites and setting up in the post plant positioning can actually kind of get baited out by this sort of thing, I feel.
Do you think you need to change your lineup a bit more? Because what the lineup was relatively standard with one off pick, right? Do you think you should try to change it very much? Like, for example, we saw Liquid doing in Europe, right? Where if they're going for the unorthodox picks, they're going all in, right? It's not like a slight change.
Yeah.
They acknowledge their weaknesses, try to cover them.
Yeah, I
Would you
feel,
have
I
liked
feel
that
like
strategy?
if they want to pair up the Viper, they have to pick more duelists.
Yes.
More Phoenix, more Reynas, pick up
I haven't seen Phoenix at all, actually.
Yeah.
We just saw him here in this match, actually. Boom Esports deciding to opt for it.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry. For
For to dock.
yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
So yeah, they need, because you have such great, area control. You have like a skill that just completely splits off half the map. You need some people to clear the other half of the map.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that there's no one's hiding there.
That's great. Yeah, you can try and play for
Yeah.
picks or just play for all-out aggression because
Yep.
he's exactly right. Viper, she is the queen of area control. Even though she's objectively, if you look at the facts, right, pretty bad, right? But
Matchup statistically,
matchup
right?
statistically,
Yeah.
yeah, she's not doing so great. Stats don't lie, right? But you'd be remiss if you didn't say that Viper is the queen at area control. The problem is, yeah, she's great at that, but that's all she's really
is.
good at. Yeah, so you need someone to kind of go charging fearlessly through that Viper wall to look for picks to force them even further back because the retakes are just a little bit too easy to execute.
Yeah, like we see even Boom, when they saw the toxic stream coming, the Phoenix actually just put down the A doors and he destroyed the doors himself. So he was getting himself ready for the retake.
Yeah.
He's not gonna let them have the extra doors to give away the information of where they are. He just put it down before they even push into the site. He released the doors and he just destroyed it himself and he just went through a short.
Exactly, and you don't even need to actually follow up a lot of the times on this sort of aggression. Even just having those agents in your pool, sometimes it's not the threat of the run it back. Or sometimes it's not the run it back itself, but it's the threat of the run it back, right? Where it's like they have this ability that they can use to scout us out aggressively. It's gonna, by its nature, change the play style, right?
Yep.
Same thing with a Sova, same thing with a Breach, right?
Yep.
You're not all gonna want to stack up in the same spot because he can totally wreck you there.
Yep.
We've seen that actually a few times. The Breach ulti is actually whiffing quite a few times into A, along with the pushes out from Tadak. And I think the Breach and the Viper, I think you can't have on the same team. I think those two clash a little bit too much. Maybe
fulfill
that's
the
a bit
same
of an
role.
issue.
Yep.
Yeah, I would say they really kind of fulfill the same
do.
role. And
And even
not-
Omen, to
Yeah.
an extent, they do
Yeah.
pretty much the same thing. They just wall smoke, they do smoke, they just deny vision. That's all Viper does. And if you have two other agents that does the same thing, then you have no one getting the kills.
Mhm.
All right, and you're going too all in with a strat, or too all in to a specific side of your lineup, and it's not really that necessary, right? Because realistically, how many agents do you need in your lineup that can push people out of a spot?
One or two is
Yeah,
enough.
one or two
You
will
don't need-
do.
you don't
At
need
best,
more than
right?
that.
Yeah. No, I agree because and it's not like the counterplay to this is especially difficult. It's don't stack up
Yep.
and play for the retake.
Yep,
right. That's like the easiest thing to do, and usually what I'm recommending. Well, it's easy to an extent if they don't have anyone to counter the rotation.
Well, we're talking, of course, with the bar set for competitive players.
Of
right?
course, of course.
People hearing gold are going,
I don't
how do I
care."
do this?
yeah. Just click on their heads, guys. It's that easy.
Easy,
No.
easy.
Just win.
But yeah, I think maybe then. Do we know what our second map is actually here?
Our map is no,
Okay, not off the top of our heads. That's okay.
not in general.
Well, it's not going to be Ascent, right?
Yeah,
we,
it's
we
not gonna
actually
be
we
a
actually keep this information to ourselves so that players or viewers are more surprised.
Surprise, yeah.
Mm.
It's either split, bind, or Haven.
I'd be surprised if it was split. I think we're going to probably see
Haven.
Bind or Haven here. I think that we could
It's
potentially
the
see.
Doc's pick this time.
It is.
Yes.
So maybe if they want to work with this Viper, I don't know. At this point, you have 2 wins, right? Or I guess you have 1-2-0 if you're
Yeah.
to Doc. At this point, like going into this game, do you think, Zero, are you like a little concerned? Maybe you try and run a bit more on meta, or do you think you still try and play your game here for this match?
Like we've seen them actually playing the meta heroes, and they are actually meta agents, and they're not that bad at it. I mean, they know the executes, they know how to open up a site. So we might see them. They picked up Haven on their first match of the day, and they did pretty well on it. It was a pretty close match. It was 11-13, I believe the score was, where they won. So they might just go that route again, just pick up. Just go towards Haven and play the stock standard, the things that we are used to, the Jet, the Breaches, the Omens, the Ciphers, things that they are used to, we are used to, and then see how then we get a good measure of the skill level between Todak and as well as Boom.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, because I'm looking a bit at these stats, right?
Yeah.
It's hard to even like justify the Viper strat, because the Viper strat at least is rush into its site, ideally get first blood on your side to at least make that retake a bit harder, because you're kind of sacrificing your such a great hold, right? So you need at least a number advantage going your way. But that, unfortunately, really didn't happen too often for them. I think they went about 50-50 in terms of first bloods and first deaths on their side. And with this strategy, you really, really need at least to get that entry pick.
We've been concentrating a lot on the Viper specifically, because of course there's a
it's unique. Yeah.
But one of the other things that also is very characteristic about Todak is their aggression, their offensive favored lineup. How can they take advantage of their how prone they are to being on the attacker side?
And that's for the defenders against Todak?
Well, I don't know what they picked. I'm just saying that Todak has always picked the attacking side until now.
Yeah.
How to take advantage of this style? How to take advantage of that? They like to set the tempo.
Well, I think you do exactly what Boom does, right? I think maybe it took Boom quite a few rounds there to get used to it, but then after that they were able to dispatch them pretty easily, right? Because you know they're gonna have this all-in kind of half commit, and then they hit the brakes hard and don't even actually usually take the back of sight, right? So you can really take advantage of that with some AOE, with some just overall defensive positioning in
counter
place.
flashes, counter initiations. That's gonna slow their tempo a lot. And once they slow down, they're like a train. They're either all in, or when they stop, they just take forever to start running again. So
nice. You've been to Spain. I like it. Nice.
I like it. I like it.
But yeah, I like that idea. So for Boom, the plan is really just slow down this aggression. But how can I overwhelm? If I'm Todak, how do I overwhelm Boom? What are the strategy? Are there any agents that I can use, particularly besides the Viper, of course, that can give me that edge?
I think you just need someone to kind of play a little bit crazy and really force them back, get some damage in at the very least.
Okay.
Just the Jet is not enough. Something like a Raze or a Reyna to go along with it.
Okay. I mean, they had success with the Raze as well, so that was a pick they loved a lot.
I think that's something that can actually do them really well, because like I said, they do a really great job. Like you see on Bind with Breach, make that Brim, you see it's really hard for them to contest the actual plant, but then after that it's like, all right.
You use all the utilities, okay, we just go in and clean up.
Exactly. You need some follow through. You need to at least force some defensive utility out, because right now Breach just flashes once, secures his escape, and then waits for reinforcements for the retake. That's a serious problem here. A team like Boom Esports with more experience than them, as they've played together for a while in previous FPS titles, they're going to be able to play it patiently and
they know when to give it up and then when to actually fight. Stay and fight for it.
That's a very good point that you raise up. Actually, their experience in other FPS titles puts them a step above when it comes to this the cool-headedness, right? Whereas Todak can bring a lot of creativity, it does seems like Boom brings that consistency that's often hard to beat. Their gunplay has also been incredibly solid for this match. I mean, if we compare this match to RRQ, honestly, no color. In RRQ, they made a lot of like basic mechanical mistakes, especially in the first map. But here against Todak went for a couple duels a couple times that did not work for them whatsoever.
Yeah.
And they didn't even need their top fragger Asterisk to actually shine in this match. It was just all the defenders. Asterisk was actually the bottom of the table for a lot of the game, because they didn't really need him to play aggressive. They just needed him to be the one to clean up after after pushing in. And by that time, Notorious, they already have done most of the work.
That's actually really interesting that you point that out, because he was neither first blood nor first death at all.
He was just waiting.
He was just waiting. But that's not the person that you want to necessarily have waiting, right? Because he's the aggressive, even on defense, he's quite aggressive, ready to go in, get in their face, look for an opening pick. And that seems like that would be actually good for Team Todak, but in essence, it's actually not.
Yeah, because when you know the opponent is really aggressive, you don't want to be the aggressor as well. You don't want to be the one staring down 4 gun scopes when you peek across the corner. When you're trying to play aggressive as the defender, you want to play back, make them run into your crosshairs. That's why Asterisk wasn't really enabled or actually needed in this round, because the side anchors, Notorious, the rest of his crew, they were doing the job, and Asterisk was like, all right, easiest match for me. I just sit behind.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
You don't need to pop off if you're going to just wait for them to make a mistake, right? Which is kind of what happened there. And we're going to see if they can do the same thing in the second map. But before we go into that map, I want to ask, as always, predictions. Mr. Seek and Strike, do you think Todak can take this map and tie the series?
Oh, man. Without knowing the map, I would say yes. I would say yes in hopes that they recognize that they were kind of just running into a brick wall,
Yeah.
you know, a little bit later into the round, and hopefully can just draft a little bit differently to try and observe that issue. So yes, I'm going to go for the hometown heroes and think they're going to take map 2.
I think if they are able to like slow down, pace themselves, actually use, they are not slouches in any department. I think they just need to slow down a little bit, think about how they execute, and then execute as such. They can take map number 2.
Okay, both my analysts believe in Tadak for map number 2. I'm going to take the Indo Pride side, and for the first time I'll predict that it's Boom Esports is going to take this map, mainly because they keep calling us biased. I believe in you, Indonesia. Let's go, boys. Let's see if they can take this. It's map number 2, a really big map for Tadak particularly. Boom Esports also looking to get a second 2-0. Let's see who can get that final point in this series. Tadak versus Boom Esports. Take it away, casters.
Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. Whilst we are in the group stages of this tournament, I wanted to take an opportunity to look at some of the bigger hitters when it comes to the teams involved, and who to really keep an eye on that you expect them to go out of groups, through playoffs, and to maybe even win the whole event. To do this, I'm going to go through all of the groups and highlight one of the teams that I think is going to do quite a lot. We'll start with Group A, and we'll start with Attack All Around. This is a team that's had some great results across the bigger tournaments in the Southeast Asia region. It's a team from Thailand, and they've been in the finals of the 2 biggest tournaments, winning the Africa TV Asia Invitational and coming second in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. Both of the finals they played up against RRQ Esports, which we will talk about in a second, with a dominant win 2-0 in the Africa TV tournament and a very close loss 3-2 in a best of 5 in the CGA Pacific Open. This is a team that has a lot to prove. You could definitely tell that they've been watching both the NA and EU scene when it comes to strategies, executes, and what agents to use. And with the balance patch at the moment, I think this is a team that can really adapt and overcome any opponent, but most definitely they'll want their revenge on AHQ if they can get that far. I say that because there's a lot of really good high competition in this tournament, and when it comes to that, look no further than Group B, and the favourites over there, Vision Strikers. You've probably heard of this team. They're from South Korea, and they've pretty much won everything that they've played in. They've had some really dominant results in the Korean tournaments, most notably Clan Masters 2020, and this is a team that plays some really aggressive and exciting Valorant. It comes as no surprise that South Korea has taken a liking to a class-based FPS game, but that doesn't mean at this point that Vision Strikers are just going to have their way with everybody in this tournament. But make no mistake, this is the favourite of the tournament by a pretty large margin. Now we get onto Group C, and it's much more competitive when it comes to the teams involved, but there's not really a specific team that you look at and go, they are definitely getting out of groups and you can expect to see a lot out of them. Out of all 4 of the teams, Boom Esports has had the better results, but they just got to playoffs in the CGA Pacific Open and lost out to Team SMG. It's not really a solid look for this team, and really any of the 4 teams can come through playoffs and not be a super surprise. But since CGA Pacific Open, Boom Esports have been able to win a couple of smaller tournaments at least, and maybe with the meta changes, they might be able to find a lot more solid footing. So expect to see some pretty interesting stuff potentially out of the Indonesian team, but they're not quite at the Colossus level as Attack All Round, and certainly not when it comes to Vision Strikers. Now going over to Group D, I mentioned this team before already, and that is RRQ Esports. It's basically vice versa for Attack All Around. They came second place in the Africa TV tournament, but then won out super closely in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. With that momentum, they went into the Africa TV Asia Showdown tournament, which happened last weekend, where they played up against some of the bigger teams in South Korea, like Vision Strikers as we spoke about, but also Japan's Absolute Jupiter. Unfortunately, against this team, they lost 2-0 in the semi-finals, not really having an opportunity to show their strength, losing out 13-7 and 13-8. So whilst this is a team that won the most recent tournament that they were a part of, they still have a lot to prove to really show that they're a dominant force, not only in Taiwan, where this team comes from, not even in just the Southeast Asia region, but in Asia as a whole. You'd expect this team to get out of playoffs, but if they run into a team like Vision Strikers or even an Inform Attack All Round, things might be a little bit tough. But these are the favourites out of the groups. But no matter what happens, we're going to have some really great games and no doubt a few upsets along the way.
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen, and we're having our second match here for this exciting matchup between Toduck from Malaysia and Boom Esports from Indonesia. I play the J, he's Kitty and Q, and yeah, we had a cracker of a first game, but how do you feel? This second map is going to be moving on to Haven, indeed.
Yeah. Well, Haven, going to be interesting. A lot of teams like to pick this for their second map. For some reason, I understand why. I'm kind of like, I'm kind of like ground on it overall, but I think Boom have definitely showed that they are the more adaptable team, and I think Todak definitely need to kind of expand their horizons, and I think Haven is a pretty good place to do that because it kind of allows you to be a little bit more flexible with where you rotate.
Yeah, exactly, and I think we didn't see anything, too non-standard when we did see Todak play, against Armory Gaming when they were on Haven, but they did bring both the raise in lieu of the Cypher, so that's a little bit of a, departure from the regular normality. But of course, Boom Esports themselves didn't even take the Cypher, so, this trend of not bringing the most loved Sentinel is actually going to be a little bit of refreshing, I dare say.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, I'm not so sure how the Haven matchup is going to be working out, whether both sides are not going to take Cyphers again in hopes to be like, you know what, I'm going to catch them off guard, because I do feel like Boom was ready for the Viper pick in the previous map. So now that it's kind of going to be more even, I'm hoping to see whether or not Todak is capable of playing Cypher, not that they're actively avoiding it, just to kind of show versatility.
Yeah, and I think especially if Boom Esports is going to be playing aggressive on defense to try and get these picks, it's not going to be so detrimental if they do catch. I mean, there were a couple rounds where they kind of shut down a lot of the options that Todak had. It's not so much that they can't do other things; it's that you took of the Viper, so you needed to kind of get some mileage out of that, and looks like Todak going for the same lineup with the raise in lieu of a Cypher, and of course we're going to be seeing the Reyna again from Boom Esports. This is a great lineup. It's going to be a little bit unpredictable as to how the dynamic's going to work out.
I love it because now it's going to be a little bit more traditional. It's going to fall down to the very traditional fundamentals of these tactical shooters, because Cypher, what was great about him was the fact, and Cypher and Killjoy, what's great about both of these is that they tell lurkers, hey, I don't want you playing this game. The moment we spot you out with one of our utilities, it's basically over for the lurker. He loses his biggest power, which is the element of surprise and coming in from a back flank.
Yeah, and that's kind of why we probably need to see a little bit of these aggressive plays coming out from these players, just to prod and gather a bit of information as to where the attack could be coming from. But now we are going to be seeing the likes of Todak picking to start on attack, and this is going to be quite the trend for them. They're already here on the B side. Balto looking for heads, but Asterix, he's going to be holding this tight angle. Oh, he's going to miss the shots.
Just look at the way they played. Look at the rest of the team while Raze is just kind of chilling by the connector. Oh, misses the first initial shot there, but unfortunately it's going to be trading 1-for-1 here. 1-for-1 on both sides. It could have been a potential double kill, but unfortunately didn't work out that way.
Well, at least Balto did manage to get something from that. Obviously, the team members here bursting into, well, not really bursting, but walking here into Garage. Oh, but looks like Blaze King, he's going to be able to get one without getting refrag here, but he's red HP, but Notorious, he's going to be able to pick up Aduka, trying to reach into that seaside here, but Senna will be able to get the refrag as he starts to burst in on site. They do have presence coming in here from the Sova, but now look at the stacks here. Not going to quite deal the damage here. The Tailwind working out brilliantly.
But unfortunately, Omen has to wait for the Paranoid to end. He gets the first initial kill, twists on over, and gets both, and Super Seas finally takes him out. He was really kind of hunkering down there.
Yeah, and I think once they managed to get the numbers advantage, I think Boom Esports, they didn't really panic.
For Omen to kind of pick and choose where he was going to come out from, whether it be from garage side or from defender spawn side. I think it was just a really good play overall by Boom. Oh, here we go, already starting with the entry frag. He's blind, but he can't see exactly what he's shooting at with the breach, making sure that this midway is absolute a war zone. Penetration coming in from both sides. Lear comes through, passing up to the darkness. He picks up one, goes into dismiss it. Omen, it's a 1v2 situation, but he can't seem to pull it off just yet. Senna still managing to survive, 8 HP. Unfortunately, it's going to be full armor, full weapon area, and a Spectre coming out against Senna's
classic. Oh my goodness, 8 HP.
Oh my goodness, yeah, he's trying to mind game a little bit here. Did have the B, he's going to be backing out towards the C long side. Of course, he doesn't have a lot to work with here. He is 1 HP essentially, and now his opposite number is actually going to be patrolling through the garage side of things, see if he can spot him out. He's got to know that he's low, but this rotation from Senna is going to really be in order to try and pick up the spike as best as possible, clearing the angles with a bit of time remaining.
The worst part about this is that if he makes any noises, Omen will know. So even if he decides to like pick up a gun,
30 seconds left.
A little too close, and the audio can be heard through the double doors. That's when Omen's gonna make a move. He notices. Okay, where did the bomb go? Where is his next position to plant?
Yeah, I think the plant will be going down here as Super Sis not going to be that close to be able to deal with this.
Trying to fake it.
Oh yeah, with the smoke going all the way, the dark cover all the way to seaside. But
10
yeah,
seconds
he's going to
left.
hear the plant going down. Paranoia here going to be throwing off a little bit, but not a lot is going to be in it here. As of course, he's just going to be 1 hit, and now at least that's going to be $300 in the bank for each of the Todak players.
Yeah, I mean that was a good round. That was an almost good round coming in from both sides there, but boom, once again their trading is much better. They're landing more shots overall, and just that HP disadvantage just didn't allow Senna to actually have an opportunity to come back into this.
But it was actually pretty good here coming out from Todak, because let's not forget there was anti-eco around, and the buys were quite substantial. So
true,
we're seeing a bit of a broken buy coming out here for Boom, and they at the very least they can still get an op, but a couple of light armors and 2 specters. Yeah, it's not the best of situations, but they're going to make do with it. They're going to be against full rifles coming out here from Todak. Now they're going to be playing a little bit slow here on the start.
Yep, they got to be very careful on the speak here. They quickly drop down the smoke. The owl drone? Did he deploy? I don't think he deployed it. I thought he initially deployed it at first, but it doesn't look like he did. But the enemy Sova on the defender side looking through B, making sure that it's safe, but that's going to be the first pick off here by Balto. As he looks for a second one, that's 2, looking to open up C side.
Oh, it looks like they have the control. Excellent play coming out from Balto. He's going to lock down the spawn side of things here, as Senna going to be taking down the plan. But of course, we did see Adrian King take a very aggressive stance on the sewer side of things. He was able to take one of the players, but now they're going to be caught out potentially. But we're not really seeing a lot of refrag potential by the positioning here by Subi, but he doesn't need it. He's got a 1-tap asterisk, and now there's only 1 player remaining for Boom. They have lost so much here in this round.
He didn't notice. He didn't notice him. It was right at his peripheral. He just noticed the tip of his head, and I think Reyna also didn't notice them as well. She's looking through the window, doesn't know that Sova is going to be walking through as everybody is that way. Hold on, they're making a ping onto Gardens here, but Reyna, the moment Raze is going to be dead, the refrag is probably going to happen.
Oh, it gets fought out by Adrian King. Is going to be able to get that one. The wall bangs are going to be good. Subi picks up the 3rd on the round. And that is going to be Todak able to take it away with 3 players as well. Not able to pick up the op that was dropped by Asterix, but they don't need it. Their economy is going to be pretty good, and they're going to be able to pick one up here for Duka. So now, Duka, he did get picked off on the garden side of things while he was trying to peek into sewer, but it's very common for the defense to start peeking there. But we don't see Adrian King doing that. He's actually going to be backing up his Sova in the garage.
Man, this is like watching some classic tactical shooters. I mean, look at everybody. The way that they are making sure that not only are they looking to push forward, but they also check back once in a while, just so in case that the lurker starts popping out. Like, now without the Cypher, the game just feels a little bit more perceptive and reactive.
Yeah, exactly. And everyone says that, or rather, you know, the Cypher might not be taken too seriously on the attacking side, but he does have a very essential purpose, especially when we're at such a competitive level. But now we're starting to see Todak all piling down here towards that long side of things, and this dark cover might be working against Boom Indonesia if they're not able to spot this out. Currently, no information being granted whatsoever. Could be a very decisive push, but it might be very telling. They're all the way down in Silong as well. They don't spot out Todak.
The Lear is going to come out. The Paranoia as well has connected as they are looking to clear that side. They didn't clear the back of it. Oh no! It looks like the sewer side finally got that first initial pick. Soma gets another one. Subby is doing a pretty good job. However, everybody else, the updraft comes through. They can't seem to connect these shots. Finally kills him up, but the Shorty has already taken some names.
Oh, now there's only 2 players left remaining. It's going gonna be Senna and the Doctor to try and hang out with it. Currently it's 2v1. They're gonna pick off Senna and not able to make use of the Vandal that he's picking up there. Now they do manage to recover the ult, but I dare say that is a very costly round here from Todak. Not able to spot out Super Sis, who is hanging out at the top of A short ramps.
Huge win on that round for Boom himself. And hey, by the way, an Easter egg, check it out. It's the bear.
Yeah, I gotta love all these things that Riot has put across the map, and thank you, Observer, for pointing this one out. But yeah, I think looking at Boom Indonesia, they're gonna have that full buy going for them here again. You can see it's slightly broken buy coming out from Todak, and that's how much damage was done to them in the preceding round.
Yeah, but the question is, I guess they just want to get the momentum back in their favor. They're just playing to their strengths. They'd like to have that momentum on that side because then they feel the confidence to take these, bolder and bigger fights. However, Boom, really, they are just playing a very standard game. They're making sure that they have some really tight communications, especially when it gets chaotic.
Oh yeah, and with the lead currently in favor of Boom Esports 3-1, they are starting to push here through the garage side of things. Blaze King not spotting Balto out at all, and he's gonna get tapped from the side, and that is gonna be absolutely devastating here. Aduka also getting spotted out on that B mid side.
Talk about bad timing. Stopper coming in Balto here. Is he gonna use it to zone? Yes, he's zoning out his opponents from that side. He's gonna be going into the smoke, holding his position, unless he's feeling a little bold here. But Omen really out of position for the rest of his team. He's got to make something happen, but unfortunately, that flash is going to be a lot longer than he anticipated.
Oh, Senna was able to give the info that the teleport did come out from there, and Senna again going to be able to punish, but looks like Balto and the Doctor are going to go straight down. A Drain King is going to be the last player left. He's going to get paranoia right now here in the middle side here, but he's going to be able to come out with it. Of course, he's got Empress available to him as well, and going to be using that for his clutch potential. Oh! He's going to come out with it. The 4K on the retake here, and Reyna really delivering the promise here on Haven.
What a clutch coming out of Arcade right now, especially with the Empress. I mean, if he didn't have his ult there and then, he probably would have died trying to get back into cover to reload his gun, but all around good play coming in from Boom.
Oh yes, and this is going to be a little bit difficult for Todak to continue to buy here. 2 rounds on the trot. They are going to be down a bit, so they are going to be opting for a pistol round, going for 3 sheriffs to boot. So they're just going to try and deal a bit of economic damage because they need to try and prevent this from running away from Boom. But the arrow here is going to spot out Asterix a little bit. He's going to have to back up ever so much.
Oh, 3 people looking to push through sewers all at once here. Omen got some great elevated height. I don't think they're going to see it. Yeah, they just don't. Now he's going to paranoia. Everybody's going to be trying to push on through backwards as the rest of the team is just kind of holding their position. I like what Breach actually did first initially. He took hit by that paranoia and immediately looked to hide. He could have just held his position, but instead he decided to peek out and he got punished for it.
Yeah, the extra gun regardless is still going to be good, but now they're bursting here onto the seaside. They're going to spot out Notorious here. He's going to get paranoid, but they're not in position to stop him, but it doesn't matter. Duka will be able to use it. Gets the second one on a Blaze King as well. Now 2 players coming in, one from the B-Link and from spawn side, but with enough of this smoke cover here for Duka, this is going to slightly delay this push. He's going to actually be able to pick up the guns for his teammates here, and that might prove decisive.
Yeah, that's a smart play overall, but unfortunately doesn't actually get that initial frag. That's 1, 2 more to go. Unfortunately, it's going to be shot right through it here. King already has what he needs. Thrifty, good round coming in from Todak as Subby is clutch it out.
That was such a crucial round here from the Malaysian team, as they really needed to get that one. And the fact that it was an eco round, just pistols on the board, they have to be really pleased with their ability there, and they traded out with Notorious pushing onto that seaside.
Yeah, it looks like Todak is capable to actually take Boom on, especially when they are playing on the low, especially when they're trying to go for the anti-eco round as well. Both sides have done it. Got big guns, doesn't matter. We just got better aim.
Yeah, and this just highlights why Jet is so good, especially on these eco rounds. Can just pop the ultimate of Blade Storm and manage to get 2 frags in the process. But now let's see how this rifle round is gonna be going. But with Hunter's Fury bursting out here and not gonna really quite. Oh, it actually does hit the Doctor, and he's gonna get picked off all the way towards spawn.
Now they're both just pinned here as they play this peeking game, and unfortunately, the Doc ain't gonna win. Breach gonna walk back into C now. Alvin King already found his first pick with the help of Asterix from the top side, making sure that mid is not going well. Subby lands his shots, really nice headshot there onto the Sova. He's gonna keep guards, but unfortunately, Arcade, he does not miss. What were the margins of hitting that headshot?
Well, the shots completely on point there, Gideon, and now that does mean that Boom Esports has managed to answer back quite decisively, and they're not going to allow consecutive round wins. And, you know, I dare say that this is the most impactful onto Todak's economy because they're just not able to build up the round bonus here, or rather they have to start again here, and they're only going to get 1,900 for their troubles after that one. So they are going to go for a little bit of an eco here. Aduka wanting to go for the op, but it might be a bit ill-fated, so he's going to be opting for the Stinger instead.
All right, who's gonna make the pick? Because right now Boom is getting very aggressive. They're all the way up. They're all the way up in garage as well as they push out through B main, looking to try and cut off whoever's at double doors. They already found the range. Good, but the rest of the team is gonna be pushing through C long. They already took out the anchor. They gotta kill off Soma, who's sitting by the garage. They finally cut it off with the smoke. Now Jet is gonna have to play this slow as they drop the bomb on the opposite side rather than the default side.
Oh, Blaze King is turning this into a shooting gallery here. Blaze King will be able to finish things off. He gets the 4K on the round, and I really have to commend the kind of coordination that we're seeing in terms of reactions coming out from Boom Esports, and especially when Balto was trying to push through the garage side of things, they kind of knew the pressure he's putting on there. The paint shells forcing the repositioning within garage, but the flank was good from Adrian King coming down from that mid side at the same time.
I mean, just look at this. They are forced to not do their regular pulse plant setup, which is, you know, put it along the side facing towards C long, and that would have been a really decent position because nobody else was trying to look to flank. They were playing from garage and they were playing from spawn. But at that point in time, what can you really do? They pushed through garage already. They're already waiting for you on both left and right. No matter what you do, you're gonna need some utility to bail you out of that situation.
Yeah, Boom Esports just so fast on the reactions. They're able to get in position, but Duka is going to be better with the reactions at the start of this round. A drinking here going to be going down as he is trying to go for a little bit of a peek here on the suicide. Now he does have backup in the form of Super Assist to really protect his body, but Todak, they can afford to take their time. Senna, though, he's going to get picked off, moving on to C-side here, but also trading out. But oh, look at the push out coming here from Asterix. He's going to take down his opposite number, and that's your op on the ground. Not a lot that Todak can do about that. They only have 2 players left here on the grass and garage side.
Oh boy. 2v3, they just got their spike back. It looks like they could get on C once again, but so far the success of Boom retaking C is really, really high. Jet still holding her position. That's notable because she's going to be super late the moment the bomb is planted onto C. So eventually she's going to have to start moving.
Yeah, but I think especially considering that both of the Todak players here with the low HP, they might just go for the plant and then maybe try and bug out with the weapons that they have available to them. So they're really trying to mind game their opponents, going
30
all
seconds
the
left.
way around the side here to go to A, but there is still going to be problems there as they do have Asterix that might be able to have a say in this story.
Let's see if it connects. She's looking at Jet's looking at Heaven right now. Asterix, he turns down, misses the initial shot here. He still has the tailwind. He's walking up with the ghost, destroys the Boom bot. The recon arrow, alright, finally gets rid of it, reveals the position to no avail because that information is basically redundant.
Oh, and now you can already see them abandoning the site a little bit here to try and take these sneaky positions to catch any of the players rotating in here. But we got 2 on the A link starting to push towards connector. Not really going up towards the heaven side of things here. But now Balto, he's going to get spotted out by Asterix. Almost no HP remaining. Not going to be very useful for him. But now Subby moving on the side. He takes down Super Assist there, but Asterix is there to clean up. And now we will see the lead extend to 7-2.
Yep, big lead coming in from Boom here as they continue to outclass Todak in every single aspect of this map. It's becoming really, really tough. The loose style of Todak is really starting to hurt them because it looks like their comms are really jumbled up as they are pushing onto site. Where is everybody looking? They're not covering each other's angles.
Yeah, so I think, you know, the focus has to be to try and ensure that they can get the trades going. And I can understand like how they took their post plant positions, but given the fact that they didn't have a lot of HP, they should probably set up a crossfire to try and catch these players. But it didn't help that Asterix was already taking that position on long, so they had to be a little bit aware of that.
Yep, well, the Hour Drone is going to spot out too as the Hunter Fury comes out. You see, probably here's the Tailwind, finds one target, looking for another, but that information is all he needed.
Oh, and he actually hit the raise there, trying to look for the jet that was tagged by the Owl Drone, but now not going to be able to confirm that kill. So this is going to be slowing down a little bit as they try and spot out any of the positions that Todak does want to try and advance. Only 3 rounds left in this half.
Yep, once again, they are looking to try and set this up as they got 3 members on C once again. I would like to see a little bit more variation here, especially trying to get on A at least, or we know for a fact that they can actually kind of, contest B and start a battleground zone on the grass, but we're just gonna have to wait and see. Sova gonna be the first to get picked off.
Oh, but the push is starting to come in here. And Aduka might have seen there, but he didn't actually take enough action at the same time there on Notorious. They're pushing on the side. Notorious going to get 2 kills here onto the Doctor and Aduka. But now, Senna and Balto, they're going to be fighting back. They're going to slap down the Sova and the Jet. But now there's 2 players coming in for the retake. It's even here. But the might not get it here. Adrian King will pick up both Balto off the mark here with the ultimate. And now, boom, they are going to be able to get the defuse here on the spike.
That's super unfortunate. That could have been so much better, but they just needed to land the shots. In these high pressure situations, it is looking like Boom is going to continue to dominate, and once they finish off this half and going into attacker side, it's only going to get worse.
In these gun rounds, the plants are going down here, of course, as we have seen that there's been 3 defuses in a row in terms of the wins. But yeah, I mean, holding off on the post plant has not been easy, and if you're going to expand the utility, you got to make sure that it delivers.
You got to get some kind of profit. Everything's in check and balance. The room bust that's going through garage once again. Everybody's looking to actually make this B push happen. The paranoia does come down, but the Lear is going to slow them down just a little bit. Omen going to get hit by that up. Asterix making sure, but coming in hot with that ult, and unfortunately that Doctor with the ghost is going to knock him out.
Oh my goodness, the Doctor is able to get the kill there, but not much more. Now they are aware of the positioning here of the op, but it is on top of B-box and they can't exactly grab it. But however, their economy is absolutely healthy, and now considering that this is the final round, it's not going to be very consequential, and we're actually going to be seeing that this final round will yield that full buy for Todak, as they're going to be thinking ahead here. How are we going to come up with our defense to really try and stem the tide?
Well, I mean, so far a couple of things have been working. Oh, did they just go? Okay, looks like they're gonna go 4 ops, and it looks like they are positioning themselves super angrily, super aggressive as they all walk out to try and strut their stuff. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I don't think we've seen this kind of setup here, but the Doctor is going to punish Adrian King at the straight away, but the shots coming here for the wall banks. The Doctor only on 30 HP remaining. Not sure if he incurred more damage from that or from the push from Adrian King, but right now we'll see that the attack side is going to be really scattered. Only going to be 2 players on the long, but might get a bit more reinforcements as they're trying to gather a little bit more intel, but of course we will have super assists hanging out by Heaven.
The moment that drone kind of like flies into A site, the first thing that it notices is that, oh, there's not a lot of people on the site. I'm gonna go look at Heaven. I'm pretty sure that he spotted out the Omen, and now they take the site and look to set the bomb up as the rest of Boom is looking to start pushing into A.
Oh, and they already have the plant down, but the retakes have been pretty good here from Boom in esports. But now Rolling Thunder goes in and hits his teammate there. Super Sis is going to be in trouble. Popping through the smoke there. Senna picks another one. Balto and the Doctor will be cleaning up a flawless round. So will this actually give the momentum here for Todak? We'll have to find out as we're going to be swapping over, and hopefully the defense will be solid.
Well, I mean, they've got a 6-round differential that they have to kind of close the gap on. They can't afford to lose too many rounds, and yeah, so 2 force buys would mean that they lose the game right off the bat. But Boom right now,
I gotta say they are just crushing it. Really, just crushing it.
I think it's really exemplary skill, not just on their individual play, but how they're able to coordinate. And that's really evident in them being able to retake sites and also to maneuver themselves to take advantage of certain pokes and prods that we see coming out from Todak. We have seen them have some individual plays moving down different avenues, and they're getting punished for it.
Yep. And as they stick their heads out, Boom once again playing this nice, slow, methodical game. Faultline is going to come through, hits Raze as she is trying to exit out of garage.
And there's actually quite a bit of heavy defensive presence here on the C, but the decision here is going to be moving towards that B side, and we're seeing Adrian King already moving in here, going to be using the lair to try and create space, but look at the stack here on the C link. They might be able to push in here once the smokes are going to dissipate. Currently, dark cover is going to still be remaining here. Oh, the paranoia would be good here. Adrian King is going to go down, and now there's only one player left here for Todak, but he's still going to be able to take down Duka. Oh, now, sorry, it's actually Boom who only has the one player.
Yep, but he doesn't check his right here? No? Oh, no, they're just on the other side of the wall. But looks like Breach, he's holding his position. They know where each other are. Oh, the flick coming off the Doctor. First shot doesn't land, but the second one is the charm.
Oh, and they're going to be sealing the pistol round win here, so this might exactly be the tonic that we're going to have to come out from the Malaysian team if they want to try and get the momentum to swing in their favor. But hopefully it's not too little too late. They have a little bit of buffer, just not a lot of it, but they are going for. Now, we did see on Ascent, they did manage to get a pistol round win as well, but the counter to that was exemplary from Boom Esports. I wonder if we're going to see that in this round.
Yeah. As they look to push on through, let's see, the round is already about to begin, but they sure that B, Duka is able to find the kill onto Blaze King. B side is not safe anymore, and you can see the rest of the team just kind of jiggling around. Reyna knows that she's in danger, quickly goes in, but the fault line is coming on to garage side as they quickly try and push on through. Paranoia as well. Balut is going to find the first one. They're all trapped inside, and that's going to be a clean, easy, flawless round coming out of Toda.
Nice and easy from the Malaysian team, and you know, they managed to make sure that there was not going to be any mistakes made against this full eco coming out from Boom Esports. Boom Esports will have the full buy going for them. It's a little bit in contrast to what we where they actually forced buy on the second round after losing the pistol just to be able to counteract, but they are setting their sights on the longer game. They want to be able to do it, but with that, we are still seeing that there are going to be 3 Spectres on the board, and they're still going to be able to afford that up.
And they once again, they try this onto garage side, and the problem with garage is that it's very easy to kind of close out. Once you're inside of it and you're past double doors looking to try and get into, to B, it becomes so much tougher.
Oh, Balto is going to get the first pick here. 2 players here from Boom going to be chasing him down. Suicide, but he is going to be taking down the Jet. But now there's going to be Adrian King. He's going to have to back out after all this utility is being expended here by Balto. Now the rotation is going to also be waiting here towards the mid side.
Arn King is going to be able to take out Raze with a single, with their headshot here onto the sewer side. So that's going to be a lot more space that they can work with, because this opens up the map a little bit more onto A side. But you can see Sova, he's rotating towards B. The calls are being made as a lot of bullets are flying through B side as they keep on flashing. Breach in trouble, walks right into it, walks right into the bullets of his enemy.
Oh, the assist there from Subi after the Doctor is distracting his opposite number, but now looks like the push here is moving on to A side. The Sova recon bolt is going to be moving in, but the dark cover here is going to be working against Boom into the esports here. Subi is going to be hiding out here, picks off Adrian King straight away. He's going to be backing up, preventing the refrag, and now the retake is going to come in from Todak for V2.
Yep. They need to hold on to their guns as the rest of the team jumps on in. The tailwind already being expanded, updraft as well, keeping it confusing and making sure that the perspectives are always distorted. One person is just looking up, the other person is looking at the flank. They lose line of sight of each other, and they now are isolated.
Oh, great play coming out from Todak. Now, they did lose 2 of the players, but again, they only had, or rather, they had 2 Spectres, so this allows them to upgrade effectively and not to much detriment. But now, because because of that, Boom, and they did lose out on their full rifle round. So this is going to be a slippery slope unless they can get this back. They're going to be taking all sheriffs. And I think as long as Todak plays this carefully, they should be okay. But again, we did see Todak also take a similar round against Boom Esport in the first half.
That's the thing about Todak, because you never really know when they're going to be like popping off on that round. It's all about that first pick for both of these teams, and Boom, they like to play it slow to get their first pick. And there we have it. That's going to be Baltu being able to get that first pick onto Boom, as Todak now can be a little bit more aggressive because that first initial kill is going to be so important.
2 first picks there for Balto in a row, so that's going to really be helping his team. But oh, look at Blaze King. He's all the way here on site, and Senna is none the wiser. Not a lot that he can do. He's going to be backing out, preventing the refrag, but now Subi will be cleaning things out. But Balto is going down here to super assist, so this is a lot of damage done. The Doctor, though, he's going to be able to shut down the Jet. Now, Spike is going to be in the garage tunnel for the time being, but oh no, this is tragedy here for Todak as they lose another gun here on that eco round for Boom Esports.
But at least they finally traded here, because the last one, Sova, is on scene long, and boom! There we have it. A perfect headshot coming from Aduka, bringing it back on the defender side. I mean, honestly, these teams are making it look like, you know, the defender side are the more advantageous side.
Yeah, exactly. And now, you know, that final round win on the attacking half here for Todak looks as though it's really helped the confidence here from the Malaysian team, as they've really been able to string all the 4 rounds so far on their defensive side together, and this might be just the tonic that they need. But it is going to be another gun round, and it's going to be all rifles. No op being taken here for Boom, and we'll see if this is going to be panning out better for them.
Yep. And once again, we can see that Boom is trying to make a push onto A this time round. The smokes have already gone to the entrances as they push through sewer side with the Owl drone. And here's how it gets scary very quickly. Without the information here, Owl drone, he sees one person, but he doesn't notice the Jet, who's a little bit closer. That's going to be Aduka rotating around to make this happen. Oh, he finds the first pick. Sova comes out with a short peek, and that's going to be the end of that attack.
Great little double peek coming out here from the 2 Todak players. They're going to be able to clean up house on that short side, and once the Empress was popped, they kind of knew that the push was going to be coming, and now there's going to be a separate one moving through the right side of things here. He spots him out. Senna gets one, not the second. Blaze King will be able to get the refrag, but now he's going to be backing out ever so slightly. 2 players still up here, then looking to try and catch the rotation, and Balto, he's going to be falling foul to this, as now this is going to be opening the doors a little bit here to see, as it's a little bit unknown how they want to try and rotate and deal with this.
Yep, they're trying to figure out where they're going, but now with the Hunter's Fury, at least they're getting a much better idea. You want to plant the bomb? No, thank you. We're going to buy some time until the rest of the team is in position, and you can see they're all going to be pushing in at once. Jet is ready to go, followed up by Subby behind them, and Breach, he's going to create the distraction as they are already onto the site.
Oh no, Todak is losing 2 players here straight off the bat. The retake is not going to be very effective here, and this might be the round here for Boom to take it. Notorious is going to be able to pick off Subi. Not a whole lot that he can do. No movement abilities available to him all the way into the back C site. So, oh my goodness, I think, you know, Todak, they had the time to work with there, but they were very quick to move, and the recon bolt didn't expose too much there.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they should have just double peeked. I mean, if they are going for the flank, they have to make sure that they peek at the same time, so it wasn't really necessary for Jet to actually try and get that elevation and then look to start making sound. They could have just played it a lot slower. They had plenty of time on that bomb. Had they just taken their time a little bit more, I think it would have been a lot cleaner.
I like that Subi did, you know, delay the plant as much as possible, but we'll see how this pans out in this round. They are going to be putting on Dark Hunter through this smoke there. Doctor is going to get the headshots, but on the other side, we are going to see Aduka going down here after he's peeking through garage door. They're streaming here onto the seaside, and now we're going to have to see the retake come again here from Todak, and we're going to have to see something better.
Yeah, it looks like the Doctor tried to make a hard read, saying like, after I get that first pick, okay, let's go towards A, because that's what they usually do, but instead, this time, Boom, push through the smoke, get onto the seaside, and now they are hunkering down, squaring off against their enemies from spawn and garage.
push.
Oh, and now with this retake, we can start to see the push moving out here. The paranoia is gonna already make it difficult here for Super Sis to do anything. But Senna goes down, and so does Balto. This is a tragedy here for Todak. The crossfires are gonna stitch them up. Asterix gets the 4K on the round as Boom Esports moves up to 11 points.
11-7 currently, but at least, you know, I can't even say that it's a healthy economy coming in for the side of Todak here, because some of the members are going to be a little bit poorer than the rest. They can't all necessarily get their big gun buys on the same turn.
Yeah, they are going for the force buy now. It's not going to be the last round, potentially, but I think they want to give themselves some leeway. They need to strike back now. They can't afford to just lose this round for nothing, so they are going to try and go balls to the wall here and see if they can deliver. They are all streaming here onto this A long side and really not giving a lot of time here. And this could be Todak having a bit of difficulty here on the retake just again here as Adrian King moving in here, but not spawning out in time. But Duke only gets two more players from Todak going down, and now the retake is looking impossible.
Oh, there comes the Rolling Thunder, but it's basically absolutely not going to be used at all because everybody just had enough time to move out of the way. That's not exactly the best choke point to be using.
Yeah, and oh my goodness, I think Boom have managed to find the kryptonite for Todak in this series, but in that particular round, the real quick push there onto A, I think it was going to be quite unique in its own right. That you know, it was a bit difficult for Todak to try and cater for that. They had too much in the way of their agents spread across the rest of the map.
They're going to force buy again for the side of Todak. They're going to be coming off with the SMGs with one of them with a Vandal there. But once again, mid is going to be contested hard. Ball 2, he's got to make sure he's landing these shots and keeping track of the utilities used down on his side.
Oh, now pushing into the garage side. Doctor here holding this tight angle over here towards C tunnel. He's going to spawn him out. He picks up one. He's looking for the second here, but the friendly paranoia is, or rather the paranoia is going to work against him here. Super Sisto, he's going to get taken down. Oh, the boom bot there is not going to allow him to dodge that bullet there. Adrian King is going to get him and also back out all the way here onto C long. Only it's actually going to be a 3-on-3 now.
Yeah, 3-on-3, and they still have a full minute to kind of work out their stuff, hoping that, you know, Todak would use more of their utility. The Alva drone has come down onto C-side. He sees absolutely nothing, so now he has to go check it himself and make sure that Breach is in position as well as he goes towards B, and Jet is probably going to be chilling by the connectors from A.
Yeah, getting that early intel as to where the presence of all these players are going to be is going to be absolutely crucial. It's hard for the defense to try and cover everything. I think for the most part, they're going to either have to get the early intel or they're going to have to play retake already here, depending on how Boom wants to try and approach this. But there's no reason why they shan't stream onto site currently. This is going to, again, be reflected in the positioning we see from Todak.
Yep, once again, they're just waiting for the right opportunity. It's going to be 18 more seconds, and since it's definitely not it, because you can clearly see everything, and you haven't seen anybody walk through the B entrance while Silva is making sure that he is covering garage window. He's going to see Radar. That's going to be the first pick, and now the call is being made. Breach, again, exact same situation.
Yeah, and Subi in the right place at the right time here to take down Adrian King, and now with the Blade Storm on hand, this is going to be Todak's chance. But last time they were in the street, B2 retake, it didn't work out too well for them, and oh, Blaze King and Asterix, they're going to get the first 2 picks in this similar fight, and now only going to be the Doctor left. He gets 1, but he's got his utility out. It's not going to be good, despite the fact Asterix is blind. Boom is going to be able to take it away. It's a much closer round here, or closer map, but Boom will be able to do it 13-7.
After that quick defensive hot streak from Todak, winning 3 in a row, they weren't able to get past that, ending the score at 13-7. Boom is going to move on.
Oh, and that's going to be so disappointing here. The comeback not working out for Todak, but of course, it was a very one-sided first half, which did allow the lead to be distorted in such a manner. And yeah, it was always going to be uphill battle. So with that means Boom Indonesia, after playing 2 matches in a row, they're going to be streaking ahead in Group C, and they're going to be here on that 2 win. And now with only 1 match left remaining, I think it's they are all but confirmed here for the next stage.
Ooh, this is so tough. I mean, the competition is getting steeper and steeper and steeper, and I think that in these situations, Todak is much better when it comes to the attack, because then they can really start taking their time. I think their post-plant situations are really nice in comparison to Boom. Boom overall, I think they're great on. They're really smart on the attack. Their defense, I definitely think it's going to be a little bit more on the composition to kind of help them out here, because playing it classically like this without the Cypher, without things that help take you tools that help take out lurkers or give you the information on the lurkers, somebody's going to have to peek, and Jet has been doing, Asterix has been doing an absolutely phenomenal job.
Yeah, and really, I think I think Todak, of course, do want to play this kind of game, but both lineups not taking the Cypher when it comes to this particular match or this map, and because of that, they both have to be vigilant. So they know the risks of what's going to happen here. So, anyways, I think these teams, they do prefer to have a little bit more flexibility how they want to try and deal with it. But of course, whether or not that they're going to be able to really clean things up nice and tidy, set each other up for trades and refrags is always going to be paramount, and sometimes we're seeing some of the players stray a little bit too much here and there, but I think overall the coordination from Boom Esports has been absolutely exemplary, and definitely going to be something for other teams to aspire to.
I think one of the things that we can note off of this game are are those initial picks and who gets them, because from Todak, it's got to be Aduka. He's got 4 first bloods, and comparison to Superstitious, who's really actually been nailing some of these shots on Aduka, who comes out with the operator, and sometimes even the Marshal, boom, pre-fires him knowing where he's going to be. I think Todak have to get out of the habit of, setting up in the same positions multiple times in a round.
Yeah, I think, unpredictability is always going to be the name of the game. I mean, we got so many rounds to play in each half, and because of that, it does allow for a lot of flexibility. And let's not forget that, Boom Esports, they did have that little bit of unpredictableness about their play, and I think that was the most evident on Ascent when they were on defense, and Adrian King with the Phoenix play, pushing out with the ultimate and, just trying to close things out on the B lobby side. Absolutely devastating. And that's really shown in the kind of scoreline that we had on our first match. It was 13-3, so really devastating. But Todak, they've done quite well to really make it a lot closer here in the second map.
Yeah, I definitely think if they could have they really got to get themselves together on the defensive side. They need to be more coherent with the movements. Yes, they are very loose, which allows them to be flexible, a little bit more unpredictable once the chaos is kind of died down, and then they play for those 2v2 or 3v3 skirmishes. They look a lot better in those situations than full 5v5 team play.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Now, with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is all here for this match here between Boom Esports and Todak. So, this has been a fantastic series, but Boom Esports coming out on top with the 2-map win. So, we are going to be taking our leave as we are going to be moving ahead towards our next match. So, we're going to toss it back to the analyst desk. Thank you for watching. I'm Play the J, he's Getting Q, and we'll see you a little bit later on.
Hello and welcome back to the Royal SCA Cup panel. We just watched a fantastic series and we're here to break it down for you. My name is Mr. Allo Plus, joined by Seek and Strike and Zero. Before we let them speak, we have to tell you guys about this great promotion that we're running here on ePools. See, ePools are the guys that are making this tournament a possibility, and they're committed to try to make the Valorant scene the grandiose scene that it should be. To do so, ePools is trying to improve the community tournaments, and that is why they are setting up their platforms so that community tournaments can be played by people like you, scrubs, and you can make money just by playing these community tournaments. It's very simple. For now, it's still not operational, but soon it will be, and the best way to know when it's going to be up is by going to epools.com/Valorant and signing up. And as soon as the platform is ready, as soon as you can play tournaments with your friends, you'll get an email and you'll be blasted into the world of competitive Valorant. Now, talking about competitive Valorant, we have a true competitive match here. What happened here in this matchup? We were looking forward to Todak, thank you. To Todak doing quite well, especially after the performance at the beginning of the day, but unable to beat Boom Esports.
I think, the problems that they had in the first map just just carried on to second match. They played as fast as they can. This was like one of the fastest matches, or the fastest series throughout the entire group stages so far. I mean, if you take the average match durations of every single team, no one's gonna get close to Todak. They are playing at such a fast pace. But again, the problems with playing at such a fast pace is you're gonna leave a lot of unchecked corners. You're going to leave a lot of loopholes in your execution, and that's just what happened. Every single time they get the spike down, it was down to, you know, just pure aim battles, because there was no strategic advantage that Todak could actually abuse right after the plant.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. Again, looking at some of the stats about the Spike GG, one of our sponsors, if you take a look at Team Todak on attack, who's actually started on attack here for Haven, they were first death in oh boy, math on 8 in 8 of these 13 rounds. That's not how you want to be starting off on attack. You're always at least looking for first blood. You really are. First blood on attack is super important here.
Especially when you're so confidently picking it, right? Like when that is your supposed strength.
Yeah, and you know what? I think they went back to basics here a bit for Team Todak, right? There's no Viper. They didn't put that into the pool. Instead, it was a pretty standard lineup, one that we've seen on many teams. In fact, they only differed by the one agent with Boom Esports on Adrian King going for that Reyna instead of the Raze. So that was going to be the one flex. But good stuff out from Boom Esports as well. It would be, you know, I don't want to usurp their win there by saying, oh, Team Todak, they went back to basics. And no. They played a really strong defense. Again, they rotate very nicely around this map. They're nice and patient, and they know when to strike.
Yeah, definitely.
If anything, you're giving them more credit, to be honest, because you're saying that Todak was so taken aback by Boom Esports' expertise that they had to go back down to the basics.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. But that's how teams should be playing games like this. You have to be able to call audibles on the fly. Hey, our main strat's not working out. Let's try sending the Cypher to A. He's getting wrecked to C. You know, that's something we see a lot of teams generally do. It's all about that IGL and having the experience, you know, and I think that's where Boom really shines.
Yep, and also adapting to different playstyles from different teams you'll be meeting. Like, Boom Esports did a fantastic job adapting to this high-paced, aggressive plays coming from the side of Todak. They just played passive on site and just waited for the run to the crosshairs. We've seen Adrian King getting 3Ks, 4Ks just by staying in one corner, that one corner that they don't check. We've seen just Notorious being able to push out at the exact correct timing, because his teammate gave the order, hey, they just push past me without clearing this corner. You can just go for a backstab right now. That was just perfect team communication and team play coming from the side of Boom Esports, and there was actually nothing that Todak could really do unless they just slow things down. But, you know, being Todak, they just went full force.
Yeah, and I like it. I think it worked out better. 13-7, a much closer score than 13-3. So they did at least try and whittle down that round difference, which could always be a tiebreaker, as now they are going to be moving out of their first 2 series with 1 win and 1 loss.
Well, this goes back to what we were talking about yesterday with what team was it that was the high Paper Rex? That was the high variance team, right? Sometimes the variance is nice because you can beat opponents that are certainly better than you. But when you go for that consistency, I mean, Zero, you were mentioning yesterday, right? I mean, yeah, you'll win, you'll lose 13-7. You won't lose 13-3, but at the end of the day, you're still losing.
Yep.
There's not a ranked match where the score matters. It really doesn't.
Rating greatly decreased, you know. You're not going to get that.
Right? So maybe that variance is something that they need to really take the games off these more experienced team like Boom Esports.
Yep, definitely. If they face, you know, a much less experienced team or a team that cannot adapt to that high fast tempo that they are playing, they will be at an advantage. But maybe it's just Boom Esports being the crux of Todak, because Boom Esports just read them like a book. They reacted perfectly, and every side retake was just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, yet again, it's like clockwork. They're moving in very nicely. They move in with intel already on some positions, and they can assume the rest from there, because again, it's these kind of half takes that are generally the strategy, especially on maps. Some maps like Haven. Haven generally is the exception. Usually you take the entire site before you actually commit for a plant.
Exactly.
But still, I think Boom Esports, it's really the experience that shines for the team, and they're going to be coming out 2-0. So they're going to be playing versus AG later on, but yeah.
Yeah, I like what you mentioned, though, because that is something we saw from AAA as well. I think every time we mention the most experienced team, what is most obvious is the coordination they have as a team, right? Like you said, they're moving like clockwork. Every single piece is working nicely. And we're discussing this with another panel yesterday, which is the idea that when you're kind of watching, when you're playing these games, as opposed to tactical shooters have the same level of tactics as you say, for example, RTSs, etc. But because of the perspective that you're playing at, it's very difficult to reanalyze your tactics in the middle of a game. It's kind of one of those things that once you watch the replay, things become very obvious to you because obviously you have all the full information.
And I think a team like Boom, with that experience, they can read that as well. They can sense weakness, and that's when they start really, once you're rattled, they're gonna trap you in like that.
Yes, and then they assault you completely, right? Like they never let you go.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that really irks me when once they hook shot to you, they just never let you go and constantly assaulting you. It makes it really difficult for you to enact your strategies, right?
Yeah.
And you can never flare up like you should.
Nope, can't be done.
I got that reference.
I don't know what you're talking about here.
No, but I think still, I think this is going to be a team to look out for, Team Todak, right? It's not just going to be guaranteed Boom Esports. I think really still Group C showing us that there's a lot of teams here at a very similar skill level. I think Boom definitely, again, their experience is showing, but I don't think that means that they're unstoppable.
Right. And this also speaks to the future of Todak as well, right? Because when you watch this, we're only watching an instance of time and snapshot, where of course the more experienced team has an edge. But at the end of the day, there is a lot of room to grow for Todak, which should be a really positive thing for them.
I think the way they play, the pace that they're playing can be just expanded even further. They can go all out on this. They're going to meet teams that are not going to be able to react in time or not adapt to their play style in time. Whether they are more better at aiming or not, so that can actually just keep building on your strengths, right? You don't want to emphasize on your weaknesses, but just keep building on your strengths until they overpower your weaknesses. That's something that they can actually do. Not saying that they should just abandon the basics of Valorant or any of its tactics, but this is what we see. This is their shining light, and for better or for worse, that might be their do or die moments.
Yeah, I think so far Boom Esports they've been able to kind of handle what's been thrown at them today, right? We still have one more match for them, so I don't think they're out of the clear just yet. Obviously, with the second win, they put themselves in a very comfortable position in terms of playoffs. But I'm looking forward to their last match later on versus AG to see if maybe AG can see a weakness in there that they can, maybe just a thread that they can pull at, and from there the entire Boom Esports roster goes kaput.
And it's gonna be necessary, right? If AG does not take the 2-0 essentially against them, the chances of both AG qualifying and at the same time of Boom Esports not qualifying are very slim, right? So Boom Esports is in a really comfortable position right now. But if we talk about Todak though for a second, something I did enjoy that you actually were mentioning is that if you compare them to some of the other teams that were not doing very well, like say for example Resurgence, right? It seemed like Resurgence needed an overhaul. You need to actually have a better plan. You need to completely reconsider everything. Where it seems like to me Todak is more about molding them. They already have the good base idea, and it's just really sharpening, making sure those edges are right, making sure you're not making as many mistakes.
Yeah, I feel like it's like comedy, where if you just have to commit to a bit, if you have to commit to a bit, and if the bit's not perfect, right, as long as you full commit, you might be able to make it work, right? Whereas with their playstyle, especially with the Viper, it's like you're kind of going with this a little bit strange, out of the box thinking, right? That kind of works, but then you don't really use it to a full potential. You still want to have that safe little backup with the bridge. I understand it's very important for the defense, but I think maybe if they can just full commit here and just find their space and get that confidence, I think that they can really be a team to shine because they've got some really great players here. I think tournaments like these are the breeding spots for innovation and the confidence of the team. So I'm really looking forward to their last match later today.
True. Well, that's confidence all you need. And actually, if we're going to talk about the next matchups we're going to see today, let's talk about the matchup that we're going to see next, which is, of course, AG versus RRQ. These are both losers from the early matchups, right? RRQ losing to their Indonesian brethren, and AG taking a 2-0 loss against Todak as well. Who are you favoring in this matchup?
RRQ definitely looks like the better team on paper. They went pretty well against Boom Esports, right? Definitely, they do seem like they have the upper hand in terms of strategy as well as gunfire. But AG might have something in their pockets that they can throw at them. We have yet to see much. They only lost to the to Todak earlier on, so there might be, this might be a close match, much closer than we think.
Yeah, and both teams are really going to be putting their all into this one, right? As it's going to be their second match.
Yeah, their do or die match basically. They need to win this to have a chance to even move on.
Yeah, and that's usually when the games like this are really intense, right? Because it's every single round matters, especially when it comes down to this round difference,
Yeah.
right? Because we could very end up with a best of 2 scenario, a 1-1 draw.
And that would be bad for both of them, because then Todak has a considerable advantage
Yeah,
over both of them, right?
exactly.
So they really, whichever team gets the 2-0 here, essentially it's eliminating the other one from this tournament.
Yep.
So
Yep.
surprisingly, already by the third matchup today, we're getting a fourth matchup today, we're
Yep.
really getting a very hype matchup with a lot on the line.
Yeah.
So, tell me about this matchup. What are the styles that we're seeing? How are these styles going to clash? If you want to start 0, please. Tell me what weird pick you think we're gonna see, because I know that you always go for that. It was like, oh, here
Viper,
I would like to
yes.
see Sage.
Yeah. It's funny that I was casting the first Viper match of the day, of the entire tournament, like the
Was
first
on
Viper
purpose.
pickup. Yeah, we scripted that, right?
We
Completely scripted.
We
Oh,
actually
yeah.
did tell them, we're like, hey guys, you
Pick
need to pick
Viper,
Viper,
please.
Zero's
Yeah.
casting.
Yeah, it was had to be. It was
Yeah.
actually part of their
course.
agreement to join.
Of course.
Mhm,
Yeah,
mhm.
but yeah, RRQ, I think their playstyle or the way they play right now, they are very similar to Boom, maybe just a few levels lower than them. And it seems like it's working to an extent, right? They just need to have certain loopholes around their strategy, around their lineup that need to actually just mold, that they can actually just go better. And the RRQ is not an inexperienced team. They came from other tactical shooters, not really CS, but the other lesser known, but actually quite popular from Indonesia, where they are from. So they are not that. They're no slouches in terms of tactics or even aim. So they have the basics. It's just the matter of executing perfectly. They don't look like they gelled completely as a team as of yet. But if they are able to discuss the differences, the problems they faced in the first match against Boom Indonesia, sorry, Boom Esports. Sorry, Gary. Yeah. He's the CEO. Always make fun of it. Yeah, but yeah, for Boom Esports, if they are able to learn from the mistakes as well as just adapt to it, make the necessary changes, I think they can take this quite easily in a 2-0.
Why do you think it's a lot of the times we see, at least from me, maybe from my personal
Yeah.
view, and it's a confirmation bias sort of thing, but how it seems to me like teams always struggle on the attacking end, at least, always with taking a site completely. Like to me, it's like they never really get dug in. They don't want to really risk being the first blood in that retake, maybe, but like. Especially for Todak,
Yeah.
seen it with RRQ, especially versus Boom Esports, it always never seems like they really want to full commit to really digging themselves in for a site hold.
I think it's a lot of communication and trusting your teammates, right? When we look at those the teams, the really good teams, Vision Strikers, AAA, they go in, they already know my left side's going to be covered by a player, my right side already has someone else. I just need to do my job and trust that they do theirs, and we're going to have this site easily. And that's what all of these younger, more inexperienced teams or teams that just gotten together are missing: the chemistry as well as the trust for the rest of the teammates.
It also feels like when you watch some of the matches, particularly for Todak,
Yeah.
right? It seemed like when they were quote unquote surprised by the enemy team backing out and then going for the retake, right? When we saw these for Vision Strikers, they would use that time to properly position themselves and take advantage of that extra time they were given.
Exactly.
Whereas we didn't really see that from Todak, right? They would waste the utility, which already puts you at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
And then they go, oh, I guess we have the site. How do we deal with this now? And that's when the retake would be so successful, which is why they had to lose against Boom Esports.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this problem is worse because of the Viper. It's better and worse because of the Viper, but because they never really set up, it's obviously worse. Hindsight 2020, so it didn't work out for them. But
Yeah, it's difficult to say what would have happened with normal agents.
Of course. But even the second map, I think we saw the same. That might be kind of a problem that's unique to Haven, though.
It could be.
It's kind of
yeah.
hard to say just because there's 3 sites,
Yeah.
especially if you ever plan for B. There's going to be just it's going to be
multiple
popping off.
angles that you need to watch out, whether it's defending or even retaking.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what it would be. I think they're just a little bit nervous really going for these like aggressive swings. Like once you plant behind boxes and you want to swing, for example, on Haven A, and you want to swing towards the connector, you never know if someone's already ready for you. What if there's someone in hell that was never cleared, or there's someone in heaven? I feel like they don't really know it. I don't want to say they don't have a player to aggressively play up there, because I'm sure someone's watching it, but I don't know. It just doesn't really come together for me, which I struggle to understand, which is why I always point it out.
Perhaps that their plans are more half-baked. We have a plan to go into the site, but what happens after that, just play by ear. That's what a lot of teams are also missing. You have AAA, they have a roadmap from start to finish. From the time they start buying their items, they already know which positions every single of the teammates are going for, and all they need to do is just follow the book.
Yeah, we've seen RRQ earlier. They do very well in scenarios, especially map 1 versus Boom. They do very well in these sorts of, when they have numbers, they do extremely well, right? We saw that mid lane on Split versus Boom Esports. They were constantly peeking Asterisk and like honestly destroying him.
Yeah, just
like,
2 or 3 people at the same time, multiple angles.
Yep, kind of just baiting the peek here. So like, hey, look over here, and then they peek him from the other side. It was gorgeous stuff there. So I'm a little bit nervous for AG. Because giving a numbers advantage, I think RRQ really might be able to pop off here.
And RRQ did also seem to improve from map to map when they were playing their countrymen, right, and Boom Esports. It did seem like RRQ had more of a plan, and actually this comes back to the point you were making earlier where you were saying that, you know, some teams seem to play it by ears, given a certain point in the game. You can really tell the experience because I feel like if you say you play 100 matches, right, how many of those matches realistically are you going to have to fight the retake? How many of those matches are going to go that long, right? How many matches will you have to kind of scramble towards the end? That's less likely. So you practice that part of the game much less so than going into the site. So a lot of the younger teams seem to have difficulty what happens after we go into the site.
So you just don't have the experience of, you know, what happens after, you know. Usually we plant the spike, suddenly we win. Oh, okay, we don't have to think about
exactly. And you can see them learning
Yeah.
and trying to adjust, you know, and I don't mean to patronize them and be like, oh, look at the children, he learns at the square hole. You know, no. It's none of that, but like, you know, a tactical FPS experience does translate quite nicely, right? It's just based on being a genre of game. Same thing with Battle Royale, same thing with, for example, MOBAs, right? Different concepts, different mechanics, but for the most part, it's going to be a similar play style that you need to adjust to here. And I think you're maybe on the money there with the sort of, oh, well, we haven't really seen this scenario when it's like a 5v4. Do we like play really aggressively? Do we like hold this site in this situation?
Who holds this angle? Do I save my utility for the post plant?
Exactly. Do we think that they're going to be playing aggressively? Should we go hunt them as well? I think that's why some of the times it's team playing it safe, not deciding, nah, it's not worth it. But sometimes you see some of the more confident teams like Boom Esports go, nah, let's go get him. Like, let's go hunt them. Let's talk about that, like eco control, right? Eco control in a game, it's quite a simple concept that takes, I think, a while to see play out. But once you understand the eco and why teams save and why they go for these exit frags, I think the game becomes a lot more clear, right?
Yes, I would agree so. And to get the full clarity of the game, I'd like to see the actual game itself, I think, right? I'm very excited to see how RRQ can deal with AG, or maybe the opposite. It's kind of hard to tell who the exact underdog is here, but what are your predictions? Just for the first, actually no, because I won't have you later. So what's your full prediction for the series?
Well, I'm casting it, so I just hope everyone has fun.
Boo! Get out of my panel. Leave.
I think RRQ has a really good chance to take this 2-0.
Okay, so you see that? You see that? That's what I want.
Well, you'll just have to tune into the cast to find out.
God, this guy. Take the fence with you, please, okay? All right, well, we're going to see how the cast turns out because we're going to take a small break before we go into this game, but then we go into game number 4 of Group C. This game will determine if RRQ or AG have either a chance of beating the top 2 contenders in this group. And we're going to go to map 1 first with, of course, our great caster, Seek and Strike, who's going to be moving there during this break. Enjoy small 3-4 minutes. We have a prepared video for you guys made by Ryan Central, and then we'll come back with this wonderful game between Armory Gaming and Rex Regum Kaon. Take it away, Ryan.
Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. We're going to be going over Group C, the teams involved, previous results for them, and ultimately who's going to be qualifying for the playoffs towards the end of this week, and may even go on to win the event. We're going to be going over all 4 teams, starting with Armory. This is a team from Thailand, and they don't have the best results, to say the least. They came bottom in the #Indie tournament, a tournament that Attack All Around ended up winning. They did have a better showing at the Radiant Master tournament that happened in this region, but still only got to the quarterfinals, losing to Attack All Around yet again. When it comes to the bigger events of Southeast Asia, they didn't qualify for the CGA Pacific Open as they lost in qualifiers to Thailand Attitude, that are now made in Thailand, who are now qualified for the playoffs in this tournament. There's a lot of really good teams in Thailand, and Armory certainly isn't one of the stronger ones when you look at some of the others involved, but can certainly exploit the uncertainty of this group. They've been involved in a lot of tournaments recently, so they have a lot more under their belt than some of the other teams in this group. They need to be careful of another team though, Boom Esports. The Indonesia team did get all the way to the CGA Pacific Open playoffs, but they were knocked out in the quarterfinals against Team SMG. They did win a tournament since then, but it was the small League Game Community Cup, and that's all I've really played since. It wasn't the strongest showing for them at CGA. They lost to Team SMG that came 4th in the event total, so it wasn't terrible for them, but at least they have a little bit more experience in these bigger events, these ignition events, and some of the other teams in this group are going to be at least a little more used to. It would be a real surprise if Boom Esports, for whatever reason, don't end up qualifying at all. A team that certainly has a lot of question marks around it is Todak. They're from Malaysia, and you may not recognize the team name if you've been following the region, but you might recognize the name of some of the players: Baltu, Aduka, Subby, and Senna. This 4-stack has been played together quite a lot, and they were part of a team called Team LZ, where they played in the CGA Pacific Open. They came through the Malaysia qualifiers, but unfortunately didn't get out of groups. They had a really tough time losing to AHQ Esports and Sharper, the former of which ended up winning the whole tournament. So yeah, it was a really tricky group for them. They have won a small community tournament in the Malaysia region, as this 4-stack previously, but certainly nothing too major. There is a lot of promise for these guys with how they've been playing, but I really do think it's going to come down to the day on how well they can do. And finally, we have RRQ Endeavour. This is a team from Indonesia that came through the qualifiers for this event, and they've had not really any good convincing results as of late. They're still relatively new to the scene. They came 5th to 6th place in the Liga Game Community Cup, the one that I mentioned at Boom Esports won previously, but in the Garuda Invitational that they played for the qualifiers for that event, they came 4th out of the 4 teams involved, losing to teams like Morph and Team NXL. At least they have a little bit of momentum going into this event for the fact that they came through the qualifiers. They earned their spot here, but their results against other stronger Indonesian sides don't look all that convincing, if I'm being honest. In regards to Group C, you would expect Boom Esports to come through to the playoffs, but for Armory, RRQ and Todak, it's very much going to be up in the air on who joins them to go and play into the playoffs that start on Friday.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the VALORANT Royal C Cup, part of the Ignition series, brought to you by ePulse. 16 teams from across Asia have gathered here today for a cut of that $25,000 prize pool. For those of you in the know and who don't know, you can check us out on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook, wherever you like to watch, at ePulse Gaming. I'm the Hound. He is Seeking Strike, and he will strike some hearts out. But out of that, ladies and gents, we've got ourselves a game between RRQ from Indonesia going up against Armory Gaming from Thailand. What are you expecting here, Mr. Seek and Strike?
Well, I'm expecting to see RRQ actually do pretty well on the attack. We saw them actually hold their own on attack versus Boom Esports. Of course, the defense didn't really hold up to their aggression, so that's a whole nother story. But their attack and their actual presence in the mid lane, the amount of aggression that they bring, and how willing they are to actually peak even mid lane operators is really, really impressive. So we'll see if AG can hold that up against, because this first half on Split is really, really make or break for both sides. That magic number, I like to say, is 5. You're always looking for 5 rounds on the attacking side here for Split. We'll see if RRQ will be able to get that done, as they will be starting off with the Sage. That's going to be their favorites, the Raze, Omen, Breach, and that Cypher to boot.
Well, okay, now looking at the map of Split and Armory Gaming playing on defenders, what are some of the caveats of this map for either team?
Yeah, so like Gideon likes to say, mid control is really kind of where it's all about, especially during the rifle rounds, just because the towers or each respective heaven is so important to actually controlling the site. So like I said, expect to see a lot of control there. AG, we'll see, because these sites are famously hard to take, right, if you do not have heaven control. But that goes both ways. Yes, for the attackers, but also for the defenders if they need to retake. RRQ, they set themselves up pretty chaotically, so I think that's something we can be on the lookout for maybe AG to try and take advantage of here. But overall, they need to play a nice, clean, and decisive half here on the defensive end to really set themselves up for victory. So we are now paused here, maybe waiting for a player.
All right, so looking from this perspective of RRQ's Frost Misty, rather interesting mix-up here coming along the lines. I think it's going to be relatively even across the board in terms of the agent pickups, except for RRQ picking up the Sage. They seem to really like picking up the Sage. So looking at how split is with the B and A towers, right? Are there going to be any specific spot that Sage is going to want to attack or defend with the walls that she's being able to put up?
Yep, that's definitely going to be middle. As well, this first round, of course, is doesn't really count, as they are going to be stacking up to attack. It looks like the A site for now. At least go probing there. Lots of smokes now being deployed. It's already popping off, and Sushi Boys getting first blood here of the matchup on to Next Jax.
Next Jax now, first victim for the side of Armory Gaming. We do see that even though Sushi was able to get quite a bit off from RRQ, he did pay a little bit of the price in terms of the HP. About 50% of his HP is down, so he doesn't want to take some of these prolonged exchanges here. We do see that A side, looking at A, there is going to be quite a bit of a stack coming from members of RRQ. There might be a
pushing
return.
rank now.
This is going to be a very, very interesting turn of events here. What do you think is on the minds of RRQ as this
if someone's
happens?
in vent or not? As there they go, now turning the corner. King Leo with the flash, barely getting the job done now. Talent 7 actually securing the kill there. Now they have control of Heaven, but the retake already from RRQ. They need to get that man and back a Sighthound.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I feel, very nicely done there from Deku, being able to take down Frost Misty. There goes some cover to go down. Some good shots there, but no, it's going to be a double peek onto him as Deku will go down for the count. Very interesting indeed here, putting up the wall, and this is a very good strategy coming in from the side of RRQ. But Serpine coming in with the double, and boom, Shakalaka will be the savior for the side of Armory Gaming, getting the first win for this best of 2.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not really sure. I think it was the Omen there that was with the Sage for AG was really doing. Because the whole point of setting up there is not to really back yourself into the corner. It's not trying to pistol around, not going to be too ideal. I think maybe he would have been best off trying to back off, maybe trying to hold over by screens, but he just ends up holding the exact same angle and basically is just lines up there for the pistol. With a Ghost as well, he's going to have that advantage, so he's able to clutch the round, but everyone actually buying on this round, Hound.
Whoa,
that's just the aggression out from RRQ. Expect to see them in mid.
Very interesting coming in from RRQ. RRQ doubling down on this round. I don't think they want to be I think it is a cause of concern here for RRQ. A little bit of doubling down may double up the profits that you may get, or may double your losses. So it is a very high risk, high reward, considering the RRQ doesn't have a full stack of armor on all of their agents. It's going to be pretty tough to actually get on to a head-on fight with AG.
They're against anti-eco, so you're exactly right there with the armor. We did see a lot of utility used there for not much information. It was scouted as well on the side of RRQ, so we'll see. They now begin to lurk into that middle lane. No one exactly watching, but we do have one on B rafters, as well as one watching Heaven, as the smoke all the way across the map now from our Omen. This might just kick off pretty soon here, Hound.
Right, pink grenades, the cluster grenades going off, a little bit of flashes coming into his Next Jax. Next Jax now going to go down onto the ropes. Tay now tries to go in. Serpine will be able to get one. Elite gets down one as well, gets down two. Tay will be able to take down Fire, and Taking Leo will be able to get down. And beautiful stuff being shown from the side of AG, being able to get off and destroy members of RRQ very, very convincingly. Now, when we're in a situation like this, where RRQ has bought quite a bit and now approaching towards the third round, what do you feel is the best course of action here for RRQ to basically mitigate the amount of losses that they were making?
Honestly, I don't completely disagree with the move. If this was any map but Split, I would be really questioning that. Because it is Split, you're already kind of expected to lose on the offense. So I really like at least trying to throw them off and go for a bit of aggressive play. AG, I think they did their homework, though, because they were positioned very, very defensively, especially for an anti-eco sort of lineup that you'd be expecting at this point. The positioning as well from that breach. Oh, the boom bot is going to be dodged out, but not before doing half HP here to next Jack. So, yeah, I think AG, they've just done their homework and have scouted that out. I was on the scouting report there. They knew that RRQ liked to be aggressive, and they go again mid lane perhaps. Tay is going to be lurking on through versus 2, and now we're going to see the double peek, but nice actually cover from RRQ, from AG, make that from behind.
Well, AG there definitely has quite a bit of a plan here, making sure that there is a double the eyes, making sure that there is a place to fall back on. Tay right now going to go for the cluster grenades, not going to be able to hit anybody, as Tay is going to be falling back a little bit to his ropes. Got to be very careful indeed, as Heaven right now is going to have quite a bit number of players instead of RRQ going to go into it, but we do see a little Cap right now being able to take down 2, as well as AG Scream will be able to take down 1 as well. King Leo gets 1 for himself, as Sushi Boys will be able to tie it out, but it seems that it's going to be RRQ that doesn't have the advantage, and it is over for the side of RRQ. 4 rounds already, excuse me, 3 rounds already, with the 4th round coming on, and we do see that Armory Gaming has 3 compared to RRQ's 0.
This is really good. AG, they must have been watching RRQ versus Boom Esports, and well played to that, obviously, very well researched. They're taking these very, very, very defensive stances. They're falling back very early, conceding a lot of ground, just not giving them the bodies here. That allows, that forces actually RRQ to take into Heaven without actually having it be secure. They then commit fully to the site where they're getting picked off constantly as they set up the crossfires, the lurker as well, rotating all the way back over from edge, just making this impossible for them. RRQ, I think they're going to have to switch up their strategies here. We'll see how it goes for them on their first full buy round.
All right, as we're going to be seeing here, coming in from the side of RRQ, excuse me, coming in from the side of Armory Gaming, we do see quite a number of utility being spent here to slow down the push, as per usual. Very default setups here in terms of the utility. We do see NextJax right now, again, trying to peek out towards Heaven here. It's got to be very careful indeed, as we do see quite a little bit of mid control being exercised from members of RRQ. We do see a bit of a split here with 2 members going towards A.
Yeah, the jet dash. I'm not sure what that dash was about. Maybe just, I guess, wanted to reposition at the end of the day, but RRQ, they're going to have that intel now, as they now will seize ramp control. The Roomba sent to go and vacuum down in vents where no one is standing currently. They're holding off B Heaven as well. They still have mid control, and they're sending the spike, it looks like, towards A. I think they're going to have to commit for this one.
All right, as we're going to be looking here from
30 seconds
members of RRQ, King Leo is going to be our chosen perspective. We're going to be seeing whether or not he's going to be pushing it very aggressively. There
nice flash.
Oh, very nice flash indeed. That Tay and Sushi Boy is going to go and fall victim towards King Leo, as we do see Deku with a good tap here, but it's going to be Frost Missy that takes him down for the count. 10 more seconds left for the set of RRQ to put it down, and we do see it. He's going to spike it down to the ground, as we do see Armory Gaming right now for the first time in 4 rounds with a deficit.
And a great stage wall there. You can see they've got no choice but to actually try and go through defender spawn. Now, they probably know that they're very well set up. That's one heck of a dangerous crossfire, but nice job there, forcing him out with the breach utility. Now, AG Supreme pushing on in. He's going to fight the 1v1 down to a 2v1 now, but it's still going to be Frost Misty able to pick him off with the Phantom and finally claim the first round for RRQ. Very, very nicely done there.
Very nicely done indeed for RRQ, being able to get that one around. King Leo definitely trailing ahead with the same amount of frags as Supreme, but we do see that a little Cap as well is going to be trailing behind him with 5 as well. Relatively interesting setups here coming in from AG. We do see that they are going to be getting the operator onto Sushi Boys as expected here. We do see that that's going to be a consistent thing across the board for AG. They were able to actually work out quite a few number of advantages for themselves when Sushi Boy gets hold of his operator.
Yeah, we'll see. RRQ, I like to think about them as kind of the anti-operator specialists here. They did so well against, oh my goodness, well, that's not a good start at the very least. Caster's Curse them immediately. Sushi Boys gets the first pick now onto Fire, and that should dissuade them from pushing any further into A.
Deku now moving up, trying to be very, very ginger with how he's going to be going on out from A side. We do see quite a bit of activity here onto the mid side. Might be a rotation onto RRQ side, but no, Sushi Boy will be able to take down next Jax, despite the fact that King Leo will be able to take the Deku. It's going to be a 4-4-3 in favor of AG.
Yeah, but Sushi Boy is set to get another one there. As he doesn't miss. That's going to be his third shot of the round. King Leo thinking the site was a bit too safe as he was looking to rotate on over into screens. Perhaps catches operator off guard now. Sage forced to dismantle the Roomba down there, but will have to escape via the ropes into ramp. Actually goes for the revive now onto the Omen, who's going to immediately be picked off there with the Spectre from Teo, who I believe has had this now for at least 2 rounds.
Well, that's very unfortunate here coming in from RRQ. She does have the spike, so this could be an opportunity for her to go for the plant, at least get a little bit of a saving grace here. A very interesting wall choice.
A good wall, but if Supreme can sneak up now, he's actually running, so the Sage is going to hear that out, but that gives time now for more to rotate over and to give Sushi Boys the 4th kill of the round onto the Sage. And that's a bit of a misplay there by RRQ, using the ultimate there to revive the Omen without really much else. It was kind of, I mean, what was that, a 2v3, 2v4 at that point in the match? I mean, very, very confident. It's not like you used him for bait either. I think you use him for bait, you kill the Raze, maybe, from there, you might be able to convert that into something, but your teammate might be very angry at you. But yeah, you might be able to turn that into something, but instead, it's going to be the 4th round now for AG, and an eco round coming through from RRQ.
Well, very interesting indeed. Choices are being made, some hard choices being made for the side of RRQ. We do see AG right now. Tay going to be holding onto the mid side, goes to his rope. We do see a very standard start of the utilities being spent onto the mid vents here, and I do believe that is just going to get a little bit of a mid free up mid a little bit for members of RRQ, considering that it's only going to be pistols here for the most part. They want to be taking some of these fights on their terms rather than the side of AG, but AG right now being very sneaky indeed. A little cap that just goes across, gets spot off, but oh my goodness, the next Jax comes in and drops the spike. Not a good spot for him to drop it.
Yeah, surprised that they went so forward aggressively there on the spike carries. It looks like they're actually going to be backing off of it, expecting some rotations, as now they're going to be going in. Showstopper will pick off now the Sage. RRQ, they're down by 2 already.
Well, nice showstopper there. Tay right there going for it, getting 3, getting 4, but will not be able to get the 5th, as King Leo will be able to get it off. And Sushi Boys will take down King Leo for the final kill of this round as we head into round number 7.
Yeah, like I said, it's just not coming together for RRQ. Of course, that was an eco round, so let's not be too harsh on them, considering that, well, they didn't even buy that much. But again, AG just outplaying them. You saw, who was it? It was a little kept. He has been doing amazing here, playing actually on those B rafters. He's dropping back, very willing to concede ground, especially against pistols. You don't want to give a rifle to your enemies for free, perhaps let them back into that round. And it's really, really been paying off here for AG. 5th round here for them now in the half. RRQ, they're going to need to turn it around now, and they're going to try again through mid.
Now, what's interesting to note is the fact that the insistence for members of RRQ to be still pushing into B tower is going to be very interesting indeed here, because when we look at how they're still able to basically... I mean, there has to be a level of stubbornness, I would think, for them to be able to basically still push on towards the mid side here. What do you think that RRQ needs to change if they want to get a little semblance of success here heading into round 7?
So the thing is, I'm going to push back a little bit. They have to at least clear B heaven, right? The problem is it's just way too close, and if you hear anyone in vents, they're pretty much an easy kill. As Sushi Boys are going to be easy kills. There's another one there onto B heaven if they will not be dropping back. Not even actually. They're going forward yet again. This hasn't worked for them so far. Hounded, it's not going to work this time either. 6th round now for AG, but they have to try and take B heaven. Otherwise, you're going to get lurked on immediately. But AG just they're oh, you want to come a little closer? Take one more step, and then they just hit him with the hammer, man. It's the same thing every round. I agree, something now has got to change, but we'll see as they're going to be flying rifles and armor yet again. Taking a look at the shop.
Yeah, some stuff to consider buying once the merchandise comes out. Valorant merchandise, please.
Yeah, when's it coming?
Yeah, when's it coming, Riot? Come on, guys, you guys can do it. Well, anyway, a little bit of shop pans right here before we get into the game. as we load in the fault line there coming in from the Rays for AG. Not going to be hitting anybody, but we do see a change of tactics here as 4 members are going to be stacked onto the A side.
Yeah, AG are going to read this though. They're going to rotate a third one now over with the Rays pushing a bit aggressively. They will actually be able to get an opening pick there. And for some reason, AG, they think, okay, time to go back over to B. As maybe they think the push is coming there. They've got the Cypher camera, but RRQ still playing it very patiently. And Vider senses tingling. He's holding this angle. Hasn't even looked anywhere. Is he AFK? Someone should check on him.
No, there's some slight movements here. And we do see that there are some 3 sidelines there heading towards the rafters. Heading towards
Nice
good
smoke.
one coming in from members of RRQ to deny. But we do see that from Tower trying to get some of those shots off. But we do turn around towards Tay. Tay getting some shots off onto Fire. Takes him down for the count. We have 3 members left for RRQ, whereas AG still has a healthy pool of 5. Deku will be able to take down the last two members of RRQ and takes down the final one. Is going to be a little kept onto King Leo, as we do see the defuse is going to come through. Goes for the half charge and tries to look for some weapons for him to bring back to the next round.
He's giving the point away. It was actually an eco round, so he's going to pick up a ghost. That's the best he'll find. Maybe hoping for a sheriff. But Tay going to get 1 point closer there to the showstopper. Another flawless coming through. RRQ, I guess they're saving for a really big buy here, as of course that loss bonus would have been maxed out for them.
Well, Next Jack's now holding on to an operator, as we do see some full buys coming in from members of RRQ. We do see that members of AG as well still maintaining quite a high number of credits here. Even if they were to drop off at least 2 rounds, they'll still be able to salvage themselves. However, they have to be very wary not to be too reckless and give out too many rounds.
Yeah, they can each afford an operator right now at this point, which is a pretty healthy economy for yourself, to say the least. Sushi Boys, he's looking for an early pick here. They haven't really contested him much here early on, and well, there's no really reason to now after he's going to win the opening duel. Yet again, he is on fire this round, Hound.
Ooh, very nicely done there, coming in from King Leo onto Serpeme, being able to take him down with a good spray, but it is going to register to the body instead of the head. It would have been very, very interesting to see how members of RRQ are going to work this position for himself. Talent right now with almost gets it. Plays a very dangerous game of peekaboo from King Leo. We do see Tay on to the mid vents here just before ropes, and this is going to be rather interesting as she's able to avoid 3 members for RRQ, as they're going to be moving towards the mailroom side of things and try to move out.
I heard the Blade Fury come through as well. They will be in heaven. Scouted 1 by 2. The top shots missing, ringing out all over. King Leo has lurked on through. Can he get the operator? No. Can he get one more? Absolutely not. King Leo will go down. They really needed that entrance. Fragment Prophecy from behind is going to be traded away, and again, it just doesn't come together.
Very nicely done for Deku and Tay to close out this round. 9 rounds in the bag already, as we're going to go into round number 10. Let's take a look at that replay and see how that was going to go. A little kept right there. Tries his best, goes for the flash. That was a thing of beauty before King Pro goes for it and goes for some crazy good shots, but will not be able to get it. King Leo, excuse me, as we do see Deku will be the one doing quite a bit of work and finished up by Tay.
Yeah. It's just we really need an opening pick here in favor of AG. It's just they need to try and approach one of these sites with a 1-man advantage. It's never been working out from them. The lurker is always coming through and completely nullifying even an attempt at a save. So they're just absolutely getting dominated as we're back to another eco.
All right, another eco coming in from RRQ. Doesn't look like sunny skies for them. Whereas the thunderstorm that is Armory Gaming is going to be very much very much complete in terms of loadout. You do see a little kept right there trying to bait out the peak again from the side of RRQ. We don't see any members of AG right now actually going to try to be aggressive about it.
Oh wow, Sushi Boys. Oh no, it's all going wrong here for them.
What was that? I mean, he was flashed and If it wasn't for the flash, it would have been a dead city for that member of RRQ that pushed out so aggressively, as we do see Spike Carrier has to take it up for the count, as RRQ's King Leo is going to be the last surviving member here. A 2v1 fight with AG having the benefit of manpower.
Man, AG, they're sending their lurker forward so early into the round, which is such a sign of confidence here. I mean, they're getting collapsed upon perfectly. It's so difficult here for them. They can't quite predict where this jet is always coming from, but they know that they're just lurking mid, that they're just waiting constantly, and AG, they just are set up perfectly for it every single time here. I think we need a little bit of speed, some speed, momentum, a little bit of something to get into the site, an early pick, because AG are absolutely dominated now into the 11th round. 9-1, an 8-round lead here is going to be a mighty one to overcome, even on a map like Split.
Yeah, oh, very nicely done there, as we do see the replay. As we're going to be closing out, Sushi Boys, very impressive in terms of his KDA, tied up with Deku as well as Tay, and a little kept 10 across the board for all three of them. So very good stuff here.
3 credits for a coffee. Did you see that? Not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty good stuff.
I'll take a coffee, please.
I will take a good one as well. Oh, we do see quite a bit of sneakiness there being practiced from the side of RRQ. RRQ already listening to our words apparently and go for the rush into A, as this is going to be interesting, as Fire right now going to be behind the screen. I do believe that they might actually go for the Sage Wall on to that side, as I already predicted. Yes, it's going to go up. And what do you think about that wall there?
That's a good one. It helps a lot. Either they're going to have to really heavily commit, and we're on the risk of getting swung wide here by Frostmas Yellow. As I say that, we do see that jet operator along the left-hand side. Unfortunately, Frostmas going to be just out of his scoped in range. Supreme now is going to be willing to now rotate in. Go forward the side retake, but a bit too late, as that's going to be the 3K. Little kept though, nice job there, keeping it cool, finishing off the Sage. Can they get a little bit more? It's a good flash, and it's not good enough to stop blind King Leo. Finally, RRQ, they find their second round just before they swap.
Yeah, nicely done here. Last round before the swap, as we're going to be seeing much needed credits coming for members of RRQ. Will be making a bit of a fighting chance here before they head into the next round, before they head into the swap round, and that's going to be very interesting. This could be a bit of a swing here for the side of RRQ if they decide to get it. But looking at AG right now, 9 rounds ahead, 9 rounds in their pocket compared to RRQ's 2, a 7-round disadvantage towards RRQ. They do have to do some heavy lifting talent right there. Good start, being able to get the pickup onto Sushi Boys. We do see a little bit of utility there to stop the push that's coming in from members of RRQ. Very good stuff. A little bit of healing there to add a little bit of sustainability for members of RRQ. Get them all back to full health, as AG right now 1 man down, and see that deficit is definitely will be felt.
Yep, but Deku's gonna die actually. He does not get the trade-off just before Supreme is at least able to now get the kill onto King Leo. The site has now been taken. And another operator kill before they're able to peek now and get control of A Heaven. This still could be going either way here, Hound.
Alright, so as we're going to be seeing how this progresses here, coming from AG as well as RRQ, both of them now looking towards oh, now that's a good time to get the resurrection onto RRQ, one the RRQ members here. 3-4-1, as we do see here, beautiful stuff being done from the side of RRQ. 1 more win in the pocket before the swap.
Yep, 9-3, 3 rounds, not ideal here, to be honest. You're really at least looking for 4, and I'll tell you why, right? Eco round, pistol round, about 50-50, a little bit more 40-60 here on a map like Split, but just about 50-50 as you can get, right? So that one you can put up to a coin toss, assuming the teams are evenly matched. That's going to probably net you the second round, so that'll already be putting AG 2 rounds within victory, right? So that's a bit of a dangerous spot, because that can always mean, oh, well, 1 eco, and that's all we really give. You're always looking to give yourself at least a second fighting chance here, which is why a map like Bind on the defense can be really fun to watch. Now, of course, they will be a lot stronger here. It's important to note that Sage Wall mid lane can really nullify a lot of the pushes coming through. With a Jet, though, wouldn't be too surprised to see some very aggressive plays as well out from AG. Looking forward to this half.
Oh, very nicely done there from Next Jax. We'll be able to get quite a bit of damage here. We'll whiff those first 3 shots. There goes the flash. Tries to go for it. Next Jax will be able to take out Tay. Gets the healing done. And that's a good stuff here. Almost gets back to full health. Gets flashed himself as Fire. Will be able to take out Sushi Boy's Deku. Returns Fire onto Fire. gets that headshot through the wall. Very nicely done as Frost Misty, excuse me, hanging out on top of rafters for the side of A. We do see that AG right now going up against RRQ, 3-man down, 3-man left for AG, as RRQ has 4 slight advantage with RRQ. However, it can turn in a split second.
Yeah, they're going to scout 2 ramp, now maybe even a 3rd after they hear the man run up and over. You got 1 on ropes, just jiggle peeking it. Deku going to run on in. They're going to know he's going for it now. The Sage from the high ground is going to be nuked down, and they're going to be looking to rotate on through towards B. I like the call, but already they're scrambling. The Omen, can he beat him there to the chase? Dropping down from heavens. Actually, he's going to be looking for the counterplay there, but Omen was already swung wide past. So into heaven here. This B fight is going to actually decide, but no, I think they're going to swing it back over to A. What's the call here?
Very interesting here. A little bit of confusion coming in from members of RRQ, from members of AG. Oh my goodness. Next Jax gets onto Serpim as well as Deku. Not a very good choice, and it seems that AG is not infallible as we used to think here, as they were able to just turn it around. This was where I think things went a little bit bad for the side of AG. They decided to just re-rotate from here to there, wasting quite a bit of time, and this was the difference.
Yeah,
and
basically just lined him up 1 and then 2, didn't even have to adjust the reticle there. I mean, I can see the play in my mind. They must have known. Well, the Omen for sure was making just a beeline directly to the site. They didn't quite catch him there on the lurk, so they said, well, he's probably already set up. I don't want to take my chances. And instead, I guess they opt to hope that maybe then the Raze was out of position. Unfortunately, perfectly placed to shut down that push and the first round here for RRQ. Immediately going into the anti-eco with some heavy armor and specters alike.
very nicely done here from King Leo, trying to get his best abilities. Trying to basically stave off whatever push that is coming from the side of AG. As we do see here, members of AG are going to be relatively conservative in their approach here. There's going to be the wall onto the mid side, and I believe that's going to be very irritating indeed for all of them. As we do see onto stairs here, very good. There goes 1, Talon showing his talent indeed. There goes 2. Would there be another one? The anti-eco round is definitely working for the side of RRQ. However, it seems that RRQ will be able to get it off and will be able to close out the round of 14 in this match up, going to them as we head into round 15. And AG right now feeling a little bit of pressure here, as we do see the difference between AG and RRQ getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah, and that's just split for you, right? The same thing that we saw AG doing to RRQ. RRQ go, okay, we can play that game too, except we can play it better because we have a Sage. So it's going to be extremely frustrating to now try and push through against this. Despite the Sage nerfs, I think Split still very much so a map Sage can excel in with that pretty aggressive wall placement, because you're going to get a lot of information as to how many people are shooting that wall anyway. So it's not going to be any easier here for AG, rather. But the full buy at least is going to give him a full advantage here. Oh, what? That was the first shot. Can we, again, we need to check the Vanguard on this guy's account, I think, Hound.
Misty. That was just fire there, coming in from the side of RRQ to be able to take down that shot over towards AG. But we do see Deku right now getting those shots off onto next Jax, and it is going to be very even indeed, a 3-4-3 with the agency to push onto the side of AG.
And what's going to decide it here is how far this Omen decides to lurk. He's going to decide he doesn't want to go any further than ramp without any information. They haven't heard any footsteps, no movement. It definitely could be through vent, so he's playing it very defensively here, but it's going to be through A main now, as they will now cross the connector, continue on lurking straight into the site here. So Frost Misty, he could really make or break this round, as the rest of RRQ still holding in B heaven, now slowly starting to lurk over back, committing for this A site though, but they've allowed AG just to literally walk on in and do whatever they want.
Well, I like what's happening here from AG. They will be able to get that plant down onto A side, and it is going to be a very interesting turn of events here, as we do see members of RRQ right now poised to retake the spot.
Well, that's a bit
Sushi
awkward.
boys. Oh, King Leo right in his face. Sushi Boys will be taken down here. We do see a little cap right now. Going to be holding on to his spot. Oh, blinds himself and his enemy team. And the enemy team very good indeed here, as Deku will be able to take down one onto King Leo, as a little cap takes down Talon to close out the round. 10 rounds in the favor of AG. We've got at least 5 rounds for the side of RRQ to even this out. They need to keep this flawless for the next 5 turns before they are able, before they're able to basically tie it out. Members of Armory Gaming now definitely has the tempo and definitely has the lead by a big margin.
Okay, so here's the eco game that I was talking about, right? You can see we don't quite yet have enough money. It's that first loss bonus that only really gives you, I think, like 11 or 1200, not nearly enough for a full buy here. So it's an eco round out from RRQ. AG, we'll see if they can scout this. They're going to be a little bit careful here to start off with, but as soon as they realize they're on an eco, expect some very aggressive moves. But that is the very, very small chance that RRQ can actually turn this around just before they realize it's going to be full eco. So no one peeking, everyone playing very, very defensively here on the side of RRQ, hoping for a pick. Let's see how it works for them.
All right, so we're going to be seeing how Tay already being blinded here. They're going to be pushing out quite aggressively onto A main.
Now they know.
Oh, wait. We do see Deku right now trying to push on. We do see the full stack here coming in. This is where it's going to get really interesting. Fire right now going for the flashes. Will not be able to hit anyone here. A little bit of bad timing. Goes off to cancel the teleport coming in from the side of Armory Gaming. Very good stuff being shown from the side of RRQ. Will they be able to stop the push here? I think a pink grenade would be very good in this situation. Doesn't have any. There goes a little cap onto 2. And we do see Deku onto 1. There it is. A boom shakalaka for the side of Armory Gaming. 2 more rounds away from winning this for Armory Gaming.
2 small victories there. You did do a little bit of eco damage now. You can actually see Terry's going to need a drop, so that's going to help you keep this in the game. You can full buy now on this round, and you actually prevented them from getting the plant bonus. So very, very small victories here for RRQ. Again, these things very could well make the difference here in this next round. Should RRQ take this, and on a map like Split, that's still a very real possibility here, as they're going to be going in fully kitted here, I think with all Phantoms.
Okay, so let's take a look at how Armory Gaming is going to do this. Oh, the fault line is going to hit onto Talent. Not a very good spot for him to be in mailroom here. Got to be very, very wary on how this is. There goes the wall. Very good stuff being shown from Talent. However, a little bit early there, as it is going to be 2 segments of the wall being taken down for the count. We do see some shots, blind shots from Deku coming in, and they're going to be bailing out and may actually turn their heads towards another spot of the map. B is still very much open. We do see that there is going to be one Cypher on the rafters on tower that is going to be holding on. So that's going to be very interesting indeed, with one camera, with one spy cam that's holding up to its B. So this could be an interesting rotation for members of Armory Gaming to take advantage of, and force the rotation onto RRQ and force it to retake.
Oh no, they might be able to sneak through vent. This is going to be disastrous here. Frostmisty needs to win this duel. Otherwise, I think the map's going to fall apart here for RRQ.
Alright, so we're going to be seeing a little bit of a change here from members of RRQ, excuse me, members from AG. Tried to force out the rotation onto B, but we do see members of AG moving on to A. And this could be
30 seconds left.
Whoa, Mr. B being able to take down 2, and this is the advantage that RRQ, that AG needed to basically get into some really prime real estate, as we do see Spike going to be initiated on to A. Beautifully done there, and it's going to be a very interesting retake phase for the side of RRQ. 1 member down for the count, 1 member down compared to Armory Gaming.
Yes, we did see the Cypher ult used, and no one actually rotated away, so they're operating with very good intel now. Can they actually execute on it, though, is the question. That's a good start, though, at 3v1 in favor of RRQ, and they're going to get the 3rd one here to claim the 6th round. A big win here for them now, because the economy for AG not in a very good position here. That was very interesting. I thought RRQ had lost the plot there. Unfortunately, the Raze was punished for the mistake of their teammate. Raze was silent there through the vent, but then one of their teammates was allowed on the ropes behind her. That alerted, I believe it was Supreme, to then get 2 kills in that round. So it was looking a little bit scary for them there, but they were able to execute in the end, thanks to the Cypher ult. So good stuff there for RRQ.
Alright, so let's take a look at Armory Gaming right now. It seems to be quite a bit of interesting turn of events here in terms of the economy. What do you think about this?
I like this a lot, actually. So what they're saying right now is we don't care about the eco. We've got rounds to lose right now. As long as we can get this 12th round, this one single round, boys, that is going to at least put us in a good place. Nice job by NextJax. He's looking to get super aggressive as well with the showstopper. Where are you going, Deku? Absolutely nowhere. A good start for RRQ here against the aggression of AEG, as now they're going to continue with the ultimate. Now look at this. This is incredible. Now lurking out of B. I've never seen this before. Sushi Boy's trying to hold his crown, but Talent is able to get a favorable trade. AEG, it's going to be a 2 versus 3 until the Sage ulti comes on through Hound. What an incredible turn. What a read from RRQ, but they have actually let the A site go through, so there's still a chance for AEG to complete their original objective here and find that all-important 12th round.
Now, this is going to be very interesting for members of RRQ. They do have the numbers here, but they got to be very wary on how they want to push into A. We do see that a little cap is going to be holding on to its flashes, just waiting for it. The flash is good. We'll be able to get onto one. There goes another one, but no, it's not going to be enough. Talent right now will be able to take down 2, and there it goes. Going for this 7 win for the side of RRQ, putting members of Armory Gaming even further behind in terms of economy. This could be a difference here.
Yeah.
And RRQ could actually turn this around.
Yeah, most definitely here as we take a look now in our buy phase. Just waiting for that scoreboard to pop up. But it's definitely going to be an eco round. It has to be an eco round for AG. And actually with that revive, that allows him to escape with 1 more additional rifle on the side of RRQ. So the revive not only good for that round, but also for the future rounds, as it does improve your eco rating, which goes further to controlling actually that economy here. We need a big win here for RRQ. They cannot lose this round, Hound. If they lose this round, they're going to be forced to buy at most SMGs and light armor next round, and it's going to be very difficult. So we'll see how they want to play it. They went aggressive versus the full buy. We'll see how they go again versus the eco.
Well, let's see how members of Armory Gaming are going to be playing this out here. They don't want to be put in a situation where it's going to be so detrimental. Already the loadout is very subpar compared to RRQ, but we do see that there is going to be a full B rush here. I'm going to be excited to see what King Leo is going to offer towards members of RRQ, towards members of AG, as RRQ right now holding on to it, some of these holding on to its sites here. Gotta be very ginger with how they do this.
If AG is going to take it, here's how it's going to have to work. They have to kill the man in back of sight. Sushi Boys is going to have to immediately challenge onto Heaven. We'll see how they can get it done here as in they go.
Alright, Nessie done there coming in. Oh my goodness gracious me. RRQ will be able to take down 3 here with 2 going over fire. Goes for the Kabumi, but it's going to be Talent that takes down Tay. Very nicely done there coming in, but it's not going to be enough as we do see 4 members still alive inside of RRQ. We'll be able to take down quite a bit of, we'll be able to take down nothing much in terms of just secondaries. So we do see that Armory Gaming right now will be able to come back into the game with full buy after that eco round. They did throw it, not to say they did throw it around, that round was basically just, alright RQ, you just take whatever it is, we'll try to do as much damage as we can, we'll come back stronger the next round.
I agree with you. They did use that Jet ultimate though. Now I think that's the perfect usage of the ulti, but I think Sushi Boys, rather than charge for the enemy back in sight, you have to trust your team to try and dispatch of them even with the eco. You smoked them out and everything. I think he needed to really make a challenge for Heaven. He's the only one on his team that can actually contest against the rifles. Instead, they all just get mowed down. So I think maybe that's going to be one there for the replay. A little bit of feedback there for him potentially. But who knows? He is obviously the one playing and not casting, so it's going to be a lot better than I am. And of course, caster site 2020, right?
Caster site 2020, that's for sure. We'll be able to get all the information necessary to make things a little bit easier, that's for sure. However, in hindsight, we would like to think that RRQ will be kicking themselves for some of the mistakes that they've made thus far.
Yeah, as well. It goes both ways, doesn't it, says RRQ. They're going to actually use a little bit of their utility here early on. So you can see AG very cautious now. The pick's not going to go. He's going to only hear 1 cross. The second one will surprise him now. Nice job there using the movement to bait him out, and a very strong opening from AG.
AG right now pushing as best as they can here. for the spike initiate, as we do see RRQ does have 3 members, whereas members of Armory Gaming has 5. So this is where members of Armory Gaming will be able to send it around. Very interesting indeed here coming in from RRQ. There is going to be talent pushing on from the top of... Oh wait, there goes one, but nope, it's not going to be enough. There goes another one for Sushi Boys here, as King Leo will be able to take him down. We do see Tay right now moving 2 versus 4.
Oh no, this Omen is in trouble. Gets the smoke down though, that might be enough. It's a 1v1, but it's not going to happen. AG, they get the all-important 12th round hound. Very, very strong round out from them. Baiting out the footsteps. You might be like, why in the world would he peek that? He thought that it was still going to be the lurker that ended up coming back, right? So actually a very nice little piece of fancy footwork there from AG. They make a little bit of footstep noises, just one, as they have an additional member actually peek on over in a very unexpected position, who's then able to easily get the trade there. Luckily for RRQ, their economy's in a good spot. Even with that first loss bonus, they are able to actually full buy here, but it's going to be make or break for every single round. They need 4 in a row. Definitely a possibility here on Split.
A big possibility for members of RRQ if they're playing it out, but we do see that they can't make any more mistakes for the next 5 rounds if they're going to be sealing it away from AG. AG right now just needs 1 more win. If they're able to get a first pick onto members of RRQ, then it's going to be a huge problem for RRQ. They have to basically plug a sinking ship when that one member is down for the count. However, with a Sage ultimate, that can change everything. Count it.
It can. Unfortunately, we don't have that quite yet. Just the breach ulti ready to go. RRQ with some good information that's now about to become obsolete, though. They can't rely on it. They heard at least 2 members mid lane shoot that wall down. So you can see actually no one really moving too quickly on the side of RRQ. It's still a little bit uncertain where the majority of 3 could possibly be. Unbeknownst to them, of course, they are still going to be chilling in lower mid lane. We do have Supreme daring anyone to lurk out through B, but I think RRQ, they know now's not really the time for that high risk, high reward sort of play.
Yeah, high risk, high reward, despite the fact that it can bring a crazy amount of rewards. You never want to be playing that high risk, high reward style, mainly because that for as much as you're going to be able to win, you're going to lose just as much. So we do see that there is going to be quite a bit of aggression here being shown from Tay, being able to take the fire as well as talent, as we do see more of the teleportation that coming in from... Oh no.
Oh no, he didn't see him.
He didn't see him.
Right behind him, I think.
Oh my goodness.
They're going to continue holding Deku. Who's like, hey, what the heck? You're not one of my friends. He turns around and hits him with the Phantom. That was a little bit unbelievable. Maybe they thought they were on the same team. It was like the Spider-Man meme when they both pointed at each other.
Exactly the type of meme to basically and accurately explain what just happened just now. Very unfortunate for the side of RRQ. But luckily enough, that meme wasn't going to be the game-ending meme for members of RRQ, as Armory Gaming still has quite a bit of ways to make inroads here.
Man.
Still 1 more win, but that last nail in the coffin for the side of RRQ seems to be a stubborn one here, as RRQ just refuses to die.
I have to question this. They're gonna go for a force buy on this, just buying anything they can. We saw some Spectres along with some rifles out against the full buy out from RRQ. I get it, because they can still lose 2 more rounds, but if they lose this round, they're going to be in a very bad position here for the 23rd, and they're going to be putting it all up to that last round to try and either force the tie or at least win. So worst case scenario here for AG is that they tie it, so they're hoping to at least get the round difference perhaps in their favor, but a very risky play here, as I think this is going to be deemed a little bit unnecessary by maybe our analysts here, and by myself, I would wager to say here at first glance. We'll see how it works out though, as they will not be able to get the opening pick. Sushi Boy is actually the first to fall. Supreme gets the lurk though, and the vision. Now they're going to notice that A site is almost completely free at the moment, and they should maybe actually lurk on over. We'll see how they want to react.
Alright, as we're going to be seeing here, all 4 members of RRQ are going to be hitting onto A, and it seems that 1 member of AG right now going to be holding towards B. A lot of clean signals here being spotted out, but we do see the raise. Tay keeping it very, very solid. Snake keeping his back against the wall.
Most importantly, the spike's already in B. 20 seconds, more than enough time to plant. They're going to hear it. There's going to be a little bit of running now, so Tay might be able to lurk from behind and snag 2, and 1 actually rotating over from the library, a mailroom that rather make it. This could be detrimental, as they will actually get the opening pick off there. Oh, it's going to be a close one here. Oh no, RRQ actually, they're able to pull it together. I think AG, they were kind of pushing 3 angles at the same time. Unfortunately, they decided to go in towards B heaven, maybe only expecting 1 there from the footsteps. There was actually 2. So they ended up getting, yes, the trade initially, but then immediately traded right back. And now we see a little bit of the financial pinch that AG's been put into. RRQ most definitely will be taking this round.
All right, as we're going to be seeing it, it is going to be an interesting turn of events here, as RRQ from a very big deficit now has been able to close out the margin 12-10. One more win and they will be most likely be the spoilers here, as this could be a very interesting outlook for the side of AG, considering their current loadout.
They're running down. They hear plenty of them. Oh, Sushi Boys does not actually get on up, and he's going to be punished for that. With the rest of the team rotating over already. King Leo's going to get 1 before he's frenzied on down by Supreme. Frost Misty, though, he's holding here in screens. He hears the plant peeking on through, unable to get him. So it's a 3v4 with the spike down. Maybe a weapon recovered, but a bad start for AG.
Alright, so we do see RRQ right now going to kick it off onto them, but no, it's not going to be enough, as Talon and Frost Misty will be able to take down the last 2 surviving members of Armory Gaming as we head into round number 11. What are you looking forward to heading into this next one for round number 24?
I'm looking forward to seeing where the sage is going to be positioned. If this sage gets picked off first, that's not only the kill onto a sage, it's actually worth 2 kills at this point, especially in this 24th round now, right? Because she has that ultimate, she has the resurrect ready to go, so we'll see. I think it's very risky, but if AG can actually get an opening pickoff here onto the Sage, who will likely be playing a very risky position here in mid lane, it might be worth it while for them to try for it. As you can see her already positioned in mid events. It's going to be a close one. Full buy on full buy. Oh, Hound. We might get to see some overtime on split, and this is why I think having a defensive favorite map can still be a little bit fun to watch.
It can be, and looking at the fact that members of AG right now are a little bit struggling quite a bit against members of RRQ, this could be a very interesting outlook for RRQ and may awaken them and motivate them to push even harder as we hit it, because I believe that across the games that they've played thus far, they have not won a single game yet. So this is a much needed win. Next Jax there has been picked off.
Oh no, I think they might have a team meeting about that one. I don't know who made the call to lurk out through B. They have absolutely no intel mid. Such a risky call there, Hound.
Very questionable indeed.
Especially when you're playing for the tie, it's so difficult on a map like Ascent. Make that split as Deku now is going to crack this one wide open. There's the much needed kill onto Sage, and now you can see AG moving much more confidently.
AG now moving with a sense of confidence in the steps, will definitely enjoy the 5-man advantage that they have compared to RQ's 3. So with what they have here, it's going to be very, very interesting, because we only have 25 seconds left.
It's a good read by RRQ though. They've read A.
Yeah,
defended.
Oh no.
1v5. It's going to have to be the clutch moment of his life there. He's starting off a good shot with 1. He's not going to find the second, unfortunately. We hear our production team upstairs hoping for the overtime, but I guess unfortunately for RRQ, it is going to be AG taking it 13-11, as RRQ will be giving them one heck of a run for their money.
Now, break it down for me. What went wrong for Armory Gaming, and why was the lead conceded a little bit too much here for members of AG? And how did RRQ were able to basically turn it around and were able to cinch up instead of ending with a 13-0, end up with a 13-11?
So the one round, I forget the exact number, but the one round that that AG went for the full buy, and we saw RRQ out of the gates, rush mid, get a few picks. That round right there was the decider. That's the whole reason why it came down to this 13-11. It was in fact maybe 11 to like 5 at that point, and it all stems from that. Just so impressive there. So the economy choices by AG, their decision to try and half buy there and force at least the 12th round, it leads to situations like that, right? That's the possibility that you accept when you actually go for the buy. I'm not saying they were overconfident, but all I'm saying is that RRQ, they really had no reason to believe that RRQ would actually be crazy on the offensive like that, especially when they were playing down by that much. So shout outs to RRQ. I think I have to maybe question some of their calls in the attacking half, right? We saw AG react very, very appropriately to the aggressive play style, kind of conceding ground in heaven and just generally baiting them out and just having them overextend only to get completely demolished whenever they try to take B.
And it's a very questionable turn of events here. Now let's take a look at the numbers. King Leo is still trailing ahead with 26. King Leo definitely putting quite a bit here. But in terms of the first bloods, it's going to be Sushi Boys that leads with a 6. So we do have to say that despite the fact that KDA is pretty important in some of these games, right? But first bloods are also equally important. If you can consistently get some of these opening kills, and you're able to turn, make a deficit happen for an opposing team, then it just makes movement as well as the game plan realization a lot easier.
I think what's really important, you're absolutely correct, Hound, here, but I think a lot of these first bloods for Sushi Boys actually came very decisively on the defensive half, right? Which is fairly normal on a map like Split, but the reason why Sushi Boys is very, very telling is that half the time he was rotating around everywhere on the map. Sometimes he'd go over to A, and then he would check vents, and based on that information, he'd go over to B, and it was just, he was everywhere. And AG, I don't think they could really deal with that unpredictability there, and the rotations that were coming through. A very, very impressive game for AG. Despite the second half, I think we can throw that up to some, split quirks, right, we'll call them. But I think a very, very close game really could have gone either way up until the end.
Really could have gone either way, but King Leo is definitely going to deserve a big cookie there, a big 26-inch cookie with that nice 26 kills. However, was not able to turn it into a big win for him. However, it is a small little victory being able to get close up with the Thai team of AG. Hopefully, fortune will favor the boldness of RRQ as we head into our next map later on. But before that, we'll have to wait and see what the analysts will have to say. But before that, do you have any other closing sentiments here or closing thoughts before we pass it on to the analysts?
Yeah, so last time we saw RRQ, I think this is going to be their map pick because they picked it versus Boom and they got really, really close. They really went down with one hell of a fight here. And now we see the same thing. Unfortunately, on Haven, they didn't look nearly as good versus Boom Esports. So we'll see if they can fare any better here versus the Armory Gaming side. We'll see what map it's going to go to. But for now, as you said, I think our analysts are ready. So we'll throw it all back over to Ava Plus and the boys after a short break.
Hello guys and welcome back to the Royal SCA Cup panel. We're here, my name is Mr. Ava Plus, joining me now is Player the J, and of course, YOLO Lee, not Leonard, that's not his name anymore. We just watched a wonderful match between some of the weaker teams in this group, and it was a very important decider match, because whomever takes the 2-0, if it's possible, essentially secures themselves as in a safe position and eliminates the opposition. And if it's a tie, they're both screwed. So let's see what happens. Can you guys explain to me what happened a bit in this first match?
Well, I think this is going to be a chance for both of these teams to redeem themselves after losing their opening matches here in Group C. And, RRQ chose this map and they wanted to make sure that they could, be as comfortable as possible playing their game. But, I think Armory Gaming definitely had other ideas. Split, notoriously known to be very defender-sided, and they really demonstrated that, and it was a 9-3 half in their favor. But I think after that we did see some changes happen.
And the interesting part about RRQ as well, like when it comes down to defending as well, is that although sure they have a fallback plan, they always have this way of being very proactive and reacting to certain plays or certain line of composition. The only downside about it is just I feel it takes a little bit too long for RRQ to really come up with the plan. But either way, they finally came out with it. They started falling back. They let them take the side, then allow them to go for the retakes. And instantly, we saw such a huge difference. 92 in the first half. Then second half, 13-11. Seriously, really well played.
Yeah, so I mean, there was a lot of ground made up by RRQ. This is their map pick, and they managed to, of course, take it over to the defensive side, which they're expected to pick up some points. But I mean, they really made it close here. Armory Gaming, well, they did manage to actually get the plant down quite a bit. I think like the post-plant retakes and the positioning from RRQ was on point, but unfortunately, not enough to make it at the end.
That was actually one of the things they were mentioning earlier that was very important, particularly about this matchup that we had. In the previous matchups, the retakes has essentially stopped any of these aggressive teams because a lot of the teams are very good at getting on site, but then they don't know how to defend it.
Yeah, and that's always going to be a difficulty for some of these teams. So, you know, the easy part for them can, you know, get the plant down, and then it's like, okay, now what? And this is, again, where, you know, the kind of agents that you have are going to be absolutely crucial. And why we see compositions like what we might have seen from Liquid, where there are no smokes, you know, is it's very difficult to stop the defending team from retaking the site if you do not have the necessary utility to slow them down. But I think, you know, looking at some of the post-plant positions, just not being aware of where the repositioning was coming from RRQ, especially in those last few rounds, was almost to the detriment of Armory Gaming. They almost crept back into it, but I think they lost a few too many in that very final round of regulation.
Yeah, and like the thing is this, right? Although they give a few runs, it just allow RRQ to really bounce back into the game as well. I also think there's a few things we need to take into account that maybe RRQ in this case is sort of like fatigue. They were the first team to be playing today as well, and they went up against Boom Esports, if I'm not mistaken. So really well played coming from them.
Well, actually they did play the second game, but I mean, but regardless, I mean, yeah, it is a very drawn out day, so everyone will be feeling it. But I mean, it's more the fact that they'll be feeling the kind of spanking they got from Boom Esports in their earlier match, you know. So I think that is going to be a little bit more of something on their mind. But they were not phased. They still wanted to come here to split at the end of the day to, you know, rethink about how they want to do it. And hey, they got a better result. But you know what? Armory Gaming got an even better one.
Yeah, indeed, and it's also the pressure to some degree that you feel because you know how important this matchup is. Like it's first of all, it's simply not enough to win a map. You have to win both. So probably you're thinking about that, right? It's hard to tell the players don't think ahead because you're counting points. That's what you do in a tournament, right? You're counting points. You're going, how do we get to the playoffs? And right now you're thinking, if we don't win these two, the chances of going to the playoffs are slim to none, right? It essentially means, especially for Armory, that means that they have to beat Boom. And it's that's a tall order for them, certainly.
Yeah, I mean, it's there's still a number of permutations about it, you know, but I think Armory Gaming, of course, they're going to be looking at this as a fantastic opportunity. They managed to already take this first map, and what that means is that they just have to try and get another one, and while they might not be able to directly affect things in the favor, or rather on the fortunes from Todak, of course Todak would have 2 points or 2 maps won so far, so they would want to pile the pressure onto them. They need to get these 2 map wins, and if they improve their round difference by maybe 4, if they were to beat RRQ in the next one, then they would actually draw a level with Todak. And let's not forget, after we finish this game, all teams only have 1 match left remaining. Everyone would have played 2 matches, and that's really going to come down to how this is all decided. So that is going to pile the pressure onto the Malaysian team.
Yes. Now let's talk about the next matchup, the next map, right? What changes would you like to see? I would like to know what the map is, but
well, the map is going to be on Haven, actually.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you, production. I'm the host, but whatever. Haven, that's interesting to know. So, what do you think? What changes would you like to see here for the losing team?
Well, I mean, from RRQ's perspective, you know, they're of course not going on to their favorite map pick, so I kind of would want to see them adjust to how Armory Gaming likes to play it, you know, because Armory Gaming, they did select, or rather they did play already on Haven, so like to see a little bit of adjustment coming out from them to be able to cater for the kind of things that they can pull out.
And the thing is, like, we have to also remind ourselves as well that Haven is a little bit, not to say major for sure, it's pretty much, it's still trying to be decided by a majority of this team, but by stats for now, it is slightly attack favor, and we have seen from this game between Armory Gaming and RRQ, and even the game before this, is that RRQ isn't really strong in that attack, that offensive gameplay. They feel more comfortable for going for that defensive play or even for the retake. So what I really hope to see from RRQ in the second game will probably be them, like, if they're the one that's defending,
rack up as many points as possible. It doesn't have to be like by a huge margin.
Well, in
Just have to be
fact,
enough.
they are going to be defending first. You know?
Really?
Because of course this is Armory's, Armory Gaming's map pick. So yeah, they're going to have the choice of that. I mean, we kind of saw what happens, you know, when they pick split, and yeah, they're always, even though it's their map pick, they're supposed to be better on it. They're always forced to play attack first, you know, and you know that can always take a huge knock on your confidence. So yeah.
And I want to touch on that though, because we discussed this other days on the panel, but you know, for the new viewers or whatever, isn't it better if you're a defensive team or a team that does better in defense if you pick an offensive map, because then you can take advantage of when the enemy team is on offense, you can stop them, and then you only need to rack up a couple points afterwards, right?
Yeah.
Like it must, because if you pick an offensive map, for example, and you're the better offensive team, it's essentially you either get the 12 points there or you're screwed, right?
Yes. I mean, the logic is there. I think, though, that we don't... I mean, while we might say that it's more attacking favored, it's not a substantial margin. It's maybe not to the extent...
How would you say the score is more or less there?
Well, I would still say it's about a 7-5 still. So
Okay.
it's actually not that significant.
Yeah.
But if we consider how Ascent has been going, how Split has been going, I mean, let's look at this. It was a 9-3 in the first half. You know, Ascent we typically have seen between maybe 8-4 and 7-5 as well. You know, so these are more extreme examples, you know, of you know how it works. But yes, you're right. On attacking side, they could have used that logic to kind of soften the blow. But you know, to each team, we don't know what is the exact circumstances of why they pick the map that they do. You know, they might be comfortable with certain aspects about it, especially if, say, for example, it's easy enough to for attacking side to get down the plants. They might be well versed in the retake, so even though it might be slightly attacker sided, they know how to deal with it.
Especially because we always mention that Valorant in general, the defensive side always has a slight advantage, right? Just in general, overall.
Yes.
So when we talk about something that's an offensive-sided map, yes, the score is like, for example, 7-5, but that's not the whole story. Because first of all, you need to overcome the natural defensive advantage, and then on top of that, get the advantage in the map for the offense. So I find that actually the team that really surprised me today was Todak, particularly because they showed that there are some advantages to being on the offense, particularly tempo control.
Oh, very much
yes,
so.
very much. Like seriously, it's like absolutely insane how they want to do with tempo control. But in the end, it can only get you so far because Todak comes into the game, especially the first game of today, with a certain composition. They came with a plan, a tactical, strategic composition, especially coming out with the Viper play. But the thing is, just like it can only get you so far. Like for example, Boom Esport, they instantly figure out, all right, I know you're gonna do something like this. I've seen it before. We tried it ourselves because Boom is also pretty much very textbook as well. The only difference is that they're a little bit more aggressive and very confident with it. So they were definitely they're very smart in how figuring out how to deal with this Viper competition, and that's pretty much how Todak just slowly kept falling further and further behind.
Yeah, so I mean, those were like the more direct counters to Todak. They knew that they were
Because Boom is very good at retakes, particularly, which is what they were suffering against.
Yeah, exactly. And I think they had the tools to do it with the double flash, you know. So in any case, you know, when it comes down to it, you could be a more attacking favor sided or defender sided. But being attacker favored, tempo is one thing, but it's giving yourself the opportunity so that even on defense, you can always push out aggressively as well. You know, maybe you're not good at defending against retakes, but at the very least, you can get the plant down and give yourself a chance. But if you're only good at defense when you're on the offensive side and you can't even get a plant down, you don't even give yourself the opportunity to try and defend those plants.
That's why from the very day one on the panel, I did mention that I love a very aggressive and very confident team because being aggressive can work both defensive and even attack. And also offensive as well. It just makes you very versatile, makes you very flexible as well. And the thing is just like sometimes it even puts attacking teams in such a position where they're like, this is a very super offensive team. Are they gonna come towards us or do we have to come towards them? That kind of thing. All these thoughts starts happening. They start overthinking. When overthinking starts happening, mistakes happen, and then aggressive teams will punish you really hard for this. And then once they realize like, all right, there's a loophole, we're just gonna literally exploit it and constantly punish them for it. So aggressive teams like G2, we've seen firsthand, especially how much they punish teams when there's like when they show slight weakness. It has always been really great.
Yeah.
Yep.
Some teams also play better on pressure. Like if we saw this last map, right? I believe that Armory actually played quite well with that pressure, that they knew they got the better side. They got racked up a bunch of points. And then they just kind of said, well, we can wait this out. You just need to make one mistake, well, 2 mistakes rather, for 2 rounds, and we got this. It's very easy for us. And that made it really difficult for RRQ to play their game plan, because being able to play with that pressure, saying like we need to play flawless or we're essentially lost is, I mean, I wouldn't be able to do that, I can tell you. You know, the IGL needs to be an incredibly skilled leader to keep everyone cold-minded.
Yeah, I mean, well, Armory Gaming definitely kept the pressure. I think like the best that RRQ can do to get a better result in this next half, you know, is to really, you know, I mean, they can't cater entirely, you know, to what Armory is going to do. You know, there's a lot of mind games involved with these tactical shooters as well, right? So the best that they can do is really focus on their own internal organization and making sure the calls are nice and crisp, that they trust in their teammates, and they're going to be able to play to their game plan and make those small adjustments while having that clarity of mind at the same time.
And I think also while they're doing that as well, handling their inner organization, I also think that they also need to come up with a secondary plan. Like they cannot just react on the fly. Sure, maybe they have a rough idea, like, all right, we'll react if this happens, right? But they also need to come to they had to come up with a plan on how they're gonna deal when the team is super offensive with this. Armory Gaming kept applying, like we saw just now, pressure after pressure when they were on the defensive side. So RRQ really needs to come up with a way to deal with this, to last until when it becomes it's their turn to be defensive.
Okay, so now that we've analyzed this as much as we possibly could, honestly, what are the predictions for this last map?
Well, I mean,
I'm gonna go with Jay first. You take your time, Leonard. Think about it.
I think Armory, they finally got it rolling for themselves, you know, and they're going to be comfortable bringing them to Haven. I think RRQ, you know, they're again just trying to get something going by having that map pick. Didn't work out for them. I think they're going to still not be able to get the requisite number of rounds here. So I think Armory Gaming will be taking this one as well.
You're guessing for the 2-0 then. Let's see, Oli.
I believe RRQ is going to be the one to do this, actually. It's going to be a 1-1.
Okay, some Indonesian pride coming out from Oli. You know, earlier he was all full Todak, but now he's seen the power of RRQ.
Yes, I have.
He's believing in the
Indonesians. I believe the potential. So RRQ, I say you guys go for it. Like,
let's go. Let's see if you guys, who of you is correct as we go into map number 2 between Rex Regum Kaon and Armory Gaming. It's Indonesia versus Thailand. Take it away, casting pair. Delight us with your beautiful narration.
All right.
All right.
Let's do this.
Let's go. You're gonna do the intro, mate.
Oh, for me?
Yeah, it's for you.
Oh, yeah, I'm doing it. Hey, we're here. The intro. I'm doing the intro. It's me, Secret Strike, with my boy Hound here. We, as professional as always, RRQ. They got so close. We thought we were going to see our first overtime here of the tournament, but it was going to be AG closing it out. I have to think RRQ that they're going woulda, coulda, shoulda. You know, that Raze lurking out from B. You know, maybe starting to maybe the first domino to tip, if you will, right?
And looking at what we have seen thus far, it's going to be a Haven-centric map here. I really like the fact that Haven has been making an appearance about 100% across all of the matches thus far. Seems to me to be a fairly attacker-centric map, and I do believe that a lot of these teams want to secure Haven as quickly as possible to make sure that on the second split they'll be able to go and basically be on the attacking side, as we do see RRQ right now is going to hold on to defenders, and I feel that that's going to work against members of AG if members of RRQ are able to get a lead, a potential lead across them on the defensive side.
You know what I really like about Haven is that unlike Split or Bind, you're not always going into it with the preconception for most teams that is, okay, they need to do this well on attack, they need to do this well on defense, because it really depends on the play style of each team. And then when one team kind of takes control and sets themselves up as kind of, the team to react to, it's about seeing that other team react and adapt to the situation and make the calls. So I think that's where you really see the leadership and experience. I think that's something that's really interesting about this map that I love to see. So I'm happy that you point out the fact that it's actually got 100% pick rate here in the tournament thus far. And, well, as one of the 4 maps, that's one of the more popular ones. I think we're going to be seeing it throughout the rest of the tournament here, too.
And when you compare it to something like Split, for example, right, that has multiple quirks that whenever there is a denial with some utility, right, it kind of forces the team into a hand that they can't fold, but they got to play with. You got to deal that hand accordingly. I feel that Split can be very counterintuitive for some teams that do not have a versatile playstyle. However, for Haven, though, it does reward quite a bit in terms of different playstyles, like how you mentioned. And I do like the fact that with that being said, we could actually see a possibility from some of these teams to basically eke it out. I've always thought of Haven as to be a very good, conducive, a very good environment to basically be a tiebreaker kind of map in that sense.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I like the way you put that here. As we'll see, it's a bit of a different play.
Big different play here coming in, but we're going to be starting it out as because we take out onto Nyx Jax. Very nicely done. Roomba bot's going to go out. Don't know whether that's going to Roomba all the way to eternity, or we'll be able to spot somebody and it's just going to go back and forth between double doors. Yep. Not much going to be said. We do see a big rotation here coming in from the side of AG as they're going to be heading over to A long and may push with reckless abandon into A side.
Well, they're all a little bit lit here, actually. That mid lane encounter, yes, they get the pick, but 3 members within 1 shot distance. King Leo up in heaven could just do exactly that. He's going to scout 2 on over before he gets double smoked off. Wow, the double commit there. And now Sushi Boy's running into sight along with the rest of the team. Let's see how RRQ can counter-rotate. Wow, the 1 shark dart. That is some quality stuff right there, Hound.
Very nicely done there from Talent to be able to take down 2 AG right now. Only has 3. There goes King Leo on to Supreme. Sushi Boy's able to take down 2 himself, but it's going to Sushi Boy that gets taken out by King Leo. 1-on-1 fight here between RRQ and AG. Frost Misty, last one left behind. Little Cap will be able to take down 3rd. And there we go. First round goes over to Armory Gaming.
That was a very hectic first round, to say the least, right? I mean, it all just really popped off there. It sounds like everyone made the call. Everyone just go in. Everyone is dead. It's down to a 1v1, full HP versus full HP. They know exactly where they are. It's just down to a little bit of a Mexican standoff there, which AG will then take. So now they're going to equip up with some anti-eco. Man, I didn't really think that was going to go too well for them, to be completely honest with you. But hey, a very clutch round overall, and they're going to come out on top.
All right, looking at how members of RRQ right now are going to be dropping in some utility towards mid doors. Oh, I think a little bit towards a mid window there, excuse me. So we do see that a mid doors already has the Cypher Cam up and running. So that's going to be very interesting in terms of that being able to get a little bit of information gathering.
They've been baited over towards Garage here. Maybe they know that there's a big push coming from C. Either way, they're not going to expect Sushi Boys here. They will actually be able to pick up that Bulldog now. All of a sudden, they know they're going for C. This could be disastrous for AG.
Very disastrous indeed here, as 1 member already split off. Numbers are not going to be in their favor here, as we do see that members of RRQ does have only 3 members, but it seems that considering that RRQ right now is a little bit more on a precarious spot here, we do see AG is going to be enjoying quite a bit. Supreme right now.
The Cypher.
From behind, very nicely done there, as well as a little Cap being able to take down Fire for that final kill, and we're going to be hitting 2 rounds in for the side of AG, coming into round number 3.
Yeah, Cats just cursed them a little bit there. My bad, RRQ. What ended up happening is, as I was saying, that the Cypher was lurking around all the way through A. I think he gets a pick onto, not really sure, either the Reyna or the enemy Cypher himself, and then he completely nullifies that push. Not really able to make use of that stolen Bulldog. It's returned to Sushi Boys, as they will not be looking to upgrade this early on, heading into round 3, as you said.
Alright, so let's take a look at how some of these members from the side of RRQ are going to be adapting to the situation here. Loadouts aren't going to be that good in, it's going to be a rather interesting loadout here for the side of AG. Sushi Boy still holding on to that Bulldog from the previous round.
Yeah, he ends up dying, but he's going to get that one returned to him. Say, hey, this is your gun, you have to use it. And I'm going to be buying a real gun here. But they have now taken control of a very, very defensive position in here from RRQ. You can see actually, none of them actually holding any angles within the site. They're going to hear a lot of utility come down, blocking up both connectors, as well as a Lear going all the way on through the map, just to make sure that they can take very hard control. Well, let's see. Look at this, this is incredible. They really are smoking off heaven here. As RRQ, it's going to be a full 5-on-5. Very good positioning, though, from AG. The one man watching A lobby, maybe a bit overkill here, but we'll see if RRQ can really make advantage, or can really make anything work with this one man managing site.
Oh boy, that's going to be an interesting one. That will not be able to take down anyone with that. The Lear made sure of that. They will be able to take down King Leo. Under hell is going to be fired. That gets taken down by a little Cap, a little bit of big fingers there, and talent with the Odin goes on to Sushi Boys, and Tay will be able to go for the kill, as well as Deku and Surpeem to get that kill off. 4 rounds, round 4 coming in your way, 3 rounds for AG. Doesn't look good for RRQ.
I can't believe that these guys saved for 2 rounds and then was like, you know what we should buy right now? An Odin.
Yep. I mean, come on, you get machine gun, go brr, why not? You know, the meme's gotta live. The meme's gotta live.
Yeah, I get it, but I don't know on this map, you know. I think he was looking to maybe be expecting either a garage push or perhaps a C long to be trying to cover both of those and spray through and, you know, become the, not the hero, obviously, but just save the round for his team. But the Odin, man, again, it's just a little bit confusing here personally, as they will be able to scout one person there with the Owl drone. The Boom bot now heading into double doors, getting stuck a little bit before he will be picked off. We'll see here, their lurks. They look to be pushing towards C generally, and with that pick mid lane now, that opens up a lot more of the map. You can see Sova's position very, very compromised here, as still playing it nice and patiently here in the side of AG. They know that they've got the upper hand now. 3 sites to go to, 4 attackers. They're going to be spread pretty thin here.
Very interesting coming in from RRQ, from AG, hanging out at a C site there. They decide to go and commit towards the C push. They got to be very, very wary of the Reyna, as well as the Omen is going to be holding on to C. Another smoke there being dropped out, and a very wise choice there coming in with the smoke. Both of them going for the paranoia, and there we go. The fight is going to go underway. All hell is going to lose, as Deku will be able to take down one. Tate will be able to take down Fire as well, despite the fact that Deku has been taken down for the count. Sushi Boys will be able to take down Talent as well. We do see a 3v1 for AG, having all of the advantages.
Yeah, now King Leo running in with a short. He's going to be able to do a little bit of damage, at least forcing them to rebuy some armor here. But very good awareness from AG. They know that they were both paranoid, but there's no way that RRQ is going to be peeking that box. So he runs on in. They know that they have the advantage anyway because they're up against an eco round situation. So they just utmost of confidence run it down C long, plant that spike, and take the round. Good stuff here from AG. 4-0, and I dare say this is looking a little bit like how RRQ fared versus Boom Esports, as we now dive under the map here. Never get to see this.
Yeah, we never get to see this. Most of the time, we're too busy looking for heads to shoot, and it's always great to see a little bit of the touches that Riot Games have put into the map. A little bit of love there. We do see that is going to reveal where one member of RRQ is going to be holding on to his boxes there.
This is so interesting. I'm sorry to cut you off. Look at this positioning every single round from AG. They don't really feel confident with this Reyna Cypher to even really do much. I think the camera gets destroyed. Oh, the camera's actually still there, as they will destroy now a trip mine. But this is fascinating. Now they're going to make the rotation from RRQ, but they're really conceding the whole site here almost every single time they come A.
And that's the thing. I feel that that's RRQ's undoing here. They bait members of RRQ to basically make a re-rotate and immediately turn around, turn the game on its head, and it's going to be RRQ that's going to be on the attack here.
This time they don't get any kills here either with the shock darts. You can see the lurkers now about to pop off near the mid lane. The Lear is going to reveal the Reyna, who will get bursted down. But back over now into the A site. Supreme checking the camera, shooting the dart. It's going to miss. Into the smoke he goes, but he's going to be trapped by the wire. I can't believe no one's actually peeking here. There's so many smokes in the site, as the Rays at least will be able to get one. Now 2. Next Jack Slow will trade onto the win. A Supreme Outlaw is going to be only getting one, but it's Next Jack's a 1 versus 1 yet again. Hound, who's going to take it?
Well, we're going to be seeing how that goes there. Very nicely done coming in from Sushi Boys, but it's going to be Next Jack that takes 4. Will he be able to defuse it in time? No, he won't. He has to get out and gets taken down for the count. Unfortunately for him, he won't be able to save up that weapon, and it is going to be back to the drawing board for the side of RRQ, leading funds as we head into the later stages of the game.
Back to pistols. It looks like they're going to at least... some of them have enough, though, is the issue, right? So it's going to be about a half buy out from them. No full armor. Against another full buy, I think I saw 3 players here on the side of AG capped out in terms of their funds, so they don't even mind all taking a death there. A very rare scenario where you see everyone die.
Yes, and that's the thing. I feel that members of RRQ, actually members of AG, are doing really well, making sure that they utilize the funds and make it very cost efficient in terms of how they want to be taking some of these fights, because some of these fights can be very expensive. And we know for a fact that RRQ right now are bleeding funds, and hopefully they'll be able to come back at it, and it doesn't take them too long to be able to keep the game competitive. However, with 5 rounds in the pocket of AG, this could be tough for RRQ to come back from.
I've always said that RRQ was... I like them better on attack, and I'm still going to stand by that statement. But you can't lose 12 rounds on defense and then you go, we'll get it then, right? It's like not being a server in tennis, right? You have to break the other serve eventually. It's a big part of the game here. Back and forth here they go, as yet again they're going to position themselves nice and interesting. I do see a lurker, though. It's the Breach, an interesting choice here that might be able to split the team of AG into 2. And he's going to split the head of the Rays, at least, to start off. Nice one there.
Nice pick there coming in from Next Jax here. Puts members of RRQ AG in a little bit of a problem here. Next Jax gets another one, but Deku will be able to click onto him. Very nicely done there from the side of Next Jack, from the night of Deku to be able to take him down. But we do see Hunter's Fury there being spotted out, being shot out from the side of Talent. None of it's gonna land.
It's like a nightclub in here. Oh, the lasers shooting around.
Gonna go for that recon bolt, trying to get as much information as he can, but will they be able to? The smoke has come down, and Deku now is gonna go for the paranoia. Will he be able to land it out? We're gonna see quite a bit of fighting here, as we're gonna be seeing all hell break loose. Seek and strike.
When there's hell, there's fire. Lots of guns now going off. RRQ, they got a 1-man advantage. Still the Jet, the last remaining member. That's not gonna matter. AG, they're gonna be able to turn it around. Sushi Boys, nicely done. He's gonna claim the 6th round.
Well, you can't have sushi without wasabi, and Sushi Boys is definitely showing his spiciness towards members of RRQ. RRQ yet to bring the spice onto the forefront here. However, we do see that there may be a semblance of hope here if they play these next few rounds right. However, could it be a little bit too late, and does members of AG have their numbers?
Yeah, well, you know, I think we've seen a 6-0 comeback before. Vision Strikers yesterday, I think they went... what was it? Was it BBI? It was someone else in our last match of the day yesterday. They went 0-6 as well on defense, and then I think went 13-1 after that. So who knows? We still could very well see a comeback, but on the eco round, they're going to need a lot here for sure, Hound. But look at this. I like this aggression. Next Jax, he's going to be occupying, letting them know that he's playing in a short. He's even got the Sage, make that the Sova actually right next to him here. So lots of delays here, but again, on a map like Haven, the attackers have lots of choices to go to.
Here. Yeah, and despite the fact that time is never on the side of the attackers, it does seem that AG have quite a bit of options to work with, but considering that mid control, mid has only one player from the side of AG, and we do see that there is going to be a bit of a fight there. We do see that members of the side of RRQ right now re-rotating from C. This could be more of the same here, and we might actually see them rotate from mid into garage onto C if they get enough information. But could it be B that is going to be the choice here? As Frost Misty is going to be hanging out.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't go for it there. That was his chance. Unfortunately, his patience paid off, but he was unable to seize the moment. Carpe diem, and he's going to not live another day, unfortunately, for himself. The rest of RRQ, though, look at this retake, though. Fire with the one tap, and Talent as well with the headshots. They're finding all of the heads here. This is an incredible win now for RRQ all of a sudden.
Yeah, suddenly it has turned the game on its head here. Oh, there it goes. A thriftiness is definitely going to be rewarded for the side of RRQ. A big win for them, and hopefully they will be able to turn this around. Not only saying, was that an eco round? They will be able to walk away with a lot of credits, and that's definitely going to help them come back into this game if they so choose.
They got credits. And they got even more credits to spare, actually, because they actually live with 4 members, and they pick up all the rifles that AG were so kind enough to just leave on the floor there. So very nice of them there. A big round, and now you can actually see AG could be in a bit of a financial pinch here if they lose this round. So a very important round here for AG to try and maintain economy control. Otherwise, they're going to have to be forced to go with the eco, and that's a good start from Sushi Boys.
Sushi Boys started off onto Frost Misty, and it seems that his so loved weapon is going to be left behind in shambles here, as we do see C right now is going to be rotating. The Reyna is going to be hanging out there. We do see B to the B mid is going to be pushing off very hard onto King Leo. Very nicely done coming in from the side of RRQ to even out the odds. However, we do see that coming in from the side of AG, they are going to be pretty aggressive. 3 members from the side of AG already have ultimate abilities here. Could be a matter of timing to see whether or not they are going to use them within this round.
Sova's waiting for a lurker, but I think maybe RRQ's still reeling from that last round, that last map. So instead, Tay is going to make the jump in. Will be scouted, not fast enough there on the tap. Lear comes out, and they're actually going to take the bait there as everyone rotates on over. Sova, he's not so sure himself, but eventually he will listen to team orders. But in the meantime, they've been bamboozled, betrayed, and even possibly backstabbed here. As AG, they're going to plant the spike A, and RRQ are going to be a little bit upset with this one, as they're going to be able to set up for a very nice hold.
The tactics coming in from members of RRQ were definitely opening them up to deception here, coming in from AG, and deception is definitely going to be an interesting factor here from the side of AG. Oh, very nicely done from Sushi Boys to deny a member from the side of RRQ, but we do see members of RRQ now being very aggressive indeed. There it goes right on Sushi Boys, as there goes another one. 4 on to Talent. Nicely done, as Sushi Boys will be able to be the 4-kill savior in that round.
And Sushi Boys, very aptly named, as he's chopping up some sashimi here, serving it up nice and cold with that 4K. Lands the operator shot. He misses the peak here. He goes, that's all right. I brought a knife to a gunfight. And just excellently played there. You love to see it.
Very nicely done there, being able to toss those knives with a reckless abandon here. And look at the detail of our map here. Very nicely done here, despite the fact that we do have a few jagged edges left, right, to the back. We do see that there is a stunning amount of detail here being witnessed.
Yep. Good stuff indeed. It looks like a bit of a fissure opening up, as we do actually have a disconnect now, so we will be taking just a little bit of a pause while they get right back in. But we'll take a look here at the economy now. AG winning that round, very necessary, so they're able to hold on to rifles and keep their economy in a good spot. That's going to be a buy here out from RRQ, as it's probably going to be the Omen that's disconnected. Actually, it looks like...
no, it's a Cypher.
Yeah, it's a Cypher. So, Frost missed, I don't think he's going to be buying here, but this is going to be put him in a bit of a tough spot now heading into our 9th round here. Bit of disconnection here from the players. But yeah, RRQ, they've been doing pretty nice for themselves. They just... I mean, except for that last round, I was considering whether the Reyna should have actually peaked after they dropped the Lear. They ended up just kind of like backing off and calling more help on over, maybe just a little bit rattled. It's a really hard decision to make, right?
And that's the thing.
Right here.
Whether you want to be like how I said on the analyst panel just now, sunk cost fallacy, right? How much you want to be investing into it, and the more you invest to it, you've already invested so much into it, and you still want to keep investing into it rather than nipping your losses in the bud and just deciding, you know what, enough is enough into the losses and trying to mitigate it.
That could be it, but also I think there's utility and there's value in peeking that a second time, risking death for sure at the worst, but also at least getting intel, right? Is there more than one person shooting back at me? Did I see someone in Cubby? Did someone else besides the Sova kill me? Because then that tells you a lot more compared to the just they're coming C because I saw one Sova, right? You kind of get where I'm coming from there.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I feel that that's just going to be very bad here coming in from the side of RRQ. They have to be a little bit more confident in some of their decision making, and they have to be a little bit more aware with the intel that they get. And considering that RRQ has fallen not just once for that trick, they've fallen for it multiple times, like how we just saw just now. It's just going to be a game of catch up with RRQ 10 steps behind, if that's going to be the case.
It's an interesting usage of the ultimate. We're just trying to buy some time. He's going to shoot it anyway, and wow, will find a kill. Quite surprising. The Paranoia will connect in response as their follow-up. Next Jack into the site. He will pick off one. Deku, though, is going to get traded away after he picks up the kill onto one. Pros do not fake here. Oh my god, he got off in the foot. They need one more. They're going to land it off from Sushi Boys. It's down to a 1v1. Spike continues to tick away here, Hound.
Yeah, it's going to be a very scary one indeed here. It's going to be very careful. Oh my goodness gracious me. Oh no, switches off and decides to bugger out, and this is going to be very interesting indeed, as Frostmisty will be taken up on the count, as SG Boys will be the last remaining member as she bugs out at the right time.
Just Jet things, you know. I can afford to stand up close and personal and contest you right next to the spike 2 seconds before it detonates, and also just leave and save my operator. Just a thing of beauty here. I mean, but how do you balance this? I mean, Sushi Boys, he is popping off right now on the agent. It's currently averaging about 1.1 kills per round. So very impressive stuff out from him. He's had this operator for a while, and I think now with that confidence boost, he's going to be considering lurking through mid double doors.
Yeah, mid double doors could be an interesting spot. However, the aggression coming in from RRQ, despite the fact that they are on the eco round here, is definitely something to take account into here. Oh, I think there was a jump into window, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was scouted with the Cypher camera though, so they've already backed up. Sushi Boys at the ready, but that's going to be a free kill now onto Tay. He was actually on into C, and now look at this. The rest of RRQ collapsing onto AG, the ultimate as well. As they're going to be looking to scout anyone, but there's a bit too early there, as he was hoping to find anyone rotating into that site.
All right, a little bit of issues here coming in from the side of RRQ, looking towards re-rotating to A, and they might actually go for it. And look at that, Talent was able to get Sushi Boys.
That's a big whiff there, and actually he heard him running over, so we already have bodies in A ready to try and contest this. I don't believe this. The only 2 rounds RRQ have won this half have been ones in which they've been outspent considerably here. With the pistols, they're just able to get it done.
And that's second thrifty of the game for RRQ. A very interesting turn of events here, as we do see, despite the fact that the odds are always against RRQ, it seems that they're able to pull through somehow or another. And I guess it does go to play the wild card. Not to say the wild card, the more aggressive plays coming in from RRQ definitely is going to put members of AG off their balance, and definitely going to throw them off their chairs for sure. As we do see that the unpredictability of RRQ can definitely work in their favor, but it has to be a consistent thing.
Oh, that's a good pick at least, as that'll do very nicely here. Once again, we find AG in the position where they kind of have to win this round, otherwise they'll be forced to eco and give up that 11th round almost for, or make that the 12th round almost for free. With Sushi Boys off to a good start there with Phantom, we'll be able to make it a 4 versus 4 early on after the operator will connect.
As we do see some good exchanges there coming in from RRQ, we do see it is fairly even across the board here in terms of manpower. However, a slight advantage towards RRQ in terms of HP. We do see the Reyna on RRQ does have the ultimate, and RRQ's fire right there goes for the dismiss immediately after taking out Sushi Boys. Very good stuff there. Sushi Boy was definitely very low. Gonna go for it again, but no, it's not gonna be enough, as Tay will be coming up to give a little bit of support to his teammate. As we do see, it's gonna be a 3v3 fight here between members of RRQ, and nicely done from Next Jack there. CQB working out very well, but it's not going to be enough, as the Little Caps will be able to take down Next Jack. It's going to be an interesting fight here, as Talent will be able to take down the Little Caps, and this is where the economy could take a hit for the side of AG.
I can't believe AG's aggression there versus the Reyna. I can't believe they double peaked a Reyna, who only needs 1 kill. I mean, holy moly. I mean, the double peek was pretty good, but it's not the most amount of space to work with to get your ideal double peek, right? You could still very easily see a scenario where Reynot lands the first headshot, immediately eats the orb, backs off, only to just get away with a free kill there. So very, very confident from AG. Of course, it does work out in their favor before the operator comes in and puts them down. So we could possibly see here a 4th round going the way of RRQ, as it's going to be a forced buy of whatever we can afford here on the side of AG.
Yeah, this is, I misspoke just now, this is going to be the last round before the swap, so everything is out of the table here. We do see a pick onto AG from the side of RRQ, very nicely done. We do see Tay right now, very, very aggressive indeed, but we do see a 2-man lurk here coming in from the side of RRQ.
Yep, they know that they're going to be having the superior weaponry here, and even with a man up, well, they used to be actually, as Tay will be looking to punish. It's going to be a trade 1-for-1. Sova is not able to pick up a weapon here, unfortunately. Forgot to maybe make that one bounce. The shock dart exploding onto the double crates there, but a nice trade as well. RRQ continue to hold a 1-man advantage here as the time ticks down into the round.
Okay, we do see now Frost Misty gonna go push on to C long here. We'll try to go for the pincer on to the 2 remaining members of the side of AG, but they've got to be very wary here because they are going to be hold on at A long, and they're gonna move towards C. This is gonna be very interesting, but nope.
30
it's going to be King Leo that takes down Tay. Got to communicate that information, but nope, it's not going to be enough, as King Leo will be able to take it off on to Sushi Boys, and it is going to be the 4th round going over to RRQ.
Switching sides.
Good stuff. I like the spirit in from RRQ, and now I think that's the confidence boost they need on this attacking side. I really like seeing them having that confidence, right? We kind of called out the Reyna there on RRQ, who immediately called for support after only seeing 1 and not even going for the double peek, even with the Leer up, you know? It's these type of things that I think really show kind of RRQ a little bit rattled, right? So I like them here having this confidence going into the second half. Not only do you have to just go into this with, okay, mentally reset, you have, come on boys, we got these 2 rounds, let's keep the ball rolling from here, right? That's got to be something.
There's definitely got to be something for the side of RRQ. Just goes to show the never die spirit is a very strong for members of RRQ, but you can only go so far with spirit.
Yeah.
It's all about the execution that really matters in this situations here. Does go for the spy cam, will take it back immediately, trying to get as much information as can before the spy cam gets taken away. We do see Paranoia coming into the mid side. They are going to be picking up the spike here, coming in for the side of RRQ. Could there be a little bit of chase game here working for the side of RRQ? They might actually go for it. They goes Lear onto the mid side, and there could be a big focus from the side of RRQ to focus to the B side, as there is going to be quite a slowdown here.
So that was the most amount of shots fired in a pistol round without a kill I've ever heard, but now as I say that, it's popping off. This little cap will be nuked down there from the window. Next Jack's holding a very tight angle here. They will plant B in the first round. A very aggressive kind of statement to make.
Oh, very nicely done there from NextJax to take down Sushi Boys. Gonna go for some of those shots. Talent again, NextJax as well will be able to take down another one onto Deku. Very beautifully done.
Commanding round there for RRQ. And that, if they didn't have enough confidence going into this one, now they must be feeling good. That's gonna be 3 rounds in a row for them after they were down, what, like 7-1 at one point here?
Yes, exactly. So this is gonna be very interesting indeed here. And it seems that RRQ did put quite a bit of chips in their basket to basically focus on the attack here.
We do see a Guardian come on through here from Talent 7, so he's doing pretty well actually. 14 kills is going to put him even with Sushi Boys. Just to put that in perspective for you, with this Guardian against no armor, we'll see if he can get some kills. He's going to be posted up, I believe, over in C, but getting sprayed on through is going to be Deku, who just, well, it's just Dedu.
Yep, he's dead, and this is going to be very, very unfortunate for the side of AG. Lost 1 member very early on. Anti-Eco here coming in from the side of RRQ, looking to be very strong to stifle the aggression, or basically the advantages that members of AG would have. But we do see that there could be a big rotation onto C, and it seems that the games have begun, and RRQ is going to give AG a taste of their own medicine.
That was a very confident peak yet again. I don't know if that peak was necessary, because you gain very little from from that, and now instead RRQ instead are just gonna go C with that information, knowing that there's at least one person in B. We won't risk it. No way to close the gap. No real reason to close the gap and give them a fair fighting chance against this Toronto. There we go, getting sprayed through the smoke. Even with the Guardian getting involved now at this point. Actually, is that not a Guardian? That's actually the
Ares.
That's the
Ares, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Yeah, I apologize there. I should know better. But yeah, they're pulling out the LMG. Talent 7's like, I can't afford the Odin, so guess I'll go with this one instead.
We're gonna go for the discount Odin, that's for sure. 50 rounds, all the spray that you need to stop people from pushing you in. However, not exactly the best weapon to be, not the friendliest weapon to be holding on to.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I mean, all right, RRQ, I see your games. He's going to sell that weapon. No one actually wants to pick it up. We're still operating here with 2 Spectres, 2 Vandals, and a Phantom versus a mixed assortment of rifles here on the side of AG. We'll see if this can work out for them.
Yeah, let's hope for the best here coming in for the side of RRQ to be able to make this a competitive game. However, they are closing out the gap between themselves and AG. This could be another very close game here, and it's going to be RRQ that could actually get a semblance of hope if they are going to play this next few rounds really well. King Leo.
That's a great start. I think RRQ, they need this round here just to keep this confidence up. They look like a completely different team here now that they're on a roll, don't they?
Yeah, and it seems that the focus on attack is definitely going to be enjoyed from members of RRQ because they're... Oh, but I spoke a little bit too soon. Deku will be able to take down King Leo with a beautiful pretty shot. Fire will be able to take down Supreme as well. Serpime as well, excuse me.
That opens up A now.
So there's going to be opening up, and this could be very interesting for the side of AG here.
They left the spike there, actually. The spike carrier following the Reyna through the smoke ends up dying. The member in back to site. Sushi Boys is able to get 1 before traded away by Talent 7. Next Jack's 5 HP here, but they don't actually know he's here as Fire rotating on back into A. They're trying to bait him here with the teleport out from the Omen. Not biting quite yet. The Deku still hiding in back of B. Will be scouted now with the recon belt. That'll be the swing wide, but he's going to be now disabled here by a bit because of the fissure. Tay, though, he's going to be able to clean it up. 3 now, 6-9 in favor of AG.
Oh boy, now that was just something for AG, being able to turn that around. Despite the fact that the push was coming in pretty good for Deku, it seems that the follow-up from AG was just even better, and RRQ was left in shambles. However, it's still anyone's game here as we head into round number 16. It's going to be a very interesting one as they could swing the other way for the side of RRQ.
It's a really mixed buy as well. You can see Talent 7 after buying the Ares. He's going to be forced, rather he's not going to be forced. He's going to request a drop and pick up a Vandal from a very generous teammate as he actually bought a rifle and an Ares here 2 rounds in a row. So he's going to be a little bit strapped for cash at this moment. But he has the rifle. AG, they have extra economy. Sorry, RRQ rather have the economy to support him. And they're going to need to at least get something out of this round now.
Now we're going to be seeing how members of members of RRQ are going to be playing around this. Mid is going to be where the control is going to be fought for. We do see the Reyna within garage there, if I'm not mistaken. Onto the mid side doors. So I'm going to be pretty interested to see how they are going to be pushing off from here. Fire could be the catalyst here to start off the fight. We'll be able to get an advantage here if they put it off well. There goes the Lear. Looking interested to see how that's going to be followed up. We do see the Owl Drone there being pushed out and no spotted there.
Good patience, no one peeking actually here. Sushi Boy is going to be blinded by the near sight and Fire immediately turning the corner and hitting him right in the head.
Very nicely done from Fire here. 1-man disadvantage coming in from the side of AG. We do see the RRQ right now playing it very, very progressively onto A, getting that clear onto a little cap. Nicely done, but it's going to be Tay that takes him down for the reply. It's going to be a 3v4 here with AG pushing it out with the disadvantages.
It's a hard retake, but maybe they can still get it done. 1 man in heaven. There goes the near peeker. Deku gets 1 before Tay is traded away. You have 1 in heaven, 1 coming from defender spawn versus the 2, 1 in hell. They're going to be able to get at least the trade down to the 1v1. Having long control, it is as well for a long plant. Now trying to hide behind the box. We do have plenty of... Oh, no, that's going to just be a recon arrow. Location revealed, though. It's going to bounce 1 more time as he's just looking to try and delay him as long as possible. That bomb is half defused, though. Smoke is going to be dropped. We need to get the spray through the smoke. He's not going to find it.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's very unfortunate. Yeah, that's a big mistake. Maybe he didn't think he already had the half defused. Thought he had the time to walk on up and just spray him through smoke, but... RRQ, they had that within reach.
They had that within reach, but it seems that, well, their grass over-exceeded their reach. So it's a very, very, very unfortunate turn of events there for the side of RRQ. We'd like to see AG, we'd like to see RRQ adapt a little bit better, moving forward for the next few rounds. Hopefully they will be able to eke out 4 wins in a row to be able to put AG on the back foot. However, it doesn't look good for the side of RRQ if this keeps up.
Indeed. Let's see, based on the weapons, AG though still actually a bit strapped for cash themselves. You can see a Bulldog actually on Supreme. Sweetie can do, as he does have a few members coming for him long. Just a bit of a spread. I do like how RRQ, they'll push through B, but that time the patience from AG pays off. They had similar positions, just didn't want to peek after they lost Sushi. Then they just lurk from behind, find the arena, and that opens up an avenue of attack.
Alright, so let's see how members of RRQ are going to be turning this around here. One of them going to be heading onto A sewer. Very interesting indeed here. Cover being dropped down from the side of Frost Misty.
Big paranoia. He's connected onto 2. That'll let him in the sight for sure.
Oh, very interesting teleport there. Oh, look at that. Tay right now being able to damage 1 or 2 members of the side of RRQ. Being dangerously indeed here, but RRQ's Reyna will be able to get back into it after Sushi Boys becomes a casualty here. 1 member left, as we do see another win coming in from the side of RRQ. Much needed for them, and definitely going to put them into high spirits heading into round 18.
Yeah, it looks like that was a full buy there actually, and now against the buy from AG there, Eco is not looking so great. They're going to be forced to go probably for a full save. Pistols at most, light armor at most here is going to have to be the call, and this will put RRQ here likely within 2.
Yeah, and it seems that the grasp, the reach of RRQ seems to be getting closer and closer to the goal and objective here. If they're able to get this off, they will be able to be quite ahead here in terms of how they stand against AG. However, AG is going to go for the eco. So I do believe that how do you counter the eco for the side of RRQ? You go eco as well, and you get a thrifty.
That's been the play, actually. Yeah, you joke, but they've had 2 thrifties already. In fact, they were their first 2 wins of the entire match. They were thrifties, which you can't really get until, you know, round 3 or 4, which is the case. As AG, at the very least, they're able to trade 1 for 2 here. So now they do have the advantage. 1 member is going to be lit, but with the ultimate, which is a 1-shot, so just about still as dangerous as if they were on full HP. AG looking to be lurking. They know that actually the spike here is in C already as it begins to be planted. We'll see how this retake can go.
Alright, as we're going to be seeing here, some really good stuff being shown from the side of RRQ being able to get 2 down. Oh, tries to go for it, will not be enough. A little cap left behind, and it's going to be an easy win. Not so easy win for the side of RRQ. Excuse me, I misspoke. Despite the fact that they lost 2 members.
But that's okay. That's not enough eco damage for them to really be too concerned with that. You can see we still have plenty of money to spare, even with a round loss bonus. We should have enough for members to drop rifles to each other to make sure they can't get that all-important 12th round win if AG would to take this one. Very interesting decision there from AG not to use actually the showstopper. They're gonna save it for now. We'll see. Maybe they'll come to regret that. As now we do have 3 ultis available for RRQ: Hunter's Fury, that's Global Teleport for Omen, and the Empress. Let's see how that can be used.
And that's the thing that's going to be the difference here. RRQ could actually turn it around after they get the plant, or they decide to use the Hunter's Fury to actually open up some leeway for them to get into the site. And the fact that Empress is going to make Reyna be a machine, that's going to be very interesting indeed to see how RRQ is going to make that work for themselves.
I find that a reason why a lot of players don't like Reyna is the ulti is first of all, the entire agent is kind of situational on you getting kills.
Exactly.
Secondly, the ultimate as well speeds up the recoil and everything, so it can kind of throw off a lot of these players who, I mean, let's be honest, they're FPS machines, right? As in they go, just like the machines, marching on into the A site. Sushi Boys is tossing smokes to cover his tracks. Now he's right next to 2. He's getting sprayed down. 5 HP remaining, but he's still alive. In fact, he's gonna even get a kill, or even 2.
Wow, nicely done there coming in for Sushi Boys, being very aggressive with only 5 HP, and it's going to be another win for the side of AG, a much needed win for them. And it seems that with some of the... Let's take a look at that replay, excuse me. As we see it here, Sushi Boys come in with double smoke, very ginger indeed with how he works it. Very, very deliberate in his steps here. Gets sprayed a little bit, lucky enough. Wasn't going to be a victim there, and nicely done onto 2.
That completely fell apart there. They dinked him once with something. I'm not sure. It must have been a Phantom. That doesn't happen if you use a Vandal, by the way. Vandal's the best gun in the game. But they must have dinked him there with something. But he keeps his cool, doesn't spray, keeps his position hidden, and completely throws off RRQ. They didn't know how to react, and the rest of AG just literally run him over now as Sushi Boys. Oh, he was lurking for a kill, but gets scouted out extremely early. It seems to be indicating here a strong A push, as we already have the Sova positioning themselves pretty aggressively, sending out the Owl drone here to trip the wires and at least scout some other rotations coming on back through. We do as well have Next Jacks here pushing through B, as the team will now rotate away from that A push, dissuaded by Sushi.
All right, we're going to be seeing how RRQ is going to be adapting towards the situation here. We do see that there is going to be a little bit of intel gathering on to C. The spike is most likely going to be heading to C here. Very interested to see how members of AG are going to respond to this. Very split apart here. And I do like this split coming in from AG. I think it's a very good choice here.
I like this. They're wasting so much utility here. They think it's actually more people here than there might be, and that should let them know here as Nextjax gets the kill onto the only member actually holding C, as he's going to be in well positioned as well to delay the actual retake coming on through. Taste is going to be able to trade him off at the very least, but that's going to be some information given there. Heard the footsteps. They know exactly where they're coming from here. So we're on board with Tay.
All right, nicely done there. Coming in from the side of RRQ, going to be planted for C long, so this is going to be another opportunity. Hopefully, smoke is not going to be obscuring the opportunity for the side of RRQ to get back at members of AG. They're going to be very wary of it. Deku is going to be able to take down one. Fire is going to take down another one. Deku takes down 3. Very nicely done from the side of
He's
Deku.
in garage. They know.
Oh
no.
My goodness, another one. 4 kills in favor of Deku, and this is going to be another round going over to AG. Match point comes after this. What does RRQ need to do? And it has to be flawless for the next few rounds.
Man, I think like RRQ, I love watching you guys. You guys got heart, but sometimes they just need to believe in themselves a bit more. They got scouted by the Cypher ult and just scrambled. Scrambled like flies. Oh no, they have to believe themselves a bit more. Those initial trades were fantastic, but then after that it just kind of fell apart. Their confidence shaken, and now they're gonna have to go into, well, the best that they can muster. 2 Bulldogs, light armor, at least rifles on just about everyone. So we'll see here if they can actually make a run for their money, as we've seen on Bind.
Alright, so we do see some smokes there being dropped down onto double doors as well as B mid doors. So I do believe that this is going to be very interesting. B doors already 2 members stacked up onto the left side of B doors. So we do see Deku right now going for the teleport. Will not be able to get it
He's
off.
just scouting. There's no way he teleports there, right?
Yep. And we do see that coming in from the side of Deku here, being very, very cheeky indeed, trying to get that B doors down for the count. The Lear has come in as the Paranoia as well. We do see that that's going to be a turn of events here. Nicely done coming in from the side of Frost Misty, and that is going to be an advantage for the side of RRQ.
I hear the plant B. That's amazing. Frost Misty is going to be able to find 2 now onto Tay. He goes. Deku trying to swing back in. Doesn't scout anyone. Instead gets lit by the arrow. Not seeing this Reyna and back of sight either, who's positioned nicely. You see the Omen swinging right back around to finish off Deku, healing up for the overheal, as it's going to be up to Supreme plus Sushi to try and take this versus the 5 remaining members of RRQ.
Very nicely done here. Supreme right now being very, very ginger with his steps, trying to be as
no.
But it seems that he's going to be spotted out.
Yeah,
try to get the exit frags here.
No, RRQ, they're in no position to be looking for exit frags, I would say.
One enemy remaining.
Sushi Boys, nicely done. So we do see Talent right now going to be able to get on Sushi Boys. Supreme not going to go for it as the attackers are going to be winning out. Oh, but does
so
get onto King Leo.
This is so costly for them. They ended up losing 2 there. They do have that round win bonus. I think they're going to be able to eke out just about okay. I mean, not like it matters, right? Because if they lose one round, they're out of it. So we should see probably, yep, there it is. The Vandal dropped out from the funds of RRQ. So, you know what? I have respect for that now. I think I've seen the error in my ways. I do apologize. They were definitely behooved in looking for at least 1 or 2 lives worth of exit frags, that is, to try and damage the economy. But it will be still the operator coming out here in this all-important now 21st round, man. These have been going long games, very close, back and forth. Can RRQ continue to push this one for any further?
Let's take a look at how members of RRQ right now, how members of AG are going to be playing this defensively. I do like where Sushi Boys is at the double doors, and I do like the fact that there is going to be quite an interesting spread.
This Omen actually ported. He ported to the defender spawn, and I think they know. Frost, he's being a bit aggressive here as the rest of the team. What can he get done? RRQ. Actually, wait a second. He's on attack, so he's been here. He spawned there. What am I going on about? But look at this lurk coming out super far now. As I'm not sure if they're going to take the bait there on that C or not. But that allows them to play a lot more aggressively as it's already popping off. Frost C will be able to clear the lurker around through C, but Deko, he's found 2 here in back of B. They've yet to clear, but finally it's going to be Talon who trades 2 for 1 as well. Now, all of a sudden, just like that, Hound, it's up to Sushi to try and stop the 21st round from getting away from them. And already he is going to be scouted heading through window. And to the 23rd round we go. Yet again, we're in this similar position.
Very interesting position here. 23rd round as we hit in. Match point has been up for Armory Gaming for quite some time here.
All right, Hound. What do you do here? You're AG. Do you buy whatever weapons you can on this round, or do you just give this one up, play for the win, at worst you got the tie? What's the move?
Well, the move, I believe, is to try to mitigate whatever losses that we can. So give up this round and then try to fight it out and see how that's going to go. And we do see that AG has gone with the eco, and I don't think that they don't want to be risking it. It's either you go big or you go home, right? So
yeah,
I do believe that that there can be a little bit of adjustments to be made to that statement here, as we do see.
Actually, I think you're completely right, because it's not like RRQ can stand back and just, you know, if they were on defense, just let them come to us. They're on attack. They have to go from they're the ones to be making mistakes here. So I think AG, as long as they play themselves very defensively, or any picks they can get to try and make the eco advantage in their favor are going to be massive. So I think that's a good call, Hound, as it's the one that they've made. But into the site they go. Can they get any picks? So they've already lost 2. It's a 3v5.
3v5 here doesn't look good for AG. Now it's going to be a 2v5 here. This is definitely not what AG wants. Nicely done there from Sushi Boys being able to take down King Leo, but it's not going to be enough. His talent will be able to take down Sushi Boys as it comes to a close. We are going to be heading into the next round.
The last round of regulation.
Very interesting parts here.
Yeah, indeed. It is going to be the full buy. The double operator strat for AG. They've yet to run it yet. Maybe just saving it for a little bit of a specific instance like this. It's going to come down to this, folks. RRQ, they started this one off 0-6. They've won 2 thrifty rounds in the first half, and they've really rallied here on the attacking side of Haven. Will they be able to actually force the tie and try and take this one in the tiebreaker rounds, or will it be split all over again where they fail to connect?
I really like the fact that RRQ has been a very scrappy team indeed, and has been able to deliver quite a bit onto members of AG. However, they have yet to win thus far. They do need this win to tie it out against members of RRQ and hopefully be able to get a little bit of a saving grace heading on to this next round. As we do see now, it is going to be round 24.
It's the last round of regulation here.
Round. So this is good.
I think we've got one operator in B, and we've got one operator as well in C. So A might be the round to try and go for it here. The Cypher is holding in Heaven, but it's actually a Cypher on Cypher matchup. They're going to get the Jet to actually rotate away, but it's not going to matter. It's Deku gets the kill onto Next Jax, who was trying to lurk through mid, but the real action is actually coming from C here from RRQ. They're probing, trying to bait as much out as they can, but AG, they're not biting here.
Oh, very nicely done there from Fire to take down Little Kemp, and we do see that's going to be a big problem. 2 members down for the side of AG. We do see that there is going to be a 4-man advantage.
Sushi.
Oh, Sushi almost gets it.
Oh, and he is!
Oh, he does get it, evening out the score.
To peek him, he gets the man coming from through the garage. All of a sudden, it's a 3v4. Oh, the Reyna, though, with the Empress active now. She might just be able to be the difference maker here, holding down in back of C. It's not going to be an easy take here as the Cypher is going to get hit by the Leer. He's not cleared it. Now he has Sushi. They're going to be planting for long, but they're trying to be able to peek him short here. Oh, no, even with the Empress, it's not enough talent. It's up to him, and he will be able to get the job done, Hound. 12-12, we're going to overtime.
We're going to our first overtime of the day, and man, oh man, is it going to be a good one here, ladies and gents? Even our production is making noise.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Now the overtime rules: win by 2. Everyone starts with 5,000 credits, and I think they start about halfway to their ultimates, points rounded up. So I think it's going to be 3 rounds on each, I think
so. This is going to be very interesting. We have to see who will be able, if it goes back and forth, back and forth, I
don't know, actually, to be completely honest with you, I've very rarely seen any overtime. I tried looking up the rules, so I'm not going to lie, I'm learning as we go here, Hound.
Yeah, we're learning as we go. I believe that RRQ is, like us, learning as they go here, and it seems that hope is going to be the strongest driving factor for the side of RRQ, as we'll be seeing it here, how that's going to be working out for them. Recon Ball is going to go out towards Serpeem, and Serpeem decides to go out of that. We do see that there's going to be a bit of an aggressive push coming in from the side of RRQ, trying to make a difference here. Looks to go for the shock ball.
RRQ on defense, by the way, so a big shift for them. The mental shift back to the side that they lost horribly on, then recovered late, but still overall definitely lost. So can they get the job done here, Hound?
We shall have to wait and see. Doesn't look like it's a very good spot for the side of RRQ. However, RRQ will be able to bide that time, though, as AG will have to go to them. So
like
that is something that they need to consider.
They're positioned very nicely to contest A lobby here, where the rest of AG are actually queued up. Oh, they're going to be lurking on through the smoke goes Deku. They're going to be setting up for a very nice crossfire here with, of course, Fire, appropriately named, in the worst position here, in the worst fire line. He's not even going to be able to move whatsoever here. Sova launching arrows right on back. There's going to be the first, the second, and we get more. No, but it's a 2-for-2 trade, and that's good enough here for AG. They've got the intel as they start to rotate the members over all the way through defender spawn towards A.
30 seconds left.
Almost gets it, but whiffs it, but they are going to go for A. The A spike plan is going to go off, and there's going to be one onto heaven. There we go. We're going to be seeing one smoke onto it. There goes the paranoia from the side of AG, but from the side of RRQ, excuse me, as you can see, Frost Misty will be able to get 1, will be able to get out 2, will be able to get out 3! Frost Misty!
My God, the clutch king here is going to be able to put them within striking range of actually taking this map and forcing the draw here. This is unbelievable. Oh, what a play, and I have to give shout-outs as well to Breach, who somehow stays alive there, dodging their operator shot. That forces AG to play this one a lot more defensively here, and not allow them to really set up perfectly here. You saw he had to be the man coming from long, the man in the mirror, and he is going to be able to put him down as we swapped on over, right? RRQ on attack, so every single round switches.
Every single round switches, so I believe that this is going to be a very interesting one, as now they've been able to win that. It has been proven that RRQ has been stronger on attack here, and this could be our first sign of the day.
Okay, that's the start they need.
Sushi boys getting it off onto the member of RRQ. Very nicely done there.
So you must save your money across overtime rounds.
Yes,
There's no other way he could have saved that much.
You couldn't have, and that was just insane there coming in from the side of RRQ. Again, coming in from the side of AG. This is very, very off the wall indeed. Oh, next Jack will be able to get onto Deku. Very unfortunate indeed here, as RRQ will be able to side out.
That's a fake, and so far AG not really going for more. Unfortunately though, pardon me, Deku doesn't get any more additional information other than that it was just a breach that killed him. He didn't see any more. He doesn't hear anything else before he dies. So AG, they don't really have a lot to work with. But that is the benefit of the Sova. They hear at least one, and now actually make that 2 footsteps here. They're going to drop the Leer. Oh, but they actually dropped the Reyna first. Leo as well to fall as Sushi Boys is going to be able to finish off Nax checks. It's a 1 versus 3 scenario here. RRQ with the spike at least in their possession. And actually, they're looking back over to A. They're not really sure where this bomb is. Now they're going to hear it go down, Hound. The 1v3 scenario here for Frost Misty. He's made some amazing plays. Can he do it again? He started off with the first kill there onto the Rays.
Very nicely done there. Gets another one. Could it be the last final one? Tries to go for it.
He's going to bait him here.
He's going to bait him.
Oh, where is he actually? I have no idea where he is.
Goes for that. Oh!
Oh, Sushi Boys denies him. What a play here as we hear our production just losing it upstairs. 13-13. Uses the ultimate because why not? Sushi Boys 5 HP there. Able to clutch it out. Oh, I mean, at this point, I feel like it's been Frostminty versus Sushi Boys here for the last 3 rounds. Not to discount the other team, but this has been absolutely massive plays coming through and through. So close there.
Beautiful stuff being shown by Sushi Boys as well as Frostminty. Both of them deserve cookies, that's for sure. And we do know for a fact that it is going to be 13-13. Man, oh man, what can we expect here? Now that members have been switched off, we do see that RRQ right now is going to be on the defense. And historically, coming in, we do see that RRQ isn't best known for the defense, but they were surprising us. Oh,
could have really used that kill, but they're only going to see one. The real push is actually coming from C as the recon bolt is going to see our next jacks trying to escape. Off he goes with the push. Coming C now. Frostminty is going to scout him, throwing out the paranoia. Actually, the teleport coming on through. They're going to be your trade away Sushi Boys. That's a big member there to find.
Very nicely done there. Sushi Boys has been taken off at the count here. It's going to be 1-for-1. Deku now goes immediately for the spike plant and spikes it down to the ground. Very good stuff being shown. Planted for C-Long. This could be a big turn of events here as RRQ right now are going to be poised to get the retake. And it's going to be a 1-for-1
I think
here.
he knows. He knows as there's going to be the shot dart. Now he just needs a little bit more. They're actually just going to wall him. Just finishing off through there. 2 coming from Garage. 2 coming from the connector from Spawn and Deku. They're going to be able to drop the belt. Oh, the spray control isn't good enough actually. And that means it's going to be a 2-for-1. But AG, they're not going to be able to hold on. They get the final kill on to raise. King Leo with the defuse. 14-13. Yet again, RRQ, they get the defensive round, which they've historically, like you said, not been good at, Hound.
I'm just surprised as you are, mate. And I do believe that this is where the craziness is coming in. And it seems that AG right now is definitely feeling the sweat.
Oh, yes, indeed. Back to match point. AG again back to play for the tie. They must be... I mean, what do you even, how must this feel? I couldn't imagine playing for the tie, having all this pressure on you. You guys were like 12-8 for 4 rounds, and they, RRQ, credit to them, fought back to get into this game, and here we go, 14-13, RRQ on the attack, stacking up for A. Can they get it done?
Alright, so RRQ right now, very important for them to win this off. They have to actually push it out towards members of AG. We do see RRQ right now going for a rush onto A. It's going to be very interesting indeed here, coming in from A Sewer.
Yeah, Sushi just firing the op into the air in celebration here. Maybe trying to get the nerves out as they are 1 round away from losing this one.
This is going to be very interesting indeed, coming in from an underdog team such as RRQ. And oh my goodness, Supreme will be able to take down King Leo. Doesn't look good for that here. Could be another tie. Oh, Sushi Boys again onto Frostminty, a very, very important member on the team there. We guys take it out for the count. Fire right now is going to go for Fire right now is going to be hanging on. Spike has been planted.
It's a 3 versus 5, but they're all stacking from the same entrance. They're going to scout at least 2 of them coming back towards up heaven. It's going to be the Sova, but a very nice turn out for Deku. Turns it out wide with talent and next jacks. They can't hold on to it. AG, we're going back for another round. One more time, just like Daft Punk.
One more time, just like the hit song back in the 2000s, early 2000s is hitting it. I definitely feel a sense of heartache here. Looking, I mean, good things have to come to an end, but it seems that this good thing is going to be prolonged so long because we do see it. Sushi Boys right there, keeping it hot, keeping it sexy, and man, oh man, our first ever overtime, and this could be prolonged for the whole night.
Hey, we really could be. I feel like we need to get the broom because our upstairs neighbor's getting a little bit noisy. Hey, keep it down up there. We're trying to clutch it here.
Well, overtime is still going to go off here, 14-14 between RRQ and AG.
Indeed. This time AG back on attack here. They're going to go again through A. The smoke will dissipate and Deku gets the first 2 kills. Now, this could be for the first time, first of 3, that AG actually get the first point here on attack.
Very nice rush here coming in towards A, and it seems that every member of RRQ helter skelter already 3 members down for the count.
Sushi Boys is down.
No, 1 2 now left behind for the side of RRQ. They're going to try to go for it and see how that's going to be working out for them, as we do see that members of RRQ right now in a bit of a bind.
This is going to be pretty tough here. By the way, we're on Haven, my friend.
Oh, excuse me.
Bye. I'm just kidding. There's going to be the tripwire active as they're going to scout 2. 1 in heaven, the cyber cage going up. He's going to be able to get the one. It's Frostmissy. We know he's got the clutch potential here. Perhaps trying to go with the paranoia. Teleporting now. Back down into hell, but into the crossfire now. King, can he get it done? He cannot, unfortunately. The 2v1 too much, and it's going to be 14 to 15 as RRQ switch over to the defense.
This is going to be very interesting. This is going to actually take into the stamina of AG, because after this, they're going to have to fight against Boom.
Oh,
so
yeah.
there's going to be quite a bit of fatigue coming in for the side of AG, but
it still means so much from this is do or die to them.
Exactly.
They need this 2-0 to even have a chance of going into qualifiers.
And that's the thing.
Make that playoffs.
Yeah, so this is going to be very interesting indeed here. Looking at how members of AG,
Double
they
operator
really
again.
need this. Oh,
I don't know if I agree with that. It didn't really work out for them well last time. RRQ, will they be expecting it? Last time it was the single operator here. I don't believe what I'm seeing. Sushi Boys!
Oh,
no!
Sushi Boys gets taken
That is
down.
not the start. That's so aggressive there. 14 to 15. I think I've heard the record scratch as we might just be seen going for another round.
Yeah, I'm not surprised here, considering that AG right now has been taken down with 1A. Is completely open, as well as B, considering that
they're contesting them C and they have the numbers. That's going to be a big flash. The first one out. Frostminty though, he's going to get decked by Deku.
Very nicely done here. Goes for the change. Oh, Little kept there, being able to take down 2, but Talent will be able to take down. It's going to be 1-4-1. Will it be AG? Will it be RRQ? Talent going up against the last surviving member for the side of AG!
Yeah, he's so lit though. This Cypher, this Sage needs just one shot and he's gonna find it again and again and again. Get me off this wild ride, except I actually kind of love it.
I love it too. I'm loving the highs and the lows, and man, oh man, I am getting even more confused as we are seeing more numbers. Could it go up to round 20, round 40? I'm not even sure how this is gonna work out here.
I don't think these guys know that it's not first to 16. That's the wrong game here. We're playing Valorant. First to 13.
well, I mean, I don't know about you, mate, but this is one of those moments where it's going to be sad when it ends, but at the same time, it's just going to be back and forth all around.
Indeed, RRQ back on the defense here as we get ready for our 31st round of Haven. Oh my goodness.
The timing!
The fire, he actually finds one. Look at his positioning. He's actually in A short. Again, they've set up this crossfire, this time a little bit more
Oh my goodness, look at that though. This is going to be very scary indeed here. Double shots coming in from the side of Tay. Tyler has been taken down for the count here. Another one has been taken down. Nicely done from the side of Little Cap. Frostmisty will be able to take down Tay. They decide to go for the rotate as we do see Helter Skelter runs coming in from the side of RRQ. They want to be rushing towards C.
Oh, I don't think they've fully committed to this.
Oh no.
They had an inkling that they wouldn't be coming A as they smoke it off. Now the Omen running on back through here, the spawn. But it's going to be a little too late for them to actually make use of this. The camera, the garage camera not being put to very good use as the spike will be planted in the C site, a 2v2 scenario.
Alright, going to be planted for Log. Sushi Boys definitely excels here on this part of the map. We have to see how that's going to be working out for them. It's going to be on to see Cubby, and he's going to be holding on to us. That gets quite a bit of angles to work with. Frostmisty right now is most likely going to go for the paranoia.
He's not going to find anyone.
For some smoke there to drop down onto C-Log. Oh, Little Cat! Oh!
They had him. They had him. They weren't confident though yet again from RRQ. And once again, we're going to have to see RRQ in a do or die scenario for, what is this, the 4th time in a row now? Actually, probably like the 8th time in a row this match.
8th time in the row. I'm not going to be surprised if it gets to a tie again, and then we're going to see the same thing again. But we have to stay up to date here in terms of what's been happening. It has been switched over now. It is going to be on RRQ on attack. They have been doing quite well on the attack here. It's all on AG. No more mistakes from the side of AG. No more aggressive picks. As you can see already, Sushi Boy is already playing a little bit more conservative comparatively, but we do see that there is going to be a bit of speed in his steps.
Yeah, definitely rotating back as the smokes will be called out. I'd love to be in the comms here. Lots of just fervent expressions, lots of intensity here, probably in all of the boys and all of the Sushi indeed, as he is still continuing continuing to peek towards mid lane. He's going to be picked off by NextJax. Wow. What an aggressive play, and what a way to open up B site. We still have the Omen in back of sight. Now the Cypher rotating away, so A is completely clear, but C, they're holding quite a tight angle here, so they dare not peek it, but through Garage, that could very well be the difference maker. If they smoke off actually the connector, as Deku now backing off, he will be revealed by the Recon Vault, and back over to C he goes. B site is open for the taking currently, Hound.
All right, B site could be where they want to go, as we do see quite a bit of a good spread here coming in from the side of AG. As we do see the focus is going to be towards B. Leo has come out, Deku comes out, gets the equalizer onto King Leo. Spike carrier has been taken out, but the Cow Fire gets on towards Deku. We do see it very interestingly enough. Left. AG doesn't have the numbers to fight off against members of RRQ. This is going to be a very interesting event. Oh my goodness, he missed it. Oh, block this thing, get onto the little cat. And here we go! Here we go!
Why not again? Again and again and again. We love it here. Round 33 of supposedly maximum 26 here. It just does not stop. Lots of free Valorant here. It's like baseball, you know. To me, FPSs, they're like the baseball of esports because you got the chance for just lots of free Valorant, high-octane stuff. They're going to be blowing through the bullpens here. They probably have to switch out the mice for how many times they've crushed it. Just, oh my god, I can't even imagine. I'm in love with this, and we got to see RRQ again this time on the defensive. But how do we crack this? How do we change with these teams just going back and forth yet again, Hound?
Oh my god, this is only our third final game of the evening. Only God knows what else is in store for us here. As we do see RRQ going up against AG again, we do see a very aggressive push on to C. AG! Oh my goodness, AG is already on to C.
They got the entire site
no, this could be very interesting indeed here, as we do see that
Spike
members
planted.
of AG have gone on with Spike Plant. No members have been lost down for the count here for the side of AG. Do we see alert coming in? We do see alert coming in.
One through C spawn, and actually it looks like they're setting up for 3 now through the defender connectors. In goes the Reyna, just going for it. The Omen as well. They're gonna be able to get their first entry frag. Sushi will be able to trade now in favor. AG, they've got one man advantage.
All right, so we do see now AG does have one man advantage here, as Sushi will be able to take down another one, and there we go. Sushi boys picking it up, showing the wasabi spiciness onto NextJax as we head into the match point. Hopefully the final match point.
I think this is our 5th or 6th match point now of this match.
Yes, it has been, and man, oh man, has it been a roller coaster emotions for RRQ and AG. Definitely going to be they're gonna need a break after this, that's for sure.
Oh my goodness, I don't even know. I mean, at this point, I think they should just go knife midla and then just deal with it that way, huh? John boys, let's go, right?
All right, a little bit of stabby action there, working out, but I don't know whether or not AG will be able to pull this off, because RRQ has an annoying habit of turning the game around on its head. Roomba bot's gonna come out and gonna be dealt with appropriately as we head into double doors. Gonna go peek it out very slowly.
The Owl Drone's not going to see anyone mid. Now that might let the Omen rotate very aggressively. Or Tay just doing his due diligence, double checking. But it is going to be the garage push. No one watching the window quite yet here, as we have, I believe, 4 members, 2 members in the spike. NextJax here through the garage is going to be able to find the pick, and that's the go ahead here for RRQ to set up the bomb.
All right, 2 men down for the count here for the side of AG, and you see that RRQ have the numbers, and they're going to be pushing it on to C. This is where it's going to be very interesting to see garage right now. I think it's Sushi Boys that's going to go for it, and it's going to be the smoke that's dropped down, and we might see a very interesting turn of events here for the side of RRQ.
Oh, the alert though from the Reyna. She's going to be scouted though, but that's good information. She only saw one there, heard one garage. Can RRQ now still continue to clutch this and push us to round 37? That's amazing. NextJax, he is popping off here. Here's one garage. It's a 4v2 scenario. Now a 4v1 for RRQ. The last man standing drops another smoke, gets the pick onto one before he's traded away. And I gotta be honest with you, Hound, I don't even know what lines to say anymore. I only prep mark like 3 or 4 overtime lines.
I have only so much lines, but we're going to be heading into round 34. Thus far, it's going to take another 2 more rounds, and I don't know how many rounds are going to go. How much do you want to see those numbers go up to 20? I do believe that that's going to be the case there. We might actually end up with a 2018, if I'm not mistaken.
You know, honestly, if it's going to be truly cursed, it has to be 2020, doesn't it?
It has to be. It has to be.
It's not going to be. Well, we'll see here as we've nearly played now a full extra half of Valorant, 4 extra each. So Aiden, RRQ, again, they're going for this double peek. Raynor just getting out of the crossfire, though. The kill on the Sushi Boys, trying to set up for a second one. Will not be able to set up for anything else. However, his talent actually will be picked off as well. But look at this, actually still lurking for Ryan. Is the breach. They're trying something very aggressive here, as they will not be rotated over. Next Jax, he's going to get the 1-tap down long onto Deku. Now, even it up at 3 for 3.
3 for 3 now. It's going to be an interesting fight here between these 2 teams. And oh, very nicely done there coming in from King Leo. We do see the cage there is good. Cyber cage is going to go down. Will it be enough? No, it's not going to be enough. As Frostmisty will be able to take down Tay and defuse, heading up into the 18th win.
Man, I don't mean to say the word sloppy, but they're getting like really just absolutely primitive in their attacks. Before in regular matches, you see like, okay, we peek this angle, we throw the utility. This one is, no, us 3, we run, we kill. They just stand out in the open, run him down, and that's enough to take the round here. 18-17, finally RRQ, they've positioned themselves to potentially take the round again. I think that's the 6th time I've said it.
Yeah, that's the 6th time we said it. For a while, the ball drops into RRQ's court, it drops into AG's court. I don't know about you, but if you're a betting man, this is where you'd be sweating bullets regardless of where you bet.
I don't even know here. Whew, RRQ, I mean, getting my heart thumping here, playing with the heartstrings on split. They teased us with the overtime and said, oh, you wanted overtime? We'll give you overtime. How's this for overtime?
This seems to be a very aggressive overtime match point back and forth between these 2 teams. However, we do see coming in from the side of RRQ, from the side of AG, very, very split up defenses right here. Nothing at A thus far, so I'm pretty excited to see how this is going to develop for them.
Yeah, again, they've given up mid control completely here. So they do have that raise positioned very nicely here on top of that box in B site. They were expecting another C push. It's been C quite consecutively here for plenty of attackers now, as I think they're committing plenty of utility now for B, but a big paranoia and nothing to capitalize onto it though, as the Reyna will get 1 tap there, walking through the door. Raze going for more, actually dropping down. That's going to scare the rest of RRQ back off, but only 38 seconds remaining in the round to try and make something of it.
Alright, so as we see how this is going to develop here from the side of RRQ, already 1 man down for the count, seeing how this is going to turn out, whether or not the disadvantage is going to work in favor for the side of AG. We shall have to wait and see. The plant has been down, Deku is at heaven, but Sushi Boys will get the operator off onto next Jax. This is going to be a crazy one indeed.
AG, they've very frequently been put into this position here in the overtime, and every single time they do it, this time talent is unable to get the job done, as they will finish them off 18-18. 37th round incoming.
37th round incoming, and yet again, this is where the match point is gonna bounce over to AG again after this.
I mean, no, it's 18-18, right? So now it's back right to where we started. If I can do my math correctly now, this is a full 10 extra rounds of free Valorant. So 5 rounds each, so we're in the equivalent of the 14th inning at this point.
I just want to see who wins, to be honest.
I think at this point it's got to be coming down to fatigue. I mean, we're always trying not be critical of players here, of course, giving them benefit of the doubt. Of course, with caster vision, it's so easy to just say click on their heads. But at this point, with the stress, like, they have to be now maybe slipping up here. If anything, just because of the amount of sweat actually on the mouse, I bet they can barely even grab onto that thing that's flying out like a banana in cartoons.
Now, this is going to be very interesting indeed here. Talent goes off with the bounce on the recon ball. Recon ball has been taken out for the count. We do see A-Long could be where some of the action is going to transpire.
AG, they just keep going long every single time. RRQ, they've not set up this time for the crossfire into A lobby, and the Owl drone will scout at least one enemy there. That'll call the rotation over from both players, actually. Cypher just double checking the cameras. It's been A every single time. This is like when you're playing rock, paper, scissors with your mate and he goes rock 8 times in a row. No way he actually goes rock for a 9th time, does he? No, they're gonna do it. AG, I mean, come on, the site's in their name. What do you expect?
Yeah, and AG definitely calling the bluff for the side of RRQ. We don't see any rotations here coming in from the side of RRQ. This is going to be very interesting. Next Jack will be able to take down Sushi Boys. Very interesting indeed here from RRQ, being able to play it very aggressive, but Deku will be able to take the fire onto Heaven right now. Some of the shots are going to go, and very lit indeed into Heaven is going to be one member of RRQ.
Spike now going down, but they've got plenty of utility here to still be using. Supreme not actually in sight. He's watching for lurkers. Little does he know there's actually no one there. A 4v3, they could use him in sight as the Spike still has not been planted. It's left in a very precarious situation here.
All right, so we're going to be seeing how this is going to be working out between these two teams here. RRQ, AG, both of them very even out. But nope, it's not going to be enough. As next Jack will be able to take out Supreme. As we do see a little cap will be able to take out Talon as well.
Now, though. Oh, a beautiful crossfire! RRQ! Oh, it's a thing of beauty. That's what we were looking for. That's what I was seeing all map versus Boom Esports. And it looks like as time goes on, they only get better.
Well, could this be the final nail in the coffin for the side of on the side of Armory Gaming? Because we do see now that it is. Now, let's take this look. Now, let's take this look right here. I sound like a broken record. Every time it's match point, I always wonder and speculate, will this be the last round? Will this be the last? I'm pretty sure Twitch chat is going pretty insane right now with the amount of overtime that's happening. But we shall have to wait and see how members of RRQ are going to use this lead to bring them the victory.
Sushi, this time they're going to switch it up now on the defense for AG. It's going to be the light armor with the operator. Only one dash here and only one smoke. So that's what it comes down to here.
All right, so round 38, could this be a potential lead into round 39? We shall have to wait and see. Excuse me, we have to wait and see, because could round 40 be the lucky round for any of these teams? We shall see.
Actually, Owl Drone didn't scout anyone, I think.
Ooh.
Sova, he's going to get some misinformation there. If anything, maybe he scouted one, but it looks like they're still rotating on over to A. They're smoked off B entrance as well, as it will probably be the C-Rush Talons here still nearby. He's going to draw the rotation over from 1 and trying to distract him a little bit longer here, Hound.
All right, and it seems that Sova has been able to spot out a high amount of members, as we can see a big sense of urgency here coming in from the side of AG. Sushi Boys right now holding on with the operator.
Boys? Plants? There we go, okay.
Yep.
Sushi? Oh, okay. Good shot, but he's going to have to walk pretty far here to the bomb.
Yep, they decides to dash all the way and gonna come in through B, and a will cut across maybe through mid courtyard. No, decides to go to the B connector onto C, and this is going to be very interesting indeed here.
Yep.
Might actually go towards garage.
We do have some smoke trying to be used by Deku. He's going to be sprayed down long and get at least one. Down to the 1v2, the Reyna for RRQ on site, running all over. He's going to get the 3rd kill here. This might be it, Hound. The 1v1 scenario. Sushi needs to clutch this one. Bomb, take it away. He might have it here. It's going to be too close to call, but I think he's going to have it. As it RRQ 2018, the year that was 2 years ago, but they ran out of guns in the Armory as RRQ, they take 7 extra rounds, but they will get the job done. Unbelievable.
That was just heartbreaking for the Thai team of Armory Gaming. Boom Shakalaka coming in from the side of Armory Gaming. Break down the stats for us here.
I don't even know how to break down this game, to be honest. I mean, my goodness. Next, Jax, 36 kills. Talon as well, picking it up, 32 kills as well. I mean, really, all of RRQ stepping it up, and just a huge shout out to them. After that crushing defeat on Bind, they got so close, Hound. They got so close. They're in that same situation here again, and it's overtime after overtime after overtime, and they still come back. And they were even down 0-6 here to start off the map, and they went this far.
And that's the thing, and I believe that RRQ, they have a guardian angel up there somewhere, because it seems that someone doesn't want RRQ to be out of the game yet.
Yeah, already you can see our observer saying, "Hey guys, good job, but you have to play again immediately." I mean, that's something. 1 hour, 15 minutes, 15 seconds here is what it took.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, unbelievable game here.
This is this was something else. This is something else. I'm just. Oh, let me just wipe the sweat off my forehead. Okay, now let's compose ourselves.
Right.
And let's just break down what happened in the previous round. And I don't know about you. 20 to 18. 13 to 11. How did RRQ just manage that?
Yep, 38 rounds total here. Supposed to be 26 rounds maximum, right? In Valorant. These guys said, you know what? It'd be really cool if we went way more than that. We want to go to extra innings. Free Valorant to be watching for the fans. They delivered. I mean, honestly, how do you even analyze? I mean, first of all, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the lineup, right? Let's talk about the Overwatch. Make it the overtime setup, right? It's 1 round offense, 1 round defense, and it's the same exact as how you started the map, right? Do you think that's the format we should be staying with? I kind of like it.
It's
fun to watch, isn't it?
It's fun to watch, sure, but I believe that it doesn't create, because of the setup of how our format is, right?
Mm-hmm.
It could be very detrimental towards the teams that are going to be competing next up, because RRQ will be able to take a rest before they meet up against Todap, because right up next is going to be Armory Gaming going up against Boom, and that's not something that they want to be doing with such a not to say a momentous, but more like such a heavy game that they did just now. Because
that's right. They really have to kind of just look within themselves and just, hey, reset. Hey boys, come on, let's get this 2-0. That's what they need now. That's what it's down to. And I mean, we saw them come back round after round after round. So we know they can do it. It's just now just having the strength and well, all the training, right, to actually having the stamina to keep going. Unbelievable stuff.
I do not know about you, but when we look at it from the perspective of RRQ against AG, I have to give props towards AG as well as RRQ for, I think across our 3 days, we haven't seen an overtime, and I guess I'm not going to be surprised if after this all of our games are going to go to overtime. Let's just hope that production has made the necessary adjustment.
Indeed, guys. And well, we'll see if our panel can try and break down everything that happened in that game. So much action. 38 rounds of Valorant to separate these two teams. Take it away, Avo Plus and the boys after this short break.
Hello guys, and welcome to the panel. I never thought this moment would come, but we're actually here. The game ended. Wow.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
My name is Mr. Avo Plus. I'm here with Player the J. I'm here with Yolo Lee. Guys, overtime.
Overtime.
Ooh, and 7-1 as well. I'm super excited for this, dude.
This man said RRQ would win.
Whoa, exactly. 1-1. I never doubted their potential. Although, you're only.
I would imagine it would have wavered a little slightly over the past, what seems
few
like
rounds,
an eternity, you know, but
You are teetering on the edge of never coming back up the panel right now, Leonard.
But it was absolutely fun. Both teams really throwing it at each other here, seriously.
Oh, yeah.
Certainly they were throwing at each other, yes. That's the word I would use as well.
Exactly,
Yeah,
I know, because like
exactly.
so many times you're saying like, Jet, what are you doing?
Towards the end of the overtime, yes, I was watching this Jet try the same strategy 5 times, and then it's like, oh, she actually swapped it around and started working a bit better. I mean, towards the end of the last match, the clutch bomb, because they all still died, though.
Yeah. I think, of course, these situations, needless to say, is incredibly difficult. You just reach the end of your playbook and, yeah, you do the same thing 5 times in a row.
You're your wit's end because you don't know what to do, right?
Yeah.
Like most people don't get to practice overtime very often either.
Oh, yes.
Ideally, right? Because you just want to win the game. You don't want to have to draw and do this. And you could tell, especially for Armory Gaming, they had no strategies towards at the end.
And the worst part, both of these teams had like games prior before this as well.
Yes.
So I can't imagine mentality how tiring it is for them, like constantly going back and forth. Literally, like we all can see, both teams out of strategy. They're just like, we see someone, we just kill it.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter.
You know, and now we think about it as well. You mentioned they had games beforehand. Never mind about that. Lucas got a game afterwards as well, you know.
It's their most important game as well.
Yeah, now we have, of course, our last 2 games, which are coming up after, you know, this grueling matchup, and Armory Gaming have to play yet again. So I think, yeah, of course, right now they're getting a little bit of a breather. But if you're Boom, how do you analyze that game? You know, it's like which round do you kind of try and pick at and really assess? Because, of course, overtime rounds are going to be substantially different. You know, there's very little chance of having any ult economy, you know. I think by now Armory has forgotten what ults even look like. So that could be something that comes into play here as well.
Certainly, right? You have to change the name of the game. The pressure is also much bigger for Armory. For those of you that happen to not be following the tables, how they stand right now essentially is Armory has the 1 point, and this is their last matchup. They have to win 2-0 for a chance to qualify. Or yeah, they have to win 2-0 for a chance to qualify. And then they have to hope either for a 2-0 from Rex Regum Kaon or a 1-1 for them. If Kodak takes Todak takes the last games, the 2-0, it's done for Armory Gaming and also for Rex Regum Kaon.
Yeah, that's right. Correct. Yeah, so there are a lot of permutations here. Now, of course, Boom in esports, they honestly look pretty good for it, you know. So I guess, you know, I know, like, my prediction would be that it would probably be a 2-0 here for Boom esports. Now, when it comes to the RRQ and Todak matchup, you know, that's where, you know, things can go either way, you know. Because if it goes 1-1, you know, you could still have tied points between Todak and RRQ. So that means it'll come down to round differential.
Yeah, they're not fighting. The thing is, Boom is not fighting for that much, right? Because, I mean, they're actually not fighting for anything. No matter what happens, they get to pass these group stages. There is a chance that they could tie with Todak as well, and then we have to look at the head-to-head, and they could pass second. But no matter what, they are making it out of these group stages, which does give Armory a potential advantage, because they're actually fighting for a lot more. Of course, everyone wants to win, but Armory is back against the wall, and sometimes that brings the best out of your players.
Yes, like that's why the term exists, where you don't back a wolf to a corner, because it will have no choice but to bite back. So in this game here, I love the fact that there's a Boom Sport icons also a wolf too. So but in this case, in this game, I wouldn't really call it a 2-0. Normally in most cases I would say 1-1. But after Armory Gaming gone through such an intense game with RRQ just now, I'm just a little bit concerned on their, not only their mental state, but at the same time, are they fatigued and ready to go against Boom? Because let's be honest, Boom is a very, very calculated and very smart team as well here.
Yeah, and I mean, with the kind of plays that they come out with, the sharpness and you know, the level-headedness, you know, I'm pretty sure that they have been able to analyze quite a bit. There's a lot of material in that sense that they can actually rely on. But I think what we are not too certain at the moment is the maps that are going to be selected. So I think that could definitely be a factor as well.
We also don't know the state of Armory Gaming, right? Losing a game like that with all the overtime, even if you did manage to win the first map of the series, is rough on your psyche. And recovering, I mean, it doesn't matter how good you are, right? If you have never experienced that before, it's not up to you, really. You know, each person responds differently emotionally, and keeping a level head is kind of difficult when you're presented with that situation. I personally, I don't believe that Boom is really going to care how their opponents play. They're going to play their game. And why would you, right? You don't have anything to lose. If they happen to 2-0 you, so what? It's not really that big a deal. And it's the safest way to play, right?
That's definitely true. But if anything, right, if AG really want to try to go into this new game against Boom Esports with a new kind of mindset, maybe they can try to switch things up. Maybe not play the same match which they played against RRQ. They can try to change things up. They're like, all right, let's try something fresh, a new scenery. Especially after going 7 overtimes on Haven, it's like, I'm pretty sure they're gonna be like, I don't want to see this anymore.
In fact, we know what they're picking, which is Bind. It's going to be the map number 1, picked by Armory, and now we'll figure out where Boom is playing, what position it is. But going to be playing on Bind.
Yep, and I think Bind, of course, you know, it is going to be just filling out the kind of games that we're seeing today, that they're going to get the full spectrum. I think, like as we said, you know, this is definitely going to be allowing them to maneuver around. And actually, we're seeing that Boom is going to be on the defensive side. So I do believe that that suggests that Armory is the one who picked Vine. And because apart from Todak, who has picked the attacking side first, we haven't really seen it any other way.
Yes, of course. We know that Boom did pick the defensive side, and also, what does that say for Armory? Are they a strong team in the offensive position?
It's hard to say at this point, right? This case, because we saw their potential of both. They know how to be offensive and how to be defensive here. Now it's just whether they
But where's the strong suit, though?
If I had to say which is their strong point here, I think they are very a proactive team. They're like, okay, not proactive is the wrong word, reactive team here. Like in terms of situation, if the situation calls for it, even regardless of whether they're attacking or defending, they can really answer, step up to the table for it should the situation call for it. But I guess in this case, I think Armory is a little bit more solid on attacking.
Okay, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think they've kind of demonstrated that. So even when on their defensive sides, when the plant has gone against them, they're not a team to fret about with that. They're going to have a concerted effort to go in for the retake. I think we've seen them, be able to rehearse that kind of cohesion over the last 7 overtimes. Which I think is a very rare instance to see the rounds end in not a plant going down. So they are definitely going to be favoring those kind of engagements. And I think Boom is going to give it to them. Because they are going to be very decisive as well in when they have their side takes. I think we saw that against the game with Todak as well. So they look as though that they're going to really put them to the test.
Okay, let's see if that's the case, of course, because right now they really have to do something special. And now we go to that again. We mentioned this in the beginning. Now that we know the map is Bind, what special strategies could Armory Gaming be bringing to this map? Because they need to win this for sure. Is their map pick? There's no question about it.
So I mean, Armory Gaming, with that in mind, how they want to be able to take sites and be reactive to a certain extent, we could see a Brimstone pick coming out here to replace the Omen. Whether or not that they want to actually go all the way to a Sage, I think it will be a bit far-fetched.
Don't forget, there's also a possibility that they can go with the Res as well, because Res is really great on a map like Bind for sure. Able to pick out those corners. But in this case here, I believe Armory Gaming really want to try to go for a lineup that just allows them to go on offensive, because I've been talking about like how mentally fatigued they could be, right? But then at the same time, I just realized with such an overtime game, what if they're super jacked up? What if they have so much adrenaline? And then to see that, the fact that they have to like tone it down, then they're gonna be really tired for it. What in this case, like if they're super like active right now, why don't they just play full offensive? They just go with a full offensive lineup like Phoenix, Brimstone, Raze, maybe at the same time Sova Cypher. Just allows them to just constantly dominate, push straight into the side, and just constantly pick up members and just get the plan down.
Yeah, I mean, they could definitely want to keep the adrenaline pumping here. So they might choose an approach that we've seen come from both Boom and also from Todak, where they didn't pick Cypher for some of the maps, and I think on both of the instances, they took a bit more of an offensive option. Todak, they brought the Raze, and for the case of Boom, they also brought the Reyna, but not sure if they're going to go to that extent. They've definitely been adventurous to go and bring Reyna on Haven when they matched up against both RRQ and Todak earlier on today. But not sure if they're going to go to that extent. They might actually also go for a Brimstone here. It's definitely proven to be one of the more popular picks here when it comes to Bind as your smoking option, and it's delivered some results.
And particularly in offense is where you see him really shine, because it lets you get on the objective, of course. And that is where they're going to be starting, right? And here I ask you, right, how important are these initial points? Because I think when you're back against the wall, the recovery of, we ended up 9-3, but we can still recover because defense is easier, is not really viable. Because that's when the pressure starts to get to you, because you are literally 3 points away from being eliminated from the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that's very right, because when it comes down to it, if say for example the first half you don't get the ball rolling fast enough, on a given side, say you lose the half 9-3, you're going to be hard pressed to be able to to take it when it comes to the next stage. So for example, I think when Todak managed to I think their first game today against Armory Gaming, it was 8-4. 8-4. They won the pistol round, the round after that, and then it came down to one gun round. After they won the gun round, it was already on match point, you know. So there's little breathing room for them to adjust onto that second half. So they just have to prevent themselves from not sliding too much that, you know, even if they don't start on the better half, they are going to set themselves up to at least have a bit of a resurgence.
So now that we're getting closer to the game, it's about to start. They've gotten the rest, and we're hoping that they are rested and ready to play this game at their maximum. I want predictions for the whole series because I won't have your next panel. So.
Yep. Okay. Well,
really unfortunate, yeah.
Well, no, I think well, I'll still be around, but yeah, unfortunately.
Sorry. Yes, I won't have this exact panel. I apologize, Jay. I didn't mean to diss you like that.
I'll still be here. Don't worry. But yeah, in any case, I feel Boom. You know, they've been pressed a lot today. It's very hard to bet against them, I would say, and I do think that they would be able to take this fatigued Armory Gaming team 2-0.
Okay. Do you believe in the Thai team,
Oh
Leonard?
man, the thing is this, right? I'm taking into account that maybe they might potentially be mentally fatigued or maybe just like physically fatigued. But if they are very active and full of adrenaline, like out for blood because after going through so many overtimes and unable to close it with RRQ, and if they're fully able to weaponize this, I think they might actually just take this first game off from Boom Esports here.
No, not first game. Series.
Then, okay, if it's serious, I say 1-1. Yeah.
1-1. So you think the first game will go to Armory and a second to Boom?
Yes.
Okay. Bold predictions. Let's see if our analysts are right, because if they're correct, either of them, they're both discounting Armory Gaming from this tournament. What Armory needs right now is a 2-0. Now, is this miracle going to happen? Will they beat the strongest team in their group to qualify, or well, not even actually, to have a chance to qualify from their group? We're going to watch any second now as the first map will be underway between Boom Esports and Armory Gaming. Please stay glued to your seats as we see the matchup between the Armory and the Wolf. Who's going to win it? Take it away, casters.
Welcome to the ePulse Royal SEA Cup. Whilst we are in the group stages of this tournament, I wanted to take an opportunity to look at some of the bigger hitters when it comes to the teams involved, and who to really keep an eye on that you expect them to go out of groups, through playoffs, and to maybe even win the whole event. To do this, I'm going to go through all of the groups and highlight one of the teams that I think is going to do quite a lot. We'll start with Group A, and we'll start with Attack All Around. This is a team that's had some great results across the bigger tournaments in the Southeast Asia region. It's a team from Thailand, and they've been in the finals of the two biggest tournaments, winning the Africa TV Asia Invitational and coming second in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. Both of the finals they played up against AHQ Esports, which we will talk about in a second, with a dominant win 2-0 in the Africa TV tournament and a very close loss 3-2 in a best of 5 in the CGA Pacific Open. This is a team that has a lot to prove. You could definitely tell that they've been watching both the NA and EU scene when it comes to strategies, executes, and what agents to use. And with the balance patch at the moment, I think this is a team that can really adapt and overcome any opponent, but most definitely they'll want their revenge on AHQ if they can get that far. I say that because there's a lot of really good high competition in this tournament, and when it comes to that, look no further than Group B, and the favourites over there, Vision Strikers. You've probably heard of this team. They're from South Korea, and they've pretty much won everything that they've played in. They've had some really dominant results in the Korean tournaments, most notably Clan Masters 2020, and this is a team that plays some really aggressive and exciting Valorant. It comes as no surprise that South Korea has taken a liking to a class-based FPS game, but that doesn't mean at this point that Vision Strikers are just going to have their way with everybody in this tournament. But make no mistake, this is the favourite of the tournament by a pretty large margin. Now we get onto Group C, and it's much more competitive when it comes to the teams involved, but there's not really a specific team that you look at and go, they are definitely getting out of groups and you can expect to see a lot out of them. Out of all four of the teams, Boom Esports has had the better results, but they just got to playoffs in the CGA Pacific Open and lost out to Team SMG. It's not really a solid look for this team, and really any of the four teams can come through playoffs and not not be a super surprise. But since CGA Pacific Open, Boom Esports have been able to win a couple of smaller tournaments at least, and maybe with the meta changes, they might be able to find a lot more solid footing. So expect to see some pretty interesting stuff potentially out of the Indonesian team, but they're not quite at the Colossus level as Attack All Round, and certainly not when it comes to Vision Strikers. Now going over to Group D, I mentioned this team before already, and that is AHQ Esports. It's basically vice versa for Attack All Around. They came second place in the Africa TV tournament, but then won out super closely in the Cyber Games Arena Pacific Open. With that momentum, they went into the Africa TV Asia Showdown tournament, which happened last weekend, where they played up against some of the bigger teams in South Korea, like Vision Strikers as we spoke about, but also Japan's Absolute Jupiter. Unfortunately, against this team, they lost 2-0 in the semi-finals, not really having an opportunity to show their strength, losing out 13-7 and 13-8. So whilst this is a team that won the most recent tournament that they were a part of, they still have a lot to prove to really show that they're a dominant force, not only in Taiwan, where this team comes from, not even in just the Southeast Asia region, but in Asia as a whole. You'd expect this team to get out of playoffs, but if they run into a team like Vision Strikers or even an Inform Attack All Round, things might be a little bit tough. But these are the favourites out of the groups. But no matter what happens, we're going to have some really great games and no doubt a few upsets along the way.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. 2018, 38 rounds in one game. Quite a bit to deal with, but we've swapped out our casters here. The Hound taking a break after that one. He needs to recharge the batteries. I've been left out here. I think that one just recharged myself. But Secret Strike, as well as Gideon right next to me. That is not the Hound, unfortunately.
Don't worry about it.
But Gideon, how's it feeling?
It feels honestly good to not be casting a Toad game and is actually seeing, first-person perspective of what's going to be going on into the minds of some of the two teams that are really going head against each other. Ooh, boom, they're looking good, but after that game, I don't even know what to say. Like, they have to be dealing with fatigue as they're going up against Boom. It's tough.
So here's the thing. You might be sitting there in chat and going, what are you talking about? I queue up Valorant game after Valorant game after Valorant game. And you might be right. And these guys do too when they're playing competitively. But when they're playing for professional with $25,000 on the line, that's a whole lot of different stress, especially for 6 overtime rounds in a row.
Seven overtime rounds in a row.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, that's just gotta have some fatigue. So we'll take a look and see how they can get it done, as we will be going over to Bind. AG going to be on the attacker's side here. Let's take a look at their Asian layout here. For AG, we've got a Sova, Jets, Raze, a Brimstone, and the Cypher.
Yep, followed up by Boom. They're going to be going on that Sova, Breach, Brimstone, Phoenix, as well as Jet. I personally like the Phoenix this time around. Like, in the first half of the day, we weren't seeing too many of them. Now they're popping up a lot more.
Do you like it on defense first?
Well, I mean, honestly, I just like the agent in general more than I like it on certain parts of the map. But, he has its benefits, and especially with his ult, it's not like what's her name, Reyna, yes, with her ult is so dependent on getting those kills. At least this way, you use your ult, you can get something out of it no matter what.
It's like why YOLO likes Jet, because she's Korean.
I mean, that's a fair argument.
Adrian King, he's going to be rotating on through very aggressively along with everyone else. So, they're going to know something's coming now that they've not scouted anyone. They're just going to check Hookah, do their due diligence, checking window just to double check, but already the Brim smokes being dropped, and we should see the bomb here planted very quickly.
Yeah. I think this is a very standard line play. The aftershock comes out, but unfortunately they didn't check U-Haul this time around as they get pincered out. They still haven't dropped the spike just yet. They're making sure that the smokes are covering their tracks. The Cypher is still hiding in the smoke as well down at U-Haul.
Yeah, stimmed up here as well with the Ghost is actually pretty effective here, but it's going to be all up to Asterisk. I mean, how do you even queue against this? This is AG. They just played 38 rounds in a row. You can clutch this one no problem here. But let's see what can get going. He's going to get one, missing the peak there. Asterisk with a little bit of a smoke of his own. He's going to now go for the fake defuse. Oh, he had the reticle lined up, but of course, no way to know. That's the first round here for AG.
Yeah, I don't think it was a very smart idea to be standing directly on top of the bomb. Sorry, the spike, especially since after he tapped it, he probably wanted to stand at a little bit of an off angle because at this level, pros just know exactly where you're going to be despite the smoke. They just need any kind of information or an indication that you're there.
Shot by Super Sis. He's been practicing his V-hopping a bit, showing us how it's done. But yeah, indeed, I actually completely agree with you. And, well, we'll see if they want to try and change that up a bit. Of course, 1v2 at that point is going to be a bit difficult for him to try and get the defuse on, but it's just good form, right? It's good to get into that habit to be doing stuff like that as Sushi Boys. The Boom Buddy heading on in, will turn the corner, get shot quite a few times actually as Blaze King. A nice crossfire set up here with the shorty for the Phoenix. But I think they know that there's way too many people in there. They might still actually go for it there as the jetpack not doing too much damage.
I think they can assume that there's two people because somebody shot the boom bot immediately. They know for a fact somebody is hiding at the back half of Hookah. So there's no real point because they can easily, with two people, you can easily set up a crossfire unless you take them out with the paint cans from Raze as they rotate towards A.
I'm really surprised that actually they rotated everyone over here on the side of Boom.
It might be a little bit of an over rotation, but Tay, he's going to get the first blood of this round in round 2 as they look to drop the spike back onto the default plant on A.
I mean, I get the idea, right? They're loaded up with anti-eco. You have to do something aggressive, but I don't know. I don't know if you can really expect your enemies to try and play into your hand when they know you've got maybe 5 shorties.
Yeah, especially it's so early on into the rounds. It's like you don't have to risk it just yet. And luckily they didn't force buy into it and walk into a bunch of shorties.
Yeah, exactly. Here as we see Sushi picking off one with the pistol for AG. Spike continuing to tick away as they're doing the due diligence now through the U-Haul. 1 sprayed down, 2 sprayed down, but it's going to be AG taking the round 2-0. No real surprise there, but a good effort as they're only able to get 1 pick.
That's only going to be 1 Spectre loss as they slowly start upgrading. They're probably not going to be upgrading their Spectres into either Phantoms or Vandals at this point in time. Don't need to waste your credits if you don't have to. Make sure you're just maximizing your econ.
Definitely. I think maybe there's a case to be made maybe on like a really defender-sided map, right? Just because you need that extra little bit of damage from long range. Maybe if you're on something like a Haven, but here I think you can get away with the more closer range encounter. So we'll see how AG decides to approach this one now as we take a look at our drone shot above the rafters.
Once again, Raze, she's going to be looking to clear out Hookah once again, dropping down her Roomba, making sure she is clearing out that room. Okay, it doesn't beep off, so at least they know for a fact, okay, Hookah is generally going to be really clear unless somebody was standing on top of those boxes. So again, somebody needs to get some kind of visual cue to know for a fact that there isn't anybody. And you can see Raze, she's just holding her position. She doesn't want to do anything just yet.
The Jet's still don't hold A though, so it's going to be a strong hold out from Boom as the crouch right underneath the bullet. What I'm saying is that you won't have to dodge the bullet when it comes down to it here. But yeah, the Boomba not finding anything there is going to force them to try and rotate around. As Sushi now lurking on. He might be able to get the jump here onto the Phoenix. Will he see it coming? Checking his corners. Oh my god, that was a little sloppy there, but it's going to be the Phoenix getting the kill after all.
So now they know for a fact that there's a lurker. They're going to be real careful for the side of AG. They only have 2 agents left. They all looking to try and take out Blaze King here. Unfortunately, loses that trade-off. They're going for the run, and they have the spike. They could look to just plant the spike, get the extra credits, and back off.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to go now bonking on through the port. And, well, a little Kep is going to be probably a little bit scared knowing that they're chasing him so efficiently. But he's going to be now making an effort back towards B. He actually could get them planted here.
Yeah, a 13. Oh, this is going to be tight. It's going to be real tight. He's going to do it as soon as he gets in. He's going to stop dropping the bomb right about now. Okay, he's got time. He's got time.
He's got it. They've actually teleported right back over. So, hey, extra credits here for the team, even if you don't get the win. Maybe a little bit more econ damage to come through. I think this is going to be pretty nice for AZ, all things considered. Oh, he's got the ultimate as well. And he's going to get only one. Wow, Asterisk, I would love to see that from his perspective.
Yeah.
Of course, the that does end up pushing you there, the showstopper. So a really nice pick overall, but it's going to be Boom finally claiming the first round.
I mean, there was a good opportunity that he could just flick his way instead of looking for the Sova, but looking at the mass amount of people just clumped up together in hookah, that might have been able to chunk out quite a few and maybe even get a double kill. That would have been so huge that round.
A good opportunity, but an even better operator then for AG. Just about sums up that round, and Asterisk is going to hold on to the OP.
I mean, overall, Econ's looking pretty healthy here. This is where both teams are going to get real sweaty against each other, because if they win this one, the next round is just going to be that much easier.
Nah, you're absolutely right. As I guess this Raze is not really going to have the money here, unfortunately. No one dropping them a weapon, so it's somewhat, it's like a half buyout from AG then, and some people are going to be trying to save that money.
Yeah, and Raze, I mean, she's going to be holding on to the spike here. Ooh, doesn't look like they're going to shoot through the smoke, especially when there's an alt orb there, but they're going to back away back into the B site.
Yeah, and that's going to now give them the run it back here, so it's probably going to be looking to try and get an excuse to use it this round just to maximize that efficiency, because when you do die, you're going to get another point, so see if you can find a use case for this here, and as you said, I think both teams are looking for any edge they can get to win this round, and Asterisk is going to give Boom just that one-man advantage.
Unfortunately, Cypher is going to be taken out by Jet here from Boom as they look to rotate Jet to B side, knowing that there's a good amount of people. They don't know exactly how many people are sitting outside of B, but you know, sooner or later somebody's going to get picked off, and that's exactly what's happening here.
Oh, Asterisk there onto Sushi Boys. He's got to be a little bit upset. I know for those first few rounds of overtime, he was playing very aggressively there with the operator. Got a nice shot here earlier, but still ends up losing the operator duel as Boom Esports now. They're going to lurk on through. Tay. Oh,
30
wow.
seconds left.
I barely even saw him, if I'm going to be honest with you, Gideon.
Yeah, I mean, C-Long is just an absolute killing floor here as they look to surround this Raze, who only has the Spectre waiting for the teleporter. Oh, doesn't come out. The Aftershock, and finally the fight begins, and unfortunately this time the Phantom trumps the Spectre once again.
Good job by Notorious keeping his space there. He knew that the last one was going to be that Spectre from previously, as Boom will even up to a piece going into our 5th round with a nice eco advantage.
I wonder if they're going to try that again. I mean, they're already trying to set up to... it looks like they're going to set up for B once more, but they could easily change their mind. There's still a good amount of time left.
Taya's bought as well, actually. Full armor and a Vandal. We'll see if he's actually sold that off, because he's really the only one on the team that can afford that.
Yeah, and I mean, like, in terms of the ultimates as well, they've got Brim ult, they've got Jet ult as well, so it could be a good round for them this time, but it looks like we're going to have to take a short technical pause coming in from both of these teams. Maybe one of the players might be having some technical issues. Hopefully they can clear that up without having to restart the entirety of the game.
Yeah, that would be ideal here, as they do have some connection issues. Boom Esports, luckily because of the overtime, they were able to rectify most of them and start as soon as we could. But yeah, it's going to be a pause here for a bit longer. So 2 apiece, as we're going to hold on to the heavy armor there for Sushi Boys instead. AG, they're going to make the call to go back to more of a full eco, as we will get unpaused.
All right, so now that they're coming back up here, I think we're going to have a little bit of time to, because a lot of to talk about like breach in this map, because a lot of teams either take breach or they decide to be like, you know what, Phoenix is pretty good. What about Jet? Do I want to bring Sage? Most of the time they don't want to bring Sage, but breach has been super effective getting onto these sites.
Location revealed here, but Boom, they are all over this site now, backing up after finding that ultimate orb yet again. They've really been prioritizing that.
Yeah, I don't know how many times they're going to be attacking this B side, because it seems like now it's becoming a pattern to them, and hopefully Boom start picking up on it. They take out the owl drone here. This is going to deter them from actually pushing any more members forward.
We do have a Jet operator though holding outside showers. The Jet v Jet matchup. Who's going to win that one? The peak unsuccessful, so that's going to force Asterisk all the way back into baths.
They're really taking their time with this one. Both teams don't feel like take too many casualties in this case. So they're just playing really passive, especially when you're on the defense. You really don't have to do too much, but kind of just wait for the time to pass by. And the default plan coming out of Boom here, from AG here on its regular spot. Aftershock is going to kill him.
Oh, he's already got the bomb down. He did his duty.
Okay, he's already got his smokes as well. Unfortunately, no stim, but, you know, that's the best he can do at that point in time.
It's going to be a 5v4. Of course, the weapon advantage over to Boom Esports, but they might be able to actually get a few kills here, a few picks onto the side of AG. So they will be forced back now. Molly and places as ADR King is going to be shot down there with the Sheriff. Double kill as well as, oh my goodness, AG actually with a one-man advantage now all of a sudden could potentially take this down to the 1v1 as Astra with the knives out is going to get nuked, and it's going to be a thrifty, a huge round for AG because now they're going to have such an economic advantage.
Yeah, they have just really crashed the economy coming in from Boom here, but at least, you know, they've evened up the score a lot more compared to what they were before this, where they were playing really with nothing much, not even expecting to win the round.
How the heck do they have so much money now? Asterisk is just, yeah, whatever, another operator for me.
Just another one, just take it.
I just put it on my tab, right? I don't know. I mean, hey, well done to Boom, I suppose, actually stockpiling quite a bit more money than I anticipated here. But that will help AG's economy a lot, right? Because they're able to escape at least with a rifle for themselves. So it's going to save them around 2 to 3k credits, even more if they actually snuck out an operator.
Yep, RRQ is going to be hiding right by the B-side teleporter here, but here it comes.
Here it close.
Oh, did they not activate it? I didn't see any activations on the map. Interesting. But Breach, he could be a little bit more, he could decide to be a little bit more aggressive, but I like the angle that he's holding. The only place that's going to be really compromised is if they start coming through caves, and most of the time teams just don't go through there.
Yeah. It's like the meme, like, we don't do that, you know?
We don't do that
No
here.
one really does that. Caves, it's kind of cursed, right?
Yeah, unless they are looking to kind of protect any lurkers coming out through shower side. Those are the situations that even me in pub games, I just can't believe people are sitting there in caves.
Speaking of lurkers, Notorious here checking his angles. He's got actually the rest of the team basically right behind him. Now they're going to start running with those footsteps. He's going to be able to find the backliners now. A great flash onto one is going to force him to take cover. The plant is going down. A great flash, but Tay is going to be able to trade him down.
This is going to allow the rest of his team to start rotating out. They're a little bit slow on this, so the post-plant position, especially when they are looking to lock down from U-Haul side as well. Oh boy, Hellfire's coming down! A little, oh no, he gets taken out. That's 2 people evening out the score, leaving Jet all by herself.
I was to say, if this Brimstone can realize actually that they're centered in U-Haul, that is a death trap for these players. But they're going to get caught out. AG now with the operator. I think they're going to try and save here if they can. 10 HP and a dream here. The Fushi Boys bomb will be defused. He lets out a shot just to let him know, hey guys, I'm over here. But he'll be able to save and hold on to that operator. 3-3.
I mean, even though you do have an operator, with 18 health, 1 bullet from anything, just a whiff.
Yeah.
Even if it's shot at your toes, you will go down.
Yeah. And that's right, the strength of the operator, though, right? I try to compare it to some other RTS games where it's like, hey, in most RTSs, you know, most of your units, they do full damage even if they're at 1 HP, and it's all about time to kill here in an FPS game, right? So that operator time to kill is basically limited to your reaction time compared to other weapons, which that's not only the case.
Oh, here they're doing the setup every single time. They're making sure they are attacking B. They see the smoke come down every single time. Grim makes sure that his Phoenix or, you know, himself is able to take that ult orb without too many problems. But unfortunately, forcing that Phoenix to go. Hunter's Fury does come out as well as they look to push into sight.
Did Phoenix take the port and pick up the other ulti orb?
Yeah.
It's interesting. Okay, well, they're going to relinquish control over this site then over to AG, who will be setting up very nicely for, make that a one-man, rather, advantage, as they've now set themselves up. Boom, rotating in from the defender spawn. On board now with Notorious, who's actually in hookah. He's got one lurking behind. He's got the idea, but he might not have the peek necessary, as indeed he will not. Caster's Curse. Tay is going to find the kill there. 2-4, and I think Boom going to make the call to save.
Yeah, they're going to be they're in a great position to actually back out of this. They don't necessarily have to do anything, but Jet holding that position, waiting for some exit frags here, but it looks like the rest of the team coming in from AG won't be going through spawn side.
Yeah, someone pings it who's dead. He goes, yeah, by the way, don't peek there.
Don't go there, please.
Don't go there, come on, man. And they're not even going to go through. Oh, they will go through the teleporter. Jet. My goodness, Sushi, he's just insane. It's such a risky play to be making. Obviously, you heard someone go through that teleporter. The Phoenix is missing, so I can't believe he actually committed for that.
Well, I'm just glad that RRQ didn't really get punished because there was no way he was crossing back into B side from there. So taking the teleporter was basically his only option.
That's true, yeah. No, you raise a good point. It'd be kind of crazy if Phoenix was actually still just chilling in that teleporter after like a full minute. He's just waiting.
It's like, don't worry, guys, they'll eventually come.
Don't worry. He's in it for the long haul, you know. It's a long con, I should say. But hey, I mean, this looks like we might be in for the long haul, rather. Gideon, what's your opinion on overtime?
Oh, well, I really hope it doesn't happen this time around, but because they are starting to adapt, I mean, Boom's Asterix, now they're getting 3 people down on this C-long side. There's no way somebody's going to be picking this without dying.
Yeah, and I think now they've given the ulti orb over to the Breach, so he's going to have that Rolling Thunder available.
Well, that Rolling Thunder is going to be a big play. Once again, getting a little too over-eager there. They are playing for picks coming from the side of AG, but it's still 1-to-1 casualties. It's still anybody's game.
Yep. What I really like about AG is they don't put their operator... Oh, sorry, that's Boom. I'm mistaken.
Well, they're going to be starting to clear out U-Haul here. The default plant would be ideal, but not until Sova doesn't stop slowing them down. He's hiding right in the middle of the smoke as well, and he can't really cross as well. So what's left for his options?
Yeah, AG, they're going to be forced back there after the Cypher ulti gets dropped. Blaze King in a very precarious situation, but he does have a teammate now protecting that peak. One in U-Haul, you can almost always guarantee it, as the Molly will force him here towards that smoke, but oh my goodness, the Raze finding the 2 kills here. Very nicely done. Will boost themselves up to heaven. It's going to be up to the Phoenix now, who lives yet again. AG. Sushi King is just not hitting these op shots now. The second will ring out, Gideon.
Yeah, I mean, as long as he's just holding his position here, they can't really come out through that way. He shouldn't have been looking to peek. He should have been looking to go for the exit frags. But unfortunately, that's going to be the attacker side winning as AG continue bringing it 3-5.
Yeah, now the economy for Boom, it's looking okay, but a loss here is then going to put AG up even further than the current lead, probably up to 4 at 3-7 would be looking like. So this is going to be a really important round here for Boom. It is going to be mostly a full buy here. We do see a Spectre and light armor there on the Breach, but he does have that ultimate available.
Yeah, I will say though, Sushi Boy's definitely playing a little bit more differently than how he did in his previous best of 2. He's a lot more conserved, really just takes his time, a lot more patience compared to when he was on overtime, looking to continuously get that pick aggressively.
Okay, Sushi, I like it. Confidence now regained here, as he's gotten, I think, 2 picks in the last round, and, well, 1 to start off this one is going to be beautiful here on the attacking side, and why not a second onto the enemy operator? That's so much money down the drain there for Asterisk, and A-side completely available for the taking now. Only 1 remaining member for Boom Esports holding it, and it's going to be the Phoenix now on board with him over in Baths.
Yeah, and they've already got the Cypher just sitting, waiting, taking his time in a safe place as he's going to slowly push up. So the rest of the team tries, but unfortunately, coming into B-site, they're going to be taken out.
Bomb's going down. He's not going to have vision, actually, going through the smoke. Spike being planted. There we go, getting the kill onto 1. Tried to get out the flash, but he's immediately put down instead by the Vandal of Tay.
Now, going into the drone shot, we got a better idea of how closed off in terms of just the field of vision from every single side. I mean, even Showers is still compromised, but now Cypher is pulling back out to join the rest of the team on a short.
It's a good plant. I'd be curious to see how much utility we have left, because that's all that Blaze King has. We do have the 2 shock darts out from Tay. Plenty of movement out as well from Sushi, so this should be a round win for AG as Boom make the call to save. They're going to evacuate the safe routes and hold on to those guns for the next round.
All right, nice play coming overall coming in from AG, making sure that they are winning this round confidently, and also Sushi Boy's getting some really good picks.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that round was basically, I want to say, won by Sushi Boys. They only lost 1 after they took the site. The Phoenix then put down immediately after, and those were the only 3 kills they got, really. Boom Esports really in no financial position to continue going any further here. As you can see, not everyone is actually able to afford a real gun or heavy armor here. I think actually Asterisk is super poor after buying an operator 2 rounds in a row, I think. So very little money to be playing with here, but Boom Esports now down by 3 here going into the 10th round. Let's take a look here on board with Super Sis to see if he can turn it around with the stim.
Now they're gonna peek, but unfortunately Sushi Boys gets the first initial pick, making sure that he's watching that angle. Unfortunately, run it back. It's not gonna be enough this time. I don't think he's gonna go for the teleporter again, and that's going to be a little kept taking out Boom Blaze King.
He didn't need to go through the teleporter, but I think he baited his teammate. He only actually saw the jet. He didn't see anyone else actually peeking that far ahead, so they actually felt pretty confident in leaving Hookah and peeking over to be short, but that really ended up hurting them. Now they're going to go 2 down in another uphill battle here for Boom Esports.
And finally, utilizing the unique traits of the map and taking the teleporters to jump onto A site here, because Boom are lacking the members that actually defend both of the sites at the same time. Now it's going to be a huge problem, but maybe Asterix can make the play with his ult.
Does have the knives here. Ooh, oh, I think he was in his camera or something. Hello there, sir. How you doing? Oh, these kids these days always looking at their phones, Gideon.
And unfortunately, that also means that a huge rate of fire going to be dropped by. Brim. One more has been picked up by Asterix. Can he actually pull this off?
He does have that Phoenix to help him as well, but he's taking his moseying his way on over here. Actually, he's going to go for the save instead. Asterix was like, "Come on, man, I had that. We had that," but instead, Phoenix looking perhaps for some exit frags and actually going to be taking a trip all the way into caves. We don't do that here.
We don't do that, and you can see Silver respects that. He's like, nah, I'm walking back to site. I'm not going through caves.
We don't do that. We do not go through caves.
Wait, is he actually? One more second. Okay, all right,
okay.
No more frags. Whew. That would have been super unfortunate if he did went into caves, or at the very least, he was much further down into caves to at least get the exit frags for people coming out of showers. Bang!
No, he's just like nothing. Ash just literally double taked there. He's like, is that real?
I guess they really didn't know where exactly Phoenix was. He did take quite a lot of time coming through B, getting into A through short, and I mean. I wouldn't have expected it. I would have expected them, like, if they're taking that long, they're probably sitting around showers, they're sitting around the teleporter, something at least.
I really like that, playing with the spices before the map starts. Reminds me of ringing bells on some other titles' hot maps.
Yeah, they've already picked up one alt orb coming in from Boone. Yep, both owl drones are gonna be out, and now the recon bolt has tagged them as they look to go for another pickup.
Oh my god!
He almost got the penetration, but now there's gonna be a double kill going in for RRQ. He's gonna flash one more time. Showstopper, 14 HP. They gotta zone him off of gardens.
Nicely done. I mean, really overkill for that guy. It's like, not only did you dink me through some metal, but you're gonna hit me with a showstopper? Really? That Sushi Boys, he's not done quite yet. He wanted that second kill there, and they'll have to settle instead for the breach, as peeking will be Cypher. Asterisk is ready for that one, but it's a 2v2 scenario. The spike is actually been dropped here, so Boom Esports actually still in a pretty good position. They're going to smoke off the connector as walking through the smoke will be raised. Probably just about bumping into Asterisk. How do they not see each other? A little awkward there as Asterisk is going to be able to get the kill. What? Come on, boy. What is this? Gideon?
I mean, both sides are going in, but the end of the day, Arden King, finally, he was just creeping around waiting for this to happen, but I think Sushi Boys, he played that well. He knew he was trying to rotate back into Phoenix at the end of the day. He just needed to bring it all out in the open.
That was kind of unbelievable, to be honest.
Like, look at that.
I mean, look, you know, that's reliant on, that's actually the second kill, of course, which grabs you another active utility, right? So he's able to dash away and right into the hands of another enemy, win the duel there, and potentially make it a little bit closer here at the half, as we're looking for Boom Esports to go 5-7 and just swap.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, that's an aggressive peek coming in from Boom, just to make sure that Sushi doesn't actually get a pick this time. Good adaptation coming in from AG. Sorry, from Boom.
There we go. Now, maybe considering the flash, it'd be well advised here. If only he knew how many people are actually coming his way. Now, walking on over is going to be the Brimstone. Oh, the flash will come out, but he doesn't actually need the vision. He will be traded away by the Twin, as Sushi Boys winning the operated duel there onto Asterisk. Boom Esports, though, rotating back through window. They're going to be able to get the kill now onto Rage, who's holding on the site. 3 ultis now available, as that's going to be not the orbital strike, just instead.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Beautiful stuff there.
What? Okay, alright, and now here it comes. Orbital Strike is going to try and completely zone them off. The moment the spike has been found on the map, you can immediately see the rotations from the breach trying to get onto the B side. And Brimstone, he's confident. He knows exactly what he has to do to kill this time.
And we do have still 2 smokes available for Sushi Boys. It's 70 HP here, no armor, as plenty of smokes being dropped instead here by the breach. They know that there's a very good chance that someone's going to be coming from behind, as That appears to be just a little bit of a cyber cage. Not really setting up too nicely for on one way, but it is going to at least make this round a little bit more fun for Boom Esports. Oh, no, Sushi Boys very aggressive, and now it's down to the 1v1, Gideon.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. It's going to be a battle from Gardens, but this time they're going to be dropping the ult for one man to make this happen. Don't miss your shots, and there it goes. Notorious comes out victorious. He was not going to lose that.
Yeah,
Switching
good
sides.
uses of the, I mean, you know, you're about to go for the switch, right? So there's no reason to save your ulti points, right? You might as well cast your spells and get your damage done. A very good round from Boom Esports as we go now 5-7. So we take a look at some of the stone walls now. As you can see, even our observer does not go into caves.
It's just a general rule. It's a respect thing of like, man, this is not efficient. But now that these teams are now switching sides, I would like to see AG going on the defense and how hard they can actually deal with Boom, because Boom overall, their attacks have been pretty nutty overall in this entire group.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. We've seen them a lot on the defensive side, kind of get baited out as well. Asterisk, I have to say, he is a threat. He is an aggressive jet operator. He's not just looking to peek you mid, he's looking to rush you down through A and kill your backliner. So let's see what they can get done now, as in their first round, they're going to stack up pretty heavily here towards A short and scout the raise in U-Haul.
Dropping the cage. Oh, wait. Looks like they're going to be coming through U-Haul side. There's not enough smokes to set this up yet. Breach does the aggressive peek first as they come through U-Haul on the backside. They need to watch spawn. They haven't even checked Heaven just yet, but they assume nobody is there. They drop one more smoke. They don't have armors, but they're already dropping the spike.
Indeed, now as we see Deku rotating on through Sushi Boys, though, picking up kills here, lurking from behind, now trying to go through Bats, where someone is actually watching there. 3v3 scenario here, as we're on board now with Blaze King. So to see his teammate die through the smoke, doesn't know where that shot came from. Tay still on site here, perhaps in some danger, still lurking through the showers. Oh no, Dubertsis! Oh wow, what a shot here now, as there's going to be one left for AG to try and get the advantage here, but not going to happen. Blaze King, more like Clutch King, as he's able to get plenty of kills here and get him one round closer for the 6-7.
Could that timing be any worse? You're thinking, you know what, I gotta cover both of these angles, so I gotta look between them. I look at showers, and all of a sudden, the one guy I know for a fact in U-Haul peeks out at the exact same time.
I mean, I gotta say, though, I mean, there's credit to Boom there as well, right? Because they force him back out of cover. The guy from U-Haul then takes that opportunity to peek. It's I think, just quite effective. It was quite effective push there out from Boom Esports, right? They don't let him retreat, because they make sure that they have the guy ready to be able to cut off the attack in a pretty relatively safe place. As here we go, as we like to see, AEG setting up a very aggressive play here, and Hookah Blaze King setting in the Owl Drone quite low here. He's in a Scout 1, he's in a Scout 2, and well, that's not going to be anywhere where they want to be. But look at this, Boom actually rotating from behind. Oh my god, the Phoenix so aggressive into the smoke. They're going to actually scout each other. Lots of bullets sprayed, but very few of them actually connected, as Tay will be able to punish that now with the Shorty.
3 versus 3 here. It's all on the side. The Shorty is actually working out. A little Kip, unfortunately, going to be going down to Super C's as he's looking to try and pick him off with the Ghost. 21 HP. This is going good. And it's now a 1v1 situation that, Deku won't be able to win there. Good shots coming in from Blaziken.
Yeah, I think that just comes down to, of course, winning the round, going for that risky play, the light armor Vandal, right? But at least you can wall with it. And I don't know, I think I actually would have liked to see a Shorty there come out instead for AG. Especially on a map like this where, you know, maybe you get luckier and your enemies kind of just rush into Hookah, right? It's a very nice area for you to play with a shotgun. The Shorty just incredibly nerfed, right? But a few mere patches ago. So I think, I don't know, I'm just a fan of the Shorty. Anytime I can, you know, try and call out or even name drop it, I'm going to do so. As this is going to be a tight corner to peek. They're going to Scout 1. The operator from Sushi is perfect.
A little Kip, unfortunately, trying to go with a follow-up peek here just for Sushi Boys to buy some time, but unfortunately, he just came back with a hail of lead from all 4 members coming in from Boom as they continue to attack A side here. Sushi, Asterix, he finally finds a kill onto Sushi Boys, so no more operators for the side of AG.
Man, I'm really surprised that Asterix didn't know that spot there for the jet. You know, you would presume it takes a jet operator to know another jet operator, but completely scoped in and didn't even see that one coming.
I mean, he's going to learn from this, you know, never make the same mistakes twice, and now this round is going to be ended up pretty quick as Boom takes it 8-7.
Yeah, their attacker side is some pretty scary stuff for sure, like you said earlier, Gideon.
Right?
That's going to be plenty of rounds in a row. I think we're going to have to eco now here for the side of AG. Going back to the Shorties, There we go. There's the Bucky now for the Rays. And a dual Bucky. Are we going to see 5 Buckies here, my friend? Sending the energy. Give me your energy, chat. I need you to spell Buckies in chat. So that's you can help out AG here, but I think 2 of them might just be enough, to be honest, to secure the round.
Yeah, I think they just want to kind of maintain as much eco as possible. Like Sushi Boy, for example, he's been buying a lot of operators, so there's no reason for him to actually go for the shorty because he's going to be even more in a deficit.
Makes sense. Camera is going to be blown up by the shorty. Are they still going to take that angle with the shorty? It's a little difficult now. The running back activated. He's going to get absolutely blown up, trying to go through aggressively. There's now a Bucky inside of U-Haul Gideon, and that's going to be the first kill with it. Yeah, they're like, absolutely not.
I mean, he's pre-firing here, but he's going to get flashed up a bajillion times when he gets behind cover just as Breach is about to peek. He loses 75% of his HP
I got
now.
another Bucky kill, by the way.
Or are they going to be able to pull this off? Oh no, he's still in the molly. He's going to get out of there as they transition and utilizing that TP, even dropping the spray. It's like, hey, we went through here, by the way, just in case you go through.
Nice job. The port's holding them back as the Bucky shells were chasing them into that teleporter, but Asterisk here, he is quite nice and set up, daring anyone to leave now. Of course, buying a Bucky, you've got really no reason to save it, so they're going to be playing very, very aggressively as they will cross over once. Deku now with the shorty back. Oh, wow. 2-for-1 special there. Tay will be able to trade him with the stolen Vandal. Drop the Bucky. Picks up a 3rd kill there before Asterisk is able to nuke him with the operator, and it's going to be the 9th round for Boom Esports.
And that's kind of the issue when you have a shorty or a Bucky. You got to play these really tight angles. You got to play for hookah. You got to play for U-Haul, and you can also play for backside a B down by elbow. Those are great places to play, but those long corridors, especially like through from B to spawn, it's just that's such a nasty angle to hold, and there's really nothing you can do about it except hope to have a ghost.
And that's how you counterplay against Bucky strats, right? You have to strengthen numbers, because you can kill one of our guys, but you're not going to steal his gun, and you're going to die immediately after. So sure, it's eco damage done, but it's not going to be complete disaster here, as I think you might sometimes see, or at least you're hoping for when you pick up a bunch of Buckies.
Looks like he's going to be pulling up with the Hunter Spirit to look for some good information, and also the counter ult as well to find somebody, but they do find the initial tag. Oh no, it looks like it looked like it clipped him, but it didn't.
Everyone just dropping their ultis here. They're like, yeah, I got my ulti charge, why not? Sushi Boy's picking off 2 here, back to back with the operator, and he's not yet done here, folks. He might be able to find a 3rd. He will not, as Blaze King is able to get the flick onto him.
Yeah, they are just spilling into this B side here, locking them off from spawn, and there's just nothing they can really do about it. Brim, he's going to be checking through gardens here, but you look at Raze. Will she be able to get through this smoke and actually make a play happen? But unfortunately, she's going to be going down too.
Yeah, must have stuck that barrel through the edge of the smoke. They're going to scout that and spray it down immediately. Yet again, we find ourselves in a bit of a rough spot here for the eco. They can buy rifles all around, but the armor situation is not going to be looking too great. Boom Esports as well with a pretty commanding lead. The economy as well really in their favor. 10-7 here. What's the call here, Gideon?
Buckies. I guess that would make sense, because what else can they really do? They can hold some aggressive angles like like showers here, as they are. Speaking of showers, we've got all 4 members looking to kind of take their time waiting for a pick. Somebody's gonna get impatient.
Somebody will get impatient, but Asterisk, he's quite the patient one here, usually, especially this game. Kind of shocking, isn't it?
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, both Sushi and Ashes are usually aggressive, but I guess they kind of have some mutual respect for each other. Like, I don't want to die unnecessarily.
Definitely. We're going to peek on through here with actually a stinger. That's a really good angle for him to be holding, but he's not going to be that crazy. They continue to smoke it off. They're quite confident there's plenty of people there. As in comes the recon bolt, dropping another smoke here, trying to delay this push as long as possible. Finally, the gig is up. Boom Esports realizes they're going to look to rotate on back. Not before a wall in a Cypher, though.
Oh, but just look at the way that they're positioning themselves. They're walking out of a
boys, we don't go into caves.
Yeah.
Boom Esports, they've cursed themselves. They've cursed themselves now. 5 people in the caves, unacceptable.
This is not a good look. This is not a good look for this team. I mean, look at what AG is trying to do. No, don't do it, Jet. Don't you dare do it. Oh. Well, we've got 5 people definitely looking to be on the
predicted it. It's lucky to live there, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought they were going to get a frag. Darn.
The double peek. Oh, he misses the operator shot there, Asterisk. He'll throw down some knives of his own before getting picked off now. Blaze King at least is able to get the trade here onto Tay, though in the meantime, it's Blaze King. Oh, wow. Meanwhile, though, Sushi Boys is going to find the wall onto Super Sis as he's going to be now forced out by the breach utility, forced out of his hard scope, however.
It was really nice that they had the preemptive fire there. Oh, but now the flashes are coming through. But unfortunately, they don't have every eye looking on the site, and they are going to ban out Sushi Boys. He's like, nah, don't want to be a part of this. Uses his tailwind to create the distance. Just in case he's waiting at the back of the teleporter.
Just in case he's waiting, by the way, he is waiting there. Excuse me, have they sent everyone? Are they... Guys? Defuse the bomb?
Oh, no, it doesn't matter. They're still looking out for it. Can he pick up that last kill? Come on, Sushi Boys. Get that ace! Ooh, there it is!
Unbelievable. I mean, come on, guys.
It's asserting dominance.
As he jumps back into the teleporter. Hey, remember when I killed you right here?
I'm just gonna spray it real quick, just in case you didn't know whose tag mark I left, by the way. It's me.
That's unbelievable. And of course, we do have still some money to spend here for the side of Boom Esports. They're able to get fully kitted yet again, so doesn't really look like a whole lot of eco damage done. But a round loss here will be very, very expensive for them here, Gideon.
No. Speaking of caves, right? The irony that the entire team decided, you know what? Don't need the bomb anyway. I'm going to run down the other guy who went through caves. So somebody took a coin flip and actually won that. But you have to give it to Sushi Boys. He played that perfectly.
Yeah, he did. As we have Cypher just securing the showers. Setting up the warning, caution, wet floor signs.
He's got to be real. Oh, he's making sure he's checking for Cypher cams. He doesn't want to be spotted out here, especially since both these duelists are ready to jump on site. They're waiting for the signal here as Brim is going to be setting up the smoke, waiting for some kind of information or maybe even a pick on the side of AG.
Yep, pretty standard smokes. They're going to go now and counter smoke there with the Cypher cage. They're just running right on in, waiting for them. Is going to be the raise. It's a 2-for-1 trade, though, in favor of Boom. They need the bodies here, though, for AG, and the Jet is lurking through B site instead. So it's really a 3v2 rather currently in sight as Boom are going to finish them off all lit, but it's okay because they are still in control of the sites, and, well, Sushi Boys is going to be left to try and defend against the attackers.
Please tell me they're not going to go hunting for him again. Have they learned their lesson? He's gotten up. You guys are at 10 HP. Some of you guys are at 10 HP. You don't want to mess this, but this time Sushi Boys is the first to make the mistakes, and finally, the curse of the cave bites him back.
Indeed it does. That's why we don't go through caves.
Never do that. Never do that. If it doesn't bite you back on that round itself, you'll feel it later on.
It's coming. It's always coming here.
Now, we're going to be starting off the round. Looking at Eco, it's looking pretty alright coming in from Boon, but definitely if they lose it for the side of AG, this is going to be over for them. Force buying here for themselves. Still, plenty of decent guns. The only person who's going to be a little bit behind here is going to be a little kept.
Nice little picture of some boys in the back. Me and the boys going to the pool.
Is that the Sushi Boys? Is that how he got his name?
It could be. Tay, in the meantime, he's gonna see actually a lot of information. He didn't actually scout the Sova, but now they're gonna know a Sova is right nearby anyway, because he's gonna throw the Owl Drone out. But Boom Esports, they're gonna take control here of Hookah and Window. Still not a lot of rotations, though, out coming from AG. Boom Esports 1 round away, and now we've got plenty of ultis being utilized. They actually jumped right past someone, as they will be able to trade at least one. Didn't want to trade for the Phoenix, of course. He's going to be right on back, as he says.
Oh, wait for it. Boom Asterix is taking his time for this. They pick up the Phoenix, but unfortunately couldn't kill him in time before... Wait, did the Alma reveal them? Yes, it did, but the Showstopper is going to finally profit and not whiff this time, as Boom 1v1 against the Ray, 2v1 against the Rays, and attackers going to be with 13-7. Well done, GG. Well played to Boom for this first game.
Literally went, you know nothing. Cypher shot him in the face. Boom Esports take the decisive 13th round. We're not going to overtime. Not this time, but Sushi Boys, my goodness. I mean, that 5K, of course, definitely helped padding the stats there a little bit. Bit silly out from Boom to chase him, definitely. But, of course, the curse of the cave will strike back. It's going to be 13-7.
Look at that econ rating, 103. Most of the time you would see 97 in a lot of these games, like the highest you could ever go, but not 103. Man, Sushi Boy's really crushing it with 6 first bloods. He's been getting the picks all day long, and I think even after the fatigue, it seems like you can tell he's warmed up.
He's warmed up. He's like, Oh, that was just operator practice, guys. Don't worry about it. Of course, econ rating is going to be damage dealt divided by each 1,000 credits. So 103 is very impressive. Of course, with the operator, you tend to see these numbers be boosted quite a bit, but still definitely very impressive. And that's indicative of really the success rate. Whenever Sushi gets an entry frag or an opening pick or two, like I said, they just kind of take over the round.
I mean, for a lot of these teams here, I think what's some of their biggest struggles is how to play when you've already lost the pick here, and then it really starts coming down to their fundamentals of setting up those crossfires efficiently, because you're not going to have a lot of angles that you're going to be able to cover, so you have to take your most optimal path based on the number of people that you have.
No, definitely. But Boom Esports, no real standout performance. I think it was just an overall team effort here. Not to say they played badly, because I don't think. I mean, obviously they've won, and I don't think that's accurate at all. But you know, like Sushi Boys, like what is this? He had twice the amount of kills of his next top fragger, which was actually Taze. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, the rest of the team really were just trying to help him out. And I mean, to be fair, Sushi Boy did actually have some really great clutch rounds as well that probably inflated his stats as well. And it was looking good, but you know, ending it off 13-7, Boom doing a phenomenal job playing as a team, coming into these sites. Their attack is really solid.
Definitely. And their defense is nothing, it's not too shabby either, but we've seen how 1 or 2 opening picks, as you have it on attacking side, can really open up a site. It's just kind of really holding on to it that tends to be the problems for a lot of these teams. I think that might be where the meta is still kind of getting forged. What kind of agents, how much utility you really need to use, which is why I think we see so much of Brimstone on this map, right? Because you just drop 3 of those smokes, and that's kind of all you need to drop for the rest of your team, right? Then the rest of your team has the rest of the utility to just delay the defuse.
Well, I mean, you could also use Brim as a way to kind of just slow down your opponents using those smokes one by one, as we did see in that round. They found the spike carrier, they killed the spike carrier, sat right on top of it, and just drop a smoke, wait for it, count, and let's do it again, and do it again, and they even orbital striked as well.
Yeah, that orbital strike as well, finding 2 in U-Haul, definitely going to go on his highlight reel. Speaking of highlight reels, we've got one highlight reel of a panel for you. That's going to be it for me, for Gideon, myself, Seek and Strike for now, but stick around and we'll throw it over to Avo Plaus and the boys.
Welcome back to the panel for the Royal SCA Cup. This wonderful Ignition series, of course, powered and created by Eeples. My name is Mr. L+. Joining me is Player of the J and Zero, and moral support Yolo Lee, which is off camera here. So, before we do actually talk about this match, we should mention one thing, which is that Eeples, of course, they're trying to improve the esport that is Valorant by supporting the grassroots community. And to do so, they've actually created a small part of their website, which is actually now dedicated towards Valorant. It's still not ready, but when it is, you'll be able to compete in small tournaments for money for free. You don't have to put any of your own money, just get money for free by being a good player. And that's how Eeples will support you, with weekly and daily tournaments like they do with other titles that I cannot mention on stream. So, if you want to sign up for this beta, just go eeples.com/Valorant, and we will inform you as soon as these tournaments are available for you to try out. Now, let's go with the real competitive Valorant. Boom Esports versus Armory Gaming. Armory is already out of this tournament because Boom takes the game, honestly, quite confidently. 13-7, I think, was the final score. And also Armory's map pick as well.
Yeah, that's got us sting. Their first half was perfect. They had seven rounds on the attacking side without a single flash on their entire lineup. But then the lack of the flash means that you lack in counter initiation. When the attack comes in, you only have smokes to drop down, and when the opponent has flash and you don't, they're going to be able to dictate whichever duels they want to take, whichever angles they want to cover, and without the flashes, despite them somehow winning the attacking half without a single flash, the defensive side just collapsed without any of those.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have any way to really turn away the opposition. And, you know, like when we look at how Boom was able to deflect Todak earlier today, you know, when they started bringing out the Viper wall, they made sure that they had 2 flashes to be able to delay and halt any of these advances into the site that would have come. But yeah, I think like without having that level of dynamic, you know, I think it was a very bold move, but you know, we've seen so far from this tournament, everyone has brought flashes of some sort. I would say that, of course, Breach, you know, in his very buff state, has definitely been the pick for almost every single team. And, you know, deciding not to bring it on this particular instance, yeah, that didn't work out, you know, when we consider it from the full game perspective.
We've even seen a bit of Phoenix in some cases. Like there has been, as you mentioned, always flashes. I mean, up until now, even with last patch buffed Breach beforehand, we had the flash meta, so much so that Riot went, okay, we have to change the spectator mode so we can actually see what's going on, right? So this is a testament to the strength of these flashes, as you guys mentioned. Did you think that it was warranted to make this bold move of drafting them? Do you think they found there was advantages to their draft?
Well, I mean, they know that they had to, you know, have something a little bit different if they wanted to contend with the likes of Boom, you know. But you know, when we look at it, you know, it can only carry them so far before Boom is able to adjust, you know. And that's basically how Boom has been able to approach it. They already have the mechanical skill and the gelling that they need. You know, it's tailoring their approach to certain opponents. You know, that was evident during Todak. You know, they knew how they wanted to counteract that, and I think, you know, they came in with a very flexible style into this one as well. Again, bringing double flashes.
Yeah, those 2 flashes definitely made their attacking really easy, and without the fear of, you know, without the fear of being counter-initiated by a fault line or flashpoint or even any sort of slowing things that slow them down. Not even a Cypher on the side of Armory Gaming. They had just met with no resistance whenever they pushed into a side. They just dropped down the brimstone smokes and just rushed in. There's nothing else they could do except try and outgun them. But then when you have 5 of the opponents running down a single line, or not really a single line, but through a single area without any sort of aerial denial, that's just way too hard.
And I think, you know, the lack of a Cypher here is really promoting this kind of play quite significantly. Boom definitely taking full advantage of not having such a pick on board, and I can't help but feel that this is going to continue on into the playoffs as well. Yeah, I think when everyone is bringing Sova on these 3 maps that we're seeing the most frequently, you know, it definitely means that they're going to be able to clear out. Not to mention that Raze is also being brought as well.
Actually brings some good points, right? Because they're missing the quote-unquote best lurker probably right now, which would sort of the Cypher. They're missing the any sort of initiation. Breach is not just the flashes as well. Fault line is a very specific ability, which only Breach really has, which enables you to win these gunplay rounds. And now gunning them, what with the stim pack, I guess was the
your
idea.
only thing.
Right? It was the only thing they could have done. It did seem like they pigeonholed themselves into a really difficult position. If you were Armory right now, how would you feel?
I mean, you know, they would feel as though that, you know, of course it wouldn't feel great that they don't have the chance, you know, to advance no matter how well that they do going into the next map. But I think, you know, after seeing that 7 overtime game in the preceding match with RRQ, you know, and going straight into this against a stack opponent to even come out winning in that first half of the match, you know, I think they can have a lot of heart, you know, with their performance. And let's not forget, you know, we talked at the start of the day, Armory Gaming, this is a roster that has been jumbled around a little bit since the last time that they really faced in these tournaments. Only like maybe 2 or 3 players, you know, still going to be relatively familiar with each other. So I mean, this is, you know, a stepping stone for something in the bigger picture. For them.
They did pretty well considering that they just played one of the longest overtimes I've ever seen so far, and they took a 10-minute break or slightly longer than that, and they just came back in, got 7 rounds on the attacking side. That's just props to them. They can perform when they needed to the most, but then the fatigue just caught up to them, and in the end it was Boom being the more stable team, being the one with more experience, and maybe you can take rest into that account. They had a little bit more rest, and right now Armory Gaming, they have nothing else to fight for, but you know, unless it's their competitive spirit, you know, we have to do our best even though we're out.
mean, it's a bit of a proving ground, right? It's very different what teams are looking to accomplish in this tournament. As you mentioned, where the roster has been jumbling around a lot, you're more looking to prove that we can play well. It's not so much we're looking to win the tournament, which is probably something like Vision Strikers. They're definitely gunning for that win for sure. But if you're one of the lesser teams, not to discredit them, but certainly their aims are different, and it's fine, right? And I think that at least Armory has gained the respect of a lot of our viewers for sure, even if they got eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long road for them, you know, and you know, they've been tried and tested here, and I mean, like, we didn't say that this is the strongest of groups, but at the same time, you know, the level of skill here between the teams, you know, has made each of these games very difficult to grind through, and I think that, you know, with the measures that each of these teams are trying to take to adjust to the opponents rather than just play their own game, you know, that's going to add further anxiety, you know, to try and get these results as they want. But this is all character building experience, you know, for these professionals. And at the end of the day, you know, they just have to continue with that kind of behavior.
No, let's hope that they can be optimistic about this loss, be optimistic about being eliminated, because they still have one more game to play. And this game, it could be fun for them. It could be experimentation. It could be tryouts. They get to test out different things, and there's literally no pressure now. And that can also be seen as a good thing. So let's see what happens in game number 2 between Boom Esports and Armory Gaming as they face off for the last time in this tournament. Enjoy it while it lasts, guys, because we won't get to see much more of Armory Gaming, at least for the Royal SCA Cup. So give them your cheers, give them your love, probably in Thai, because half our chat is Thai at this point, and just show the support that this team deserves. Please take it away, our wonderful casting pair.
No flashes for the AG lineup last time, and they didn't have enough damage there or aggression to take down Boom Esports, who will be leading 1-0. Seeking Strike and myself, and by my side, rather, is Gideon. And Gideon, honestly, I gotta say, I'm seeing the map they're loading into, and I got some flashbacks.
All right. I mean, it could happen all over again, but at the very least, we know that a lot of these teams, especially in this group, like to take Haven second. I don't particularly like Haven in a lot of senses, but at least it's not split, so that's something to be positive about.
That is true. Now, do you think AG chose Haven?
Probably, right?
You think so?
I mean...
Could you choose Haven after 38 rounds of Valorant on it, or are you all havened out for the day?
Well, I mean, personally, I'm going to be havened out for the day, but the team's got to be playing at its most optimal, so they have to play the map that they're most comfortable with, and Haven, definitely understandable. Whether or not they're going to be coming off with another composition without the flashes, highly doubt it, but it's interesting to note it, especially since this is the first time we've actually seen a composition without the flashes, and yet they were still actually dominating pretty well.
Yeah, they were definitely competitive. I'm trying to think. I don't think you can get away on a map like this without flashes, just because I think a lot of the hallways, even both long hallways, are a lot more tight. Not a whole lot of room for activities in those hallways, right? So I know what you're thinking. Oh, well then just smoke it. No, not really, right? You kind of need flashes in these really tight corridors, and Haven just wide on open. So just smokes aren't going to cut it here, as we will be loading in. Any predictions before we even get started?
Ooh, tough one, but I do think AG overall, their defense looking pretty good. Their attack also not too bad, but on Haven that might give them a little bit of an edge against Boom because their attack is ridiculous.
It really is, yeah, and they will be starting on attack, it seems. Just kidding, they're starting on defense, as they will be now setting up for a pretty standard hold here in the first round. No armor. There we go. There's going to be some armor, but everyone actually nearly buying out here in the first round, as you tend to do.
Making sure that they are getting as much damage as possible, especially so early into the round. There's no Brimstone on either side of these teams, definitely understandable. But looking at compositions one more time, we're going to be starting off with AEG. It's going to be Ray, Sova, Cypher, Jet, as well as Omen.
Yeah. You know what that doesn't have?
Oh, this is going to be pretty interesting.
It doesn't have another flash. I mean, I guess it has a paranoia?
I guess that's technically considered a flash, but the fight's already begun. AG is going to be starting off as the rest of Boom is going to be pushing into the site, spilling in and making sure they are covering their angles. Can they get this last one? Unfortunately, that's going to be a little kept. No, you got to check that right.
Nice job there by Boom Esports. Who holds that angle, he's saying, but no, Blaze King doesn't. He holds it pretty darn well, as Sushi Boys will find out. Boom Esports, the round's over. Just shortly after it began there, but a very commanding first round there for Boom Esports is now they're going to go for the anti-eco here on attack.
I think Boom overall, their communication on their attack, especially when they're spilling into the site, is just so spot on. Even if they're losing their entry fragger, the follow-ups are making sure that they're taking that information in so they know, okay, I got to cover this angle, I kill this guy, where do I look next?
Yeah, or even better, right? This guy is not my immediate concern. I'm looking for anyone else in the site first, right? Because a lot of the time, you get the information of, hey, someone's in hell, but if you're entering through short, that's not immediately relevant to you. As immediately relevant is going to be some bullets to the face of the Omen, and it's immediately going to be another 5v4 scenario. Wait, Asterisk, you saw that drone get shot from somewhere above you. Oh, okay, Sushi Boy's dropping down. He's going to get another peek with the aggressive jet forward as the Reyna Lear is going to make things a bit more difficult. Boom Esports already into A yet again.
Yeah, he quickly dismisses it in time so he doesn't get absolutely blasted in the face by that shorty. But now you can see the rotations coming in from Boom! Ooh, good headshot coming from a little cap. Can he find one more as the rest of the team of Boom are going to be sitting on top of B? I don't really think they want to actually plant the bomb here. It's just one more person, and it's the pistol round. Might as well go hunting. This time, it's going to be successful.
Yep, surprised they didn't plant that just for that little extra money, to be completely honest with you. I mean, it's not like they didn't have the spike, but a small little nitpick, right? But, you know, it's always good form, right? To at least get that extra little money.
I mean, if they lose a round because they're lacking utility or they just couldn't buy that one last flash or their one last smoke, that's what you're gonna be. Those are the things you're gonna be thinking about.
I get that, Gideon, and it's kind of a moot point. Oh, you didn't plant once. Oh no, you're gonna lose. No. But hey, you do that twice. You do that 3 times even in one match, and that's what, 1,500 for your team every single time. 3K, you know, that adds up.
Yeah, it really does. But again, Boom setting up that attack, especially with their information gathering onto the A side. They'd like to actually attack one side first, really slowly looking for those picks before looking to get that rotation in.
It's going to be full rifles, but Boom have now established themselves here over A long as Tay will be rotating on through aggressive through mid as Deku as well. And AG, they've actually set themselves here very nicely if they want to push through A long, but Boom continuing to show aggressiveness towards mid lane as they hear plenty of footsteps, but this C lurker's not going to find anything. Instead, the action's all happening C. He's going to swing over a little bit too late to spot the people rather going into window here.
If you just peeked out a little bit more aggressively, you would have seen the spike first, and then you know for a fact that yes, people are going to be coming to that side.
Yeah, most importantly, it's not A, right? The spike's mid or through the connectors, and you don't have to keep so many people A here. And I think AG, they're going to know something's up, but we'll see where this Omen ends up rotating through, as holding a very unique spot here is Sova, maybe hoping to catch people rotating out from A long.
The 1v1, the potential 1v1 between the two jets here, as one jet is going to be coming, the attacker jet is going to be coming through that side. He's not going to be looking in the right direction. Sushi Boys is going to be taking this one. This should honestly be like a little marker, keeping track of how many times they kill each other. That'd be real fun.
Well, you know what you could do is go to the spike.gg and get all those stats for yourself with their Riot API access. That's something I would like to do. It gives you some nice little insights into the professional matches here. Notorious rotating on through Tay. Kind of weird crosshair placement, I gotta say, right?
Definitely. I think he got a little lazy to move his hand. He's like, okay, I'm already coming through. I don't think anybody's there. Too late, and he got punished for it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd understand if it was a different map. Maybe if you're, preparing to look up Vance as, AG, sticking it. Here's some footsteps around the corner.
Oh,
yeah! Very nice peek, and he's gonna have this one here very easily.
Really nice. And I mean, I can't even blame AG for like, being a little sloppy with their crosshair placement after the match that they had previously. Now this is coming into their
fourth. Oh man, fourth game already, and that I mean, like I can relate because when I'm tired, I can definitely see that my crosshair placement just gets significantly worse. Like my hand just doesn't want to like move in place. I just like it's too much effort.
It's these small things, right, that end up making a difference. I'm going to just see how many rounds in a row that AG are now playing, right, just to take into consideration.
No worries, no worries. We'll look over at the econ for now while you check that out. It looks like AG overall, they're going to be buying themselves out. Why, boom, exact same situation. But they're on the attack, and they're making sure that B site is going to be heavily defended. 2 people tried, 1 peeked, but Omen is the one who takes it out. Double doors next to Fall, a little kept. This is not looking good as the rest of Boom playing for picks. They are 1 up in terms of casualties, but Sova hasn't been stopped yet as the lurker looks to come around. Grassy sees all 4, takes 2 out. 2 great headshots coming in from Tay.
Yeah, wow, nicely done. He's going to rotate out back defensively. That was a interesting engagement there, but Sushi Boys is going to come out on top there as AG. They're looking to try and tie it up here at 2 apiece. Super Sis, the only survivor here on the Omen, will swing over, but so it's going to be Supreme who is going to be able to get the advantage because of the gun peeking through the wall and secure the round. A nice job there. Good recovery for AG, as we will now be continuing into the 86th round in a row that AG has played.
Oh my goodness, that's a lot of rounds. But let's look at this replay one more time. I think Tay, he sees the 2 targets he's already gotten, and if, you know, it so happened that that wall wasn't plated, he probably would have gotten a 3rd through the wall as well. Great play, and it just shows how much of like a simple thing of, oh, somebody isn't watching the flank, that could lead to some disastrous results.
Definitely. Yeah, and like, I mean, they must be exhausted here. Seriously, I mean, we're not even halfway done with the first half.
I mean, these guys are real troopers. Let's see how they go. Oh no, the timing couldn't be any worse as Blaze King was about to drop the owl drone and gets caught midway.
And the Tay does the exact same thing.
He even used the tracking down on the corpse just to show him like, gotcha.
Oh, nice entry here though from the Reyna. Is going to be able to pick up, actually does not pick up the rifle there, has to drop the Lear first. There's one holding out in Cubby. They're going to know that there's one nearby, probably hoping he had the owl drone here now to get some additional intel, but it's not going to matter. Tay rotates on back, finds the kill on the Reyna, and that's going to be now the 3-2 advantage. Hits him with a little bit of the tactical. I mean, how much does that cost? That one's free, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, luckily that one's free. But I mean, overall, the fact that he bothered to use the owl drone and the tracking down just to be like, I got you at a good time. You're going to remember this for the rest of your life. Don't make this mistake again.
Darn kids always on their phones. What am I telling you?
Oh boy, I can't wait for phones to be on their wrists. Just like full on, not just the regular small ones, but like a full on brimstone, full on HUD. It needs to cover their face as well.
I got you. That'd be pretty nice.
It'd be pretty sick. But now both teams looking to attack these. Yep, they want to make sure that they punish the Silver once more time. But the Hunter's Fury is going to be coming out to get some information. Tay dodges most of it. Now this time he's going to be making sure that owl drone is going to be going through as they look to try and push through. But now he's going to be traded off as Art King doing a good job. They got to make sure they are watching spawn.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sova just doesn't really do much to try and stop a push or slow down a push, right? He doesn't really have that kind of utility, just more of the information gathering as AG. There's only one left to try and defend against the take, but Boom Esports will strike back hard and fast here and equalize rather at 3 apiece going into our 7th round here.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of Sovas prefer actually to be sitting closer towards spawn, because at least then they don't have to put themselves in a compromised position of, oh shoot, I saw them pushing into site a little too late and now I can't cross into safety anymore.
And really, what are you going to do when you swing around and see 4 people looking right back at you, right?
Pray that you're playing Phoenix at the time, just like flash, drop the wall, and just hope to not die.
Yeah, speaking of flashes, I mean, I think we actually only have near sights, right?
I mean, there is a breach on Boom.
There's a breach, sorry.
Yeah, but yeah, most of them are going to be playing with near sights, and I don't know how effective this paranoia is going to be by itself, because if he whips both of them, then what is he going to do? And now they don't now they're going to have lack of paranoia coming into the side of Boom, as they are going to be picked up one by one as they pour into the site. It's not looking too good. 2 to 3. AG has the manpower to make this work. Hunter's Fury as well, and that's going to be allowing Sushi Boy to walk in for a free peek and a free pickoff as the defenders clean up shop.
Also a very expensive buy round for Boom. I think I heard 2 operators as well.
Yeah, they did. I think it was just a really good opportunity for the side of AG to punish them here, because Sushi Boys, he did have the operator. The Hunter's Fury comes out, and that when you hear that sound cue, most people flinch for sure to kind of look in the general direction of whether or not I'm going to get hit by that arrow.
There we go. So you're just taking a look at how Sushi Boys opened up with that round, but it was the rest of AG who are able to actually take advantage of that, and now for the second time they're going to be leading, this time with 2 operators for themselves.
Yep, Tay's not going to make the same mistake again. He's going to immediately use the owl drone. They're going to,
You should be able to fight with them.
That would be cool.
They
that
should
would
be
be
able
so
to skirmish.
cool.
Yep. Tay is going to be scouted yet again here, as he does have that operator, the Rolling Thunder, on the way in. They're going to find him, actually knock him back into back of sight. Sushi Boys, though, now rotating out through Garage, picks off 1, as they're going to be able to try and equalize here. At least nice shot from Tay, however, with his own operator, unable to land the second one, however. And it's a 1 versus 2 scenario, but Supreme is there. A 5th round now this half for AG. Good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that initial information gathered from that owl drone from Sova coming on to C-side really helped the rotation be nice, fast, and crisp. Unfortunately, they did lose Sushi Boys in that Garage side. They could have easily taken full advantage of that, but they just didn't have the numbers after they got picked off getting into sight.
Now it's going to be an eco round. Sheriffs around the board here for Boom Esports. And as a reminder, I'm sure our panel talked to you a little bit about it, but it's worth re-mentioning that AG, they desperately need a win here. And a big win would really help them out in case it came down to the round differential.
I mean, when it comes to... Oh, no, he's got a flash. They're going to try and shoot him right through the wall. Penetration is not going to be enough. Unfortunately, the shots are not connecting. He has to reload. On King makes it out of there. Doesn't even use the second part of his clear to buy time. But, but unfortunately, he peeks out the wrong time and gets headshot as Deku clears a flawless round coming in for AG, and they even have 3 ults to back him up.
They had the jet operator there, sniped the lurker coming towards C. Really, everyone just collapsing onto that middle lane. Not too surprising, again, because it was 5 sheriffs. But this time, it's going to give Boom a little bit more economy to play with. We see the glass cannon asterisk jet here, operator. No armor whatsoever, as they're going to be setting up, expecting Sushi Boys to rotate aggressively. And, well, it's going to be the jet sandwich as well on our scoreboard, actually, with the jet top fragging here for our blue team, and the jet bottom fragging here for our red team.
Oh, surprise, surprise. Jets are getting kills, and now we're going to be obviously Asterix find that first pick onto Sushi Boy one more time. Deku takes out Boom Notaris as the rest of the team tries to peek out that window, but unfortunately, he's going to be dead first before they even get the opportunity to get on the ground.
Yeah, it's a cursed window to be leaking here with that raise in sight. Asterix, I mean, context clues, that's also a very deadly spot to be holding, but maybe not really expecting the jet to still be peaking that 20 rounds after the barriers drop. But now Boom Esports are going to take here hold of the A site. Spike will be planted here for a defensive spawn. Wow. Nice job there. Did I hear pull?
I guess. I'm just shocked the fact that he was able to land that headshot almost perfectly mid-air. He had no way to kind of just angle himself to make sure that, oh, this is head height. That he's the middle of the air.
When Skeet shooting there, that's Skeet practice, boy. Skeet.
Right. And it's working out. It really is working out for him. But now this game isn't over just yet. Sova's taking his time. I think he should just give up the round at this point. But he's going to be sitting in spawn, hoping that somebody is going to be walking through spawn side just for that free exit frag.
No, they're not going to give him any outs though. Here, Boom Esports. They know that they just had a buyout basically for this round, so they're not giving up anything. Tay's going to send the drone in here to get a nice cinematic shot of the explosion coming his way. But it is going to be now 2 rounds in a row for Boom Esports. Make that 1 round here, actually, for Boom Esports.
You know, it'd be a cool change if the tracking dart could actually destroy your opponent's owl drone. At least then it's like, oh, well, at least I won't be able to track the guy, but at least I've been denying him information, you know?
I kind of like it.
It's a cool idea.
I think it's a little... I mean, I don't know.
It's a bit over the top, of course,
look at that shot, by the way. That Super Sis is the replay just cutting over to that one. You know what I think? I think if 2 owl drones shoot at each other with the recon bolts and the recon bolts collide midair, it should set off a spike explosion at the spot. I think that's what should happen.
That would be super cool. Ideas, $1 million ideas.
$1 million ideas. How
right
to ruin
here.
A game. Courtesy of Seek and Track. That one's for free, right? Next one you got to pay me for, though.
Oh boy, they got to be careful. You're going to be taking that money real soon. Breach. Unfortunate. Deku was able to turn the corner just in time.
You know what? It's funny. He got that kill, and then you can see he was disappointed. Not that he was still alive, but rather because he didn't have the peak perfectly onto the window. Because he adjusted it right after. He's like, man, my muscle memory's so bad. I can't believe I messed that up.
It's the small things that count, but again, they are on the C site once more. This is, I mean, more than so. They've been trying the C push every single time. They've actively been avoiding B. B. They haven't even transitioned through that side, but they have found some success.
Wow.
What?
Nice job there. Was expecting that one perfectly. I think I saw a knife kill, by the way, in the meantime.
Yeah, coming in from Sova as well, and now the attackers are gonna win that round. Wow, a lot of things have happened in just a short period of time.
We're looking to be going tied here at the switch as Boom Esports. Now they've got a little bit of money there. Sharian is carrying here for the teammates as it's going to be Arena. Top fragging, by the way, needing a weapon drop.
I mean, it's 6-5. Both teams refusing to back down for being aggressive. Nobody really wants to lose this game. Look at how aggressive AG is actually positioning themselves to try and deny them from actually making it through window this time around. And there comes the Lear.
Great Lear, expecting the aggressive push as Boom really punishing this effort over from AG. They actually still have 2 operators up for AG. Oh, and there's 1 now left remaining. They're just falling apart here. Get in before I can even tell you what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, this is huge for them, but he's got to make sure he lands this shot. No, this time it's going to be the other way around. Blaze King got tired of getting attacked by Tay and picked off.
We know what happens at this rate here, right? If we repeat this performance, you know what? I forget what happens. I'm not really too sure.
Please.
Can you remind me again what happens?
It's gonna be overtime if it keeps up like this. But
is that so? I mean, that's only gonna go for like 1 or 2 rounds, though, right? Like, come on.
It's a lot of hope, but I don't want it to be famous last word moments. Like, if that's gonna be the clip. Yeah, it's gonna be 2 rounds, 12 overtime rounds later.
Well, you never know. I mean, that's something AG is used to. It's something I'm used to here by this point. I mean, come on, it is Haven after all. No, but we'll see here. I mean, even at the half here, it's going to be the reset, both mentally as well for the Eco. Switching sides as we will now get to see Boom on the defensive and see how AG look here as they're going to be the ones taking charge.
Yeah, I like the way that AG is Boom is kind of positioning themselves. They're going for it. They are aggressive. They are pushed through B in mid and they jump through the window and look to catch them off past guarded through both. Oh my goodness, this is going to be nasty. This is going to be nasty.
Yeah, we'll see as everyone through the window here, taking a team field trip out, going sightseeing. Oh, yes, hey, lobby, I remember this. Looks quite different when you're approaching from here. Oh, the lurk has been scouted. I'm not sure actually how many they've seen, but they're going to hear at least 3 now. Deku lucky to still be alive, but it's going to be a 4 for 4 as he teleports over behind the box.
Yep, they're going to have to make something happen here. Shock darts are coming through as well. After Shock is going to be taking out 1 as Asterix is able to secure that kill. The rest are on site here and are making sure that they are closing off all exits with their smokes. Great play coming in from Boom, but it's not working out. Sushi boys, you forgot about the one man who's gonna rain on your parade. A 1v1 situation over the wall. Does he get it? Yes, he does. Sushi boy, he is on fire.
That is one for the highlight reel. I went, there's no way. They're triple peeking him right now, and he goes bonk, bonk, bonk. Thank you for the kills here. Clutching the round for his team. Absolutely incredible.
I mean, were they all really low? No, they weren't even low at all. They still have plenty of HP to make this work out, and somehow through the smoke he got 1 extra kill.
And they were all as well right clicks here with the classic. This last one, yeah, all right clicks here with the classic. Nice job.
Really, really nice. Sushi Boy's bringing it back for his team as they continue on for another round.
Yeah, great stuff out from him as Super Sis scouts 1, but is unable to land the shots there. The Spectre instead proving to be better, even at a medium range there. There's 1 approaching mid here quite heavily. Oh, boys, I think we forgot to check for someone there in the corner. Asterisk is able to get at least the op out of the hands of Sushi Boys. They're going to get 2 more kills here with Spectre. Make it 3.
T is going to be able to find it. It's going to be a 4v1 situation here as Arnie King with the shorty. Is he gonna pull off the thriftiest of thrifts here?
I don't think so, unfortunately. If this was old Shorty, maybe, but especially against SMGs, I just don't simply know how he gets in range. There's at least a smoke. Oh, okay, that's a bit better.
Okay, all right,
See if they've heard that one now. But nope, immediately as soon as he drops through that smoke, that could say, oh, yes, 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 that one's for me, boys.
Finally, I'm on the board, guys. I'm making sure that I'm putting in the work. He's getting a 12, 9, and 3. He is doing
putting in work. I mean, it's
so much.
It's hard to even compare him to Sushi Boys doesn't really feel fair. I mean, how do you clutch that 1v4? That is ridiculous.
I mean, it's tough, but give him an opportunity. I mean, I think Deku, once he's down, he's just watching Sushi Boys. After that play, it's like, all right, you know what? It's time for my highlight reel. I need a good YouTuber.
He needs one too. He needs one too, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, we're gonna have the operator this time, a full buyout from Boom Esports, as they're gonna be checking through window. They do actually have one. Oh no, that's Boom here peeking the window. AG not going to be looking to contest here wherever this jet may be, instead going for short. They don't scout anyone long, and actually they're not going to really see anyone A whatsoever. As the rotation from Boom Esports now will be made. Everyone is going to be lurking out through. Nice hold here from the Omen, though. He's going to find only one, as unfortunately he gets a little bit target locked there. Oh, surplus. No, good Supreme rather. Now he's going to throw a little bit of a coin out. Heads or tails, he says. Trying to really just hold him down, prevent him from even running through the site. Does so successfully. Now it's going to be pretty hard to retake here for Boom.
Yeah, it's tough. Breach is going to be the first one. Sushi Boys make sure he lands that headshot here, but up from heaven, he's already got that first pick. He's got 2 more to go. It's a 3v2 situation as Boom needs to make sure they can clear this site before they get on top of the bomb. Blaze King gets a great wall kill. Can they make this through? 2 more. 1. Okay.
Oh, no, Asterisk. That's only a Sushi Boy thing, but that's okay anyway, because they're going to be able to double peek the Rays and find the round victory. 8-7 here. Really close here on Haven.
Very surprisingly close as well. I mean, you know, they just turned over the rounds. Nobody has like a significant snowball going for them, and literally no momentum for either side.
It's quite round to round here. I have to agree with you. Although I have to say, I think maybe last time AG and Boom pretty well matched up. I think it just kind of came down to draft choice. Maybe no flashes potentially being the issue. What's your 2 cents on that?
Well,
I
mean, flashes are really good, but you also have to understand that from Boom's side, they see the exact same composition. They're realizing, oh, they don't actually have flashes. As long as we're not pushing through garage side, or even like B side, as long as we C side, where they can just keep dropping those smokes until God knows when, we can actually take full advantage. Now they're going to be pushing through garage side just so that they can mess around with the mentality here, because they got to keep mixing it up, keep them on their toes.
Yeah, look at that rotation out though. The C member realizes something's up, so he's going to now try and roam around here through mid, popping through double doors here. We also have one potentially watching for the lurker through garage. He will be shut down. Tay's got no idea what's going on. Oh my god, that one was over so quickly.
Yep, a really good setup coming in from Boom. They were getting ready initially because they from Boom's side, they like to conglomerate on two sides. They either look to push through A or push through C. However, for AG, it's a little bit more telegraphed, and the fact that they don't have these flashes makes it even more incentivizing for them to go through garage, because Boom would expect them, okay, they want to play through smoke sides. That's probably their best line to play.
Yep.
However, their setup super spread out, especially since they have C-spawn. From C-spawn side, they can basically cut off the rotations from C.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see actually Notorious was the one to be lurking through as the knives being put directly into the skull there of him. As I say that, on the eco round, so Sushi Boy is going to be the perfect initiator, trying to clear out more through the site as the smokes will be dropped. Oh, Blaze King, he finds one, he finds 2 though before he's able to actually get nuked down again by Sushi Boys. They need to do everything here this round.
Yeah, and now they're going to continuously just throw those smokes and zone off that area and set up for this post plant. And their post plant right now doesn't look too bad. Nah, Roomba moment,
oh,
definitely.
Come on, Boom Buddy, you're better than that.
From Boom Buddy to Roomba so quickly.
Really, honestly.
Oh boy.
Help, I'm stuck in the corner. Oh, nice job there. But we do actually have 2 rifles here on the side for AG.
True.
So this retake is not going to be super easy, even if they are lower on armor here.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're going to be taking out the Showstopper as well, securing that kill. Attackers win the round. I love it. The Showstopper is just a great ultimate, especially when it comes to those rounds, and it makes it extra. It gives a lot more flair.
Now an operator here in the hands of Sushi Boys. We know how capable it is, so caution to be advised for Boom Esports here.
Yeah, initially I was doubting their post-plant situation, their post-plant coming into this game, but I mean, at the end of the day, with the Cypher Camp, it actually worked out really well because they could cover more areas and didn't really have to worry too much so about their backside of long C long.
Yep, I heard he's scouting out operators here. No, you're totally right. Yeah.
What a tongue twister that is. A long C-long, and it just meshes together. But now the Hunter Sphere coming up really strong here, looking for any kind of information. He finds one and secures that kill onto T. He must be laughing to himself at this point.
Yeah, well, maybe not for long here. His bodies are beginning to hit the floor, but still Boom Esports in command now, especially with the spike being dropped. Sushi Boys, only one remaining here with the operator. Oh my god, nearly gets hit by that spike arrow. Just managing to dodge an AoE, but he has been scouted out now as they will be playing quite aggressively here, playing for the pick, scouting out his rotations, but he's going to have one probably peeking him near a window, one coming up through the A lobby. Actually, no, the other one's just kind of chilling, taking a tour of A right now. So he'll teleport up into heaven. What is he? I mean, maybe they think he's left?
I guess so. I mean, this is an interesting situation to be in. They're going to be like this for a while. Let's see who's going to be the first one to break under this pressure.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward here as Sushi Boy's not really making any noise. Footsteps, no, that's not going to make any noise. That won't either. Hello! Going for the no-scope there onto the jet. Astro's just like, where?
How?
He's no idea where that offshot actually came from. His teammates might have some ideas. There we go now. Look at the footsteps noise. Gets the dash forward. The angle being held. But it's going to be Sushi Boys a little bit too fast. Down to the 1v1 now, and it's going to be all up to Adrian King. Can he get it down the spike now, going all the way on over to A? He's got Empress.
Does he want to use it, though?
I don't really know, to be honest. He's already one-shot, so maybe it would reduce his time to kill. That's the only thing I'm thinking of.
I guess, but it's really about the headshots here. You gotta land each one. It's whoever sees who first, who can react faster. Reyna, she's looking around. She is sweating. She's like, oh boy.
She has no idea where this jet is close plant, and Jet probably not going to be moving too much here. He did not giving each other the knowledge here. Laser on laser. It will be the Reyna denying the ace clutch here. That would have been absolutely mad. But boom, the Cat not going to equalize. 9-9 here, Gideon. What a match.
I think this has to be the closest match by far in terms of just round to round before the overtime. I'm making it very clear, before the overtime.
I like that though. I like that by Sushi Boy. He recognizes, the operator probably not the best weapon to use here in this scenario. Picks up the Phantom, and he goes, thank you very much for this, teammates. Thanks for leading this for me, and tries to pick up the round as well. 21 kills here. That eco rating's got to be pretty insane yet again on Sushi Boys. I mean, he's just popping off here.
Yeah.
I think that the rest of AG, I don't know what to say, they need to step it up to support him, but they're still sometimes not winning these rounds where they get so much done.
Oh, Notorious. The moment he hears it, he's on the run, trying to make sure he could try to get the fault line down, but they get the first initial kill onto Sushi Boys, and there goes the fault line as well. Blaziken getting 2 kills. They're going to continue pushing forward.
Yeah, we heard some footsteps, though. Nice job there. The recon bolt still going to land through. A bit of an awkward position in there, but probably wasn't ready, as it will be Boom now taking the lead back. 9-10. Empress there being put to pretty good use.
Yep, definitely great use overall, just wiping out the rest of that team. 9-10 so far, and I think that the second closest game by far before the overtime, especially when it's 2x2 rounds, did come from Group A. I just can't remember which team it was. I'll get back to you on that.
All right, he's looking through the notes right now, flipping through fervently the pages, lighting on fire. That's how fast he's flicking through these bad boys. But also on fire right now, of course, is also King here. He's doing it quite impressively now. Definitely getting a lot of these opening frags. Even actually, the Sova doing quite well to slow down that push as much as possible. Oh, wow, Sushi Boys though continuing to pop. Look how aggressively this is. Was not expecting the Reyna to be right there, unfortunately. So his killing and domination will come to a close with the wall bang there out from Asterisk. I think that was.
Yeah, just some great nat knowledge, knowing which walls they can kind of shoot through. Asterix. Yeah, there we go. Great setup, great discipline coming out of his cross. He knew exactly where he had to place it,
that
and now
strafe cancel was crazy too. Actually,
right?
He was like, "You think I'm gonna swing wide? I'm actually gonna hold a really tight angle here, stop on a dime, and shoot you in the face."
It's just some great placement, some great timing, and some just great coordination overall.
It's not real easy to do either.
For sure, for sure. And now they're gonna get the spike down. Sova, he could technically give this up if he wanted to, but it could be just his moment to get that highlight reel.
Could be. Right now it's his turn. He's gonna set up here in the garage window. Is he not gonna hear the footsteps here? Blaze King actually just gonna run around here a little bit, maybe haphazardly. He's not gonna hear the second one though, unfortunately, as it was all a bait play. Asterisk able to clutch the round here, and will be able to easily defuse 9-11 here. The score going into round 21.
Tough game this is, tough game, but finally Boom push ahead, winning 2 rounds in a row. That's really tough to say after, you know, just 1-1 all the way. And in terms of the second team that actually, the team that I actually found that was pretty close had to be coming from Anbu versus OOW. Both of these teams were trading 2 rounds each, and then finally towards the end, it became way different.
I see what you mean, because we've seen a lot of really close maps on Split, right? But those have only been close because the defense keeps winning round after round after round after round, right? Because remember, there was like a 5-7, right?
Yeah, it was 5-7.
And then they made that comeback by winning literally every single round on defense.
Surprisingly enough, this map was actually on buy, not on Split. So that was their first game, Anbu versus OOW. Yeah, that was their first game, Anbu versus OOW, as this one is about to be beginning really fast. Oh, they shouldn't have peeked that one.
Now he is ready and waiting as Sushi Boys now with the Vandal is going to be picking it off now. Oh, it's still going to be a 3v2 here in favor of Boom as AG, or maybe a 3-3 rather, as AG will, I think, get that bomb here slowly but surely over to the C site. We still have 2 members holding A for Boom Esports, so they're going to now start to make that rotation on over, as I believe they're going to heed this spike to get planted.
Are they not going to see each other? Are they not? Finally, they see each other down by the windows there. Both sides, one hiding.
It's going to be so tilting for Asterisk, man. That's like the second time he's died in a bit of it, like, just where? You know?
Every time? I mean, it's been this way both ways every single time. Well, unfortunately, no Empress to actually go intangible and gain the life, but it's going to be careful of the Cypher who peeks out at the right time. Omen next to fall as Sushi Boys walks right out of garage to get that peek off. Attackers take this round.
10-11
now.
now.
God. It's
the
happening,
eco
isn't it?
for Boom. I don't know what you're talking about, Gideon. Don't even dare. The eco for Boom not looking too good. So it looks like AG might be able to equalize here. Of course, that coveted 12 round here would put them in a very great position to at least be playing for the win, but that's not going to be coming too easily for them here, as it will be actually a full buy out from Boom Esports. A force, rather. They will have rifles all around, but light armor for 2.
Hopefully that doesn't bite them back. Those swarmers are going to make a difference, but if your econ just doesn't allow it, you just have no choice. You just need that raw power, as B currently getting assaulted by. You can see the amount of lead just flying around the window side.
The is like a scent, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. I mean, Double Noise is now getting pushed here, but luckily Breach is going to be there, breaks that plating, and secures that kill.
This is real dangerous for AG. This is real dangerous, man.
I mean, they got to be real careful. I mean, he hears the boom bot, but unfortunately this time we're not going to know exactly where it's going to be. Another pickoff coming in from Super 6. The rest of the team looking to rotate towards B side, and finally Garage is cleared out.
Oh, again, just the headshots there from Asterisk. He's insane. Nice double peek out from the Reyna, and it's going to be a 1v4. We've seen Sushi do some pretty incredible things. He's going to need to channel all of this power here. He's not going to be able to get it done, as Boom Esports will take that 12th round.
All right, this is a tough game. I mean, both HE and Boom are just kind of outplaying each other individually. Like both the Jets and both the Sovas somehow seemingly keep meeting against each other, which I find rather interesting.
A bunch of mirror matchups here, but Sushi Boys, unfortunately, just against so many heroes.
How does he land those shots?
Listen, I don't want to say he got lucky with the spray, but it was the spray control, I'll say, able to land that headshot. Sometimes you just got to thank your lucky stars and go, yeah, that was all skill.
All me, baby. Me and the spray
put that cursor in the right place, didn't he?
Yeah.
As Boom, they're going to know that AG are going to be on a force buy here, as they're going to guess incorrectly there, unfortunately, for the ulti. That's going to give a lot of confidence here to AG, even especially with Sushi Boys here with the ultimate ready to go as well. AG Supreme as well, able to get a pick off in the mid lane before these, from behind actually. It's going to be a problem. Empress is at the ready here for Boom Esports. And it is going to be activated now. Gideon up in heaven. The retake is going to be coming through CT connector as well. Can they get the job done here?
They just have to wait for that smoke to clear and then peek at the same time, just so that Reyna is going to be able to get that initial kill and get down onto the ground. The Lear comes through. He can't see anything. Tay doesn't get hit by the ult, but Reyna is going to go intangible once more. Appears again, takes out another pursuers. Can she finish this off? Oh, unfortunately, she can go. She can actually go for the ace.
She's still alive. It's definitely still possible here. The spray control is there for Boom. They deny the chance at overtime. Cam, look at how excited he is. He's like, thank God we can go to sleep tonight.
Oh my goodness, you can definitely see the last member coming out from AG like, I am not going to give him that ace. He purposely targeted for that Reyna, even though he did see the Silva first. Good effort all around. I love it when people are trying to deny the ace.
What a heartbreaker here for AG. Just so close. They've competed so well between both of these teams. Like you said, 10 to 13. Just about as close as you could get here. If they had won that round, it almost certainly would have been the overtime there, as the eco wouldn't have been available for Boom Esports. But I think that's actually going to be them just straight eliminated from the tournament here, mathematically.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to wait and see. Let's see who else is gonna be trying to contest those spots overall. I mean, Boom.
Yeah.
We know for a fact that Boom is gonna be making it out of this.
Yes, at this point, with that 2-0, they've now beaten everyone, so they are going to be able to secure that first seed, and very well deserved as well. 2 close maps here, but that is going to be then, I believe, a 35 map difference here in their favor, so still definitely a very strong performance for them here.
Yeah, topping the groups, looking real good, looking real slick as well. They're going to be coming with so much, bringing with confidence as they move on towards the playoffs.
It's just, it feels so bad though, because you can't not look at Sushi Boy's performance here and think, man, he really deserves to be in the playoffs, right? This is such a strong player, so confident with the mechanical skill to really back it up as well. Clutch material on this guy. Keep an eye out for this man in case he gets picked up by anyone else, whatever team he ends up going to. This team in specific, I think they just gotta shine a few things, put a few things together more, and I think this is a really serious team here in the SEA region.
Yeah, I think they just need to be a little bit more polished in certain aspects, especially when they are on the they are on the defensive side. They can't just depend on Sushi Boys to actually be able to hold the site on his own. If not, they might as well consider, okay, he should be playing something else that actually gives him that information to succeed, and maybe somebody else can be the entry fragger or the opper using the jet.
No, you've got a serious point there, but again, I just want to give all the credit in the world here to AG, who really poured their heart in. I think it must have been at least 100 rounds of Valorant straight for these guys. Of
Respect.
course, 38 of which coming in one round on Haven, and they still gave it every single bit they can. I mean, I was going to say, oh, we might see the mechanical skills start to falter. Sushi Boys is like, you thought wrong, my friend. And
he is rock solid. Like, there is no going around him. Like, people question, oh, is he inconsistent? After that, no way. No way.
Just too strong, but unfortunately, that is going to be it for AG this tournament. They will not be able to get on through, as the tiebreaker is not really in their favor here. Let me just make sure. Yeah, they did lose 2-0 to Tadak, as well as lose the map difference as well to AG and RRQ. So it's a tough loss for these guys.
Really tough
but again,
loss.
That's a team to be looking out for here, and unfortunately only 2 can make it into the playoffs. But hey, for Boom Esports, I think they're going to be really happy with their group stage performance. A lot of really close games, though. Definitely a few things they could be improving on, but the map awareness is just A tier for this team.
Yeah, I think that's what's really helping the team, especially with all the rest of the members, and that's why the performance, it's just not one person, it's just the whole team. They are very, very good. I don't know whether it's just situational awareness in general or the communications, but something is going right. They've got that secret sauce working for them.
They really do indeed. And you know who else makes a real mean secret sauce is actually Alvaro. So let's throw it back to him and the panel to get their thoughts on this series and set up for our last series of the day. For now, though, that's going to be it for myself here at Seek and Strike. Gideon might be back soon. I believe you're on the panel later.
Yep.
Yeah, so don't go anywhere, folks. We've got one more match coming up for you. See you in a bit.
Hello and welcome back to the panel for the Royal SEA Cup. This wonderful tournament sponsored, created, of course, by Eeples. We're here trying to boost Valorant with this wonderful Ignition series. And as always, I'm going to shout out these great creators because without Eeples, this tournament would not be possible. So, if you guys want to participate in small tournaments, if you guys at the amateur level want to try and make some money without actually having to invest anything, if you want to try going pro at the smallest level, Eeples is here to help you. Eeples.com/Valorant is where you have to go and sign up. And once our platform is ready to run the Valorant tournaments, you will be immediately notified so that you hit the ground running as one of the first community pros. Now, that said, we get a little bit of a shout out to our guys, and we get to talk about Valorant again. My name is Mr. Level Plus, and joining me in the panel is Play the J and Zero.
Welcome back.
Yeah, and I think, looking at this second to last game, we did actually see that Boom was able to triumph at the end of the day. So I think a little bit unfortunate there for Armory Gaming that they're not able to come out with it, but actually they did go swinging.
They did pretty well. They got 6-6 in the half on the defending side. On the defending side on Haven. So they did pretty well. Boom tried to play aggressive. They tried to finish things fast. Of course, this game is for them it's quite meaningless. But Boom Armory Gaming wasn't gonna let them just run over them. They held their angles pretty tight and they tried their best. And the final score was pretty close. It was 10-13. Armory Gaming definitely did not just give up halfway. They tried it to the bitter end. It was all almost even closer. But in the end, it was Boom that secures the complete sweep throughout the group, and they have not dropped a single map yet.
Yeah. So impressive by Boom Esports as well. Like we've been talking a lot about Armory because it is of a random recognition, of course. They went out, but as you mentioned, in a blaze of glory. But of course, Boom Esports, the consistent winner of this group, absolutely dominating everyone else with a 6-0 overall. Very, very impressive performance by Boom. But we have another Indonesian team that I want to talk about because this last match is the spiciest of the group, as this determines essentially who's going to be the second to qualify. And better than before because it's not some head-to-head stuff or, oh, can we get the three-way tie? No. It's straight up. If RRQ can win the 2-0, that's it. They manage to qualify. But if they drop even a single game, it's going to be the Malaysian team that takes their spot.
Yeah, so I think, Todak definitely going to be fancying their chances here as, of course, they just need one to get through. But again, it's that kind of thinking that can really, also be a little bit of a poison, in the back of the mind. So
we've all done the just one more. Just one more.
It might lull them into like a false sense of security. Like I can just, not play my best or my most serious tactics or lineup, and I have another chance, right? But that might just lull them into a false sense of security that RRQ might be able to just abuse.
That's very true. I think, well, we're going to be seeing how this is going to be working out, when we actually face the maps, I do think that RRQ will be selecting Split again. We're waiting for confirmation in terms of the maps that are going to be selected. Todak definitely going to be taking this one very carefully. They want to ensure that they're going to guarantee getting through, and it's going to be a very good practice for them as well. They have not played on Split yet. This is going to be the proving ground.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to go with their, a Viper again. Maybe that's just a Ascent thing, Ascent, lineup they came up with, or they have been practicing, but I'm not sure if Viper really works on the other maps. It just makes it really not viable, but we'll see. Todak might just bring it out of the box.
We've talked about the disadvantage of coming with that, obviously, the potentially false insecurity, but there's also a huge advantage in the sense that you can try out in one map. Not necessarily try out as like, oh, do something dumb, but like experiment with a potential cheese, some sort of odd draft, because as long as you get them, especially if you get RRQ to start doubting themselves, it's very easy for them to just crumble under the pressure.
Yeah. I do think that if they do pick Ascent, because that was their map pick in the previous series against Boom,
it
so happens was picked by Armory in the first series, but obviously they are very well versed on it. Given the fact that they did actually still field the Viper against Boom, I feel that this is actually standard for them. They are probably going to be fielding it once again, and it's not so much about a pocket strategy that they're just going to be busting out to catch someone off guard. This is how they want to play it. They have obviously practiced on it, and we can likely see them continue to hone and bring it to this level of competition, because to execute this kind of tactic with this composition, they probably just need to get a little bit more under the belt. It didn't look terrible against Boom, but they are so precise in how they want to counteract this strategy that if it's not absolutely perfect from Todak, they wouldn't be able to pull it off.
Yeah, totally agree. Like it's one of the most important games for the night. I mean, this two maps will decide who moves on. So definitely, if Todak if that is their most confident lineup in a certain map, then they will definitely go for it.
And that's one of the advantages, right? That you only have to win the one game.
Yeah.
Means that as long as your map pick works, right? That's all you gotta get. But on the other hand, if they happen to pick map first and they lose that puts them in a really difficult position.
Yeah.
Because then Rexregum Keon sets himself for victory. We've looked at the Todak side. Let's look at Rexregum Keon. How do you manage to get those 2-0? How do you find how do you find that consistency to win those two matches precisely?
Well, given that RRQ, we look at the matches that they've had so far, in terms of consistency, it's not quite been all there for them, I feel.
Yeah.
So they are just going to continue to focus on themselves. That's the best that they can do. Whether they can cater for what Todak is going to be bringing to the table, they're going to have to really just take it bit by bit. I think the fact that they've played 2 times on split and Todak has not played at all, and of course it's their map pick most likely, they are going to be looking to continue to refine it for this specific tournament meta to deal with the kind of opposition that they have regionally. Boom, they are probably quite familiar with it because they are, of course, in Indonesia as well, and they would be well practiced in that sense.
Yeah.
I mean, but Todak, RRQ has only managed to win one map in this whole group. And that was the incredible overtime map, right? So even that one was a bit of a struggle for them. Do you guys think that they're at the level that they can beat Todak if they play like 2-0 as well?
I think it's pretty hard. I mean, the pace that Todak brings is unlike any other team in this entire tournament so far that we've seen. They are so fast, they are so persistent, and
they're offensive. They like the offense.
They want to go at you, come at you fast. And if RQ, they might have a few rounds to adjust to it, but if they fail to, they might be staring at like a 10-2 half, and then still not be able to adapt. That's just gonna be the first map, and that's probably the dreams of RQ moving on dash completely.
What about the factor that this last match of the day? Because that means that they have had a lot of time to observe their opponents. They even had one match break right now where they could just look over the Todak games. Do you think that's enough to try to adapt, or at least have an idea of how to deal with that strategy?
I think they would definitely have their views on it. They would also be able to see how Boom Indonesia is able to adapt to it and really take it apart. So they do have the kind of idea in their mind already how they want to probably do it in case they are going to have a lack of ideas. They can probably deduce just how I'm guessing as well that Viper would be brought on Ascent if that is going to be featuring. So I think they're not going to be too worried. They're going to be having a very clear idea how they want to approach it, and having especially the longer break since that incredible overtime game, think that they are going to be able to refocus nicely.
Yeah, but seeing something happen and actually being the receiving end might be a completely different thing.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't have the macro view or the eagle's eye view over how they execute or the speed or the tenacity that they come at you at. So they have to go through a few rounds, see how the speed of Team Todak, formerly known as LZ, actually executes on, and then we'll see if they are actually able to practice what they just learned.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I like what you propose. Both, I like the positivity that Jay's bringing. Maybe they had enough time to adapt, but also the realism that Zero. At the end of the day, it's when it's time to perform. This is one of the games that, yes, it's called a tactical FPS, but FPS is a big part of the title. Yeah. So, before we go into the game, I want your final predictions. Again, since I won't get to talk to you later. Well, one of you, yes, but I'm bringing ignore that. Jay, especially, what do you think is going to happen this series?
Well, I think Todak is going to be able to take the first map. Now, I think once they have that under their belt and that security and comfort, they might experiment a little bit when it comes to the next stage. And RRQ, of course, they've shown grit and determination to really bring it right to the end, as we have seen so far today. So they're going to be able to take the second map.
Okay, so 1-1. And also very precise, by the way. You usually
Exactly,
ask casters for
first map.
predictions. Yeah. And they're like, oh, flip-flopping. Well, I don't know if you consider all the factors. Yeah, YOLO. But then Jay comes in, the true oracle here. What would you say, Zero?
I think Todak definitely will secure the first map as well. They want to, secure their path towards the main event. But after that, it's anybody's game. They don't really care after that point, I think.
Okay. All right. So that point doesn't really matter. I mean, you're right, right? If you're playing for the points, you're playing for the points. Let's see if our analysts are correct and Todak can indeed take that first map, or if RRQ surprises the analysts, surprises the viewers, surprises everyone, and wins one for Indonesia. Because this is Malaysia versus Indonesia matchup. There's a lot on the line here when it comes to the pride. Let's see who can take it. If it's Todak or Rex Regum Kaon, we're going to go for a quick break, and then we'll bring it back with the casters to delight you with the final game of the day.
And welcome agents from across Asia and across the world. This is the Valorant Royal Sea Cup, part of the Ignition series brought to you by ePulse. We have 16 teams from across Asia gathering here today to get a cut of that $25,000 prize pool. I'm Hound. Alongside with me is a YOLO Lee. For the first time, we will be casting for you guys for the final two matches of today, featuring these two teams. Todak from Malaysia going up against RRQ from Indonesia. What are you looking forward to for this final two matches here today, YOLO?
Honestly, after witnessing such an amazing performance coming from Team Todak, which is going to be absolutely amazing, but RRQ, such an amazing play, especially coming up on top against AG with that 7 overtime, absolutely insane.
Oh boy.
Right now, what I'm concerned is that hopefully they're not too mentally fatigued here and physically as well, because they have been playing the entire day. And on top of 7 overtimes and about to go against Todak, this is definitely not going to be an easy game for them.
Well, we are going to be loading into the game here. Just for you guys to know, it is going to be RRQ's first pick for the map. It is going to be Bind, whereas Todak are going to be picking the side of defenders. Looking forward to seeing what kind of pickups we're going to be seeing here today. Now, what do you think about these Asian pickups here from both these teams? From the side of Todak, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be a Jet,
Defender,
Raze, Sova, Omen, and Breach.
And the thing is, just like looking for as well, Team Todak being the defendant side here: Jet, Breach, Sova, Omen, and Rez, and RRQ with the Omen, Phoenix, Sova, Cypher, and Breach. Now this is going to be really interesting because the only two different things that's lacking from both this team is that the fact that Todak doesn't really have a Cypher. They're pretty very confident that the fact that with the Sova, they're going to be having enough information. Whereas on the other side, RRQ, they're picking up the Phoenix because fully understanding that with the Cypher, that pace might be a little bit slow for the attacking side, but with the Phoenix, they can be a little bit faster.
Alright, the Roomba goes up over towards B short. No changes there. Very good stuff there being exchanged here from Balto. Balto now going to get taken down by Fire. Very nice stuff being shown from the side of Fire here, as we do see a one-man disadvantage. One man down for the side of Todak, and we do see coming in from the side of RRQ. It's going to be very interesting to note that there is going to be a push towards Hookah here, so there could be a rush towards B.
Still, and the thing is they're taking it nice and easy as well because they have no idea on how well this defense is going to go for. Although there was a really great entry kill, still coming to the some beautiful headshot coming from the Doctor, but Kingly was able to trade things off, making it down to a 4v3. They're slowly pushing towards the side here, trying to get that dominance for the side of the team. Now, how are they going to be engaging this, Hound?
Well, Senna will be able to take down King Leo, though, trying to even out the score between these two teams. RRQ will be able to get the spike planted onto B. Now it's going to be switching roles here as Todak now will be the ones attacking and trying to retake the site. We do see Aduka will be able to take down Frost Misty. Very nicely done here coming in from Aduka. We do see some of the smokes there, dropping the vision cone down by quite a bit, but Sube will be able to take them down. Todak gets the first round. Malaysia power showing up, and Indonesia is definitely going to bite back fiercer in the next round.
Oh man, this is also a really great start coming for the side here for the Malaysia team Todak as well. Winning the pistol round, that's going to be allowing him to give a little bit more in that economy to get all those anti-eco rounds. So we're going to be expecting a couple of SMGs, and even a Marshall being picked up for the side of Aduka as well, because he really wants to try to get that range advantage, and I'm pretty sure he is going to be positioning himself towards this B side to get that nice view against RRQ push here.
Whoa, interesting pickup here from Aduka, picking up the Marshall. I don't know whether or not that's going to be a big choice for him, or is that going to be a meme choice? I'm not entirely sure. But we do see Balto right now going to be hitting over towards B short, trying to stop and slow down the push that's coming in. Senna will be able to get the first blood onto next Jax. RRQ ready, one man down, and it seems that Todak right now has quite a bit of advantages here in terms of numbers.
Now everything's slowing down the pace as well, especially since RRQ, not only do they have not any weapons, they're already a man short. Although currently they're right now in the middle, slowly getting ready to push towards this hookah, but with the spy cam, they're just trying to check things out. This is pretty much why we were saying every time you have a Cypher on the side of the offensive side, it is going to be a little bit harder. But anyway, timing with the dark cover, they're slowly getting ready to push in as well. But then again, this is a great indication for the rest of the team of Todak to know that this is going to be a push coming from this window. Whether it's going to be successful, I have no idea.
Smoke has been dropped down on to the hookah there. Definitely going to be hard for members of RRQ to push off. Very nicely done. Then Todak from the side. Doctor gets two with Balto. Will be able to get one for himself as Sube gets the final kill. Second round going into it. Todak. It's going to be a flawless round. Bigger money, big win coming in from the Malaysian team. Indonesia is definitely going to bite back harder, that's for sure. It's only a matter of time, but we do know for a fact that RRQ is a little bit of a slow starter in some of these games.
And also at the same time, really well played coming from the Doctor as well. He was very patient playing around that inside of metal as well. Although he could have tried to go for those picks from the side, but he waited patiently, allow his team to be the bait for him. That way he could take those shots for himself because he is very confident he will pull it off.
Well, very interesting indeed here. Oh, Aduka. I think he was able to land one shot there. And it's going to get him quite down. That's going to pay a big advantage here. And I do believe that the Marshall, though isn't as strong as the Operator, does put members of RRQ at a detriment for sure. We're going to see a full buy here coming in from the side of RRQ as well as Todak. So loadouts are going to be fairly similar across the board. It's only a matter of crosshair placement as well as fast twitch reactions coming in from both these teams.
Now he got the engagement as well, but beautiful pick up again of Aduka. He literally said, if I picked you once, I'll pick you again. But then again, we have seen RRQ retaliating back, dropping two members of the team Todak towards the defensive side, throwing a couple, even the Cyber can try to force it back and literally let them know that if you want to push through, fire will be ready to set you on fire with bullets here.
Very, very sad here coming in from the side of Todak now. One man down, but it seems that it's going to be evened out from the side of Doctor. Beautiful timing. It seems that timing is exactly what the Doctor ordered here as Aduka right now, as Balto right now, going up onto the top side with the Marshall. Marshall is in town looking to lay down the law. Oh, Balto onto Frost Misty. That's what you get when you break the law. And baby Balto showing what is up. Marshall meme? I don't think so.
Oh man, what is up is the ceiling for you, my friend. But beautiful turnaround coming and the retake coming from the side here of Team Daughter. Excellent play, but at the same time, really lucky as well because Fire at the very last second he turned his sights away and that allowed the Doctor to not only easily push into the site but also was able to pick up one member away from RRQ. Now the best part about in that round was that we saw a couple of full buys and saves as well, so we're going to be seeing quite the economy coming from the side of Team Total, especially Aduka, who has almost 5k in the bank here.
Well, big bank are definitely going to come in for the side of Aduka. However, members of RRQ right now have to work with some limitations in terms of the economy as well as their loadout. Not going to be the most efficient or effective loadout. However, we have seen Toda we have seen RRQ come up with a thrifty a couple of times in games where it was against their favor. However, Aduka shows that is not what's up because next Jack will be tapped down beautifully. Oh, the blind coming in from Fire, and it's going to be interesting enough as King Leo will be able to take down Senna, and there goes the Blaze. More and more action is going to transpire here as it's going to be A, where all the fighting is going to be at.
Oh, beautiful curveball coming in from the Phoenix. That's going to be allowing King Leo, but then again, King Leo gets put down by Aduka as he constantly punishes RRQ for even trying to go for the cycling. Two members left on the side here, RRQ, but they're trying to even against all with that wall, beautiful wall bang frame with the Phantom, but there's a trade coming in for the side here of Balto, but the Doctor will put an end to RRQ risk here, and now Jodat coming in strong here with 4 points on their belt.
Well, looking to see how members of RRQ right now are going to adjust. We do see NextX now picking up the operator. Balto immediately picks up the operator for himself as well. I think this is going to be a very wise choice. However, would like to see Aduka pick up an operator for himself as well, considering that he is going to be a jet in this particular situation. Not to say that operators should be exclusively towards jets, but it's always great to have the mobility that jet offers because you're able to bug out immediately after you commit to that one shot.
Exactly, and the thing is, because that combination is so annoying, because she can't get away with it, and the thing is you can't even blame anyone else. You're just gonna be like, oh, it's this jet. Tailwind away, totally fine, right? It's totally natural in this game. It's absolutely ridiculous. That's pretty much why we see Riot, like, there's a rumor that Riot might just try to work with that operator and try to reduce that combination on this jet and operator pickoffs here.
Alright, so we're going to be seeing here next Jack right now with the operator looking towards finding a victim to cross into his line of sight. However, that's not going to come through for him, as we do see now B side is going to be looked over here from members of Todak, and it seems that some utility there is going to be spent on two members of RRQ to push into A, to stop the push into A. There's going to be a two-man stack into Shower. We do see that there goes the Paranoia. Hunter's Fury comes out, but no, it's going to be Balto, Sube, and Aduka from behind. Very, very nasty indeed here. Very cheeky indeed to come in, and oh my goodness, Balto comes in onto Fire, and there it goes. Another beautiful flawless round for the Malaysian team of Toda. RRQ's gotta pick up their socks here. They can't keep this up if they want to stay relevant within these next few rounds.
Dude, absolutely amazing comment. Like, literally flawless. It's beautiful. It's excellent, because Team Toda was very disciplined in that round. They know they had the lead. They know they have the firepower, but they weren't too overconfident with it. They know their roles. We're defending. We don't have to be too aggressive about it. It's still early in this game. We want to take as many rounds as possible before we get that switch towards this offensive side here.
Alright, so now we're going to be seeing how members of Todak right now, it's how members of RRQ are going to be holding on towards B short. There might be a bit of a push there. Double flashes coming in towards Fire. Fire definitely decides to back off. There goes the paint shells. Will not be able to hit anybody, but does slow down the advance that should be on the minds of RRQ. King Leo there gets hit by the fault line and not going to be punished by it whatsoever, but we do see now with RRQ only one member down for the count in terms of casualties, but we do see that Todak has definitely got the man advantage.
It's going to be really hard for them to go for this thing, but ooh, that was a big pickup for Sube, and without Frost Misty here, there's not going to be any smoke usage going to be coming from the side of RRQ if they really want to push towards any of this side. They do have one flash, this curveball from this Phoenix, but I don't think it's going to be enough. They need to pick members off one by one. They're still losing, but Senna and Balto on the other side. Instantly, two members get picked up and dropped instantly. Last man standing is King Leo. I believe we're trying to go for the pick-up, but Balto will be denying him entirely.
I'm very interested to see that, again, Todak is going to come off flawless, and it seems that with the members of Todak operating the way they are, it's going to be a very well-oiled machine that RRQ is going to go up against. What does RRQ need to do in these situations where they are behind? So much economy is going to be in favor for Todak. If they lose out again in this round, then they're going to have to save up again, just putting them further and further behind.
Dude, and the best part, this is the first time we're actually seeing all 5 members lasting for so long, and the economy is looking absolutely amazing. They almost hit max cap, by the way. And then RRQ, what they really need to try to do here is making sure each member is trying to stay alive. They can try to go for the pickups, but Toda is just so much better with his quick. Exactly, here comes Balto once again with that aggressive anti-frag here. Entry frag, and that's going to be a beautiful start here. But then again, it is a cipher, so Team RRQ still can try to utilize all their utilities to try to push into one side.
Very unfortunate here coming in from RRQ. They are trying their level best to stay competitive in some of these situations. However, I don't believe that RRQ has what it takes in this round, considering that the next round is going to be a precarious one for them. They have to rally up and try to find a way to stop leading to quadruply. Oh, Aduka! Spiciness incarnate with the beautiful shot on to RRQ. Taking down one member here. It's going to be Omen left on the side of RRQ. There goes the curveball from the side of Fire here. It's not going to be enough. Oh, but it gets level blinded. Oh, it's going to come up from U-Haul. It's going to be careful here. It's going to be dueling. It's going to be Talent that gets down onto Balto. Not going to be a flawless round here, but this could be turning the fortunes for the side of RRQ here, as fortune may favor their braveness.
Oh, anyway, Fire is constantly still on fire as well. Now I'm going to be looking to a 2v2, but then they don't really have much time. 12 seconds on the clock. They have to go for this play.
10 seconds
beautiful
left.
rotation from the teleporter, by the way, from the middle side. They're going to be able to drop down this plant, and now we're going to see whether RRQ is able to turn the tide back towards his favor. But remember, they have a breach. Toda is still very strong with his especially this is the Doctor who's fully equipped with Flashpoint, Fault Line, and even with the Rolling Thunder. He's able to go all in, but here comes the Hunter's Fury. Try to zone them out in a way that allows the Doctor to pick them up. But sadly, they're not positioned at all near where they're standing. They're near the last. They're near the long, getting ready to pick off at any time here.
Well, B-Long right now is going to be quite hot here with Fire waiting in the breaches here. Very nicely done from Doctor, and Sube take down Talent as well. Fire, and it's going to be a defuse coming in from the side of Todak. And the 7th win in the game as we head into round number 8. Unfortunately for Todak, it's not going to be a flawless one, but still, a victory is a victory. You win by an inch, you win by a mile, still a win.
Yes, it's definitely such a big win as well, because you must understand the map of Bind here is actually a very defender favorite side. So the fact that Team Toda is able to not only been very consistently getting all these points, but also ensuring a majority of their members are not getting picked off many times here. Look at the amount of deaths here. Like, we're not talking about like 3 or 4 deaths. We're talking about like a maximum of like 1 to 2 here. So really well played for Toda, and their pick of their firepower is absolutely insane here.
Well, I do like the fact that Balto right now is going to be the top fragger for his team. Definitely going to be pulling his weight for his team. However, members of RRQ right now, again, on the short side of the stick in terms of loadouts. They do not have any primary weapons. If they get a pick out here and arm one of themselves, it would be a very good situation for them. I do believe that Talent right now may actually want to push into showers, trying to get as much information as can. Aduka right now, very wise to get that smoke down into the ground, gets that very tight angle here to deny whatever push that could come in, or slow it down at least for the side of RRQ.
By the way, finally Talent 7 gets picked off by Conan again, as Aduka was able to get a beautiful entry frag here on Talent 7 with the headshot. But now here comes you flaws your Fire going to be coming in with the curveball, but Sube doing insane amount of damage. Aduka followed up with the double kill. Senna again on fire. But remember, this is the full eco rock coming from the side of RRQ, and Team Toda will come out on top here with 8 points.
Now, looking at how members of Todak are doing, it is going to be a very interesting round here, as we're going to be heading into round number 9. Potentially going to be a very, very barn burner of a fight. We'd like to see members of RRQ right now play around the rotations and try to force a move from the side of RRQ. They do have to secure some of these opening frags here that could actually force members of Todak to split their resources accordingly. I do believe A could be a situation that could provide them quite a few number of advantages here, but they've got to be very wary on some of the utility that's being spent onto the side of Todak to make sure that the push is not going to be as easy as members of RRQ would like. We do see Aduka right now holding on to showers here, and that's going to be a bit of a sense of fear there for anyone who wants to push into showers.
Oh, very fearing indeed, because you see right now all the members just taking it nice and easy. Remember, they only got one smoke, which is pretty much dark cover, and his one flash coming out from this curveball. By the way, here comes the Ultra trying to zone out and making sure they get enough information before they come in. But anyway, beautiful timing with the run, with the turn back as well. That's going to keep him alive for the Bladestorm, and that's going to allow King Leo to punish Aduka for good. Beautiful entry frag. Now Team Toda is shot by one man. Now they're going to be coming to get some Frost Misty. Stepping up for RRQ as he goes with the double kill and full on with a beautiful operator picked up here. But Senna trying to retaliate, trying to minimize as much damage as possible. But there's a little bit too much because let's be honest, when the game is on the line, Frost Misty is gonna come online.
Yeah, and that's for sure coming in from Frost Misty was a definite determining factor here for some of the games that he was in, especially for RRQ going up against AG. Hopefully he will be able to replicate the same amount of success heading into this game between Todak and RRQ. However, RRQ have got a bit of a mountain to climb, yet those odds are not foreign for members of RRQ. Definitely igniting the Malaysia versus Indonesia rivalry for sure. However, it's all in good spirits here because these are the ways these two teams are going to bring out the best. However, RRQ right now has got a lot to work with. Oh, good shot there coming in from Aduka. Will not be able to hit square though, as we do see a little bit of wall bangs coming in from members of RRQ to try to move Aduka away. Gonna go slowly and surely to peek it. It's gotta be careful though. Oh, talent onto Aduka. Aduka has got to be a little bit more patient in some of these exchanges.
Oh, but then again, he was so confident he could pick it off first. By the way, here comes another over-aggression. But the next Jax was able to get the jump on set up first. Fire on the other side, getting from Alto. But here comes the rolling thunder. But he barely misses fire as he was barely able to get out of the way and pick up a beautiful triple kill in that round.
Well, nicely done here. RRQ scores a flawless for themselves. Second win of the match for themselves as we head into round number 11. Potentially going to go either way. We do see that there's going to be a slight swing in momentum in terms of economy for the side of RRQ. If RRQ defeats Todak with a flawless as well, Todak will have to be forced to go on to the eco. Not a very good choice for Todak here, especially since their lead is going to be in jeopardy. They are going to have to concede at least one round if this comes up later on, if they lose this round. However, this could be very interesting to see how Todak is going to be played. Very defensive. Try to go for some of these push picks that RRQ is trying to get onto them. However, we do see that there could be a rotation in mind for the side of RRQ. It's been 10 rounds thus far, and for the most part it's always been A. For the majority of it has been A for the most part.
Because you must understand as well, like they realize what they are currently lacking of initiation, lacking of smoke to really push versus a beautiful curveball. That's gonna be allowed to get a nice beautiful entry frag. But Balto was able to trade things off, but Kilo still coming in with a double kill. Trades are happening all across the map. Now we're gonna look at it as a 2v2. Looks like the fault line will end the assist Frost Misty, but put Super down to the ground, and it's all that's left. It's the good doctor himself. 1v3 in the 9th round here. Can he pull the window? He still has 2 flashpoint charges, and even with the not really have the fault line, but he still has that aftershock.
Well, we do see that it has been planted with Next Jax will be closing out with the doctor is out of the office thus far. No doctor in the clinic. This is going to be the last round before we swap it out. Interested to see how Todak is going to be very aggressive for this, and I do believe that this is going to be a very all-in round. It was a very wise choice for members of Todak right now to spend everything that they can. And I misspoke just now. They didn't have to eco it because it was going to be the final round before the swap. So I would like to apologize for that, for those of you who are going all ham inside the Twitch chat. However, we do see that for those of you in attendance here today, it is going to be a doozy here between Todak as well as RRQ. A recon bolt going to go off onto Showers. Not going to communicate much in terms of information, but we do see Frost Misty being very slow with how he wants to push it out.
I mean, especially because it's the last round as well. RRQ really want to try to secure at least one more point before their turn to become the defender side here. But anyway, here comes the fault line. Try to zone them up for Showers, but they're actually pushing towards from a shot. So this U-Haul is going to be really crucial. Ooh, by the way, nice time with the after try to force them out of that corner with the blaze and followed by the dark armor. But then again, the position of Balto was not going to be good enough as Kaylee was able to put out on the ground. But Senna retaliating back from the shadows with the triple kill. And Haruka not too far behind because he won a bit of that action. Sube constantly getting picked off once again by Talon 7. But Talon 7, he needs all the talents and all his skills if we really want to try to win this 1v3.
No point here saving for the operator, considering this is the last round before the swap. Would like to see Talent right now be a little bit more proactive, trying to make something work for him. He's got to be very careful indeed here. Oh, Talent will be able to get it off, and it's going to be the operator here. Nicely done from the Doctor, and it is the end of the round before the swap as we go from Todak being defenders to on the to attackers, whereas RRQ will be on the defense. We shall see whether or not members of RRQ, who historically across the few games that we have watched have been very adept at attacking, are going to be on the defense. Where Todak right now with a substantial lead of 9-3 have quite a bit of leeway here, as they will be able to give up those first few rounds. However, considering that this is the first round after the swap, they do not want to give it up because it could put their economy in shambles.
You are exactly right, Hound, as well. And the thing is what's even better, the team Todak has quite an amazing lead with 9-3, but after witnessing and seeing their past games as well, RRQ has always been coming back from this low-end scores here and literally almost even winning that overtimes. But it all comes down to this pistol round on whether they're able to elevate their team to get that gun advantage.
Alright, now looking at how these are going to be transpiring for the side of Todak, it seems that it is going to be a B rusher. They do want to get as much leeway as they can, or a little bit of flashes there coming in from NextJax. I think that's going to be a very good choice, but however, Talent will be able to take down one, Senna will be able to take down two, NextJax returns fire onto Balto, will be able to successfully take him down. But we do see now RRQ's Talent is going to be moving metal. There is going to be where the spike is planted, if I'm not mistaken, or outside of metal. I'm not entirely sure where that may be. However, this is going to be an interesting fight here, as we do see NextJax will be able to take down one, Frosty will be able to take down the last surviving member of Todak in Senna, and this will be over. Round number 13, excuse me, is gonna go over towards RRQ. As we head into round 14, it's gonna be an anti-eco round coming from the side of RRQ, as Todak right now only has pistols to work with.
Especially since RRQ was able to win that first gun round, which is really amazing. They were very coordinated too, very patient with that retake, and was very clean as they execute them from all angles here. But anyway, this is the second round, so they're going to be having that gun advantage. But look at that, they even pick up the Ares, 3 Spectres, 1 Ares, and even a Vandal. Such a race, because since they're buying the Vandals on the second round, they would not have any armor at all. So this is going to be a little bit concerning here, especially going toe-to-toe with pistol rounds.
Yes, and that's the thing here, considering that the Vandal has been picked up, a little bit of firepower there, but in terms of no armor, it's going to be a bit of a glass cannon. So if Frost Misty, if members of Todak are able to catch off members of RRQ, it's going to be very, very interesting to see that Vandal will be picked up for sure. Frost Misty will take down Aduka. Not a very good start here into the anti-eco round for the side of RRQ. We do see 2 members down for the side of Todak, as members of RRQ still very healthy indeed, with the spike carrier down, or almost down. Sova very, very low indeed. One flick of a finger towards him and he's gonna go down. Even the most menial amount of damage will definitely take down that member of Todak, whereas RRQ right now very healthy indeed. Spike has been planted, gonna go for those sprays there, but Senna will be able to take him down. Very interesting indeed. Fire goes down on Sube. But it's going to be a bit of NextJax here with the Vandal, and it's definitely going to be very cost efficient that the Vandal is still going to be in play and be brought forward in the next round. Definitely going to see more of this cost efficiency work out for the side of RRQ.
Dude, that was absolutely insane. Although yes, RRQ was definitely going to be coming on the top as well, but our dear friend Senna was able to pick up a beautiful double kill with that shell. Was absolutely insane. And most importantly, NextJax realizing that okay, he's going with the Vandal, he has no armor, like you say, glass cannon as well, playing a little bit safe in that game, but was still able to pick up quite the amount of kills for his team here.
Well, interesting enough, Doctor as well as Senna will only have light armor, whereas other 3 members for the side of Todak will be having heavy armor. So a bit of a paper cannon here for 2 members for the side of Todak, so they don't want to be getting into some of these prolonged exchanges is not going to be beneficial for them.
Oh, yeah.
So they want to be very wary on how they want to be pushing some of these angles, especially since especially since RRQ right now been very aggressive, been spending quite a bit of utility here to slow them down. We do see Balto right now with his almost gets it. The chase is gonna come. Goes for the Roomba here. Very wise choice coming in from Balto. Will the Roomba find its way home? No, it won't. Frostbeastie will be able to take down Doctor for the first blood here in round number 15. As we do see very good stuff here from the side of Aduka, using that tailwind to get a little bit of space and a little bit of quickness in to cover. Very nicely done with this. Frostbeastie immediately gets off but gets taken down from the side of Senna. We do see Talon right now taking up Senna. As we do see the fight is gonna not work out on the side of Todak. It's gonna be fire. They get the double and closes the game out for this round, closing out round 15 for themselves as we head into round 16.
Now this is the part where we start realizing that, alright, maybe Team Todak, they're just not really comfortable being under pressure since they are gonna be since they are the attackers here, and it took them a little bit, quite a while before they get that spike plan. And remember, they lost their breach prior before they actually pushed towards this A side, so this made this a little bit more difficult for Team Todak to actually get onto the side. Although yes, they still have the dark cover from the Omen and the curveball, but they really needed this breach, that fall line, and that flash for all that flashes to really ensure they can get towards the side and towards a U-haul safely.
Well, it seems that the RRQ team is definitely picking up the tempo and definitely getting the sense of urgency, definitely adding a sense of urgency towards members of Todak here as the lead is getting smaller and smaller with each passing round. But we do see the curveball coming in from Fire. Fire now pushing very aggressive indeed. Will be taken back as he runs it back and will be safe and sound. The push is going to come in from the side of Todak. Todak right now takes a little bit of damage here. 1, 2, and 3. We do see a 2-for-2 exchange here as we do see 3 members on each side for the side of Todak as well as RRQ.
Quite a lot of damage has been done. And the most important, beautiful pickup coming from Frostbeastie, trying to deny any lurkers potential coming from the side here of Team Todak. The last man standing is going to be Balto. And remember as well, this is actually an eco rock coming from the side here of Todak. So they were able to not only get quite amount of kills and drops on the side here of RRQ, but Balto was able to secure a Vandal for himself here. Now, according to Balto, he's trying to find a great angle to actually try to save this weapon and even try to go for a pickup, but be careful because next check was pretty much waiting for him to get the pick off.
Well, we're going to be seeing how that is going to be transpiring in the next round here. RRQ is still very much healthy in terms of the economy. We're going to see some full buys here coming in from the side of Todak. Yes, it's going to be full buys coming in from Todak. They will be able to afford quite a bit here in terms of that. But Aduka does have a little bit of a glass cannon pickup here in terms of what he is able to purchase for himself. So got to be careful here. They got to make sure that this round is a very feasible round for them, and they need to win this considering that RRQ right now is getting closer and closer in terms of the point differentials.
Yeah, and the thing is, previously the score was actually 93. By the way, beautiful pickup coming from Next Jackson. He was able to put down the Jet. Now, without the Jet on the side here, Team Todak, they cannot be as aggressive as they want to, unless they're actually on top of the members of RRQ and on that side. For now, they are nowhere near it, or do they have even a good corner or angle to try pick off members one by one. By the way, Cyber is going to be used to try to retaliate for any potential because they know someone is there, but they just don't know who and how many. That's pretty much why you see Talent Cyber constantly picking back and forth, but he's going to fall back a little bit towards his land and wait for the rest of the team to try to back him up. But Balto on the other hand was able to get a beautiful kill on Fire, but Keelio is going to trade things off.
Very nicely done there coming in from RRQ. RRQ right now 1-man advantage over Todak, as we do see it's going to be a 4v3 for either side as members of Todak right now, members of RRQ right now are looking to re-rotate onto A. Going to be a bit of an exchange here. I think a near showers, if I'm not mistaken, between these two teams, as Frostbeastie will be able to get the upper hand in that exchange. As we do see members of Todak, only 2 members left. They're going to try and turn it around. Next Jax gets the 3rd kill of the game. 1 more round in favor of RRQ, and it is going to be a closer and closer game. And this is a rather sad coming in from Todak here. They had a very strong first few 8 rounds, and now it seems to be in shambles here, as they were only able to pick up one more win before the swap, if I'm not mistaken, as this is going to be one heck of a doozy. Todak right now 4 more round to be won if they want to get that win for game number 1. However, RRQ making it a mountain for them to climb.
It was definitely a huge mountain as well, although Todak did have a great start, but you must remember as well, this is a defense favorite map as well. So the fact that RRQ and Todak fully understand this map and was able to rack up quite the amount of points, now it all comes down to how long can Todak really play with the time here, especially if they have been losing out and doesn't really play well under the amount of pressure that RRQ is constantly hammering them on top of them. It all comes down to which player was able to go for this nice beautiful pickoffs.
Alright, so we'll be seeing how that is going to be helping out members of Todak to go for the recon ball. Nothing much is going to be communicated to its members of Todak. It seems that communications may be a little bit of an issue here. Balto right now moving towards B long as well as Gardens to go into B. May actually open up an issue, may actually open it up, but we do see a lurk here coming in from the side of RRQ. Gotta be careful not to get stabbed in the back for the side of Todak.
Oh, look at the beautiful timing as well. Not sure whether they're going to be spotted as well, but he's still very patient. Frostbase, he gets to the left backline, drops the doctor, there goes the bridge as well. But sadly, beautiful retaliation coming from Senna. King Leo doing quite a amount of damage because currently Team Dota is on the side. They are saying like, this is our fight, boys. Hold down the line for as long as possible. This is a 3v4. Sure, 2 members is not really that healthy, but they had to play with the end. Senna, beautiful wallbang on King Leo. But Talon 7 stepping things up with the Hunter Spirit picking on both Senna and 1 member of Team RRQ on Team Dota. Absolutely insane here.
Well, there goes Balto, as it's going to be Fire that goes for the defuse, and we do see hopes for the Malaysian team doesn't look as great compared to RRQ. The Indonesian team right now has awoken. They were historically a little bit slow on the start here as we reach around number 19. Round 18 has been the equalizer for both these teams, with Todak losing quite a bit in terms of tempo, and we do see now some of the purchases from the side of Todak are very subpar, with only Aduka picking up a Stinger, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh man, this is definitely not looking good at all, because we're looking for a 9-2, and literally now it's going to be tied to 9-9 here with the score here. And the thing is, RRQ has always been known, especially witnessing their game throughout the entire day, they know how to come back from such perilous situation here. But even here comes our drone was able to spot out 2 members. This is big information for the rest of the team here. So now instantly you can see the bridge on the side here of Team RRQ instantly going for the rotation from the spawn here to try to back up the rest of the team before the members come here. Arthur Fury is going to be coming in as well because he got tagged. Undercover with the Stinger was able to pick up a beautiful kill on Talon 7. Now they need to continue applying the pressure, but King Leo denying the good doctor here, bringing out to a 4v3 here. Fire picking out Senna with a beautiful headshot. They're still trying to look for a couple more pickers here, but most importantly, we had to be careful for this Jet because Jet is a little bit too far out, but Undercover was still able to get the beautiful kill on next check. There goes the operator pickup too. Now looking at 3v3, but the positioning coming from the side of Todak, they're currently on the side. It all comes down to this retake. King Leo finds one, go for the spray that was only able to tag him just by a little bit, Hound.
Well, we do see King Leo right now going for the jiggle peek and a little bit of the shoulder peek as well. We do see Balto right now going for the showstopper. Will be denied from a Fire. It's going to be a 2v3. And oh, beautiful done from the side of Aduka. Aduka right now definitely lifting those loads for the side of Aduka. For the side of Todak. Todak right now with the 4th kill. Beautiful stuff being shown. Is going to be a 2v1. I do believe RRQ right now is definitely going to feel a little bit of the pressure here. But both members of Todak are very low indeed. And the ace coming in from Aduka, baby!
Finally, Team Todak turned things around, and what a better way to turn things around by getting an excellent ace in the hole here. And Balto coming in, trying to go with the showstopper, but instantly gets denied by Fire. This was a little bit unfortunate here, but Aduka still stepped up for the team. They're like, you know, the score is tied. We're at advantage. We need to take this fight back here.
All right, now looking at the strategies that are being applied from the side of Todak, there is quite an interesting split here. They do try to bait a little bit of the utilities coming in from the side of RRQ towards B and towards A, and we do see that there is going to be a bit of a rotation here. Hookah control is going to be where members of Todak are going to be. Oh, Aduka was able to get King Leo through the wall. Very nicely done. Aduka right now definitely going hyper instinct as again the good doctor takes down Fire as he runs it back. Talent will be able to take down Sube, but it's going to be Doctor that gives Sube his medicine. Very nicely done.
Oh man, that prescription is better going to make sure he stays at home for good, because that shot looks like it hurts so much. By the way, Frost Misty trying to go and fall back for the team, but beautiful flash is going to allow it, and also reaction as well. Although he got caught by the flash by a little bit, but he was able to mitigate a majority of it. Now 2v4, but then again, seeing from the side here of RRQ and the rotation, they feel like, alright, we cannot take this side. We have no vision, we have no more utility to push into it, and there's a little bit too many members. They decide to play the humble players, fall back, save the weapon for the next round. At least in that way, they can have a better advantage to retake it away from Team Todak, because currently they are now 2 points away from closing game 1.
Alright, so we do see now that members of Todak have been able to win it out. 2 more rounds in their pocket should be something that they want to strive for. We do see the economy for the side of Todak is definitely very healthy indeed, and I believe that in the previous round they had, I think, 4 to 3 members that were still up and running, so that's definitely going to help them in the economy. But Aduka right now almost maxing out on its creds with 8,700 creds. Definitely going to be a strong, definitely going to be something of a factor here, as we do see. It is going to be interesting to see how members of RRQ are going to be dealing with this as we head into round number 21.
Round number 21, definitely such a long round, but that's just how much both of these teams going back at each other and getting at their throats and head to head so many times. And now the curse got 11-9, but Balto was able to get a beautiful starting kill on Fire, but actually was able to tie things around with the good doctor with himself. Now 4-4 here. They're so aggressive in most of Balto with the Satchel Bag was able to elevate himself to a beautiful position to pick off even more members here. 3 versus 2. How this is absolutely insane right now.
I totally agree with you. Next Jax goes inside the teleporter. Quite a loud little teleporter here. He's either going to go towards Hookah or towards the other side of Guarded. So this is going to be very, very scary for members of RRQ here as Smokes is going to come down. I think that was going to be a switch from Aduka, if I'm not mistaken, to pick up the Vandal here. Doesn't want to be fighting it out from long range. They want to be fighting it out pretty close by.
Yes.
We do see Aduka right now. Very, very sneaky indeed.
Very, very sneaky indeed. He has to play so as well, but it's not going to be coming in because Sube is going to get a beautiful headshot. Wall bang on next gen from Mel here. Instantly, Frost Misty. You want to see if he can get a couple of exit kills before he falls back. But sadly, all the members playing a little bit safe. He will be able to try to take the operator back, but he's going to be careful because he's just going to run right to the face of Senna. And the best part about it, Frost Misty, he knew someone was coming. He tried to use someone from the shadow to TP away, but Senna was just too quick for him here.
Very nicely done there, coming in from the side of Todak to be able to score it off. I think we are on match point, and this is where all of the chips are down. Let's take a look at that quick replay here. This was the play that turned it around. Aldrone, and immediately boom shakalaka on to his victim, as we do see Aduka, Senna, Balto, Sube as well. The doctor right now, very healthy indeed. All of them going to be buying out. Even if they lose this out, they still have quite a healthy economy compared to RRQ. RRQ right now definitely forced to play it out and almost gets it, but will not be able to connect. Here's the audio cue from the side of Todak. They decide to bug out and go towards A.
Oh man, and the best part about it, that Balto made such a presence to the point that they committed 3 members towards this B. Now knowing this, our Team Todak is they pushes towards this A side here to try to pick up even more members. We see a couple of trade-outs here. Senna will eventually go down, but they don't really need Senna. They just need the bridge. They need this bridge as to literally elevate their position here to secure this point A. The spike has already been planted. Now all they have to do is just hold the angles, hold the corners, or at least buy a little bit more time. The doctor doing quite a amount of work that he was able to pick up. Next is followed by Sube, and he ends the round with a beautiful double double kill spray, and U-Haul.
Nicely done. Coming in from Todak with the 13 for the match point, whereas members of RRQ will only be enjoying 9 rounds in their pocket. It was a very valiant effort. Let's take a look at the scores real quick before we throw it off towards the casters. It is towards the analyst panel. Aduka with 8 first bloods. Now that's just insane. It goes to show why Aduka is such a force to be reckoned with.
Yes.
He always opens up quite a bit in terms of the fierceness of his plays. You do see that he was pushing it out, but members such as Balto as well is just one of the things that I feel is very good for Balto is the fact his propensity to basically be as aggressive as possible without trying to mitigate the risk behind it. So it's definitely something to note that of Todak were very, very strong indeed. However, RRQ right here still very, very much a force to be reckoned with compared to Todak as well. But it was a little bit too late coming in from the side of Todak, from the side of RRQ to actually rally up a lead and try to steal it away from members of Todak. It was close.
Yeah, super close.
But it was Todak that won a game number 1. Whether that will ring true in game number 2 with Todak picking up the map and RRQ picking up the side, that's yet to be seen, Lee.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely has yet to be seen, and we have a lot of expectation for RRQ as well, for Lions, because we've seen it time and time again. They tend to love to make this amazing comeback. But of course, seeing the fact that Aduka has a lot of beautiful first bloods here is because it's just Jet. Let's be honest, it's just freaking Jet. Any moves he plays, he can get away with it with that tailwind. It's just so annoying to deal with. But what's amazing about it is that Balto, with the raise, he fully understands on how to fully utilize it, especially on the map of Bind. Although Bind was actually RRQ's map here, but Team Todak was still prepared with all the utilities and knows which angle, which corners they need to focus and pick them off from. So really well played coming from the side of Team Todak, fully utilizing their strategies. Okay, let's be honest, there's not really any amazing strategies or tactical they really use here. They just really played around with what they're really good at, their quirks, their pros, and of course it fits their personality so well. But thankfully enough, RRQ at the very end, they didn't really I wouldn't say drop the ball. It's just more like Team Todak really just stepped up. They're just like, you know what, the score is too close. 93, we gave them so many rounds. We have to step up. We have to end this here and now. So really well played coming from Team Todak to really close that round for themselves.
All right. So something that I would like to highlight here, just from the matches that we've seen thus far.
Oh yeah, sure.
Todak, across 3 games thus far, they have picked up 3 different maps: Haven, Ascent, and the map that's coming up, which is Split.
Yes.
Whereas RRQ, what's interesting to note is they have a similar pickup with Todak in Split, so there might be a bit of familiarity there between RRQ and Todak at Split. We do see that RRQ picked up Split not just once, but and Bind once. So that's going to be interesting to see how members of Todak and RRQ are going to be going against one another, with Split being a fact that is favored by both sides.
Yeah, and the thing is this, both of these teams, they have one very similar, something that's very common between both of these teams is that they both love to play defender, and they're really strong with it as well. Offensive plays, maybe I wouldn't say they are not strong. Okay, I wouldn't say they're not strong. It's just probably they're just not really confident at certain angles, a certain push. Because remember, when you're pushing straight into the side here, you gotta be very quick, you gotta be very swift, and most importantly, that gunplay, that first point accuracy is always gonna be very crucial here. And on the map of Split, those corners and angles is way more different, because we're not talking about simple corners or angles. We're talking about 90 degrees. So if they really want to try to pick at those corners or angles, they have to directly be 90 degrees in front of the area, whoever is hiding behind that box, to really see the person here.
And I think one thing that we would like to highlight here between Todak and RRQ, and yes, I may have to add a little bit to that as well, though they do have a bit of a preference towards playing, towards playing defenders for both these teams. However, attackers, I do give it a slight advantage towards Todak. Just because of their previous performance against RRQ. I do like to see RRQ actually, adjust and adapt
Yes.
as they go into split. However, it's almost anybody's game.
Yes.
So we'll have to see how RRQ, as the defenders in the second map, will be able to muster up a bit of a substantial lead and try to deliver the fight onto Todak. I think that thus far we've only had one game that has gone as a tie in this best of two, and that was RRQ against AG. Will that pattern show itself again between Toda and RRQ? We'll have to wait and see.
Oh yes, I'm actually excited to see whether that's going to be able to come back too, because like after experiencing that overtime between AG, it was absolutely insane. And even in that last game, 9-3, they brought it all the way and tied things down to 9-9 here. It's absolutely insane. But just want to tell Team Toda, if you guys are going to be watching this later on, don't I wouldn't say overconfident. I get it, you guys were in the lead for the last 3 rounds before they went for the swap when they were on the defender, because they went for double ops.
Yeah.
They lost that round, and then they went for a double ops again, which is totally understandable because they have the economy. But I think at that point you should just like maybe just get one op, have at least one person to have a little bit more money, because after that it was the last round, it was the third round. But just unfortunately enough, they had enough money to survive the second round, so at least the third round, the third loss, they will have their bonus 2,900, so they will still have enough to go for the full buy here. But in some cases, not many teams, or maybe you guys, will be lucky like that.
And that's the thing, I feel that members of Todak were basically able to pull around. They had a very good understanding of the economy, despite the fact that they tried to push the limitations.
Oh, yeah.
And not to say try to push the limitations, they actually tried to push the limit of their own understanding of the economy. And I do believe that actually can play well towards their strengths. However, if it backfires, it can be a bit of self-sabotage kind of approach. But at the end of the day, we can only look and judge from what we are. Of course, caster vision allows us more knowledge and more things that we can't see. Of course, we don't understand some of the nuances behind it. And I'm pretty sure that some of the decision-making that was made to make such decisions for those double ops and the double ops again after that is definitely something that members of Todak definitely put a lot of hours into and were very aware of why they did so. So there has to be a reason behind it, but we'll have to wait and see how that goes. Anyway, for those of you guys who just joined us, remember, this is the VALORANT Royal Sea Cup Ignition Series. 16 teams from across Asia have gathered here today to fight off against one another for a prize pool of 25,000 US dollars. So make sure you guys check us out on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook, wherever you like to watch, at ePulse Gaming. He is YOLO Lee. I am Hound. We're going to go on a short little break. We'll hear from our analysts, and we can't wait to see what else they have in store for us for the final game of day number 3. We'll see you in a bit.
Ciao.
Hello, we're on welcome to the Royal SCA Cup. This is the panel for this wonderful tournament created by ePulse, part of the Ignition series, of course. We're here boosting. Stop laughing at me, Zero. We're here boosting the esports scene one tournament at a time with these wonderful Ignition series, and we just got to watch the last best of 3 of the day. My panel is composed of 3 members: myself, Mistral, plus joining me is Gideon Q, and it's Zero.
I love the enthusiasm for the introduction of just it's Zero. But yeah, I mean, this game.
The panel by laughing at me. How do you introduce him?
Fair point. But you know, coming into this game, I think Toda really took like some hard rounds against RRQ, especially with a composition that's like, oh, yeah, I'm not gonna take a cipher this time round. I'm gonna make sure I'm all on the attack. Really shake some bones here.
Yeah, they did seem a bit rattled towards the end, right? They were losing a bit of their.
Yeah, they lost a lot. They lost a lot of the composure as well especially when the round switched over and defense was on RRQ side. That's when you see the initial shift in a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, they did manage to pick it up towards the end, right? There was a bit of a shift. It almost seemed like a glimmer of hope for RRQ.
Yeah.
But we've seen many times, right? When you reach 11. When you reach 11 points or so, it's a bit difficult to actually really come back from that, right? The pressure's always there. You can only make a limited amount of mistakes, and that's just it's difficult to play like that, especially when you know that if you lose this map, the tournament's over for you.
Basically, but I can't wrap my head around why Todak likes to avoid the Cypher. I don't know whether it's avoid or just preference-wise in general, because I mean, we've seen them actually pull off the Viper. The question is, how many other maps can they actually pull that Viper on? And I was really hoping that this time around that they would show something, you know, more new.
Yeah, I think we touched on this point earlier before. Is that the Cypher actually slows down their tempo quite a bit. You know, being a more lurking hero on the attacking side, and they just don't like that. They just want to go all in. That's why they picked the Raze, and Aduka was just huge in this map as well, opening with 8 kills. That just set the whole tempo. He was on his jet once again, and he was just absolutely huge.
A little too big, honestly, but I don't know. Personally, I do think that Cypher is just like a must in most cases, but the more I see Thorat play, they're just getting away with so much more because they don't have the Cypher, but you also see the weaknesses when it comes down to
defense.
Especially defense, and not only defense, but also aggressive defensive pushes coming in from the opposite side. Like, those rotations can be fast, and we saw one round where it really bit them, really nipped them at the bud.
Yeah, but since they concentrate on offense, that suits them, right? Like, I would like to say when you're drafting here, right, your agents, it doesn't really matter what you're proposing to me. You know, I'll always say whatever it works, right? Anything works realistically, but play with cohesion, right? If you're drafting an aggressive lineup, make sure that you are trying to win that offense. Make sure you're a tempo setter. Don't, because we've seen a couple teams, right? Well, they'll maybe draft an offensive lineup or they'll lack certain things. Like we said this about the no flash lineup we saw earlier, right?
Yeah.
They did draft a no flash lineup. They can get on the site, but then they couldn't defend it because they had no contingency plan for that. Now, that lack of cohesion was screwed them up. Not necessarily the lack of flashes. It was like you don't have a plan to prepare for your weakness. And it does seem like Todak does have that advantage. They do understand the weaknesses quite well, even if sometimes they still get abused for it.
I just don't know when someone is going to really start punishing them for this, because eventually, like, if they don't, they're just going to keep getting away with it. Yes, they
Boom
are
kinda
comfortable.
did, right, with the
Boom
retakes.
definitely
Boom
did.
adapted very well towards that. They just knew how to play against it after a few rounds, and that's how they punish. But other teams who may necessarily not have found, you know, the winning formula against that might just struggle.
Yeah, it seems like RRQ is one of them, right? It's just difficult. I mean, I think with, what was it, 13-11 to score towards the end, or 13-10?
13-10, if I remember correctly. I might be wrong on this one.
So, and the final score is quite respectable for RRQ, right? It was not bad at all.
Yeah.
But at the end, the rounds you needed to adapt, which is what you were talking about, those couple rounds you needed at the beginning to adapt ended up being
It's way too late.
Yeah, way too late, right? And you just can't do it, right? The first time you face them in this tournament happens to be the deciding match. It's just so tough to do because there's such a different way of playing Valorant.
It's exhausting. It really is. And especially after the momentum, starting off that first initial round on defense, if I remember correctly. Yes, they started off 9-3 in Todak's favor, and then after that they switched up, and then it evened out a little bit more. But overall, just that momentum swing in itself, just knowing like, oh, I just need 4 more rounds under my belt, and this is over.
Yeah, they just composed themselves, got themselves over the line. Even with the lineup they had, you know, they still had a very fast lineup. They had no Cypher. They could still go to into the site quite easily with the Raze as well as the Jet, and they just kept banging on them, just being a blunt instrument and just keep going at them until the site opened up. They didn't need many rounds left to win, to be honest. They can just keep repeating the same thing, and obviously, yeah, RRQ is not gonna expect them to do the same thing over and over again. But that's just what happened, and you know, Todak right now they have secured their spot in the main event.
Yeah, indeed. And with a really good performance as well. You know, yes, RRQ put up a solid fight, but Todak's style is kind of going over. And it's nice to see these. I think we saw something similar as well with Paper Rex, where maybe the core mechanics are not as strong as teams like AAA or teams like Vision Strikers, but they make it out because this creativity is thinking outside the box, puts them ahead of all these other teams.
I think that's what's the beauty of Valorant in general, because nobody has figured every single thing out. There's still mix-ups that you can kind of do, you know? It's not just jab, jab, jab. You're going to looking for uppercuts. You're going to be looking for different ways to kind of fake your opponent out to make these works. And I think overall...
Boxing reference.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it. But also the fact that I don't see a lot of teams actually trying to pull off these fakes, which I find kind of interesting, though. I think only in Group A, AAA did it like, what, once or twice. Both of them actually working out. The third time they got caught, but at that point, you can't really say much.
Yeah, I think Paper Rex did a fake as well. One of their matches early on. I think the beginning, the ones that they won.
Against Resurgence on Bind, if I remember correctly.
I believe so. Yes. But you're right. The creativity is not entirely. It's hard to explore a game like this, right? Because I find that when you're trying to explore Valorant, right? It's so difficult to determine if your strategy was the wrong thing or if it was just your gunplay, right? Because at the end of the day, if your core mechanics are lacking, then you will lose, and you won't be able to get away with so many things.
Yeah, and you
That's
can't
always-
really play against yourself as well to have that even level, even ground, and see if it's the tactics that was the problem, or maybe it was something else, some micromanagement, some positioning.
Yes.
You'll never know until you've played it 100,000 times, and then you get a rough read on what everyone else is doing and whether what you are doing is just better or worse.
Well, I just think that some players are just going to have like different skills lacking. It's like getting on a bike and one wheel just happened to be bigger than the other ones just happened to be smaller, and they're just like shaking on it the entire way until both just kind of even out. I mean, it's a complete bone rally. I don't know what to say.
All right. We have a game. We have the last game of today. We have the game that will close out the day. It doesn't matter, but it's still going to be a good amount of Valorant. So if you want to stay around and watch some good fun, these teams are going to play, of course, for sportsmanship. And, we got to respect them, right? So, no, we're not. The game is not ready. Game is ready? The game is ready. The game is ready. So we're going to now swap to the game. I said this 3 times so I could really understand it myself, because I find it hard to believe that the day is going to end now, right? Which is why I had to wake up myself and say the same phrase 3 times. It had nothing to do with mixed messages. Let's go to the game. Just put the break, please. Break it. Break this.
Oh my god, it's so hard to study for. And hello, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. There was no queue. Oh my goodness, let's hope there isn't. Don't dox us, guys. Come on. Production, why didn't you queue us? Oh my goodness. Welcome back to the Valorant Royal C Cup Ignition Series. This is Hound. He is a YOLO Lee. Remember to check us out on all of our places: Twitch, YouTube, Facebook for ePulse Gaming. And man, oh man, after so many rounds, a total of 11 games thus far, we are at our final game, our final match, 12th match of today. It's going to be Todak on one side, going up against RRQ. Todak pick split. RRQ going to be on defenders. Is there anything that you are looking forward to?
Oh, what am I looking forward to? I'm expecting more aggressiveness coming from both of this team, because I believe they fully understand the fact that this map, yes, you can also bring back Sage on this map despite the nerf, but this is the one map where there's going to be a lot of corners, a lot of 90 degrees corners and angles, so there's going to be a lot of fights. There's going to be like a lot of pickups, let's be honest, there's going to be apocalypse happening across the map. I believe the minute one person gets picked up from one side here, whether it be tower or from high mid, everyone's going to be saying, he's right there, he's right here, save me, pick him up, trade me, kill him, that kind of situation. I'm hoping for anarchy at this point.
I'm really hoping to see Todak actually pick up the Viper again, but considering it is going to be split, I think that's going to be quite tough to pull off.
Yes.
Mainly because I think Sage is going to be pretty high in terms of the pickup here.
Yes.
And I do believe that mainly is because of the barrier of the wall that they're going to be able to put up. And that's going to be a big determining factor in slowing down places such as A and B, and of course mid as well.
Yes.
Whether it's offensive or defensive,
Correct.
it can be a very good choice to basically slow down slow down the retake, or it can be a very good spot to basically try to deny whatever pushes that are going to be coming in on the defensive side as well. For the defensive side. So I do believe that coming in for the side of Todak as well as RRQ is going to be a bit of a doozy here as we're going to be loading into the game. Let's take a look. All right.
No Sage.
No Sage whatsoever.
Back to the
Very
classics.
interesting indeed.
Coming from both teams here, we're going to be seeing a definitely meta composition here. But the only difference this time, Team Todak, they never pick up the Cypher from game 1. They're still going to go with the same lineup which they went for the last one. And same goes for RRQ. The only difference was there will not be a Phoenix in this round.
Alright, so let's take a look at how this is going to be transpiring here. RRQ going to be on the defending side, whereas Todak is going to be on to the split side. Excuse me, on to the attacking side. It is going to be interesting to see Frost Misty right now. Members of Todak right now are going to be focusing towards the mid side here. A bit of an interesting exchange. Will they be able to get it off? It's going to be a pistol round here. Very good exchange. Not going to be good. Oh! Senna being able to get it, but NextJax will be able to take down Aduka here. We do see now someone pushing onto mailroom. Good spot here. Very interesting indeed. There goes the paint shells. Not going to be able to hit. NextJax onto Sube. Fire onto Senna. Nicely done. RRQ, 4 members in their pocket. Still alive. Whereas Todak only 2 members. But no! NextJax onto Balto.
Oh my god, that headshot. He was literally like, surprise, boom, and instantly tapping his head off. Now coming literally right below ropes here. He's getting ready to literally climb all the way out to go for that picked up for his team here. Now looking for the side
30
here.
seconds
Currently
left.
at mill. NextJax is holding down the point. He knows his defender. He knows there's going to be 1 man left right before they push into the side here. Now coming to the mix, Doctor slowly pushing towards from the staircase here. He knows where the pot is laid, picks out the spy cam. There goes the aftershock. And even the fall line to try to zone them out. And beautiful wall back. Headshot him. He's making it happen with the classic, but Sally Fire will put it down to the ground. How? He almost clutched that 1v4.
Almost did 3 in favor of the Doctor. The Doctor is definitely taking his medicine and eating all of his vegetables every day for 365 days in a week. Definitely going to be a strong man here coming in for the side of our dear friends on Todak.
Oh man, really strong plays. I absolutely said, dude, they never saw it coming either. Like actually no, the Cypher saw it, but he couldn't do anything about it. By the way, with that wild wind coming off from the RRQ, they were able to they will have the gun advantage here and the weaponry and the firepower to do it. And with all, and since they're going to be on this defending side, this mid should be a very simple hold coming from the side here of RRQ.
Oh, 5-man here onto the mid side. Paranoia goes out. Gotta be very careful indeed. Fire right now gets hit with the Paranoia. Goes down with the double smoke. Very interesting indeed here. Misty will be able to take down Baltu with some really good shots. Misty as well being able to take down Dr. Aduka. Will be able to take the super shorty on to NextJax, as we do see King Leo will be able to take down Sube as well. Senna, the only last surviving member standing. Will he be able to take all of them down? That goes 1, but no, it's not going to be enough, as Fire will be able to take down Senna, as we do see the defuse coming through. It is going to be RRQ with 2 for nothing.
Oh, just really unfortunate. Senna was able to pick up at least 1 or 2 more members in this second round. That would have been quite big as well, because one of them, or Far in this case, he actually went for the Vandal here. So, ooh, very risky plays. But then again, this is pretty much RRQ kind of personality too. So they just love to be very confident with their buys here.
All right, so we do see that a little bit of disputes there from members here. Ping went up, we good now. All right, so a little bit of server issues here. Luckily enough, that's not going to be the case, as we do see stability of connection is definitely going to be a very strong factor here. We do see that coming in towards B. Members of Todak right now may actually want to rush in. Very dangerous indeed if they don't play this right. A little bit of information there being communicated towards the side of King Leo onto B. We do see some exchanges here happening. There is going to be a trap wire on to B that they have to be very wary of if they come out. No Sage, so I don't think that's going to be helping them out in terms of setting up a wall or some cover. Would like to see a little bit more action here. No no member of Todak or RRQ have been suffering any casualties thus far, but we do see more and more coming out. Oh, Baltu will be able to take down Frost Misty. Nicely done here, as we do see a bit of a push here. Oh, good shot that Baltu will be able to take down Fire, but King Leo will take down Baltu. Nicely done. Aduka takes down King Leo with a good spray, as we do see these lines coming off, and the line have been drawn in the sand with Todak right now, putting the spike down into the ground. RRQ, 2 members left, 1 last member, 3 kills for the side of Aduka, and it seems that we will see the first win for Todak in this 12th match, round number 3.
Aduka really Hadouken so many members of RRQ here, and what a beautiful engagement as well. Like Team Todak, especially this Jet or Aduka in this case, he made full use of understanding the fact that alright, the minute I drop my cloudburst, I'm just gonna tailwind into the side here. This should be allow my team to get enough cover, and especially the Doctor who's able to pick up 2 members here of RRQ. That literally made it a little bit easier and even break down the defenses of RRQ on that B side and allowing the rest of the team to slowly take that point.
Alright, so let's see how members of Todak right now are going to build up their offensive. Very interesting indeed here. 1 split onto B. It's going to be a one-on-one fight between these 2 members here. RRQ's Fire drops down the smoke, tries to slow down members of Todak with some of the utility there. We do see Fire right now going to be onto B tower, and it is going to be communicated between these 2 teams that I do believe that Todak right now wants to create a little bit of that. Oh no, King Leo, as just I was about to say something, Baltu has been taken down for the count.
Oh man, without Baltu as well, they need to be even more careful, especially if they're going to be pushing straight through the side here. And that's pretty much why they're really pretty much just giving up towards this B side here, instantly going towards this A, when it's a little bit more open here and they don't have to worry too much about those corner angles until they get towards the side. But Aduka, beautiful engagement here, going to be popping up with that cloudburst and tailwind, gets onto the side here, pushes through for that Raptors here. He's going to go straight to the back line to see if he can pack off even more members. By the way, beautiful timing with the Paranoid. That's going to be allowing Senna to pick up a beautiful one on Talon 7. Now we're looking at the 3v4. Spike is on site and it's been planted as well. The rest of the members is slowly converging and trying to figure things out. Whether do they want to commit for this push or not?
Alright, so we're going to be seeing RRQ now being on the offensive to retake the site onto A. Got to be very wary from the side of screens as well, but it is going to be interesting. King Leo right now going to go for it, but Aduka lines them up and drops them down like bowling pins. Nicely done. Misty, what is up, Misty? Are you going to be the hero of this story? No, behind screens there, it's got to be very careful that they don't get it off, but nope, it's not going to be enough as the attackers will win this off. Todak gets it for an equalizer in round number 4 as we head into round number 5.
Oh, dude, it was like he was really trying to step up. And the thing is this, Frost Misty has never failed to impress. He always stepped up when the game is really on the line. But in this case, Senator was just like, sit down, my friend. It's enough. We want to take this round and constantly dominating. And it's really well played too, because RQ actually started with the lead 2-0. And now Team Todak, after getting all the weaponry, all the rifles, they managed to turn things around.
Alright, now we're going to be seeing, I think, RRQ
Showstopper
is, showstopper right here. Going to come out for the side of NextJax. Maybe a little bit of a waste there. Very unfortunate. Will not be able to use it to its fullest advantage. And oh my goodness, it seems that it's going to be, wow, a very good rotation here. Senna will be able to take down NextJax, immediately getting a bit of an advantage here pretty early on onto the A side. We do see that 4 members, now it's got down to 3 for the side of RRQ, as 2 members right now are going to, as members of Todak right now being very split apart against members of RRQ to drop them down. Sube as well being able to take down 2 in the form of Frosty Mist and Frost Misty, and of course King Leo, as we do see RRQ right now, 1 surviving member left in the form of RRQ Fire. Oh! Senna, what are you doing?
Oh man, he didn't actually expect Fire to be holding on that corner either. But then again, Balto gonna be ensuring that he will never be able to get away. But then he's barely out of the range too at that very corner, so he's gonna be able to pick out a weapon, and now they're trying to find and stop him. But then again, Fire was able to bring the Vandal back towards the next round, and look at that, instantly Fire was the only one who's going to be able to save up 4K in the bank here.
All right, some hot coffee for you guys. I would like myself a latte, big, icy, cold latte would be great. And I hope that you guys are all good. A little bit of Bob's cider and pour over would be great as well. We've got chai, we've got steamed, we've got hot choco.
Yep, hot cocoa. I mean, everyone loves that big cup of hot cocoa for the set right before that bedtime. But then again, also Team RRQ gotta be careful soon because it's gonna be lights out if they don't really try to stop Team Toadette. Because remember, this is a defended side of map too. So the fact that Team Toadette is currently in the lead here, not by a huge margin yet, of course, but for sure Team Toadette will perform and deliver.
All right, so let's see how members of how members of Todak right now are going to be dealing with this push. I do believe that might be a B push here, or maybe a split off into mid. Very interesting indeed here. Don't know whether or not members of RRQ are going to be pushing into B. I think it is a little bit of suicide here, but if they decide to commit to it, only Cypher is there. So Paranoia has come out. And a bit of smokes there. Ooh, very nicely done. Oh my goodness, look at that. 4 members down for the count here. Senna, the last surviving member, goes out for the paranoia here. Goes out for the smoke. Will not be enough. Fire will take down Senna and equalizing the game for RRQ against Todak.
Oh, dude, I was just saying it as well. I'm like, it would have been lights out for RRQ if they don't really try to stop Team Todak's current pace. And instantly, I think they heard it as well, how they instantly like, oh yeah, these casters are totally right. We gotta step up that game. And they took it away. As Frost missed, they turned things around and literally was able to pick up a beautiful couple of kills for the rest of the team in that previous round.
Alright, now we're going to be seeing members of RRQ are definitely going to be enjoying quite a bit here in terms of what they can offer to members of Todak. It is going to be an equalizer here. Roomba bot is going to come out from into mid, B, onto B garage. So I do believe that this is going to be an interesting one. There goes the shot onto Baltu, and Baltu immediately bugs out. Very interesting indeed here as members of RRQ going to be a little bit split off, a little bit more, splintered across these defense sites here. Very, very nice sight lines being set up from the side of RRQ. Very good paint grenade there, will not be able to hit on to the Cypher. We do see 3 members there rotating. And look at that, immediately they go on to mid side here. Oh, almost, but Aduka falls a little bit short. Next Jack now is going to be in a bit of trouble. Sube will be get one. Baltu will be able to get the showstopper on to RRQ. And it seems that it's going to be a 4v3 fight with advantage over to Todak.
Yeah, but also you're going to take it to the counter. Ooh, man, Talon
left.
7. Despite knowing that the fact that he's actually not that healthy either, is he was able to get the drop on Sova. But then again, Aduka not too far behind with a beautiful headshot here with the operator and still going to town as well. But then Spike has been planted. This is a 2v3, but I still think they can actually do it because they still have the utilities and the kit to actually push towards this side. All it comes down is that timing here. And now we're going to be seeing where is the good doctor himself and how well he's going to be doing that placement with that flashpoints.
All right, so that's going to be, it's going to be interesting to see how, members of RRQ are going to be playing around it. Aduka right now. Oh, Aduka onto fire. Very nicely done here. As we do see the last surviving member is going to be Talon on the breach. Goes for the flash. The shot from Aduka will not connect and they decide to bug out. I do believe this is going to be a good spot. Senna goes for the teleport, the dark step, and we do see that they are going to be at ropes. Are they going to meet up with the last surviving member of RRQ? No, they're not going to. Goes for the spray just before the end of the round as we hit into round number 8. Who will pick it up as Toda picks up the 1 round lead?
Oh man, right now the thing is currently the rounds are just constantly going back and forth. No major leads just yet, but then again, maybe it will see that hugely right here if Team Toda is going to be able to drop RRQ. But RRQ, they mean business. Double ops coming into the mix as well. But then again, if RRQ were to lose this round, then they will have to go for this eco in the next one. Next Jack's coming in with a nice pick here with the operator. See if any unfortunate souls will go towards his side. But here comes the Hunter's Fury. Going to try to force them out of the position. But here comes the retaliation coming from the side of RRQ as well with the Cloud Burst and the rest of the utility. But Talon 7 was able to get a beautiful pickup on the Doctor here, tying things out to a 5v4.
Now we're going to be seeing here RRQ will be able to enjoy a one-man advantage over Todak, with Todak losing one member. We do see Aduka still up and running here with the quick feet that comes with Tailwind. Operator is still on standby. We do see that it is going to be a two-man split here with 2 towards the B side and 2 towards the A side. Could be a very interesting turn of events for members. Oh, Baltu will be able to take down King Leo, but Frost Misty will be able to take down Baltu in return. Frost Misty goes for the Paranoia, goes for the Dark Cover, will not be able to get anything out of that. Smokes has been dropped down on the outside of B Garage entrance, and this is going to be a doozy of a fight, as we do see Next Jacks as well as members of RRQ are going to be moving around. Maybe there might be a save. Nope, they're going to be coming up. Oh, they're going to be coming up from mailroom here. Going to be very interesting indeed, as Senna right now going to take it down. Aduka, Misty, Aduka, Senna, and Sube have been taken out, with 2 of those kills going to go to Frost Misty. 3 kills altogether in that round for Frost Misty, tying up and equalizing this game, heading into round number 9.
Oh, 4-4 here. Really well played coming from Frost Misty as well, hiding right below here of the opening of B towers. But then again, at the same time, both teams here really giving their A game in this game, but Team Toda, I still believe that Team Toda is still in the lead into this as well, because of the fact, like I said, this is a defended side of the map, but with the playstyle coming from the side here, RRQ is playing a little bit more safer, playing a little bit more around the sides instead of those close angles. I think Team Toda is constantly just exploiting this positioning coming out from Team RRQ.
Alright, so it's going to be a 4v4, it's going to be a 4-4 for in terms of rounds for both of the teams as we hit into round number 9, looking as though that each team looking to try to get ahead in terms of the lead, as we do see that it is fairly even across the board. No members on each side of these teams have been... Oh, but wait, I may speak too soon. Oh, the sound cues. Oh, there goes one, but Baltu will be able to take down Frost Misty.
Oh man, I guess how in this case, I guess he took a bullet to the knee there. But anyway, here comes the flash, gonna be trying to hold back here. There goes the room bar or the bomb body here, gonna be coming to see his scout animated. But here comes the flash one, 2 flashes gonna be coming in, trying to pull it back. But then one shot is again applied. But although our different Talon 7 who had an advantage here, Sube was still able to hack things out. There's the cut. Here comes the check coming in from King Leo with the patience of trying to for that corner. He has the blast right, trying to blast himself on the into a more better position, that way he can try to pick up more members. But the Doctor picking off King Leo with an operator, follow with the double kill. Next check, trying to tie himself with setup. He finds it up, but Silver catches it from the sidelines, and that is the end for Next Jax here. And Team Toda will take that win here.
Next Jax a little bit too excited. Just forgot the basics of checking your corners, and that was rather unfortunate. That right-click tap on the classic onto that member of Todak just now was just impressive.
Oh, very, very impressive indeed. But right now, since Team Toda was able to win that round, they should be able to go for this buy here. But same goes for RRQ, because currently the rounds just keep going back and forth here. They still have quite the economy here, and I believe they can drop a weapon for King Leo. But actually, never mind. He actually dropped the weapon himself and finally picked it up, a Phantom for himself. So once again, we're going to be seeing 2 teams here go head-to-head here with all rifles once again. The rounds is so close here, House. I have no idea how is it going to go out here.
Yeah, it is really close, and I do believe that this is going to be one heck of a fight, with RRQ bringing their A game in these situations, as we do see that RRQ and Toda at this juncture of the game. None of them are going to be are going to be losing any members thus far. Still pretty much a 60 seconds left before the end of the round. So Kodak is definitely going to be feeling the pressure. Next Jax right now going to be very ginger with how he's going to be putting in. Aduka will be able to get the first blood onto Talent. Frost Misty is under the cover of darkness here, as it is going to be a spike plant for the side of Todak onto the A side.
You don't see each other, but anyway, beautiful kill pickup coming from both Nexus and Forest. And we're able to still hold down the side, even though despite losing the briefers, but it's still totally fire that we got there. So trusted that firepower. Sube holding the line for so long. He gets another one for himself. Now it's going to be down to the 1v1. He actually is trying to contemplate. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. And instantly, that's going to be allowing the Omen to instantly fall back.
Oh no!
Still quite healthy.
No!
He don't really have much time left. He needs to try to deny them for going for the shield. He's doing a great job. And he's going to climb that row with a 1v4. Ladies and gentlemen, Sube is turning the tides here back in Team Toda. And finally, we're seeing a clear difference on scores. Instead of 1-for-1 or 1 point difference, we're finally seeing a 2 point difference here from Team Toda.
Check out this replay here. This was beautiful stuff being shown by Sube to try to get a little bit of damage off. But here it is. The spray comes in, goes dry, immediately switches over to the classic and gets Frost Misty. A little bit unfortunate for RRQ heading into this 11th round.
Oh man, very classic coming in from Sube. But with this round as well, RRQ, they will have to go for this eagle here. But check it out. Sheriff on the hands of the on fire here. So does the rest of the team. I believe the majority of this team understand as well. Since they're gonna go for this eagle, they still wanted to do as much damage as possible. But we gotta keep their eye on, because this is a Jet with a Sheriff here. And so does next Jet. They're trying to find a very good angle here. And Talent 7, just to reassure his teammate, he's gonna join them on top of that B tower.
And I think this is going to be a very wise choice coming in for the side of RRQ to come for the eco right now.
Yep.
And considering that we are going to be going into the switch later on, the swap later on and change sides, I do believe that this is going to be an opportunity for the side of RRQ to actually try to get a 5 here. Oh, very nicely done here coming in from Aduka, but misses it out. Sube will be able to take down 2. Fire takes out Sube, but Aduka will be able to take down his second kill of the game onto Frost Misty. Very nicely done. Next Jax tries to go for it. The spike plant has been gone, and attackers have won the game. Todak gets another one. 3 rounds ahead of RRQ. Last round before the swap, we're going to see buys all around from both these teams. It is all or nothing before the swap comes. We shall see whether or not RRQ will be able to close down the gap between themselves and Todak.
Oh, dude, really excellent stuff as well. But really well played for Aduka as well. That timing, he instantly saw the blast back and he heard the showstopper ultimate or the entrance him before the showstopper really came in. He knew he had to pick him off. And the minute he saw that raise, he instantly denied her the opportunity to pick up any members right here. Anyway, final round. Beautiful clash of frequencies 1v1. Still happening across the as Frost Misty trying to clutch this last round for himself. But this is Sube. He's still alive. He's such a threat. He's still looking for more as well. The Hunter is in town, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, so we're going to be seeing a bit of action here between these two teams. We do see that it is going to be Todak as well as RRQ going down in terms of 2 members on each side. So we do see that it is going to be fairly even with a slight advantage over to RRQ in terms of HP. Oh, Doctor answers your home call with a shot to the dome for both those 2 members. Good double kill coming in. RRQ has 1 more member left. Holy shit, mushroom. Doctor answers the call with 3 kills. We were closing out the round.
Oh man, calling Dr. Love, because the Doctor from Team Toda is absolutely stomping this round. But what's even more better was that since this is a defense side of the map, Toda was able to take 8 points off of RRQ here, and now with such a lead here, but it's no difference compared to the first game as well. Will RRQ able to clutch for the next few rounds and make the comeback? Because that's exactly what they did in the last game. But I don't think Team Toda is going to be giving them that chance, because with the amount of amazing gameplay coming from both Sube, the Doctor, and the rest of the team, so Team Toda, they are on fire.
They're definitely on fire and definitely feeling the heat that's for sure. And I do believe that it is going to be imperative that these teams are going to be going up against one another. Fire right now will be able to take down Sube with the wall bang. Oh! Baltu with 2-1 with the paint shells on to 2 members of RRQ. RRQ immediately find themselves with 2 members short. Oh, Misty gets taken down. Aduka will be able to take down 2 as well in the form of Leo and Misty, as we do see Senna gets fire down for the count in round number 13, heading into round 14. This is going to be one heck of a fight, as we do see that it is going to be Todak that is very dominant in these past few rounds.
Dude, Balto was excelling that round with flying colors. Seriously, that paint shell literally forces the entire attack side of RRQ to literally slow down their push. When they got the kill on Sube, they were so prepared. They were like, go in. But that paint shell slowed things down, and then allow RRQ to allow Toda to really step up and punish them really hard in that second round.
Alright, so we're going to be seeing some utilities being dropped down, some standard utilities here. RRQ right now on the eco side of things. I do believe that anti-eco is going to be on to Todak's responsibility to end this eco push here. Oh, mailroom. There goes 1. Could that be 2? Very good smoke there. Decides to go out. Oh my god! Todak not giving any face to members of RRQ. King Leo decides to bug out, and it's going to be a push and a flawless round for the side of Toda. 3 more rounds in the pocket for Toda, and it's going to be a 2-0 in their favor. And man, oh man, has it been a good one thus far.
Dude, it's been absolutely amazing. And this is Team Todak's way of declaration towards Team RRQ. It's like, we're ending this right now. No more fun and games here. But then again, remember, this is the 3rd round loss coming from the side here of RRQ. So they're going to be getting 2,900 here in credits. So they will be able to go for this full buy to contest against Team Todak. But I don't think that's going to be a big issue, right?
It's not going to be a big issue here, as we do see members of RRQ right now are not, some of them are not going to be picking up some of the AR, so I do believe that it is going to be a pretty wise choice. But we do see NextJax picking up the Vandal, and I do think that Todak right now, they want to try to work the economy here. Even if they lose out here in this particular juncture, it's not going to be too detrimental for them, as we do see that RRQ has quite a bit of work cut out for them. However, we have seen RRQ in the past from 4, they're able to climb back in, so you cannot give any inches or even the smallest, even a small hair of of negligence towards members of RRQ here, because they will take advantage.
Oh yeah, speaking of advantage, I'm going to be seeing Aftershock utilities all committed towards this B long is from Garage, but anyway, he got the push with the blast hammer. Oh, that chance of the blast hammer was able to open things up for the rest of the team, but the doctor giving all kinds of prescriptions for the side of RRQ to try to slow things down. But looks like RRQ having the man advantage and still dominating as well, as far as currently on fire as he picks off Balto. But now, last man standing for the side of Team Todak, Aduka, the Jet, he has tailwind, he has his updraft, he has his cloud burst, he's setting things up as he's prepared to pick up members one by one. But Fire in the clouds, getting ready to surprise him from the side. But beautifully enough, King Leo with the wall bang will put Aduka down to the ground.
Alright, so it seems that that's going to go around towards RRQ. 5 more rounds before RRQ. They got to stay flawless here if they want to keep it competitive and try to steal this game away from Todak. However, we do see full buys coming in from the side of Todak, and this is going to be a scary one here. 2 operators here on either side is going to be on NextJax as well as Aduka. So it's going to be a very scary one. Aduka with that operator on the Jet is always something to be worried about.
I mean, it's definitely always a thing to be worried about. What I'm really worried about for Todak right now is that the fact that they actually, some of the members actually were forced buying into the round here. Not all of them have the rifles here, but sadly, Aduka missing the first shot, has to, and gets tagged instead. He has to tailwind out to safety. He's not really that healthy anymore, and with that information, Fire was willing to tag him, but he gets tagged instead, has to fall back. Next check punishes the doctor, but there is the trick coming from Balto as he he picks up fire. King Leo not too far behind, gets a spray down on Aduka, but that's pretty big as well because that is the operator jet. But Aduka was actually low in the first place. This is a 3v4, and that spike currently is being planted. Where's B? Still holding down the line.
Oh, Talent has been taken up for the count. Excuse me, Talent will be able to take the Baltu for the count here. Very unfortunate here. The timing was very good coming in from the side of RRQ to be able to slow down, to be able to get the flash off. Very nicely done from Frost Misty to be able to take down Senna. As we do see Sube, the last surviving member, may want to save this operator and hang out at A.
Dude, really? Sube has no choice. He has to fall back here, save the operator, and now this is exactly why I was really concerned for Team Toda, because they could have saved in that round instead of fully committing. They could have just laid back a little bit because they currently is in the lead. But either way, but then again, remember, gambling sometimes does work out too. So in this case, high risk, high reward. But in this case, Team Toda, their gamble didn't really work out for them in that last round.
All right, so very interesting here. I think it's going to be eco round for the side of Todak, whereas members of RRQ right now are going to be holding on. Baltu still picking up that operator here. Very interesting choice as Baltu still wants to make some of these picks. Got to be careful that he doesn't give off that operator towards members of RRQ. But we have seen time and time again coming from members of Todak. You give them an operator, they will be able to get it off. Oh, almost gets it off on the next Jax and gets blinded here. Decides to fall back. Very interesting defense here from the side of Todak.
Yo, both members of Team Toda and RRQ, the Race and the Jet, they're dancing with death here. How many times it was literally so close for comfort here? How it's absolutely insane. But with the shorty on top of B tower as well, he's gotta be careful. Far, I think he has a rough idea that maybe someone is holding that side. But the thing is, he doesn't know what weapon it is. So if Senna really plays his cards right, he should be able to get the drop on fire, and that's if he doesn't use Tailwind and the Cowboys combo just to get through towards that area.
Alright, so we're going to be seeing Baltu right now, trying to get a little bit more angles here. Here we go. Fire. Oh! Senna, you cheeky fella. You tried to get it off, but it won't be enough. Baltu will be able to take down fire. Some good shots that the doctor ordered, the sheriff, and he will deliver. However, it's going to be King Leo now that gets shot off. Aduka onto King Leo. Sube will take down next Jax. And RRQ, one last member left standing. And Todak right now making it work for themselves.
Yes, and let me tell you something as well. It was an eco round too, so I'm like, Todak, they're doing so much economic damage. And what's even better, they don't even need to find the next round. They just had to pick up on the dead bodies. By the way, RRQ, Frost, Misty still trying to track things out and deny any members of Todak from picking any more weapons for themselves here. But Thrifty, and you know what that means. Team Todak came back from an eco round and won against a full buy team.
Wow, that was a very, very well done indeed here coming in for the side of Todak. Now they will be able to pick up quite a bit of weaponry here. We do have to see Nexax maybe having to drop maybe a weapon towards King Leo, but no, he's going to spend it on an operator. Very nicely done.
Yes.
From members of RRQ to complete their buy-ups and get a very strong loadout. Frost Misty still has 4,500 credits to work with, and as well as members of Todak right now enjoying it. Oh, very scary indeed. Dancing that hair, that hair-thin line of death. Oh, the timing from Next Jax!
Oh, Next Jax used it as well. He set up the rope, but he knew exactly that he would be able to trade up. By the way, he got a couple of trades from both sides here. 2v2, but Sube once again stepping up for the team. A beautiful headshot double kill. But here comes the Hunter Fury, and he gets the triple kill on King Leo with the Hunter's Fury. I'm telling you, Sube, the Hunter's in town. Although the plant will be happening, but shot ball will be able to connect and just actually more like hit him by a little bit. But here comes the rotation from Balto, and ladies and gentlemen, you know what that means. Team Todak will be able to defuse this with ease, and that's gonna be 12-6.
12-6, closing in on this round as We complete round 18. We head to round 19. Could this be the final round, or do we have more rounds ahead of us? We shall have to wait and see. Just for perspective here, RRQ needs to play these next 6 rounds flawlessly, and with the amount of credits that they spend, it's going to be quite a doozy here. They have to win this out, and if members of RRQ are able to pull it off, then members of Todak will have to go on eco for the next round.
Yes, well said as well. Beautiful analysis coming from the Hound too. So now, last round. Everyone is so prepared. Oh, fall line's gonna be forcing Santa to go back. But then again, they're so prepared because they know, in this case, the RRQ is gonna be very aggressive. And we already see the Jet on the opposing team of RRQ already preparing that Blaze Storm, and Frostmist is even gonna be throwing out that Paranoia to see if they're able to get that mid control. All comes down the line. The Doctor holding out that beast there. Showstopper is going to be committed as well. They're going to be coming to the blast. Ooh, but the Showstopper is not going to be able to connect and get any kills. But NextJax makes up for it. He was able to pick up Anuka. There's a trick coming from China. But the Rolling Thunder setting up for the tip. And the last man standing, he's gonna try his best with the Rolling Thunder, but there's just too many members. And with the dark cover, Santa closes the round here, and Team Todak will get a beautiful score of 2-0 against RRQ.
Very nicely done. Coming in from Todak, showing what is up and not giving any doubts to the fans as well as the haters. Sube right now looking at those scores, beautiful stuff. But NextJax though, the amount of first blood that he got was very good indeed. However, they weren't able to work it out in their favor. But I do have to say, a little bit of praise have got to be sung for the Malaysian team of Todak. Not because of some of the plays that they made, but because that there were a lot of times where they were put behind, but because of members like Sube, Aduka, and the Doctor being able to clutch it out and turn things around, it definitely goes to show that members of Todak right now are operating on a higher level and better understanding towards RRQ. Not to take away any credit from RRQ's hard work, but we do see that Todak was just better in these 2 maps. They were good on Bind, but the difference between them as well as RRQ wasn't as vast. But coming in towards a split, the difference was vast, and we could see it in how Todak moved and how they were able to work around with the minimum, with a deficit, and were able to make whatever limited resources for themselves work out. What was also big importance to take note was the economic understanding from the side of Todak. But we do see that amongst all of them, RRQ's Misty here with the econ rating of 81. Wow.
It is absolutely insane. And the thing is, like, even if we're talking about first blood, it's always a contest between both NextJax and even Aduka. They're constantly going head to head with each other. And commonly it's normally just doing that one or first blood pickup or entry frag is always between Jet versus Jet. So the fact that NextJax, who is not a Jet, still was able to pick up 5 first blood pickups is absolutely insane. But of course, kudos to 4 of the teams here inside of our group stage. See here, everyone played an amazing job. They tried their best. And remember, this is not some small league. This is the ePulse Royal Sea Cup here, where all the talents and all the kits is all thrown out in the open and here to be battled with.
It's open season for talent here, and it's definitely going to be very interesting to see whether or not some of these talents, because we did see some teams actually pull out all the stops, and there are some players that were effectively carrying their team on the crux of their backs. And I would like to see some of these teams actually make crossovers into other teams as well, and that's going to be very interesting to see as we come closer and closer towards the closing of the Valorant Royal Cup. However, we still have day 4 of the group stages,
last day,
which is the last day before playoffs, and we still have quite a number of games to cast for each and every one of you guys. Tomorrow there's going to be another 12 matches to matches to catch between these 2 teams. Remember, all of the games in the group stages are going to be best of 2, and remember all these, top 2 teams of each group will advance to the playoffs. It's going to be 25,000 US dollars up for grabs in the total prize pool. 13,000 US dollars is going to go to the first place winner, where second and third place will get 4,000 and 3,000 US dollars respectively. As we head into the playoffs, that's going to be transpiring on the 25th and 27th of September. Hope you guys have been able to cancel off all of your plans, get yourself comfortable, especially during this MCO period or whatever lockdown period that you guys are going through because of this COVID and coronavirus. And we hope that you guys are safe and sound.
Of course.
Hope you guys are all healthy. And like my friend always has with his meme, always drink a heck ton of water.
Yes. Tons of water. So they drink
Tons of water, right?
They drink tons of water. Always stay hydrated. And I think the same goes for the team here. Because remember, maybe in this case, Team Todak was way better because they drank water, because they hydrated themselves. They don't have dry eyes, so they can shoot better. So really well played coming from the team here. 300 IQ plays coming from Team Todak.
Big
Really well played.
brain memes right here coming in from YOLO Lee. I don't know about you guys, but I guess that's going to be done. If you want to see more of the action, you can go check us out at ePulse Gaming. Wherever you like to watch, whether it's Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook, just remember to check out ePulse Gaming. All right, I guess that's going to be all from YOLO Lee and me. Hound, do you have any closing words to say before we pass it off over to the analysts?
Well, anyway, either way, thank you all of you viewers for joining us ever since from the morning or even from day one of this group stage here. So really well played. Love you guys. Do take care of yourselves. And I believe this is going to be the time we're going to be passing back to the panel, right? So either way, Alvo, Zero, and even Gideon, please take it away with your amazing analysis.
Welcome back to the last panel of the day for the Royal SCA Cup, the last panel for Group C. As always, your panelists, Mr. Alva Plus, Gideon Q, and Zero. Guys, that game did not matter.
It did not matter. You could tell from how both teams were really playing. I think they were just messing around at some point, but still a pretty good showing from both sides. You know, in the end, it was Todak that took the map in the end, completing a 2-0 sweep against RRQ. But, you know, RRQ, they can take this loss without, you know, feeling too bad about themselves. They prove that they can compete at, you know, at this level. It's just that there are still some kinks in the armor that they need to iron out.
I think it's just the lack of polish, honestly, because a lot of these teams have the fundamental skills almost every single time you see them. They've got the aim. They come in, entry fragging. It's looking good. It's just team play, polish. It takes a lot of time. It takes so much time to get that to jive together.
Yeah, I agree. They lack the experience to make sure that they can play as consistently as some of the top tier teams. Because, I mean, we've seen in the tournament there's essentially like 3 distinct styles that we've seen, which is the top consistent teams, of course, which, you know, they play good VALORANT. That's kind of it. You have the Pumi Sports AAA, whatever. Then you have the kind of
middle of the pack.
Yeah, the middle of the pack. And then finally the creative teams, right? The ones that like Todak or, for example, as well, Paper Rex, which is their variance is quite high, but their very peculiar style sometimes nets them wins that they wouldn't get otherwise, right? So it's been interesting to see the difference in styles, and it's quite nice that we get to see Todak, a relatively young team, completely new players, right? They don't come from the other tactical FPSs, right? So it's nice to see them.
No, they came from other tactical FPSs.
Did they actually?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So that's my bad. So they've been playing there for a while?
For a while, but not as this time. They're not a very familiar team with each other. It's more
Alright, so the team itself is new.
Yeah, team is new.
Okay.
I remember bringing up this point like on day one itself that, you know, VALORANT just gives a great opportunity for these people who don't actually make it too far into the scene because there's so much competition. Now with a new tactical FPS, they can really take advantage and really stand in the spotlight for tournaments like this and really start shining.
Yeah. Sometimes in esports we tend to always think about like, you know, we like
the guy at the very top.
The guy at the very top, and we often think that the guy at the very top also like the tiers are pretty set in stone, and that everyone kind of deserves to be in the tier that they are, etc. But sometimes as simple as you might be a really talented player, you came a bit late to the party, and then you just don't get to be picked up.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's not really up to you. It's not really like people at the top are going, no, screw you, right? It's more of that's the life is, right?
Yeah.
It's the luck that you were given, right?
Yeah.
And Valorant being a new sport kind of resets that, which is why, honestly, casting these tournaments or hosting this in my case is such an exciting time because you actually get to see all these new talents in a completely equal playing ground.
I think honestly, if the groups kind of were shaken up a little bit more, you know, the Singaporean teams weren't all stacked, the one with the Koreans as well as the Japanese, now Todak as well, and mixed up with RRQ. RRQ might actually have a good chance if they're in a different group, and I think it's just the roll of the dice, and unfortunate that the draw just ended up to be like this.
Yeah, it's tough to say, you know, when you run these tournaments, it's tough to say if specifically the format didn't hurt them a bit, of course, because everything's being figured out as well.
Yeah.
Also, what if when the game gets, you know, more maps, gets more fleshed out in that sense, right? Maybe we can see these teams also have the better chances as well, because right now it's not like cheese strats are that possible. Taking one game off a better team than you is really difficult.
Very difficult, yes.
Right? Over time, of course, with newer agents and newer maps, this might change a bit.
It's an exciting thought, but I definitely hope that they do add more agents into kind of like, you know.
And certainly they will. Certainly they will.
Of course, but also kind of like, you know, fall into the same design. Well, I hope it's not exactly the same, but at least has a really high skill cap, for an example, just like Viper as well. The way that she plays is extremely unique to these tactical shooters because she brings like a whole different angle to the game. And we saw previously as Todak brought it on Ascent. Really cool. However, can you do more than that? So you got to add the new maps and such. So I'm excited to see the future of this.
Indeed. I mean, and they've also been managing for now to make designs that are creative enough, but without overshadowing the gunplay, which is the core element.
Yeah,
which has been a
it's
really
like
nice thing.
it's like a cipher, right? We know that that agent is strong, but not everyone who uses the agent is strong. It's not the agent that's inherently strong. It's just that the people who knows how to abuse the rotations, abusing the information he can get. That's what Riot proves, that they can make very strong agents without making it overpowered, as well as overshadowing, you know, the player's skills. And I'm confident that they can actually, you know, give more adjustments and improvements towards the game.
Yeah, like how they can easily change certain maps. I really don't like Haven. It is, for all intents and purposes, that mid, there's so much traffic there and so much utility has been wasted. And even in this game, you just see it time and time again. Like by the time it's like, oh, 3-on-3 in mid, let's see what happens. They come out and it's just like, I have nothing, or I just have one flash or one ability to go off of at the end of the day. It's just like at that point they're just stripping you through mid to only just be like, you better be a good aimer because you're not gonna have nothing left if you go down mid.
I feel like we're just talking about game design, and he's like, by the way, screw you, Haven. I just want to remind everyone this map sucks. Alright, you know, getting whatever.
It floats my boat. It floats my boat for sure.
Yeah, I'll give you full reign. At the end of the day, I think it's fine for you to say this. It's like
I've been waiting all day for this moment.
Oh, Zero, do you have any closing words as well, since that's the rant we're going to close on?
No, I'm just glad to have this tournament, and tomorrow will be a very exciting group. A lot of great teams there. You have Bren, you have Morph, you have Enter as well, and just tomorrow's going to be a better day.
Is this the biggest cop-out ever, or just like, he's just I'm going to revert, nope, not even going to talk about that.
The reason I'm laughing is that the whole time that we've had them on panel is like, by the way,
Bren.
Just
yes, my day tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow we're not going to have him on panel at all, also, unfortunately. No, it's going to be an exciting day tomorrow for sure. And not only is it because we get to see the last group, of course, and we actually get to meet all our teams properly, but that is going to determine what the playoffs are going to look like. And the playoffs, something about double elimination, something about best of ones in lower bracket makes them just so much more exciting, right? Sometimes it's hard to gauge, you know, when you have a bunch of best of twos, it doesn't carry really the excitement.
There's no closure, you know, for a lot of these games.
Sometimes when you lose and you're like, oh, they lost because head-to-head, it just leaves a bittersweet taste, or some other team decides your fate, and that's not really the greatest thing. But in playoffs, it's all up to you. Right? It's completely up to you and to the opposing team and who is better, and that makes it incredibly exciting. But we'll have to wait because we still have Group D to complete. For now, Group C has finished today. We know the teams that have managed to pass from Group C. It's Boom Esports and Todak. And that means that we're going to have the one Indonesian representative and the Malaysian representative still staying alive in this tournament. And unfortunately, we got to say goodbye to Rex, Regum, Kaon, which did a pretty decent job, and also Armory Gaming. So, Guys, without further ado, we are going to say goodbye to this broadcast. Thank you for following us all of the day today. Please do remember to follow us on social media. And by us, I mean Eeples Gaming, so follow Twitch. And you can also on Twitter at Eeples Gaming. The respective social media for our panelists have worked so hard all day today, 14-hour days, every single day. That's Gideon Q for you. That's Zero. And my name is Mr. Avo Plus. And, of course, if you have any complaints, any sort of feedback that you'd like to give us, the panelists, we're always open to receive it. Just, DM us or publicly shame us, whichever you prefer.
Reddit's my preferred platform.
That is the
leave me on
preferred
Reddit,
platform. Right? Zero at Zero. Just saying. Anyway, it's been a pleasure having you guys with us today. Thank you for trusting us to deliver the best Valorant that we could muster in the SEA region. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more exciting games for Group D. Until then, have a good night.